Joanna comms check. Joanna comms check.
Here you are. Good morning.
Lovely.
The World Surf League Challenger Series arrives in Europe. The Atlantic Ocean converges with tall cliffs and sandy coves of Ericeira, Portugal to host an endless playground of year-round world-class waves. Here, surfing's next crop of superstars continue their pursuit of one common goal: a spot on the World Surf League Championship Tour. With 2 events remaining, time is running out for competitors to seize the opportunity and jump up the leaderboard with hopes of securing their spot on surfing's biggest stage. For some, the return to the CT will be familiar. For others, a lifelong dream coming to life. The fight for qualification on the World Surf League Championship Tour continues at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia.
Good morning and welcome to beautiful Portugal as we look set to kick off the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia, and some of the world's very finest contenders from all across the surf world showing up here in Portugal, ready to go to battle this morning. High stakes up for grabs. Potentially we're looking at spots locked in for the championship tour. All of that yet to come, of course. This event, our penultimate on the season, so crunch time. Some surfers feeling the pressure, others taking it all in their stride, like Keanu Singh, looking very relaxed. His high surfing acumen, just checking out the scenes here at Ribeira Dillas, and this guy, Fred Morais, the local hero, looking to get himself back on the championship tour. Going good in the challenges already this year is Fred. He'll be looking to go really big for a result in his home country. In front of all that support, and as we take in the beautiful scenes this morning, joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. We've got Ben Mundy and Chico Alves. Good morning, bom dia.
Bom dia, Paul. Thanks for having me. Bom dia, Paul.
How you guys feeling? We had a little day off yesterday. Who enjoyed their Portugal? Did you get your Portugal on?
How am I feeling, Paul? Have you ever lost 20 cents and found $1? I mean, that's how good I feel right now. We had an amazing day in Portugal yesterday. It was another beautiful day in Ericeira. Discovered new little spots, had a great surf day, and yeah, absolutely loving life.
Chico, we thought surf might pick up today, just from the early glimpses we've seen already. Looks like we've got a nice fresh swell in the water.
Yeah, this morning looked a bit quiet, but I think throughout the changing tide, we're going to see the swell kicking in, and I think we're going to see some bigger waves today, which is what we are waiting for.
All right, well, let's find out exactly what's going down. Joanna Garnell is with Travis Logie.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Good morning. Beautiful day here on the beach, and the man that knows it all, Travis Logie. What's happening out there? How are the conditions looking? And why was that 30-minute delay?
It's absolutely pumping, actually. We delayed it by 30 minutes this morning just because we couldn't see. There was a lot of cloud cover, making it a lot darker than it usually is. And the tide was still a little bit high, but it's gone out. It's for half an hour, and it's pumping out there. It's going to be a great day.
And who have we got in the water right now?
Yeah, so we start in a few minutes with the men's round 1, 8 heats, and then go straight back into men's round 2. We'll probably get 12 heats of that done. That'll be a 20-heat day, 10 hours of action.
Well, there you go, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Travis Logie making the big decisions around here, and he likes the look of what we've got out in the ocean already this morning. Beautiful scenes, plenty of lines stacked up. Let's check out what's coming. Here's a forecast.
Yeah, well, 4 to 6 foot faces. So we've got a new swell that's just filled in today, overnight really. Good period there, Chico, isn't it? 14 seconds. That means there's a bit of power and it's quite well lined up. And is it a good direction? That's my question for you.
I think it's lovely. I think it's going to give plenty of opportunity for all the surfers. And I think in Ribeira, we want to see everyone getting the opportunity to catch waves. And yeah, I think it's going to be a good day in terms of opportunities for all of them.
Let's see how that plays out as we look down towards the end of the week. This swell will drop off a bit, maybe a little bump coming in for Saturday. So this year, we've got swell throughout the week. It's not epic, huge proportions today. Certainly looked like, when we looked at that forecast, the best of that forecast, and it has delivered into beautiful scenes as we'll check out the first heat featuring Kehu Butler, Brody Sale, Connor Slipen, and Tenshi Iwami. Those four looking to go at it in this round of 80. All the men in the Challenger Series, and as Travis Logie mentioned, we'll go through this and have a look at round 2 later as well, so we can run some of the heats of that. So potentially 20 heats today. How are we feeling about that, chaps?
Ah, bring it on. 10 hours of high octane, high action professional surfing. And we're lucky enough to be right at the coalface. So I'm looking forward to it, Paul. It's going to be a lot of surfing. There's going to be a lot of waves ridden. There's going to be some drama. I can feel it coming our way. A lot on the line. You know, these first heats, so important.
Key learnings from day 1 or opening day around the women?
Yeah, look, it's the same as ever. This place is all about, you know, we've said it a few times before, but that wave selection is all important. You know, you've got to be both patient. You've got to hurry slowly out here, Paul. These be my key learnings. You've got to be patient and then pounce when it matters. And I don't think of any difference. They're a bit more consistent, but yeah, you've got to stay cool, stay focused, and be ready to go when you get that set wave.
All right, we're underway here with our half-hour heat. Lost a minute of it. We'll see a set swinging in. You can see that sort of velvety, smooth face, just a slight ruffle in it. When the offshore kicks in and blows out the canyon here, that will smooth things out further. But right now, pretty light airs out there, as we'll see Connor Slipen commit to a paddle. The South African, here he goes, from deep on this one. Nice crisp whip off the top from him, pulls the turn short and goes back again and gets a little wiggle off the tail. Oof, just arrived a bit late there with the foam climb section. Down, hopefully avoided getting the board to the head. Yeah, he did. So an opening ride there for Slipen.
Yeah, we're off. He was a bit deep on that reef. It's going to be a, you know, positioning's all important, and some of those better waves going to run down the edge of the reef a little bit to the left of your screen. And yeah, Connor was just a little bit deep and couldn't quite connect it.
Chico, you're surfing first heat of the day, first round of the men's. What are you looking to do?
Well, there's a lot of pressure involved because you don't know where the scale is in terms of judging. But other than that, as Ben mentioned, he was a touch too deep on that one. I feel like these first few minutes in Ribara, they always tend to sit further too deep, and that it's going to affect the positioning for the wave. And yeah, I just feel like they feel the pressure. They want to catch the first wave in the morning. Yeah, it's pressure time for them. And as you said, first heat in the morning, even more pressure, I feel like.
Yeah, this stage of the tide, when there is plenty of water on the reef, you can get drawn too deep. When the tide goes out more, it's fairly obvious exactly where that line of rocks ends and where the whitewater is. Meanwhile, having a little paddle and a look around. It might be Slipen again here. So sitting wider by virtue of the fact he rode a wave. Gets himself that opportunity, exactly the point that Chico was making. And here he goes. Can he make it pay? Really nice and loose off the top as he just engages the rail, really crisp. And not trying to do too much, just matching the energy of the wave. Opening up on the rail again. So covering some ground is the young South African Slipen. And still swinging through an inside here. And he'll look to get this one stand up, get a little bit of work done into the lip. The rip has something to say about that. Just pulls deep water. So Slipen, a couple of waves, is in motion.
Yeah, that's what you want. And sometimes the more waves you catch, the more waves you catch, isn't it? And we talked about being a bit too deep on that first wave, and he was probably a little bit too the opposite. But just to get it, you know, get a few top turns. Those first few turns he did looked pretty sharp, and he'll be happy that, you know, he's on the board. He's got a score, and he can reassess for his opponents who's still sitting waiting to, you know, get their mark off.
Chico, we had a little glimpse. Well, let's just check the replay first of all. Talk us through this one, Chico.
Yeah, quick carving up there. It looks really quick. You can tell he's young. Nice off the top there, throwing the fins out. And I think one thing that is helping him with this tide is how young and light he is on his feet. And it looks quick. Yeah, this was a good wave. Here, I didn't felt you needed to stay on the wave for so long. With this tide, if you don't see the section at the end, it's not going to be there. You cannot really pretend it's going to be there. I think this was the money turn, looked really clean. Nothing crazy, but some clean lines, great connection in between turns, and looking speedy. So something that with this tide can look can be hard, I feel like. And yeah, this was his first wave, the 267. So as you said, Ben, a bit further out the back and couldn't really make around the section. So yeah, just stayed in between, and as we see some more lines approaching.
Board looking really nice from there. Doesn't seem to have to do too much to get that thing to accelerate.
No, straight off the bat, wasn't he? Looked like he had board speed. We said his brother Luke surfed here in the last few years, and kind of the younger brother of the Cape Town real family, but this wave looks good, doesn't it, Paulie?
Here we go, Uwami, great rapid turn from him to open up, and he's got some meat here, and again into the lip, just keeping that going down the line, and holds on with a rail turn. Does feel like it's got kind of set up energy throughout. He really is waiting for some steepness to come. This will push him down wide on the reef here, and he'll want to finish here and really get a chance to attack. Again, just carving and then snaps out the end of the turn. One more time. And he'll get the finish on the whitewater on the end. So a committed ride, surfing with amplitude, going all the way from the bottom of the wave into the lip. Uwami's underway.
Yeah, Uwami's there, and it's good. You know, these early rounds, so we're in the round of, you know, the first rounds, not the big seeds. We haven't seen the heavy hitters, but it is a chance to get to see some of these really young surfers who have done really well on their respective regions qualifying series. And Uwami, you know, he's 17, he's young, and he looks like a massive talent.
Brody Sale whips one on a foamy section, commits to the bottom turn. Again, that equipment looks electric under his feet in the pocket as he just swings around that wave. Not offering a lot down the line. To your point that you made earlier, Chico, you look down the line, there isn't that section wrapping in. It's probably going to go into a hole. It's exactly what Brody Sale has happened from that. Probably knew that was coming actually, but just thought I might as well get involved.
Yeah, he's looking good. That part looks crisp, and he was looking on his way to make a good score, but as you said, the wave was really bad and really soft towards the end there. And yeah, this was the wave of the day so far. Tenji here with a nice carve there. I felt like he had the wave and he played a bit safe on this wave overall, but nonetheless, some clean lines. He's young, he's only 18, and this is only his second event, his second Challenger Series, so maybe a bit showing a bit of some nerves on this one, but nonetheless, a well put together wave, and connecting all the dots, making sure he finishes it off the wave, and most likely all the score we're going to see from this wave it's because how good this wave was, and yeah, this wave was really well selected by Tenji. This was the turn I felt like he could push a bit more. Here he just stops there, kind of like plays it safe, and this section he could have exploded a bit more, and he goes a bit to the front of the wave. He goes forward there, but nonetheless really well surfed wave by Tenji, and some really beautiful lines. You can tell he's got great style and great technique. I feel like that's something all the Japanese surfers have.
Here's Kehu Butler with speed and with flow down the line. And he wanted another section. You can see that grimace just before he kicks out then. Really wanted to tee off on that thing down the line. Kehu Butler has been competing in Portugal and enjoying his time over here for a number of years now. Just building that experience up. All those elements to come together for him. He's such a polished performer. And he would love to get a big result here, particularly at this stage of the season on our Challenger Series. With those permutations coming in. Second to last event, 4 events counting.
Was it one of those first years, Paul, where he had a breakthrough? I think he maybe got the quarterfinals in his first ever trip to Portugal, and every posted interview, we couldn't wait to see him win another heat because he was such a bright spark, a real fun-loving personality, a real charisma and real energy. And every time he spoke, he was talking about the pasties, wasn't he? And he was real, and he still's got that, you know, infectious personality. And, you know, 5 years on, he's quite experienced now. I think it's time for Kehu just to really step it up. You know, he's got so much talent. Now he's got the experience. There's no real reasons why he can't make that next jump, because that's where his surfing's at. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on this week. It's going to be pretty pivotal if he wants to get that all-important CT, which I think his surfing has got the chops for. He hasn't quite got the results that maybe surfing deserves.
Yep, as you said, Ben, he's so good. He has a series now online, and I've seen one of the episodes, and he's so good and so technical with his surfing, and he's got a mix of technique with power, and yeah, he has done some major true results in Australia, and he has won a couple of QSs back home, and as you said, he's such a good character. Every interview he makes, it's just like a surprise for us. So a really entertaining guy overall, and hopefully he can catch a better wave on this heat and get his opportunity to showcase his level of surfing.
Under 20 minutes to go in our opening heat, around at 80 Challenger Series back in Portugal. We are on beautiful looking conditions. Here's a wave of Kehu Butler, commits to the bottom snap and releases the tail and the fins, and does well to navigate some chunky whitewater bits on the face and keeps that rail clean with a wrap. So he got a wave basically straight after that quick one we just saw on replay. Didn't waste any time. Find himself a much more legitimate opportunity. And he'll set up an inside here. Really nice. Snaps off the top. Throws up the spray. And again, a well put together wave. Let's check out that Hawaii Brody Sails. Another slopey section for him. Let's see if he can get something going on the inside. But this wave not offering the ideal shape, but there's different ways of doing it. Ribeira Dillas. You find yourself a little corner. Get your maneuvers done. Let's see where that goes points-wise. Let's have another look at Brody.
Yeah, look pretty sharp. Brody's from the Big Island in Hawaii, so you know, it's a pretty well-known breeding ground. Of course, probably the Dorians, both Shane and now Jackson, probably the two of the better-known surfers. They've got that often like a polished style, and he's sort of growing all the time. He's still only a young lad, and you can see that he's got a lot of power to come, a lot of potential. And this wave just was a little bit. You know, he had to really work hard, really grinding his way through that. But, you know, he surfs well. But this wave, Chico, we talk about that. That's the explosive factor that Kehu's got, hasn't it?
Yeah, he had fourth priority here, and I think he did such a good job to identify potential on this wave. This was a smaller wave, but it's one of those that grows up towards the inside section, and he was able to put a score on the board with this one. That first one was really good, and the last one was really good too. That section, it's so hard to surf on the high tide, and he did a really good job to fit a good turn there. As we see again, good wind up, and bang, puts a bit pressure on the back foot, slides the tail, gets the board all the way around it, and I think the judges are gonna take that risk into consideration, and he was able to finish it off. So really well surfed wave by Kehu. And as you said, he's got an X factor about his surfing that looks really good. And this last turn was the exclamation point that I think is going to factor into his score line. And this section was money. Bang. With this tide, it's hard to get that extra section there. And he got it. So really well surfed wave and wave selection by Kehu.
It's with the judges right now, but a long wave there for Kehu. Let's see where that puts him. 17 on the clock. It's an interesting point you made, Ben, about thinking about getting a result for him, particularly in this could be his year, maybe should be his year. But you know, you come on tour, the Challenger Series. Let's say you're 18 years old, you got all that hype around you, you got good sponsors, and you get given a little bit of a gimme because you're new and you're young and you're still learning. But after a couple of seasons, just wonder how many seasons before. And you do have that next generation coming up underneath you, including the likes of Connor Slipen, who slides out the tail there. And just trying to put a little extra pizzazz into that turn. Doesn't quite come off for him.
Yeah, you're right, Paul. I mean, you look at this.
You got the youngsters nipping at your heels, and you're starting to think, you know what, it's time for me to step up now.
Yeah, and you know what, like a surfer's career, what is it? I mean, it basically peaks from 20 to 30, really. Some of the best guys obviously go a bit longer, but 10 years isn't a long time to try and build a career. And if 4 years in you haven't cracked it already, you know, it's a short. It's not like a bus driver, you know, you're not going to get a pension at the end of it. So it is tight. There's a lot of pressure, and there's always every year there's new kids coming through. They're better, they're faster, they're well travelled, they're professional, they're eating, you know, they're doing all this stuff. It was so beyond 10 years ago. So yeah, you just got to get the results, and that's the end of the day. That's, you live and die by it, and each individual heat all day today and for the rest of the event. 2 go in and 2 go out, and it's brutal.
Checking out Hiroto Ohara as he performs a vigorous warm-up down here on the beach. It's not a cold morning by local standards. It's actually pretty balmy the way this airflow is going at the moment. Hiroto making sure The rig is in full working order. He's got a tough heat. Kaname Singh, a brilliant surfer, great competitor, super smart. Gatien Delay, one of the top-rated surfers out of Europe, qualified here by virtue of his performance last year on the Challenger Series. Got himself back this year. He's been a touch frustrated with injuries. Gatien early this year had to give up his wild card into the CT for injury. He'll be looking to go big here in Ericeira. And Adu Amatreyin, the young Basque, brilliant young surfer, great competitor. That's another great looking heat. To your point exactly, Ben, it's brutal from the get-go here, straight into it, fighting on arrival, and only 2 can go through.
Yeah, and like with Gatien, you know, he's in that same caliber, incredible surfer, sort of hit it quite young and was a bit of a phenom, and, you know, now he's still been on tour 6-7 years, but he's just, yeah, it's tough out there.
Decent number in for Butler, 5.53 for his last wave. Puts him in first place in this one. We'll just keep eyes on an opportunity here, and it will be Tenshi Iwami. Likes the look of it. He's got the high number of heat, that 5.83. He's got another good wave here and opens up. It's a bit more upper body into that first turn. Just holding that rail. So clearly the line he's decided to take is link up with longer turns, keep that rail in the water and show that flowy point break style of surfing. Let's see how it pays off for him. Just a couple of abbreviated setup snaps for the young Japanese teenager. And a strong finish, nicely done. Changes the line, mixes it up, a little bit of variety. A good backup wave. Oof. And swinging out the back, sliping again. He's done that a couple of times now, Ben.
Yeah, he's tried to hit the lip and then just sort of got disconnected. So after that, you got that strong, well, fast start with a couple of waves. But yeah, now he needs to regroup and reset.
While we wait for scores to come in, we'll go to a quick commercial break. We're underway here on the Challenger Series in Europe. We'll be right back.
The EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, Surf for Tomorrow, by Vissla, creators and innovators, by Estrella Galicia, brewed and bottled in Galicia, Spain since 1906, and by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination.
Welcome back to Portugal, picking up live action here. Out in the water, Connor Sliping looking for numbers, committed snap from him in the pocket. And again, just tagging the lip. This one will go slopey, and he'll try to line up some crisp rail work. So, quick section out the back there for the young South African, and he's rallying here. He's been the busiest surfer out in the water in this heat so far. How to be like this action?
Yeah, that first turn, just putting it in, a bit more engagement of the fans, but unfortunately for Connor, after that, it just went, you know, there's no opportunities. But you can tell his intent. He didn't fall because he'd had a few falls before. So down from Cape Town, down there. So he's used to some cold water and some wetsuits. That's not the issue. It's more maybe some of the nerves. The lifeguard down there at Lanudo. So good rid of the ocean. And here's another one. This is Brody's sail, Hawaiian. And he too, just trying to find some open face, and those 3 turns didn't have any, so that's not going to be sort of make the scorers happy. But geez, they come through quick and fast, and Japanese surfer again, Chico. This was just before the break. Do you think again, he's just, those turns are good, Chico, but he's just holding a little bit back, isn't he? He feels like he could open up more, personally.
Yeah, I feel like he's got the speed, the technique. He's got everything to actually push a bit more, and he's having one of the hardest things to have in Ribaradilhas, which is speed, a lot of speed. But I think he's playing a bit safe. But as I said before, I think it can be a bit of some nerves.
Yeah, I'll just go the flip side of that argument for balance. I reckon, you know, you're opening round, 2 surfers getting through. If you looked at the scores and really drilled into it, you probably don't need 2 8s to make it through. And I think he's just avoiding falling off. And yeah, you could call it safety surfing, but it's pretty solid what he's doing. There aren't massive sections to really tee off on. Quite like the way he's flown it all together. So far, so good. A brilliant looking wave here, though, for Butler. There's the aggression. You see him on the bottom, to how committed he is, and he is driving that surfboard down the line. Can't get a clean hit on that section, but he'll look to keep going here, and he wants to get in this. He's just got to lose that small backup number that he's got, which, well, that backup's gone already. So this will put him in a much better position as he sets up again, using that knowledge that he's garnered down the years surfing here, and puts it up a couple more times on a runner section. It'll just keep providing. So a great finish, spicy, aggressive, committed. Meanwhile, right behind him, Sliping again, just snapping that tail and staying in the pocket. And then a little bit of lip crumble, and it's stylishly done, it's polished, and he finishes all the way down on the inside. So long waves there for Butler and for Sliping. Under 8.5 to go.
Yeah, a lot going on there. You're right. It's talking about different approaches and whether to play it safe. I know your approach in life is trying to play a little bit safe. That's where you like to play it. But sometimes, you know, you've got to get, you know, the risky turns. That was a good cutback right in the top section, and he just started to find his groove here a little bit more. Kehu got a wave of one of the best waves of the heat. And I suppose it all comes down to results. In the end of the day, your approach is dictated by whether you're in that first or second. And as it stands, Tenchi for that wave. But these 2 waves was, so his approach is paying off. Just hopefully it doesn't come back to haunt him if these 2 guys get a couple of bigger waves and really go for it.
Yeah, as you said, I feel like there's a mix in between playing it safe and actually surfing a bit more powerful. And for the waves he got, I thought he could have been a bit more aggressive, like this. Oosh. Bang! Huge carve under the lip for Kehu. And with a single maneuver, the score is going to go probably a lot higher than the usual, because he connected with the inside, and judges want to see a first big turn out the back, and he connected here. He got a snap, and you can tell he's strong the turns, and he's risking a bit more, putting a bit more power in the maneuvers, and I think that's a factor that is going to come in and play in on the judges' mind, because if you compare the 5.53 with the 5.83 of Tenchi, the Kehu wave and the Tenchi wave, Tenchi's wave was way better than Kehu's wave. Was the wave of the day so far. So hopefully he doesn't play against him at the end of this one.
6 minutes and 40 to go in our opening heat, round of 80 for the men on the Challenger Series here at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. We ran a round of the women's 2 days ago. That was Sunday, opening day. We had a day off yesterday. Things got small. There was some free surfing around. We talk about, well, the embarrassment of riches really available around here. When things get small on the reefs, there's overhead beach break surf really pretty much any given day. So a fun day off, but we're back to business here, and our forecast promised us this swell to fill in. Exactly what it's done. We're draining out on the tide now, getting towards that mid-tide, which is generally kind of what we want, mid to low. Or low to mid, really, as it comes in.
I like low to mid. There's a bit more push in the swell. Mid to low tends to get a bit more quiet, the ocean. There's bigger lulls, so low to mid, I think it's the best part. So 6.57 for Kehu, Paul.
Yeah, good number for him, really good. And it puts him in the driving seat in this heat. And you just felt that first, even for the top turn, just that first bottom turn, how committed he was. He just looked like he had an extra gear of speed there. Yeah, just a bit more sort of power and more confidence. You know, that just, as you say, that just comes with experience. That
we talk about, you know, he's surfed this wave, you know, 4 or 5 times. He's been on the qualifying series. He's had wins in Australia. So just that ability to back yourself and actually push a bit harder. Yeah, that's where we got the points.
Here's our tides. So the low tide, that's the crucial one really for today in terms of our competition. So just before midday, 11:44, and it's still a pretty significant tidal swing. About 8.5 feet of tide, so about 2.5 meters, something of that order, and it will change things significantly. So this will look completely different 2 hours from now. Everything you see on your screen there, that's white water now, that'll be dry reef. The wave will just move slightly out and over. And should provide us with long walls running down. The winds look pretty light throughout the day as well. Maybe a slight ruffle out of the west-northwest, but nothing particularly untoward. We've been blessed with dreamy conditions. It has been, Chico, an unbelievable, well, September to kick off autumn, all time in Portugal.
Yeah, it has been crazy. I surfed on my board shorts the last 2 weeks ago. For the first time in my life in Portugal for a week. So the water has been really warm. We are having one of the hottest Septembers we ever had in Portugal. So looks like it's even better than August.
A beautiful time of year to be in Europe. And if you're looking to go high up on the Challenger Series rankings, time to get a result. Brody Sale needs to get his skates on here, hunting down a 6.83. A 6 is also the requirement for Connor. It's a slightly more modest one, the 6.4. And he's been busy, ridden 7 waves. He's improved his score with his last one, that 4.1. He needs a bit more where that's come from. He's shown us flashes, Connor, particularly on his turns. He's tightened up some of those arcs on that bladey-looking circle, but he hasn't put a whole wave together thus far. This guy has, Butler. That's why he's in the lead. And he'll try and come from behind a little section here. And realizes that ain't happening.
Yeah, Connor, you said you're right. Had flashes, had sort of that sort of skatey style almost. He's sort of coming off the coping, getting the fins out, but he hasn't had any type of big sections to mix it up. And he's been battling away. He's got a lot of waves. Just hasn't been able to nail anything above the 4-point ride. And now he's running out of time. We need something pretty special now.
30 minutes to go. Let's check the heat recap. We got underway, and this was an absolute bomb for Iwami.
Yeah, these first 2 sections, I mean, look at that. It's overhead. It's a clean face. He got some scores there. You know, we talk about being a little bit critical and maybe leaving some points on this wave, but he got a 6.5, sorry, 5.83 and a 4.9. So, yeah, as you said, his approach has got him currently in 2nd spot. You know, his first heat of the event, finding his feet, he's got a lot more left in him, but his wave selection and his patience has been, you know, really spot on. And those 2 things will get you a long way in this event if you got those. But Butler, well, he just showed that extra flash, didn't he, Chico? Just that more well-rounded, and he got those end sections which no other surfer's been able to get, right?
Yeah, I just feel like Butler is, once he has the opportunity, he's not playing it safe. And you can feel that with his experience and his style of surfing. And that's why he's been so consistent on the QS and he's so dangerous. We saw him last year doing some damage here, but yeah, once he finds his groove, like on this one, he's really dangerous here in Ribeiradilhas. And Keo is a fearless competitor and showing a lot of experience, as you said, because once he gets the opportunity, you can feel there's something great coming, and he's not gonna hold his surfing at all.
It kind of reminds me like Zeke Lau, that kind of style. And you know, Zeke's done really well here over the years, won the events here, and got some big results to qualify. So, real similar style and the way they approach waves and the power and the style, sort of both power but really fluid. Anyway, he's got a solid number, 12 points. In most of these heats was going to be pretty much enough to get you through, and Butler's got control at the moment.
Just over a minute to go here in our opening heats for the men at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro Challenger Series action right from the get-go. If you don't make it in the first 2 positions, that'll be it for Portugal. And at the moment it is Slipe and the young South African and Sale out of Hawaii, who have work to do. Priority is the surfer in 2nd. Crucially, that's Japanese Teen Iwami. But this guy, Butler, on screen, has just rallied, really. Just sort of forced himself into a dominant position on this heat, linking up those long, winding sections and just milking them for points. So the priorities used here by Iwami in 2nd place, just looking to improve his own total, but at the same time keep anyone else off this wave. Potentially as he'll swing around, little figure 8 wrap and accelerate into the lip. Nice bit of verticality into that one, a bit more spray from him as well. Just maintaining his line, standing on that tail, standing really close to the white water. This wave will go steep and then all of a sudden go deep. Don't want to get too far away from the pocket. He knows that. Seems to have a pretty good read on things from the ways he's been able to catch in this heat. And as we go and count down and we'll get the horn, he'll finish down in the shadow of the cliffs here. And that'll be a pretty decent effort from him to bring that one all the way in, just down in the next cove there to round out a pretty solid heat. So 6.28 is what he requires for first, but either way, whether he gets that score or not, he'll be heading into the next round. Well done.
Yeah, well done. He's, you know, he has had a win this year on the Asian qualifying series. Won in India, which was an incredible event actually. The surfing world getting wider. So yeah, he surfed well, composed for a young man, and that man there too on your screen. So he'll be happy just to get through that first round. Is pretty nervous. He just kneelos it in. So yeah, good surfing from those two guys. I was impressed. I like it, Paul.
A good start to the day here in Ericeira. We've got more live action coming at you right after the break. It's another beautiful day in Portugal with plenty of surf out in the water, and the action on the Challenger Series is red hot from the get-go. Another stack heat kicking off this round of 80. We're checking out Hiroto Ohara, Keanu Singh, Gatien Delay, and Adu Amatrain, young and upcoming talent out of the European region, taking on surfers with a bit more experience. Keanu Singh already with success on the championship tour, and such a polished competitor. Really smart surfing mind. He's great in the studio as well with his insights when we get him up here. He's a really cool person to have around, still surfing really well. And Hiroto Ohara, well, we remember his success, early breakthrough success at the US Open over in Southern California. And he's such a good surfer on a rail, particularly in these kind of conditions where he really commits to the bottom turns. Here he goes, and let's see him. One of those surfers you feel his technique is a really good match for this wave. Illustrates that point for me as he stabs one out of the lip and just keeps that board loaded up. Just love the way he drives from one rail to the other. The transition's really crisp from Hiroto. And just trying to push a touch hard on his finishing turn, which will be an incomplete one, but nevertheless some sterling work done to get him to that point.
Yeah, incredible, as we see out the back, Keanu Singh. So, yeah, K-Boy has won a CT event, as you said, Paul. transitioned into coaching and is still coaching over here. A lot of the young Hawaiians, he's under his mentorship. He's not quite given up the tools. You can see why. Another mistake, which is not like him. He's known for his smart tactical ability, but just made an error at the end.
It goes Morais in, fades his entry, and then commits to a stabbing turn. And it is a sharp one. Just slightly overcooking it. You see the rueful look down the line as he sees what he could have had. And possibly just illustrating that point we were making in the previous heat about maybe getting overexcited and trying to push a little too hard. It's all about finding that balance between what you might want to call safety surfing or being over exuberant.
Yes, and there you go. It's a very, very fine line. A Singh here, nice little opening wave. He pushed it a little bit hard right at the end. Sort of found his groove. Thought, here we go. He's starting to wind up. That was a nice turn. He thought, here we go. You can just finish off here. A nice cut back. Here we go. Can he finish it? And for some reason, he just dug that inside rail and didn't. He'll be sort of pretty upset by this. And then, yeah, Adua. He looked really, oh, sorry. This is O'Hara. You liked this wave, Shiko, didn't you? I could hear you gasp with sort of pleasure as he started to wind up through this inside bit.
I love this wave from Hiroto. I love his style and his approach. He gets really low, and the speed he was generating from start to finish was crazy. I think this is going to be an excellent score. And we were speaking about how good they are and how technical they are, and that was amazing.
Speaking of people whose technique matches this wave, Kehu Butler smashed his first heat. He's with Joanna.
Did. Well, you were slowly building your score right there, but by the end you got the first place. You were really calm and relaxed. What was the strategy for this first round?
Yeah, I didn't have too much strategy. It just looked super fun, but it's quite deceiving. It's a little bit tricky. You know, waves are breaking 20 meters out and 20 meters in, so I just thought if I get a good one, then I'm sure I'd surf it all right. So, yeah, just trying to surf as much as I can.
So how about these conditions? You're going to surf later on in the day. You're excited about that?
Yeah, super excited to be able to surf with no one out again. Not often you get to surf at this fun and no one out, so I'm just going to make the most of that opportunity and, yeah, have fun.
And I can probably guess what you're going to do in between those rounds. You're going to play a bit of footy?
Yeah, I'll kick the footy around. Watched the NRL Grand Final a few days ago. It was pretty sick. Our team won, so it's pretty gangster. So, yeah, I'll go kick the footy around, punch a few Red Bulls back and get some energy for this afternoon.
Well, go get those Red Bulls. Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
What a lord. Kehu Butler is stoked. And we're enjoying the show already in our second heats. Check out Keanu Singh here. Using that polished technique, just staying as ever in the critical section of the wave. Doesn't have to do loads. Display spray. Swing that board around with skill and aplomb. A good heat this one already. Still 23 minutes to go in it. Judges, they owe us some numbers. A couple for Hiroto O'Hara and a couple for Keanu Singh as well. This guy here. And it is with the panel right now, just trying to differentiate, break it all down. We've been admiring the technique from O'Hara. We love this stuff as well from Keanu Singh.
Yeah, you know, we talk about the career of a surfer, and, you know, Keanu's a really interesting case where he, you know, we saw that how difficult it can be. Back on the CT in France, he won the event, won his first CT, and he's gnarly on his backhand. So here we go. He's going to really kick on. This could be the, you know, a career-defining moment. Came down to Portugal for the very next event, got injured, got knocked out first round, and then never recovered. And he actually got relegated off the CT that same year. So that's how brutal it can be. You can go from this, but this guy, who was also won some big events in his time, and you can see why, because his surfing is so smooth. There's that spark. You never know what's going to happen as well. Even though it's smooth, there's that unpredictable nature about his surfing, and it sort of gets you really excited, fires you up.
Yeah, Shiko, we were talking about the technique and how good a match it is for the wave. You mentioned how low he gets. He also seems to stand quite far back off the tail, and I guess that really helps to commit the rail here at Ribeira.
Yeah, it's just like the pace he has on the wave. I feel like the time he gives in between turns gives him that feeling of standing up wave all the time. And I think he surfs through the pace of Ribeira, and you feel like his wave is way better than the others. And of course, the waves were good, and he had a good selection on it, but he surfed with a different pace, and as you said, with different approach in terms of a rail game. And Hiroto, I think he has a style in surfing that fits really, really well this way. So.
Yeah, I mean, the speed as well there, just blistering pace from him, but sometimes in those sections that time between the sections on the wave. Their surfers kind of stand above their board. He always feels like he's driving his board one way or the other. He's either leaning over one rail or slicing back down into the pocket. Just looks so dynamic and cool, certainly from up here. So does stack lines approaching, and exactly what Kehu Butler was talking about in his debrief with Joanna. Waves breaking outside. There is a bit of shift as this tide swings out and this swell fills in. We're expecting to pick up even a touch further than this during the day. What are you seeing here, Chico?
Well, I think the second wave of the set in Ribera tends, with the tide dropping, tends to be a good one. This looked like a good one, but it wasn't. But the white water ones after the first wave of the set tends to be the double up one that goes all the way towards the inside section. And guys like Thiago, Frederico, you're going to see them looking at those waves. It's crazy because it's one of those waves that sometimes you think, oh, the cleanest is going to be the best one. And it's not. The one that gets a bit of the froth at the start cleans up towards the inside and gets really, really good.
Gatien Delay, just a small throw for him so far in this one. Coming off the back of a solid result in a QS a couple of weeks ago, just up the coast, about 20 minutes north there. Santa Cruz made the final there. Marco Mignot took that one out. Gatien Delay, part of that strong French contingent, really dominated the rankings in terms of Challenger Series qualifiers from Europe. It's pretty much an all-French affair in that top 10, aside from Adora Matrain out of last year. So French surfers dominant there.
Yeah, this year it's been really, really almost strange how just, you know, the top sort of 10 spots all got that tricolour flag there. Gatien from the French Caribbean, but had a few injuries and just overcoming that. And now he's coming back, and yeah, he got a final, as you said, in Santa Cruz, just up the coast here. Looks dangerous. He's a patient kind of a surfer. He does take his time. So yeah, looking forward to see what he can do when he finally sort of explodes.
Jordan Lawler getting ready, game face on. He knows this wave he's competing here down the years. Another really tough looking heat coming up as they just come thick and fast. 19 on the clock here. We'll fly by over Ribeira Dilas and check the scene from above. And surfers with numbers in will be feeling a lot better about their morning. Chiefly this guy. Couple of big sevens from him. Meaty numbers for Hiroto Ohara. 717 early on. And just to sort of double underline that point with a red pen, 733 for his second wave. He looks so good on both of those waves. Very much dialed in. And let's see how we can go towards building up not only this heat, but then assuming if he is able to make it through, putting together a result. Another surfer you mentioned, early success in their careers for the likes of Keanu May Singh. Hiroto Ohara, someone again who we've had a lot of focus on, a lot of attention, obviously getting that win, that statement performance in the US Open. But since then, we've been waiting for a lot more from Ohara.
Yeah, well, you see the surfing that we've seen in those first two waves. You can see that just how good a surfer he is and how exciting he is to watch. And you're right, he got that win in the US Opens. He won a car, couldn't even drive it, didn't even have his driver's license. He was that young. And then that was, yeah, probably good 4 or 5 years ago at least. So just waiting to see his potential come to fruition. Blarney ball there. So yeah, it's so difficult to get, as we see live action though.
Gatien Delay, nice and stylish as he flicks one into the lip, just tags the tail into that whitewater section. Didn't have loads more happening for him down the line though.
What do you reckon about that, Chico? When you wait, he's waited a long time, hasn't he? What, 10, 12 minutes? And then to get a wave that's not going to be a scorer, it puts yourself in a difficult position, doesn't it? Mentally, you've got to be strong now to sort of overcome that.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're right. I think he did a good job on this last section. He did well, but wasn't the great one here in Ribera. And I feel like in Ribera, it's really important to get one of those first waves of the heat and get priority right off the start to get that something going. Because if you don't take anything on those 5 minutes and you stay there another 10, that's 15 minutes of the heat pass by and you're just waiting for your opportunity.
A nice dynamic flowy hit on the lip there, but he would have loved to already have 6 or 7 belts onto the lip already. Be doing that on the end section of the wave, not at the takeoff. 4 surfers in the water, you go sort of last of the queue in terms of priority and factors. So Hasn't even been awarded a 4th priority yet. It'll be deemed in the lineup soon, but Delay is going to have to be patient here. Just over 16 minutes remaining in our second heat of the day. Hirota O'Hara so far is flying in this one. More live action from Portugal right after this. Welcome back to Portugal. We're live from Ribeira d'Ilhas in Ericeira. And another beautiful morning with a fresh swell pulsing in the water here at this iconic right-hand reef point. And a venue for high-stakes professional surfing events down the year. It's the penultimate event on the Challenger Series. And a chance for surfers really to either consolidate their claim if they're already going well, or surfers lower down in the rankings. A great opportunity to get themselves in the mix here. We're a long way away from that, though, with a big, big week of surfing as yet to come. Just getting underway for the men here with this round of 18 so far in this heat. It is Hirota O'Hara, who we sort of teased him in this as having one of those surfers having that technique that matches the wave. It's exactly what he's shown us, Ben.
Yeah, he really has. And then just to get those 2 bankers straight off the money and just sitting really, really comfortably now. Now we can just consolidate. There's nothing much that really could go wrong. And we talk about those, he hasn't made a mistake. Adu just had that one wave, fell off, and that's just put him, right back under the pump now with 12 minutes on the clock. He has to surf his whole heat now. As we see Gallagher pulling the trigger.
Yeah, here goes Gassi on and inside here, and he needs a wave. And he does well just to keep momentum going. The wave's a little sluggish. He's not pumping the board. He's just being super casual and calm and just feeling this out with a real natural surfer flow. And he'll want a stronger finish here. Now he fires up a bit. Now he's interested. What's he got to finish? Wow, really nice. Tags it hard. Couldn't have done much more with that wave. Out the back, he knew that wave was softer, and he just had to stick with it, hoping an inside was forthcoming, and it was.
Smart surfing, because he was in 4th priority. That was a nice first turn. It's a small wave, but as you say, there's a nice bit of erraticalness. He's got the ability, Gation, to manufacture a score out of nothing. He can go big on the air, but in this case, he just sort of backed his own surfing, stayed nice and calm and composed. Saw a little section down the end, and then this last section here sort of made it really count. So, you know what? He's got himself right back in the game with smart competitive surfing and his good style, the 2 trademarks of his career so far. So, yeah, I'm impressed by that.
Yep, it was a really well-surfed wave. The first turn, as you said, the first carve was really tight in the pocket. And I think it was really smart from him to get that wave under priority. I think he's going to get back into the heat with the second highest score, the third highest score of the heat so far. And I think for the position he was in with first priority, it's really smart.
Just equipment-wise, Chico, as well, because I know you like to get into that sort of stuff. His board looking like it's slicing really nicely through the water there, particularly on that tight shot. You can see how easy it was over those deep sections. There are a lot of deep sections over here. Just thinking that last heat, Kehu Butler, his board bouncing around a bit chattery. Looked like he had maybe a carbon epoxy, something with more volume. Does seem kind of more like a PU day so far this morning.
Well, I think if you want to use an epoxy, Ribeira, it's the perfect place to do it because the wave is really looks beautiful, but it's soft overall.
Okay.
So the lip is not going to make you fall. But yeah, if you want a bit more control and smooth surfing, just like Gatian did, and you don't want that bumpy stuff under your feet, you just surf on PU. But yeah, as we see, the man himself,
Thiago Carrique, goofy foot out of France. A really solid surfer. When things get juicier, he managed to, well, snaffle Gassian's wildcard spot actually into the CT up in Peniche in March. He absolutely charged it there. It was pretty much, I think it was the biggest day, and he was packing some massive closeouts. He's quietly confident, we'd say, Ben.
Yeah, he's a real calm sort of persona. Always got a smile on his dial, but yeah, he's got that sort of inner sort of confidence. Yeah, he packs some to us 10, 12 foot. I mean, I think he's still picking some sand out of some spots he doesn't even know about so far. He really went for it, really charged hard. Didn't get through, but sort of put the world on notice that he's a real talent. Currently leading the ratings on the European qualifying series, so it comes in with loads of confidence. I'm looking forward to seeing him. You talk about the equipment. I thought you were going to go with the classic sort of high centre of gravity, low centre of gravity sort of chat in this one, because we've got probably three of the smallest. I was going to save
that, Ben, but you've gone there. Okay.
Well, we've got three of the smallest surfers in terms of stature in Ahara, Asing and Amatrain. I reckon they must be at the lower end, and they've got that real lowest centre of gravity, which is supposedly does help in surfing, so the theory goes. But then Gatian, obviously a big, tall, rangy fella.
Mid-high?
Oh, very top of the range, sort of high centre of gravity. So, yeah, interesting, different approaches just based on your stature. It changes the way you approach a wave. And so far, well, O'Hara and Delahaye, that score coming in there at 5.83. He's got himself up in the second from nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Armatreyin with priority. This is going to be crucial what he does next, Chico, because he's got nothing on the board so far. And usually, even when he loses heats, he's never completely out of it. Usually he's really close. He's always competing to the last exchange. This is uncharacteristic for seeing him at this late stage with nothing on the board.
Well, I think that's a good point about Adur. I know this is only his third event after injury. I think Panteam was the first event after injury. And Adur had a time off, so I think he's trying to find his mojo.
Delay, trying to push one. Does well to just recover that. Won't be a massive number. Yeah, Adur had to miss out a couple of events on the Challenger Series that he qualified for by virtue of his performances here in Europe with that injury, but he looks to be making a decent comeback, as is Gassian Delay, who's pushing hard on the tail there.
Yeah, as I said, he's got the ability to manufacture scores out of nothing, and that one probably won't be that exactly, but he's got that big layback snap. You can see the fins pop out. It's pretty actually radical when you slow it down and see the technique. And rides out clean. So, yeah, he's an explosive surfer when he wants to be. And just trying to improve on a 2.93 as well. So, again, I don't know if he's going to do that, but he's just staying busy, which is what you're talking about. Adur and Amatrain, that's normally his MO, but he's just not doing it in this heat. It's weird.
Yeah, Delay will know full well that 2.93 leaves him super vulnerable to the likes of Keanu Asing and Adur Amatrain, and that's why, as you mentioned, just going to work from under priority, looking to try and build that back up, surf up a wave's potential, just try and put a little bit of scoreboard pressure on surfers, chase down. At the moment, it is Asing, who only needs a 4.77 currently, as the number for Delay comes in as a 2.3. It's under his requirement to improve his total. Amatrain with that priority. We'll lose another couple of minutes off the clock since he's been sitting there and really ruining that one first wave that he took off and felt. It's amazing how what happens at the beginning of heat sometimes feels like it sort of sets the tone and becomes something of a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. That's how it's gone down for Adur since then. He fell on that wave, he kind of looked down the line and sort of watched it reel off without him, and since then he hasn't really been able to pick it up.
No, and that's why surfing is so potentially frustrating and so enjoyable and so unique as a sport, in that you make a mistake and then it's sort of the vagaries of the ocean, the rhythms of the sea determine how you go next. It's not as if you can go back in there and do a second serve and reset or, apply yourself. You just got to wait for the waves. And so far for Adu, he just hasn't had the opportunity. So he's still got that priority, but he's going to have to make it count and go pretty big on this first wave he gets, because he might not even get a second one the way it's going.
Oh, let's see if we get some opportunities for him here on our building swell and a dropping tide. I've had a few lulls in this heat, certainly fewer sets than our previous one. On the inside, as we mentioned, just looking to try and build up his numbers and work on the backup. Gastien Delay, who slightly lazy energy, throws into sort of half a layback turn. All right, Asing decides, you know what, it's time to go and try and get something. And again, realizing that wave not offering the 4.77 or better he required. By contrast, in red, those 2 sevens locked in for Hiroto Ohara means he can afford to be very casual indeed. Doesn't need to do much and wait for his priority, but knows already that his good work is already done. Get down towards 5 minutes. Let's check the recap. Ohara commanding.
Yeah, straight from the get-go, 2 big sevens. You can see how clean the waves are. He drove through every section. Only made one mistake at the very end of his first wave, but just this style. It's fast, it's furious, it's stylish, and a massive 14 points in his locker. So that was the only mistake he made. He probably would have got a few more points if he made that, but this wave was the one that Chico liked. He just sets it so well.
Yeah, this first layback set the tone of this wave. It was flying down the line. Look at this, bang! Looking really fast and really just precise overall. You can feel it's not gonna fall at all. So just putting together 2 beautiful waves, finishing it off, both of them. And that board is looking like a keeper for this contest. And with turns like this, it's gonna look really dangerous for his opponents over the next few rounds. And this was Gatian's comeback wave, really put together wave. The wave wasn't half of the quality of Hiroto's waves, but the talent he put on this wave was perfect, because this last layback was beautiful. He waited for it, and he didn't rush anything, but this last layback, bang, off the top, really precise, and great surfing by Gatian, showing a bit of a variety, something different for that 583.
All right, let's have a look at Abdul Amatrein here, rallying, waited a long time with priority, and we see him pack in 3 maneuvers in about 2 seconds of time on his board, and that'll feel much better. He'll want plenty more where that came from, and he'll look to go back and attack again. 3.5 on the clock delay. Here he goes, a smaller wave. Not a great opening section for him, and he'll realize that that one's not going to be a run and no wall down the line, so it won't add there. And Asing, who also rode a wave, is making his way out. Doesn't look like a rushed paddle from Gastien, which suggests that surfers are either already very close to being in the line to get priority, or they're way down the wave. So he's just cruising his way back out. Ohara still maintaining that top spot and the prior, but this was an important wave here for Adur.
Yes, this is the wave we've been waiting for a while. Comes around, has that sort of hook in the pocket, which he's known for, really powerful. There's another bit. The spray is the point of difference from Adur. When he connects, he throws so much water and comes down. This is the one we saw, so little 2 for 1 here. Almost caught a rail there, but regathered, comes around. So he's back in the game and finishes it off. So really, really surfing under pressure. And he's back, he's back in it.
This is the sort of surfing we'd expect to see from him 20-odd minutes or so ago, Chico.
Yeah, he's got a really compact style. And this last turn, you can tell he's just trying to make it at all costs, because he put together a really good one. And this was Keanu's wave. Nice swoop off the top there. Nice carving. Gets quick off the top to get around the section. Looks like he's going to get another opportunity here. Nice snap off the top again. He's only chasing a 4.77, so I think he's going to be right there, and a good finishing turn. Wow, this is going to be the best exchange of the heat so far.
All sorts going on here. Live action again. Here goes Amatrein in, so he has got real busy exactly when he needed to. He's going to drop a good number previous to that and wasting little time at all. We talk about energy and momentum. the sort of paddle cadence after that wave, when he hit those big turns, you just stroke him back to the lineup with twice as much force as before, finds himself another opportunity. So very likely that those two will count for him. He only had a 0.83 prior to that, and with under 90 to go, he's not a long way back for getting in the mix and threatening the second place that was held by this guy, Gatien Delay. At the moment, he's looking to get back into seconds as he pushes hard on the tail. Not sure that's going to be deemed a completion. Keanu Singh has jumped over him into second place. Let's stick with live hit and a beautiful section for your heat leader. Look at that turn off a rail, so crisp and precise. Venom in those maneuvers as well, as Hiroto O'Hara can just afford to wait for quality, and he's found that here. Just pulls that a touch short for a finishing turn, but nevertheless, another really well-ridden wave, and with just over 30 to go, he'll bring that in. Look at these sets stacking up, promising us much for a really fun day of competition. This one's been a really entertaining heat with 30 to go. And Amatreyan will just try and find another opportunity desperately here. Let's see who's in position. It'll be Keanu Singh, it looks like. We're counting down with 15 on the clock. Here goes Keanu in blue. Good looking wall set up for him. Nice committed snap, just dipping that tail. And then wrapping one into the white water. He'll stay really close to this steeper section of the wave and just prods one, flicks it off the lip. Still snapping and swinging. A little douse of delay as he'll bring through to an insider. This will be a crucial wave in the context of this heat. A really important one. Doesn't get a finishing turn, as that is right on the rocks there. Just out of shot, but there's just dry reef right next to Keanu Singh. Surfed that wave really well all the way down the reef from outside, and our judges, they got all sorts going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of numbers to come in here. A lot, that last 5 minutes, probably even less, was a incredible flow of action. I think Adu made a mistake with his second wave. He got back in the heat, and he had 90 seconds, but as it turns out, there was waves out the back. If he just waited, I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight, but in this instance, I think he may have made a mistake, because that second wave probably wasn't good enough, and Singh, I think, has capitalised on that.
Yeah, good chance to improve, and think about his 4-point ride, Keanu, and what he was able to just do right then. His high number of the 5.73. Gatien Delay tried to force the issue on a wave, and Adu, you could see from that face, he would have seen, certainly watched Keanu's wave there, and just saw quite a lot of spray from multiple committed maneuvers. Let's get another look at that wave, and this is to your point here, Ben.
Yeah, so this is the second wave. I mean, there was 90 seconds on the clock, so you can understand why, you know, you maybe had to pull the trigger, but it didn't have any open face. It did 2 turns. He got a 6.33, and then meanwhile, out these are the set waves, and Singh just found some open face and started to go to town with his trademark style. So, yeah, you know, different approaches, and luckily for me, I don't have to make that decision. The judge has got a lot of work to do.
All right, well, we do have a number in for Ador's wave. It's 2.87, so not what he required. Even prior to this number, he needed a 3.4, but a good chance of that going up by virtue of this surfing done by Keanu Singh. And if he gets the improvements, which we feel that he's got a really good chance of doing, well, that'll be the number even more steep for. Well, it's Gatien Delay really who's due a number here. It's not going to be the number he needs either. So Keanu Singh, and we talked about the experience that he's got on that high heat IQ, and from various situations, always seems to have a positive reaction. That's exactly what it's shown us there. We're all caught up with scores. It is a marginal improvement, the 4.5 for Keanu. He'll stay in seconds. There'll be disappointment for Ardoru. A stuttering start really ended up costing him. He couldn't surf his way into form in that heat. Keanu Singh able to just pick the best, particularly at the closing minutes of the exchanges, to rally himself in a hotly contested battle for second. Hiroto O'Hara looking really good value to come back in the next round. We're going to keep swinging here. Loads more action, some great looking heats to come. We're going to bring Felicity Palmatier into the studio to join Mundy for the call. We'll be right back.
welcome back to the shores of Portugal. We are at Ribeira de Ilhas. My name is Ben Mundy, and I am joined in the booth by Felicity Parmentier. Flick, you're back in the booth. You've had a day off. How are you feeling? How's the vibe?
The vibe for me this morning down at the event site, the waves are bigger, which I'm excited about. Seems like there's a lot more action going on in the water, a few more waves getting caught during the heats. Myself, I've got a little bit of a sore back, so just got that worked on, and hopefully it's going to start feeling better throughout the day.
Good. That's what we want to hear. So you're fighting fit. Speaking of fighting fit, a wrap out the back from Kalani Ball. The surfer from down just south of Sydney, at Stanwell Park, and he goes around the corner and he looks fizzy. He looks excited. First wave of the event for Kalani. He looked pretty strong off the bat. We saw a couple of waves from Jordan Lawler, and we'll get those scores in, get Flick Parmentier to talk us through, but a strong start from Kalani. We just saw a quick little look at the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. But the waiting period does start today at Malibu, one of the home of surfing. It looks like we're going to have a few lay days, not a lot of swell filling into the end of the week. So WSL all action at the moment. Meanwhile at the back, another Aussie, Jordan Lawler, the Sydney side up from the northern beaches of Sydney. Really smooth, polished surfer. Nice technique, just waiting for this fat section to wind up. Haven't seen many goofy footers as yet, but there's the big spray on his backhand, and there's another. So strong surfing from the Aussies coming off. Good friends, travel together, and they're feeding off each other at the moment. There's a lot of action, so many waves coming through, and we've got some swell. The tide looks good. Flick, it's all starting to come together, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think the surf's getting better and better already this morning. I've liked actually Jordan Lawler's approach. He's been super busy already, but that last wave we saw of him on his backhand, that was looking really good. Those last two turns that he put together were spicy. Yeah,
and here's Paula, the Brazilian. Kaya, so he comes around the corner. Oh, sorry, the Hawaiian. He just does that first turn. So these waves are opening up. Oh, and really smooth jag off the top. Another one, check turn, waits for this little slow section to fill in, takes his time, gets the finish there, comes around the corner, might get a bonus section. Again, nice little foam climb. This inside section near the rocks often starts to give you a little bit of a bonus section. In this case, it gets a little bit bumpy and pumpy, but he's got a section and tags it. So strong surfing from Paula. So I'm seeing these surfers all getting off to a good, strong start. It's from Maui, surfs under the German flag, got German heritage, but has done all his surfing over on the windy island in Hawaii. So by Paula looking strong, and it's all just starting to really get exciting here. And Flick, you can talk us through this wave, please.
Yeah, he's looking, opening up his account on this first wave, that beautiful open face carve there, backs it up with another turn straight up into the lip. And I'm already liking the variety on this wave. Those first three turns, all different. Brings it through to the inside here. It's a bit of a slower section, but he's just sort of staying with it. Another little lip line there, and he's not done yet. Just trying to squeeze every last bit of scoring potential of this wave and bringing it right through to the inside here. Looking to line up this end section and tags it one more time. So really nice opening wave there from Kaya Paula, and yeah, his support team's liking it.
They sure are, and you're right about that fact that it just had that variety, didn't it? So many different turns, but Laura, a very different approach, a little bit more vertical. Yeah,
I'd say so. His wave started off a bit more sleepy. You can see that he had to go sort of to more horizontal turns here, sort of weaving his way down the line here, but a lot of the damage was done on this end section, straight up into the lip there, and just a 1-2 combo. Those last two turns, I think that's where all the scoring will be done for that wave.
And then Kalani, this was his first wave as well. So really strong start from all three surfers. And Ball, he looked pretty fired up here, Flick.
Yeah, I like the variety here. It was a shorter wave. Does he get around this section? He doesn't. So yeah, 3 turns for Kalani. And here we go, Tiago up and riding on his backhand and straight up into the lip for that second turn. Looking for a third, keeps going down the line and comes around this section. This wave's quite foamy, but does he get a finish? He does. So all surfers now opening up their accounts, and judges have got a bit of thinking to do.
They really have, yeah, really. All sort of different approaches and different waves too. Like, oh, you know, like obviously same patch of reef, but each of those different waves had different approaches. I'll tell you one person that had a pretty good approach on this wave was Frederico. He's down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, absolutely, Mondi. Just 3 waves, and it gave you a really strong lead. How did you feel, and what was the strategy for this heat?
Just don't waste the priority and just trying to catch just the best wave. And it was not too many waves, but absolutely in 30 minutes heat, you're gonna get a wave for sure. So I'm just waiting for my time to catch the good one to get a score, and yeah, stoked.
Well, we saw your strategy in practice because by the end you were holding on to priority for a long time. How did you feel when you started to see everyone catching a lot of waves?
Just thinking, everyone trying to get some scores. I already have some, so I was just waiting for the wave to maybe build my score, but well, it was kind of hard to choose better to get a 7. So yeah, the last wave was just game, so I just want to go in, so I just catch that last wave.
2 healthy 7s is more than enough. Do you want to say a few words back home?
Yes. 応援ありがとうございます。とりあえず1回戦勝てました。今日次もあると思うんで、落ち着いていい波乗って頑張るんでまた応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Thank you. Arigato. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks for a happy, smiling Hiroto Ohara as well as he should be. And I tell you, he might be happy as well. Just saw Jordan Lawler get away for about 850,000 metres and start off way at the back of the point. A set wave went all the way down to the cove. And luckily we've got Flick here to talk us through it. But yeah, just as Hiroto was talking, Lawler teed off.
Yeah, this was a great looking wave from what I saw originally. Just he's got a lot of downtime here. You can see he's really waiting to place this turn here, and he timed it so well. Just really critical there on that second manoeuvre. He's got a little bit of downtime here again, but he's just being super patient, not over surfing the wave, bringing it through to this steeper section on the inside here where he gets another crack in the lip, brings it back around. But yeah, this wave was a really long wave. He just kept on giving, and he just kept on surfing. Brings it through right to the inside, and I like that he committed to this end section there, because this section here could possibly be in front of those dry rocks right in there. So yeah, committed surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that thing on his backhand, there is a lot of downtime on this particular wave. You get sort of often 50 yards of travel time. You just on your, and on your forehand, you can kind of make that look a little bit jazzy. You can style it away, but on your backhand, it's pretty hard to make those dead sections look kind of, stylish almost.
For sure. I think when you're on your forehand on a wave like this, it's for me personally, my opinion is that it's easier to get a bit more variety in your surfing. I feel like, you've got your roundhouse cutback, you've got different variations of a carving manoeuvre, you've got the snap out of the lip, whereas on your backhand, it's quite difficult to get that sort of variety of repertoire. What do you reckon about that?
Yeah, it's true. You're just a little bit hampered in terms of the number of manoeuvres you can do. You can sometimes go a little bit squarer, can't you? So you can go more vertical and get that sort of wow factor. But yeah, the goofies, of which we are both, in fact. Let's talk about it, Flick. For the first time in professional surfing history, I think, we haven't fact-checked it, but I can't. I'll stand corrected. All 6 members of the commentary team, goofy footers.
Oh, I know.
And I think it's the future, personally. I think some of those natural footer commentators have been going on for too long.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we might be a little bit biased. So your fans at home, you might want to just maybe factor in some of the goofy bias and just dial it down a bit. We'll try and be as fair as we can, but you can't help what you love. But tell you what I do love, that massive number coming in here for Paula. A first wave trying to drop in. It was that wave that had all that variety we talked about on his forehand. And Flick just mentioned he sort of got in every type of turn in the surfing handbook. And we just got one judge to lock in a number, but from what we can see on our screen, it's going to be pretty heavy. And a really great start. He's waiting there. Paulo, you can see him going, come on, give me the score. He knows it was a good wave. He won't be quite sure just how good the judges are going to set this benchmark. And it's come in at 8.5. So the biggest wave score of the event so far, and well deserved.
Oh, for sure. I love that wave. I think just echoing what we were talking about before, he just had great variety. It was a long wave, great variety. Here we go, having a look at the replay. This is that 8.5. So beautiful opening carving manoeuvre there. He sort of put it all on the line and backed it up with that different sort of turn there straight up into the lip, followed by another carving manoeuvre. So yeah, this wave just had great variety, and then the downtime between the turns, it looked so smooth. It was easy to watch, and I think that the downtime between turns on a wave like this is where you talk about something called flow, you know, and that's sort of comes into a little bit like style, and how that wave is pieced together is super important, and that right there is how you do it.
Yeah, and this wave, look, it's not that difficult to work out, to get the bigger numbers. It's 3 big turns out the back if you get it on the meaty sections, and then a really strong finish and looking good while doing it. And well, Pollards did all those things on that wave, and yeah, really strong start. The numbers also filtering in for Tiago Carrique, a 5.67 and a 4.8 for that goofy footer. And we've still got 1 score for Jordan Lawler, that long wave, his last wave, still to drop as well. So all surfers, you know, doing well, sort of strong starts. The last heat, we had a few gaps at the start where 1 or 2 surfers weren't able to get any sort of scores on the board early, and that put them under sort of, you know, pressure. But these guys have all got waves, and it sets the heat up well, doesn't it, Flick? Because they've got waves, they've got scores, and they can build on it. I think you start to see the surfing jump up once they've got that sort of bit more ease.
For sure. I mean, anyway, if you start a heat, the ultimate way to start a heat is you want to get a wave straight off the bat. You don't want to be waiting around, because the longer you wait to open up that account, the more the pressure is going to be on you.
Yeah, exactly. Although, and while we have a bit of a break in proceedings, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this. We are back live action here in Portugal. As we see the sets coming in here live from Portugal. Ribeira de Ilash, my name is Ben Mundy. I've got Flick Parmentier in the booth. We've got a lot of good surfers. We've got some of the best surfers in the world, all congregating on this beautiful part of the world, just about an hour north of Lisbon. And we've got some scores coming in. A 6.50 for Jordan Lawler, that long backhand. And while we're on the break, I think we saw some waves coming up here, and this is Lawler again. So Geordie just got that whippy backhand. So that was different. 3 turns. A nice little click at the end too, where he just got the fins out. It's the replay, just trying to back up that last 6.5. He's been busy. Wave selection's been good. And then it finishes it off. Well, it doesn't finish it off. Does the opposite of that. Makes one mistake at the end. But what'd you like about this wave, Flick?
Yeah, it was a smaller wave. I like his approach here. He's just trying to replace that 5.27. The start of this wave looked really good. 3 turns. This turn here was nice, straight back up into the lip. And it was a bit of a smaller wave though. I'm not sure if he would have made this last turn once he got around that section, if he would have betted that 5.23. I'm not sure. But, you know, approaches, he's obviously trying to stay a bit busy and replace that 5.27. But
yeah, you're right. He's got 5 waves, and that's the thing. We talked about Hiroto. He said, I didn't want to make I didn't want to waste priority. But in this situation, Jordan's in 4th spot, and that often means they stay busy the 4th priority. But does that just keep you in that sort of vicious cycle where you don't have priority, getting waves, and you don't have priority? He's got to make a decision, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think, well, look, I actually like the approach of Hiroto from the last heat, personally. It's a 30-minute heat, right? So there is sets coming through, and there's scoreable waves. We've seen it in both opening heats. If you wait long enough with priority, odds are you're going to be on one of the sets. But we have seen two very different approaches here, so we'll just see what happens with Jordan Lawler.
Yeah, we'll see. He's staying busy. He's got himself currently in the lead. Next surface getting ready there. Count Martin spends a lot of his time in Bali. We see Enrique Pirate, so he's a local boy. Sort of runs a surf school at this very break. His dad's been here forever as well, so he's salt of the earth, Ribeira de Elash, so he'll be very dangerous. He's a goofy footer again. He's got a gnarly backhand, having grown up here and surfing coastless just over the headland as well. So young sort of local hope coming up next. That'll be exciting. But here, still got Paula now. He's now in second. He's second priority. He's got that 8.5. Hasn't backed it up. He's only had the one wave. So that's another issue, isn't it? Where you've got a massive score in your locker. What do? You try and get another one of those, or you just try and back it up? Well, he's looking at this wave out here. He's sort of seeing if he can get in it, but just leaves that one to one side. But yeah, backing up that big number is so important. When you're getting down to that 10-minute mark, you start to get nervous.
Yeah, for sure. I think if it was me right now, I'd be just trying to back it up, with anything from a 5 to a 6, because that opening round of the women's, we saw, I think it was Zoe Benedetto lever it down to the last minute to back up her 8.5, and nervous times for her. She ended up getting the score with just one single turn. But yeah, you definitely don't want to be leaving it down to the last seconds. You definitely want to make your job easier for yourself, not harder. He's sitting out there with second priority, so you've got to think when that next set comes through, he's going to have second choice of waves, and he'll probably be on one of them.
Yeah, you're right. And it's actually a replica of that heat, isn't it? Yeah, Zoe got off to 8.5 start, looked under control, and then, yeah, it was nervy time. She just squeaked through, so Paula will be desperate not to do that. You see Lea Casal just getting ready. The Brazilian, really compact, goofy footer, really strong backhand as well. Did well in Nias recently. It's part of the these points he's got, so he'll be dangerous. But right now, 10 minutes on the clock. After that real flurry of excitement at the start, just a little bit of a downtime as the surfers just reposition themselves. You had a bit of downtime yesterday, Flick. What'd you get up to? In Portugal, hanging out, anything exciting, or you just sort of enjoying the beach times? What was going on?
Yesterday was a very cruisy day for me. I did a lot of horizontal action.
Right.
Horizontal on the daybed near the pool.
Yep, nice.
Yeah, a little nap. But the afternoon that we got called off, we're actually lucky. Went up with you, actually, up to Santa Cruz. Had a little fun surf. So even when the waves are small, there's so many places and so many opportunity around to have a fun surf and experience a different beach. That was really cool for me. I'd never been up there before. It was nice vibes that afternoon.
Yeah, I reckon you can surf 365 days a year in Portugal. Like, generally, it's so rarely flat, and even when it's 1 to 2 foot, there's little wave magnets. Like Nazare yesterday would have been 4 to 6 foot, seriously. And then when it's 50 foot, which it does happen, there's little coves that are protected at Peniche. So
you don't want to be out there in the 50 foot?
No, I'm not. Like, you're not mad. I'm not.
You haven't got a few screws loose, mate?
No, I'm not. I'm boring. Out the back, who isn't boring? Kalani Ball, the smooth, natural footer, little wrap around. Not as steep faces yet. So he's just trying to manufacture some bit of speed there. There's a bit more of a wrap. Drives down the line here. Gets through that section. You'll see down the line whether he's got any type of action. Sometimes you get a little air section down here if you're lucky. Just a little sharp stab in the pocket though. That was nice. And there's another. And so Kalani just wrapping all the way. 200 improvement on 3.5, and he's still going and just kicks out. So surfed it well. Well read wave, and she said that all important variety, especially down the end section. So Kalani chasing a 5.58 to move up into second. What are your thoughts, Flick?
Oh, my thoughts on this wave. He surfed it well for the wave that he had. However, it didn't really offer a lot of steep face. There was a couple of sections where he was able to sort of stab it a bit more, like you said. But as he comes around here, the wave sort of does allow him to go a little bit more vertical, but a lot of it for me was quite horizontal. So there was that jam in the pocket there, followed by this one here. Nice little layback, but I'm not sure it's almost 5.58. You got to sort of compare that to Jordan's 6.5 and 5.27. Is this going to be enough? I'm not really sure.
I think any time you're sort of doing loads of those roundhouse cutbacks just to, you know, get to the source of the power, that's when you know at this wave, you're not rifling down the lane, you're not getting the board speed to sort of add real powerful or explosive manoeuvres. No fault of his own surfing, just the wave, and yeah, that's going to count against him. But every section he got, I'll tell you what, he made the most of it. So ball just coming in, and you're right there. So it drops into 4.87. So improves his total, but not enough to move up into the all-important second. Yeah, really smooth style. He's got a really good surfer to watch, Kalani. Really technical, works really hard on his surfing as well. And just gets himself, well, at least back in the game, still hitting a 5.58. Paula now still sitting on that at 8.5. He's got that little pot of treasure. He's also got priority, got that P next to his name, which means he can take off any wave he wants. So, I mean, of all the four surfers, he's probably, he would have taken this position still at any stage, but now he's going to have to make a decision. His next decision is crucial. He might not get another wave, so he's going to have to play it smart and play it cool. Here goes Lawler. He takes off without priority, so he just has to take what he can get. Here he goes. That vertical snap's been his bread and butter throughout this heat. And now he's just driving down that green spray board, generating a lot of spray. Nice little floater. Just gets that fins out, just enough to show a bit of variety. But green, here goes Paula, so he's pulled the trigger, trying to back his 8.5. Not as exciting as his first wave, but does finish it. So that's just a backup. He needed to do something. That's not a bad call. Well, is it, Flick? I'm going to ask you, why am I saying? You're the expert here. You know, you had to wait for a while. You know, do you think that's is that a good move?
I thought it was a smart move because if he left it any longer, he's only going to have one shot at getting a backup. Taking that wave when he did allows him to possibly have another 2 shots at it, right? So it's smart surfing. So here we go. We have a look at it from the top here. Beautiful carving manoeuvre straight out of the lip. You can see this wave is sort of standing up a bit more for him. So you can see it's got a little bit of a bowl, goes up into the lip there, gets a fin release, another little jam in the pocket, and another carving manoeuvre. He finishes strong here too, just really convincingly. For me, super smart decision. He's now going to get back out the back. He's going to get another shot probably if another set comes through at improving on that situation. So yeah, really smart surfing, and good idea to pull the trigger when you did.
Yeah, exactly. He surfed it well, and we didn't see those waves at the back, so the turns at the back. So yeah, Paula's going to look in a really good strong position. Lawler, he's got that vertical snap, hasn't he? That's his trademark.
Yes, that one turn there was super nice. I really like this manoeuvre here, sort of a transitional turn down the line, but couldn't quite get around that. But it was looking good. It was starting to wall up a bit more. This manoeuvre here just floats on over that section, and it was a transitional turn, so he still keeps going down the line, but the wave just running off without him. I was really liking this to start the look. Really liking to start the look of that wave.
It was. He thought when he drove out of
right.
yeah, I knew what you're saying. When he drove out of that turn, you thought, okay, if he finishes off here, he's on the way to a really solid number. But he just was a bit late, and that meant it's just a 5.63. So slightly truncated his score, but it's still a good number. And the wave also from Paula yet to come in. You think he's going to go up into first. There's going to be a real big shuffle of the pack here, because Paula with that 8.5, he's on a massive bomb, and any score above that is going to elevate him right up there. So you think he might go into first, and then the other 3 surfers will be scrapping for that second spot. Karik also been out there for a while. Now he's got priority with 3 minutes 50 to go. So he's going to have to make a crucial decision. So yet again, as the 3 minutes come down to the mark, it's all very tightly bunched. And it's going to be interesting to see. Karik, he's so calm, this kid. I mean, he doesn't ever show any kind of outward signs of panic or of concern. He always just stays calm. And I tell you what, his heart rate might be going up a little bit now, because there's a solid set coming through the lineup. He just lets that first one go. The second waves of the sets tend to be the better ones, but there isn't sort of one there. So that one just goes through. That is the problem, especially as it gets low tide, Flick. Sometimes those bigger sets come out and they look great and they're good size, but they just run off fat on the reef, and those guys didn't take the bait. I always do. You're seeing a 4 or 5 foot wave coming your way, like, I'm going to take off, surely. But, you know, you've got to just, in that instance, I think Karik did the right thing by just ignoring that bait
For sure, for sure. Well, that last score came through for Green. Kai, 6-point ride, straight to the lead.
Yeah, so he's backed up at 8.5. He said he'd actually called it well there, Flick. He said he just needs to back to 5 or 6 range. That'll give him enough. 14.5 heat total is big, big business at this stage of the day and this stage of the event. So he's looking really safe, and it just comes down now to that second spot. Thiago Carrique, the Frenchman, the informed Frenchman, the number 1 on the European qualifying series. He now needs a 6.47, and Kalani Ball, the other Australian in the field, now needing a 7.23. So there's some big numbers for Kalani and Carrique. 2 minutes on the clock, but more lines just keep filling in. So there's going to be an opportunity. We're going to get one last flurry. It's going to probably come down to the next wave wins, really, for those two guys.
For sure. It's, you know, Jordan Lawler, he's sitting out there in second position, but it's nervous times for him because third and fourth have priority over him, right? And they're chasing a score. So Jordan right now kind of needs to force the situation. He kind of needs to put his best salesman hat on, sell these two surfers, Thiago and Kalani, a wave. Because right now it's not guaranteed that he's getting through.
No, and Carrique goes 90 seconds on the clock, so this might be his last wave. Got the drone shot there, nice little phone climb. His second turn's going to be pretty important, and there he goes.
Whoa.
There's a nice turn, a bit of fin release as well. His drone shot tends to just flatten out the wave from above. It's a bit steeper than it looks. Now he's just got that calm measure. I told you, it never seems to get rattled. Just S-turning his way through this flat section. And there's a nice little turn. Now he needs some more explosive surfing. He's going to get in this top range. Nice bit of spray there. This wave just not offering a whole lot. And he's waiting down, puts that back foot down, just waits for this end section. Can he get something on the inside? And he's staying busy, and he's rinsed every section. Ooh. He needs a 6.47. So he's made the judges think about it. He's gone all the way to the beach. No chance of getting back out there in 44 seconds. That's his run done. As I say, it's impossible to read his body language because he's always just so cool. Like, he might have got a 10, you'd never know. So we're going to just have to go on what we saw and what the judges might think. And it's going to be really interesting because there's a lot of waves, a lot of downtime, but there was some big, big sections as well. So Carrique, his job is done. He's going to leave it into the lap of the judges. Chasing a 6.47. Looks like Kalani Ball now with priority, but he's got priority, but he's got no time. He's going to pray that in the next 8 seconds and nothing's going to come in that time frame. So it's all going to come down to that wave of Thiago's, whether it's a 6.47. If it is, he goes on into the next round. If it's not, well, that's the first round exit for the, you know, one of the favourites, really one of the Europe's best sort of favourites here. But here he goes, Flick. What do you think?
Well, I'm excited to see it from this angle. So straight up foam climb there. This turn here, I really liked that. That was super dynamic. Really a lot of directional change in the board there as he comes flying out of the lip. Gets a little bit slow here, but, you know, nonetheless, he keeps the board on rail, keeps moving through that section, looks pretty cruisy. Another carving manoeuvre. Starts to steepen up again here. Puts the board on rail. So, yeah, chasing a 6.47. So I guess, you know, you got to look at Jordan Lawler's 6.5. Is it better than that? You know, they're both on their backhand, sort of similar approach there. And scores.
Yeah, we're just seeing the scores coming in. And Thiago, we didn't get enough. I think officially it looks like Carrique ended up with 11.14, so that wave just falling below the 6.47 mark. Lawler, he lives to fight another day, and there's the official results in. So a 5.67, so just about a point off. And Lawler with that 6.5. That's the score Thiago needed, and yeah, it just had a bit more action in that wave. It was longer, had a few more vertical turns, and Thiago, he could have done much more on that wave, but just wasn't enough. So you'll see Lawler waiting for the scores. But that man, Paul, at an 8.5, surfed incredibly well. He marches on to the next round. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this. And welcome to the rocky shores of Ericeira. And we are progressing through the round of 80, heat number 4. We've got another stacked heat. We've got all the world's best surfers converging on this beautiful part of the coast to try and reach the dream, the ultimate dream of making the CT. And Leo Casal, Kean Martin, Joshua Morais and Enrique Priorat. And that man out there is Kean Martin. Swedish parents were based in Bali. Just a real powerful, rangy, natural footer. Drives around. Can he finish it off with a nice end section? He does. And his body language suggests that he likes that. Right down on the rocks. It's pretty, it doesn't, from this angle, doesn't show how gnarly that is, but down there, whenever you go off that last turn, there's always an element of putting your body on the line somewhat. And Kean, not afraid to do that. And gets back out. So we'll catch up on some of the action as he had that break. Martin looking good. Joshua Morais, well, he is from that incredible Hawaiian family, the Morais family. If you've ever been to Hawaii, you've probably had some of their generosity and their spirit. They've helped out hundreds and hundreds of surfers over the years, from Josh's dad Tony to his sister, called Sister, and of course Seth Morais as well, his brother on the CT. So Joshua, and really, really great surfing in his own right. So he's out there in the white. Leo Casal, a young goofy from Brazil, just finding his way. First Challenger Series events this year. And then the local lad, Pirate. I'm joined in the booth by Flick Parmentier. And yeah, you've spent a bit of time in Hawaii. The Morais family, it's just a classic institution there, aren't they? They always put a smile on your dial, that family, for me.
Yeah, for sure. They are very, very giving, very generous with their time and their love. And yeah, just spend a lot of time in the water. That whole family, you know, you got to think when you grow up with a lot of siblings that are all doing the same thing, it's, you know, probably pushing each other and yeah, creating that like sort of healthy environment for competition. But here we go, we're having a look at a replay. This is the start of Kean's opening ride, which we didn't actually get to see. So started off with a nice turn out of the lip there. You can sort of see this wave steepening up here as he goes straight into a carving maneuver and backing it up. Another turn out of the lip. Another carving maneuver. You could tell by the body language when he finished this wave that he himself liked it. So this is that inside section where it starts to get a bit steeper. Up into the lip again. Around this section. Wave gets a little bit foamy. Tags it again. And yeah, really, really putting it on the line here. He's right in on that shore break where those rocks are. So yeah, that was like a no-claim there, I think. He was pretty stoked with this. So yeah, this was...
Well, you can see why, because we hadn't seen that first turn out the back, which was, you know, really critical. And then it just kept giving and giving, didn't it? So yeah, he was happy. And then Casal, well, on his backhand, different approach, Flick.
Yeah, Leo on his backhand, nice and compressed style. The first time I'd seen his surfing was actually on the Gold Coast, the first Challenger Series event of the year, and I was super impressed. He started off on the Gold Coast with a 25th there, but yeah, it was my first time seeing his style, and yeah, I really like the compressed goofy footer. It's just, yeah, a lot of power, and yeah, you can just see it right there, and straight up into the lip, and again, almost comes unstuck there. Yeah, bringing this wave through to the inside, not wasting a second, and looking to get a finish here. We'll see if he gets this finish. Wave pretty small here, but looks like it's going to offer him one, and he does. He gets the finish.
Yeah, and he likes on the rocks. Someone who did also get some good finishes, and one of the highest wave scores of the day so far is Kai Poller. He's down there on the beach with Joanna.
That's right, 8.5 on your first wave, and it took you a bit to get that backup score. It's a bit risky, isn't it?
Yeah, I was getting a little worried at the end of the heat, but I just had to like stay calm, and luckily a wave came in and I was able to back it up, so super stoked.
What are you taking from this heat to improve later on in the next round?
Just kind of trying to stay calm and make sure to be on the best waves that I can, and just hopefully keep that going throughout the whole event.
And you've been working with Tomas Fernandes, who's a local legend here around here. What kind of insights has he been giving you?
Yeah, it's been really nice working with him. We've just been kind of surfing every day, and he just kind of comes and surfs with me and tells me like little tips, and kind of just keeps my head from going in bad places and just staying calm and just surfing and just having fun. But yeah, it's been super great working with him.
Well, keep it up. Congratulations. You're the next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Thanks, Kai. There's a lot of action going on. I'll unpick that interview after this as we see there's Josh Morais just coming into this inside section. Here he goes, fires up now. Oh, there's a nice top turn. And then he comes in for the finish. It's a little bumpy section, but he drives through it. And that trademark Hawaiian power, and there's a finish. And he's going to finish that off. So, Morais getting all the way through. And just saw Paula out the back. So this is the local. Neko, as his nickname. He knows this wave. Well, no one knows it better, well, apart from his old man, I suppose, but he just surfs this wave more than any other, and he just flicks out there. Strong backhand. That wave not quite delivering. But you talk about Leo, that Casal, you said these Brazilians, the conveyor belt of talent, every sort of year, especially the first Challenger Series event, there's some Brazilian you kind of haven't seen a lot of, or not really aware of, and then you watch them surf, you go, well, there's another one. There's just so much talent coming out of that country.
Oh, for sure. That Brazilian storm is not slowing down anytime soon. As we have a look at the replay here from Henrique's opening ride, bit of a smaller wave and really probably not offering what he wants. I'm sure he probably wants one of those bigger, more steeper section waves. This is a replay of Kian's wave. It's his second one. So wasting no time, trying to get it back up. The judges still haven't dropped his first score, so we're still waiting for that as well. But yeah, just keeping really busy. I kind of like that approach.
Brazilian storm, I don't think it's a Brazilian storm. I think it's a high pressure system now that's just parked over surfing and just dominating with just stable weather pattern of Brazilian surf dominance, really. I think now they've sort of got such good talents. Maybe not so much in the women's side. That's the bit they do have to improve. But yeah, there's so many great surfers coming from that country, and it's been to watch. But Morais working hard for this one. We've got the finish, so we'll see their scores coming in. And yeah, Kian Martin now with 2 scores as well. So yeah, plenty of good numbers. I also saw you might want to check out. We just had an interview with Kai Paula. I saw a really good little edit that Albi Leia actually did with him, and he sort of he surfed together loads and from the same part of Maui, and Albi Leia did the edit. It's a really funny insight. Kai there, you can tell he's a bit nervous, not used to the the interview part of all that process when you're growing up and surfing. You don't, until you do it, you don't get experience in it. You can tell he was a little bit nervous and not much experience. But the clip, if you can check it out, is real worth the watch. Here goes the Brazilian we've been talking about. He's got that goofy, nuggety sort of style, nice big foam climber. You see the fins driving off the bottom there. This wave looks nice and smooth. Just taking his time. He generates so much spray, even on those half turns almost. Got that sort of arm position behind him, which I might get you to break down on the replay flick, but he's just got so much power. He's only young, and he's still generating some speed and finishing off there, and he likes it. He's actually so young. On his if you look up the WSL on the WorldSurfLeague.com, and you have the profiles of what the surfer's on, and I think his profile picture when he was like 11. Still there, he looks like a little kid. And but Leo, he's got some real man turns on him, and he's going to try and improve on that. First was a 5.33, and you think with those couple of turns out the back, you might be able to do that. Just really, really powerful surfing, and here he goes. Just really, he's got a real unique style too, hasn't he, Flick?
For sure, it's a unique style, but for me, oh man, it was this wave selection. I mean, this wave just gave him so many steep sections, and just allowing him to go from one turn to another, not much downtime between maneuvers. This wave was steep the whole way through, and yeah, I just love the power that he comes out of each turn with. You can see what you were talking about before, that back arm was sort of always ready to go and like load up, and he gets great compression and extension. But this wave is just such a well-surfed wave, and yeah, I've got to say, for me, I'm possibly going to be higher than his first. Really, really well-surfed here.
Yeah, had a bit of everything too. Almost just dug the rail a tiny bit there, but just drove through because he's got so much sort of stability under his feet, driving through those turns. You can just tell he's got so much power in his style. I'm really looking forward to where he's going to take his surfing. As you said, only young, he's 17, 18, so still got so much room for improvement, and he's happy with that. And meanwhile, Enrique out the back.
Yeah, this is his second wave here. It's a bigger wave than his first, so already I'm liking that. sure he's liking this wave selection a lot better than that first one. So just sort of weaving back, trying to stay with the power source here, hoping that this one's going to stand up a little bit more on the inside. Having to really, really work for it here to make it through to this second section. You can see the wave steepening up. So can he get around this section here? He does. Still a bit of a slower wave, this one. It's kind of, you know, when you compare it to Leo's, I mean, he gets that nice finishing maneuver there, but once you start comparing that wave to Leo's, you know, Leo's clearly was a lot steeper and bigger, I think, in size throughout the whole wave. So
yeah, and there's Neko's dad. He's happy with that. No, you know, we're out the back, hold that thought, you'll see how kind just fall down. It's never easy being that, you know, that local sort of wild card and the local hope. On one hand, you've got kind of nothing to lose because, you know, no one's expecting you to go all the way. But on the other hand, you so want to win because you've got your friends and family there, and it can be potential, can be, you know, financially lucrative, it can be good for your exposure. So sort of double-edged sword, that wild card business. For sure, I think so. But what you sort of got to remember is, you know, if you're not committed to the whole Challenger Series, I mean, everyone else against you is that they're the ones with something to lose, you know. So really, he can just go out there, sort of. If it was me, I'd be going out with less expectation, and yeah, hopefully. Yeah, well, I think we got Joanna actually down with Enrique's dad down on the beach. So Joanna, what's going on down on the beach? Talk us through it.
Exactly right. I got some local gurus right here. We just watched Enrique on a wave. Let's break it down. What did you see?
It's difficult, the conditions not the best, but the wave it's finished well, and I hope getting to the outside and catch a bomb to can pass the heat, and yeah, it is.
You're excited to watch your son there in the water, aren't you?
Yeah, look, I'm a coach since 2003, and it's natural. Neko grow up, watch me and surf here, and sometimes coming with me to the competitions, you know, accompany Goni, because Goni training with me for a long time, and yeah, but always I feel nervous. You know, you can have a lot of years, a lot of hits, but I'm always feel nervous. I have more five guys compete in that competition, and but I'm try feel slowly and calm, but it's not easy.
Not easy. Well, Goni, what did you think about this last wave?
I think it was a pretty well surfed wave. The outside was didn't have so much potential, but he finished really well in the inside with a solid vertical turn.
Well, there you go, guys. Go team.
Yeah. Let's go, Neko.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, a couple of legends of the sport then. Neko's dad is, yeah, a coach and well-respected figure in the Portuguese surf scene. Nervously watching on his son, and then Goni Zubizarreta, the legendary Spanish surfer, sort of dominated the sort of qualifying series events over here for a decade, and now passing on his knowledge, becoming more involved in the coach and the mentoring, which is a pretty natural progression, isn't it, for a lot of these surfers? They compete all their lives, and then it's an obvious step to become a coach almost. For sure. I think I even look to guys that are, that next generation, a bit older, like you got your Luke Egans, your Jake Pattersons, all those Dog Marsh, Richard Dog Marsh, those guys that they did so well competing. They just had this, when I look at those guys as coaches, when I see them as surfers when they were on the CT at the time, they had a really good, we say heat IQ, right? So they're really good at putting heats together and strategy. So as long as they have a good ability to communicate that well, then they end up being great coaches. Those guys obviously have had a lot of success with surfers on tour. Luke Egan. You're right, and you're so right. And it's often those surfers, by their own admittance, so they might not have been the most talented surfers to do, naturally blessed with incredible. I mean, they're obviously incredibly talented surfers because they're the best in the world, but they weren't those, absolute freaks of nature. They had to work extra hard on the competitive side, on the nutrition, all the extra bits that got you up to that level. And yeah, guys like Dog and Snake are great examples of guys who are incredibly successful surfers, but worked really, really hard on it. And yeah, now passing on that knowledge, and yeah, right, they can communicate well, because yeah, that's the key. I reckon they communicate too much, to be honest. Sometimes can't shut them up. But it's an interesting part, and that how much has it changed that coaching aspect of surfing over the years? It's gotten so much more scientific, hasn't it? So much more sort of time and effort put into it.
For sure. I think you think back to surfing sort of 20 years ago, and surfing will always be a lifestyle, no doubt about it. But, you know, even 20 years ago, it was a lot different. It was a lot of a different sport compared to what it is today. Surfing just keeps getting more and more professional. As surfing's now in the Olympics, you know, we saw it for the first time in Chiba in 2020. It's just every year, you know, these surfers are stepping it up. They have their coaches, their nutritionists, their psychologists that they're all working with, and it's really cool to see the progression of surfing, and you know just how far some of these guys here would, you know, they've come with their coaches, and it's not a cheap exercise either. You know, you're paying for a coach and maybe a family member to come along with you to all these events throughout the year. So it is very cool. And then and then it's also hard when you're first starting out on the Challenger Series. You might not have that financial backing to sort of have that your coach at all these events. So maybe you're just trying to get by surfing. You know, you're traveling with your friends, trying to share the expenses and things like that. So there's a real, you know, I think there's, you know, out of the 80 men that at start, there's a real difference, you know, from the guys to the top seeds to the bottom seeds.
Yeah, exactly. And then we have a bit of a sort of gap in the proceedings here. We're waiting for some sets to come through. Saw the action of Casal there. But while there's a bit of a gap with the sets, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action from Ericeira right after this. We are back to live action. Here's Enrique Poiret. He's up and riding the local hope. First turn, a little squirt off the backside. Drives around the corner. That's better. Just caught a little bit short on that second turn. Now starts to wind up. A little bit of section here. Again, this wave, for all his local knowledge, he hasn't been able to get the waves that his Brazilian counterparts has been getting. And Enrique, though, he's not going to give up. Shows a big finish here and cracks it up high and rides out successfully. So, and he needs a 5.68 to move up into second. I'm not sure if that's going to get it, but he's going to at least improve his score, Flick.
Yeah, for me, this was a better surf wave. It was better wave selection as well. It stood up in the very beginning there. That second turn, he was able to get quite vertical. A little bit slower through this middle part here, but he sort of stays with it. And there was a bit more damage done on the inside. He really waited for this end section and went up quite late, almost didn't make it, but sticks it. So, yeah, chasing a 5.68. So we'll see what happened here. We'll have a look at the replay of Leo Casal. Beautiful first turn there, really releasing those fins straight up into another carving maneuver. And yeah, just I really love this guy's style, just so nice and compact. Kind of just looks like he's concrete on his board. It doesn't look like he's going to fall, you know. It looks really, really strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, you don't want to make too many still rounders just based on, you know, the Brazilian and the stereotypes, but sort of Ian Gouveia kind of sort of that kind of look where he's, you know, low center of gravity, real powerful style, but really smooth. And trying to back up a 5.33. He's currently out in the lead. So Casal's been impressive with 8 minutes to go. I'm not sure if that'll improve his heat total, but he's out in front. And that's leaving Kian Martin, Enrique. Last wave coming in. So it was his best wave of 4.07. So he does drop down his requirement to just a 5.11. And Joshua Morais, Josh has been quiet. Got that one start, which is 4.77, that long wave that he rode all the way to the cove. And since then, he's been kind of, well, he's eventually got priority. He's had to wait a long time for it. And now he's going to have to make it count. Just chasing a 4.41. There he's out furthest out the back. A few lines starting to fill in here again. So he will get another shot. Definitely get another bite at this cherry. With 7 minutes, half minutes on the clock. If he gets a wave now on this set, he'll probably get another chance as well. So, but he needs a good score. He needs it now to see what's going to happen. He'll either go the first of the wave or the second wave of the set. That's his decision he's going to have to make pretty shortly. Seems to be sitting quite far up the reef. Knows this wave pretty well by now. He'd be pretty confident on his placement. As you see, that wave, just that set, as we talked about before, sometimes those bigger sets can roll through wider and they're not always the ones you need. So they've just got to break on that. There's those little bubbles starting to form up, and that's where you really need to be sitting to get the best ones.
Yeah, for me right now, you know, there's going to be another set coming through. You can sort of see the lines out the back, and there's not much separating, you know, first to fourth, and with sort of average mid-range scores that are needed. You know, there could be a lot of change happen here if we see one more exchange and everyone sort of gets a wave. You know, you've got Josh only needing a 4.41, Henrique needing a 5.1. You know, these are smaller scores. It's only going to take one wave. Like, hopefully we see another exchange and we can see a little bit of movement in the leaderboard.
Yeah, they're all bunched tightly, aren't they? As you said, 5.27 to 11 and waves to go. Looks like Leo Cassell, well, he's not even third priority, but drives around the bottom again. Nice first turn. See those fins on every bottom man terms is always a good sign that he's right in the groove. Little S turning here. This one's a bit steeper.
Wow.
And it just makes a mistake. But I'll tell you what, Josh Morais have been looking at that wave going, well, if I caught that wave, that's, you know, that had a lot of scoring potential. Meanwhile, Pirate goes again. Also without priority. Oh, there's a first turn. So that's more aggressive and more vertical. And unfortunately for Neko, that's all he can do on that wave. So that's not going to add his score. Morais probably left out the back. That was a set. He didn't get it. But this is a bit more electric.
Yeah, I really liked this manoeuvre here, this first one. Just super critical and really fast, really getting whip out of that first turn. But probably had a look down the line, decided to pull out, try again on a different wave. But here we go, Leo. This is the replay of his wave, and I'm actually kind of surprised that Josh didn't go this. Leo had third priority here, and he was like, you know what, I'm going to roll the dice here. Because this wave sort of gave him two pretty steep sections. That second manoeuvre was super nice. So here again, straight up into the lip and tried to give it a little bit more mayo there, and just coming unstuck after I said he wasn't going to fall, he did. So that is a commentator's curse.
Yeah, and out the back, live action from Henrique. Local Hope looking to get down the end section. Haven't seen what he did out the back, but we've only got this from sort of halfway out. Finishes off there, so in that last turn was a little bit soft, so not sure what he did out the back. But again, only chasing a 5.11, so not a huge number required. Josh Morais, we'll just see. I thought he may have been just a little bit too far up the reef, and maybe just get caught out in positioning. As that, see Henrique just the old taking off from the foam, and then waiting for one section. There it is there. And a little top turn. And another one there. So Fleck only needing a 5. He's making the judges think.
Yeah, he definitely is, and I guess I'm trying to think about what his thought process might have been here, knowing that he did just take off on a wave. If he paddles back out, he's not going to have first dibs on, he's not going to have priority. So he's just decided, you know what, I'm going to see if I can get this 5.11 on the way back out. He did get two sort of nice turns. For me, you just got to start comparing it to, the other 5s and 6s that have been scored, and what the surfers did on those waves, and I'm sure the judges are going to be doing that too. They're still waiting for that score to come through. So, 3 minutes on the board. I mean, I'd be getting straight back out the back there and trying to get another wave if I was him.
Yeah, he knows exactly how long that paddle takes. He knows he'll get one more shot potentially. Meanwhile, out the back, so Morais in white with priority. Here he goes. Oh, looks like Josh caught a wave and actually lost priority. Meanwhile, Martin is going. So live action here. Again, just little swooping cut back. Started off strong. Another cut back off the foam. There's a big section. Buries the rail, but comes out clean. And a nice little foam climb with a little bit of fin pop. Just a lot more sort of speed down the line on this wave than the other surfers have been getting. He's still got some juice. Be eyeing off this last bit down the bottom. Just S-turning, waiting for it to pop up. Hopefully get one more crack. Sometimes you get two, but the foam there, he just gets the one. Still just trying to improve on a 3, which you think he would do. So I'm not sure what Josh Morais did. He caught a wave after all that waiting and obviously didn't pay off. So no matter what happened, if he's fallen off, it was a bad wave. It was a big call and maybe an incorrect one. But this wave, well, he pounced, didn't he?
Yeah, I loved this wave of Kian's. Just super smooth surfing, and just got to echo what you said, Ben. Just this wave just was surfed at a different pace, just jamming it in the lip there. That third turn straight up again for the fourth. And you can just see, look at how much projection he's getting from his board, just flying through these sections, really carrying his speed through this wave. Really, really easy to watch on the eye, and yeah, bringing it through to the inside. Definitely wanted to get that finish. He really wants to replace that 3-point ride, really just to cement that advancing position.
Yeah, well, he's done that, and we'll see out the back. So this is the way that Josh went, a foamy one.
Wow.
And sometimes these foam ones are all right. Chica said they're the ways you want to get. His first turn, and he's just, you know, because of that sort of texture and that chop, I mean, it's just a poor wave choice, I mean, at the end of the day. And he's waited a long time for it. And then maybe, is that what happens, Flick, when you wait a long time, you know you haven't chose the right wave? That can affect your confidence just on, you know, on your basics you normally get right.
For sure. I think when you sit for so long, you know, sometimes it's nice to have the rhythm, and I don't know, it's just one of those things. I think too, hindsight is the perfect science. You can sit here and say, you know, sometimes we see surfers wait that while, they take off and they need a score in the last 30 seconds and they get it. However, that cookie didn't crumble that way for Josh, just unfortunately getting hung up there on that first manoeuvre. That sort of bit of foam and texture in the face of the wave sort of maybe misread that section, went up a little bit too high, and yeah, just got caught in the lip.
Yeah, and he's like out the back now. I think he also may have caught off on another wave after that one. Obviously, by his positioning, it didn't go very fast, so it didn't help his cause as well. So now with 10 seconds left, I think that's going to be his 2 opportunities. That's all he's going to get. So yeah, he's going to have to deal with that. I mean, there's probably many different ways he could have improved his score. Just looking at this one, so Leo had priority, but he just had to go there. He was kind of forced in the position because of the previous mistake.
Wow.
And then just got sort of clipped by the foam. He was so late. He was under pressure. Pretty much sums up his heat, that last little exchange. Just, he's had a shocker, to be honest. He got a good start. He didn't need a massive number, and he just waited a long time and then made a mistake. And then often those mistakes comes in 2s and 3s. And unfortunately for Josh, we won't get to see his surfing, and that's a shame because, you know, he's such a talented surfer, so good to watch, so stylish. But unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles, as Fritz says. As he decompresses, we're going to have a short commercial break. Come back with more live action and from Ericeira right after this.
The EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, Surf for Tomorrow, by Vissla, creators and innovators, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
And a very warm welcome back to the Challenger Series. The best contenders from across the planet convene at the iconic Ribeira de las. It's the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia. And our opening round fires up with some entertaining conditions, some big performances. John and myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Let's welcome in for the first time some local insights from Philippe Jervis.
Good morning, Paul. It's great to be here. Great to be in Ribeira de las. It's absolutely firing out there. Everyone is psyched. The athletes area, it's absolutely everyone is psyching on the conditions.
And just from what you've seen so far this morning, any surprises in the way our surfers are attacking the wave here, their approach?
It's always, you know, Ribeira, it's always kind of a difficult wave to compete because you need really to choose the right waves, and we saw Kai Paulo just getting one of the best waves of the morning, and as soon as you get a wave with that scoring potential, and if you surf well, you're going to get the score. So that's pretty much what the judges are looking for, and probably the surfers also. They really want to be on the right waves.
Strong starts tending to pay off it at Ribeira, looking to do that. Are the likes of Rafael Teixeira of Brazil, Josh Burke from Barbados, Morais of France, out of French Polynesia, Tahiti, and Martim Nunes from Portugal. Another strong quartet. Surfers with plenty of experience on the challenges in the form of Teixeira and Burke. They've been solid performers over the last number of seasons. Morais putting together a really good campaign of his own. And this was during the break. Rafael Teixeira, we always expect Rafael to bring the tenacity, Philippe.
Yeah, such a powerful surfer. He always puts a lot of pressure on the turns, and unfortunately just a little bit not that good of a wave, but it's always good to put your wax on your feet and feel the board for the first minutes, because 30 minutes is a long way. Even in Ribeira de las, it's a long paddle back out, but it's still a long way, and you can choose a lot of really good waves and make sure you hit the right spot on the turns.
Thinking of me, man, and the sort of form he's in, surfed really well this wildcard slot in the CT over in Tahiti, but he's been brilliant on the European QS this year. And he's been absolutely electric. And I think, you know, one of the things about him that's impressed a lot of people is just how well-rounded he is as a surfer. We always associate you coming from Tahiti, you're going to be a slab wizard, you know, really good in the tube, which is true, but he's really good in the beach breaks too.
Yeah, everyone kind of knows that Tahiti also have some nice beach breaks. So most of Tahitian surfers are pretty complete. You see a lot of locals, and obviously they have that slabby, they really want to go for it on those kinds of conditions, but the guys that want to make it as pro surfers, they really need to surf beach breaks and worst waves, and they also have that in Tahiti, so maybe that's why Mihiman is such a complete surfer.
From deep here at the top of the point, Bray will have a look. He's disinterested. Right behind him, Josh Burke will say, I'll take that. Here he goes, Josh Burke. Opening up on a beautiful looking wave. Really nice stinging carve from him with the Rasta spray. Looking great in the morning sunshine here in Ericeira. And he'll set up nice, patient and calm, parking it just next to that foam. Any kind of steepness is what he'll look to exploit with a quick setup snap. And Josh Burke, who surfed here in the World Juniors back in, let's say, 2014, 2015. He's been coming here a long time. Knows all about Ericeira and the various surfing available up and down this coast through this town. Right now it is Ribeira de las, our super consistent contest wave, providing him a platform to put together a score to set up his heat, and a nice finish from him. Just kind of extends those legs and opens up with the shoulders, puts the board through the lip as the drone picks up, shows you how close we are to the rocks here. As this tide swings out, that'll go completely dry about an hour from now. That'll be dry reef, and Josh Burke with a long wave and now a long paddle.
Yeah, he started off really well. His first carve was really good, but that's the thing about Ribeira. The judges don't really like when you have all this downtime. He just kept going with it, and he was trying to understand if the wave was going to offer him something else, but you can see he's just stuck to the wave, just trying to make sure he's on the right spot to see if the wave just allows him to push a little harder on those turns. It just keeps on waiting, and now the wave gets a little wide. It's a little harder to surf like when the wave's like that, but here on the inside a little bit more scoring potential for this wave, but still nothing major. That first card was really good. He finished it off really strong as well, but it's gonna be a long paddle, and that's one big thing about Ribeiradilhas. Sometimes you can get waves like that long and get a 4 points, so it's kind of frustrating, and it can mess up with your mind a little bit. But I think, yeah, at this time with 22 minutes remaining, might as well just have something.
In terms of rhythm, that extra time on the board from those long waves really helping you to feel out the equipment. I mean, they're already be dialed in with it, but just getting a good measure on the sort of power coming through from the ocean as we see sets lining up here. And this fresh swell that kind of pressed in overnight, picked up quite big from yesterday, expecting to carry on to grow throughout the day here. And we're looking at a really, really fun day of competition. Here goes Mimana Bray on the backhand, a meaty wave, much bigger in terms of the size. And it's a foam climb to open up. And from there, we'll look to attack a bit more here with some really nice whip. The control really good. And that board chatters for no reason, really. And a big mistake there for Mimana. With 4 surfers in the water, you're not going to get loads of rotations. He'll look to try and clean that up immediately on the wave behind. That's one of the advantages of surfing wide and down off the reef. You will get these little swingers that come through, but he won't capitalize on that. And that'll sting a bit for Mimana. He's on his way to a number there.
Yeah, he started off really strong on the outside. That's exactly what the judges want. And they want to see big turns on the outside, because we know the inside section provides that scoring potential. So I think the point of difference will be the outside turn. And he started off really strong, and fortunately just it felt like the wave had a little bump in there, and he got caught up on that bottom turn. It's an unusual mistake, even for Mimana, because we don't see him fall that often.
Right, let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat. Leo Casal is with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Strong surfing since the beginning. Do you feel this wave fits your style of surfing?
For sure, it feels like this wave is good for me. I like my backhand because I can do strong moves and show my power. So yeah.
Have you figured out any other surfing spots around here?
Yes, I've been surfing around here, beach breaks, at some. There's waves everywhere, so it's good for training and to make some film and clips. Yeah.
Anything from that free surf that you can apply here competing in this event?
Yes, I have been training here in Praia de Ribeira, and it was at first hard to like find the good waves because the spot is kind of tricky, but all of a sudden when you see the bubble outside, you see where's the spot. So yeah, it's pretty happy. I want to thank all my sponsors for giving me this opportunity. Hang Loose, Morais, Silver Bay, and Xanadu Surfboard.
Do you want to say something in Portuguese?
Obrigado a todo mundo aí que está torcendo. Quero agradecer aos meus patrocinadores, a Hang Loose principalmente, que acreditam em mim desde que eu tenho meus 12 anos de idade. Quero agradecer a Morais, a Silver Bay e ao Xanadu pelas pranchas.
Very thankful. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Let's go!
Thanks, Joanna. Casal there, just keeping the free surf energy going in his heat. Waves all up and down this coast, of course, but the one we're focusing on right now, our venue here on the Challenger Series, Ribeiradilhas. As we saw during that interview, another misstep from Mimana Bray, going down, attacking a whitewater section, trying to climb up the foam, just getting it a bit wrong, and that's something, I'll just say one raised eyebrow with a slight amount of surprise that Mimana hasn't been able to really tee off as yet. He is in such deadly form this season in Europe. He's competing really well, surfing amazing. His confidence is sky high. It's such an important factor for him. But right now, and they're still really looking to connect with the wave here after a couple of minor slips. Nevertheless, at the moment, he is in the lead. It's not a big one. You mentioned all of that surfing done by the Bayesian. Josh Burke might only end up with something in the fours. That's exactly what happened, mate. 4-3-3 for him. Nevertheless, that is the best of the opening exchanges, the opening hostilities in this heat number 5 of the round of 80s. And surfers coming in here with, well, they get here a couple of days early, so possibly been here for about a week. Plenty of free surf opportunity. But it's so different when you get out there in the heat, mate. And the horn goes, you're feeling the pressure, and it just, no matter how good you were feeling with the equipment dialed in, it all changes when you're in the heat.
It's so different. This is such a tricky place to compete because it's a very long lineup, and you can actually sometimes you look at the line of the wave and it feels like it's going to be a good one, but you stand up and it ended up not being anything special, and then you just. Yeah, you have 2 minutes, 3 minutes to paddle all the way back. So it looks like half an hour is a lot of time, but you really have to make the good calls.
Yeah, to illustrate your point there, bottom left of your screen, you see Morais in white. He's a long, long way off. So he's still paddling back, what, a good minute and a half, 2 minutes after he fell. He's only making his way back, and his points return very modest, just 5.57 combined for a couple of waves. So Morais will want to sharpen his pencils here, pull his socks up a bit if he wants to stay alive in this, because it's a talented quartet in the water right now. Here goes Teixeira on the backhand. Good looking section for him. There's the aggression, that whip from him. And again, just slicing that one, times it sweetly. It's not always loads of lip on off on the early part of the wave. He does really well to find it. Manages just to squeeze in another turn, and this whitewater gets really tricky to come around. Very, very tall order to try and come from behind the whitewater to hit Ribeira Dillas, and even a surfer of Rafael Teixeira's skill set unable to do that.
Yeah, he started off as you see. Martin, the local, is not actually from here. He's from Costa. Actually, he's from Sintra, from Praia Grande. So, but he has been given a wild card for this event, and Martin is definitely one of the new up and comers from Portugal, as you see here.
Big section from him. Nunes flicks it down to the flats. So was patient, waiting for that section to stand up. And right now he'll want a finish. He'll need a strong finish here. This will put him in a much better position in this heat with no one really going up the scoreboard as yet. And tell you what, he's still going in here patiently. Has he made the right decision? Tries to get 2 turns in the end section. Maybe possibly could have thought about just going once, nevertheless. Yeah, is that a little bit of frustration from him? Maybe left a couple of points on that wave.
Yeah, it felt like he kind of misread the wave right there on those finishing turns. But I really want to see the replay, because I really want to see the beginning of the wave, because he had that lip line floater on the midsection, and that was really good. And it's going to be interesting. As we see here, he's so far on the inside. As we see on the replay, Martin upper riding, nice combination of carving, just waiting for the wave to stand up. You just have to have the right momentum, the right timing. This is the money turn here. That lip line floater goes around the section. You can see that there's no scoring potential at all on this section of the wave. This kind of always happens in Ribeira, and if you're doing turns on a steeple wall there, you're catching the best waves of the day. So yeah, he just kind of went 2-for-1 here. He didn't have that huge finishing turn that the judges like to see. And we also had Josh Berkey on a nice looking right-hander on the outside. Combination of 2 turns on the outside. He's trying to go around the section. Yeah, you know what I'm gonna say after the replay, this is probably the best exchange of them all. This is definitely the strongest turn we've seen in a while, and Rafael just trying to get in flow and the rhythm with the wave. As you can see, it's not easy at all. See that the guys are not getting through that whitewash. It's just that shows you that they are a little bit too deep on the lineup. And I was watching a couple of heats on the sand with a couple of friends, and we're definitely looking at that, because they were always kind of a little bit too deep and just taking off a little bit too deep, and sometimes it's hard to go around that section.
Would you say there's a bit of thought from our surfers, and that the wider ones might be a little bit soft? Might not have loads of scoring potential. They do shoulder out a bit, the wide ones?
Yeah, you want to be wide, but not too wide. So that's why it's that tricky. Yeah, because you want to catch those little insiders, but you don't. It's so hard. It's because sometimes you get the bigger ones and they're good, but sometimes you get the smaller ones and they're also good, as you see Rafael up and riding.
The intricacies of positioning here at Ribeira Dillas, vital, crucial to figure out. Looking to do exactly that. Teixeira has been really busy. This is his 5th wave. We're still waiting for scores for his previous to this. And he won't be waiting for our panel to give him numbers. He'll just keep swinging anytime an opportunity comes through. And that busy energy from him, not only in terms of finding waves in the lineup, but the way he attacks the lip.
Yeah, it's really fast, really strong. A little bit of a smaller wave, but again, combination of big turns. They did a pretty strong opening turn and then finish it off really well as well. It's really hard to timing those finishing turns, especially on your backhand, because on your forehand you can surf a little bit more horizontal, as we see here. Josh Yerpen riding.
Quick in and out for Burke. Just over 12.5 minutes remaining in this one. We're underway here with the men at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro. We've got the young guns coming up next. More live action right after the break. Welcome back to Ericeira. We'll pick it up live here. Me, Morais, out of French Polynesia, flying the French flag here on the Challenger Series in Europe. Whoa. And looking to do some damage. Here he goes in full flow now, snapping nice and tight into the lip and patient off the bottom. Just using the rail to send some spray skyward. As the sunshine pokes through and illuminates a finish from him and a little release from the tail. And after a couple of missteps, a couple of mistakes early on in the heat, much better business from Bray.
Oh, definitely. He just got one of the best waves of this heat. You're going to see on the replay, he attacks the leap at least 3 times, which means if you're attacking the leap, it means the wave is steeper and you're going to put a lot more verticality on those turns. So the judges will definitely like that. And as you see a couple of waves rolling in.
With priority, committed to the entry into it. And his opening terms have been really good and searing in this. What he needs to do is then connect, get that middle part of the wave, and it's not what's available for him there. And he'll be a little bit frustrated burning that priority there. He wasn't second prior to that, but would have wanted a runner to just keep providing him sections. And we talked about it many times in the past, fully. Often quite hard to tell exactly what the wave's going to do down the line. Even if you're in position and you're looking right down the line as he was, there is a certain element you do have to just get your feet and surf it as you see it.
It's weird because you're sitting on the right spot and you want those long walls that you see that they're gonna go and roll in on the inside, but you don't want them to be that big because they might close out. So it's you just have to find. There's so many factors out there as you see here, and yeah, you can see this is probably because of the tide as well, because we're reaching almost low tide, and it feels like there's 2 different takeoff zones right now. As we see here, the wave of Mihimana, you can see here, look at the steeper wall on this one. He just waits the right moment to attack the leap. Wham! Strong off the top, straight into the second one. He kind of mistimed it there a little bit, but look at this. just the wave just kept on providing. Those are exactly the types of waves you want at Ribeira de Ilhas. Again, another steep wall, finishing it off really strong. That's got to be a really good wave for Mihi Mana, 5.5. So
yeah, best number of the heat so far for him. So we just admire this again. It's so precise.
Oh, so clinical, and it just is so powerful as well. You can see here, he just kind of extended that bottom turn a little bit too early, but still he got some release on that back foot, and the wave just kept on giving steeper walls. And especially even if it's a smaller wave, if you're on your backside, you're gonna always attack on vertical. So that's got to be a really good wave for Mihi Mana. That's why we saw the fist bump.
Fly by over the reef here at Ribeira de Ilhas. As we get down towards our low, that'll be after 11 a.m. Get down towards that low tide in around about an hour's time.
Yeah.
So still plenty of outgoing tide to change the shape of this wave, to change our playing field here. It is, as ever, dynamic in Europe. Our big tide's really mixing it. Just another factor for our competitors to figure out, and why we talk about getting those practice sessions in so crucial. Things like local knowledge as well, that all comes into play, particularly. But right now, the surfer with the most of the local knowledge would be Martin Nunes, from Portugal, with a bit of work to do. With under 7.5 minutes on the clock, don't want to be chasing huge numbers. There's our tidal chart again. It's about an hour and a half actually before we hit the low. So all of that water drained completely off the reef, and then we'll get towards, well, just after lunchtime with the rising tides pushing in, helping the swell come in and filling over the reef. Going to be dreamy conditions this afternoon. Right now, here's Nunes. Great looking wave. Nice attack from him. Good fizz to his surfing on this one. It does well just to keep the board speed up when the wave could have got wobbly. Did well to keep it sharp and crisp. And still swinging here. Nice rhythm to this. He's just flowing between the turns. Hasn't really got to play catch up. And we hear some support from the Portuguese crowd on the beach. Much better from Nunes.
Oh, much better. You got a really big, strong turn on the outside. So I think we'll be happy with this one. And that's why we also heard someone clapping and yelling, because that usually means you serve pretty well. As we see here, Martin. This is the money turn right here. Big drawn out bottom turn. This is it. I'm sorry, guys. This is the big turn. Just attacks really strong, just puts the board all the way around, goes around the section, nice carve, and then just tries to time it really well, and he went for that second foam climb, but very well surfed by Martin. At least one big turn. That's got to be a good one, as we see here. Just that leading arm open, these shoulders, just attacking that leap really strong. That's got to be one of the best turns of this heat so far. Still waiting on the scores on that one.
It's going to feel good for him as well. Even just get out of the context exactly of where the scoreboard is, but just getting one good, really solid turn, kind of leaning hard into that hit on the lip, and then getting pushed down, exiting the turn with more speed than he went in. And confidence, as ever, important. There's the squad on the beach, the coaches, they're watching it all go down.
Yeah, that's on the right, that's Mário Reis. He has been a physical coach for a lot of surfers, Portuguese and not Portuguese, as the local Grom, João Roque, both of the coaches, Nuno Telman, David Raimundo, and the one on the left, I have no idea who that is with the hoodie on. But I think they'll be happy with the score of Martin.
Mihi Mana, here he goes. Little inside wave for him. Bang! Oh. First clip, almost buries the nose, recovers it well. Just stays swinging. And would love to try and get a little inside here. He might get a little tight pocket, and he'll just keep teeing off, trying to get out of third position, looking for 3-4-3. Really looking to go as high as he can up the scale as he just keeps it alive, and that is the sort of spark that he's been surfing with throughout the QS season in Europe. Again, really sprightly on his feet, dialed in with everything, and a couple more vertical hits from Mihi Mana. So a wave that looked smaller and snuck inside is an opportunity for the surfer in third position, Mihi Mana, to try and go up the scoreboard. He did a lot of turns there, Philippe. Has he done much damage in terms of the score?
Yeah, you know what? He did a huge first turn, but for me, that's a smaller wave. That's a really small wave, and you know, judges, the size of the wave is not on the criteria, but
this is where it becomes particularly telling as well, because under 4 minutes to go. I would check the replay, but he's all the way down on the inside. So let's see if this pays off or not. But let's break down the replay first.
Yeah, he started off really strong, huge, a lot of water coming from that turn, and then just, yeah, he definitely managed to get some strong turns on that wave. But look at the size of the wave. Let's see if that plays out for the scoring for the judges, because look, another big turn. So he actually served it really well. He only needs a 3.43. I think it's gonna be around something like that, but he definitely, because he served the wave really good. We're just looking at the replay. The wave just kept on providing wall for him to attack the leap, as we see a 4.03. So Paul, it's not a huge score, but just puts him on that first place.
Yeah, it's a crucial one for him, and with time ticking away, 3 on the clock. So the size of the wave, of course, not factoring as such. We're not judging criteria, but obviously the less energy in the wave, the less degree of difficulty, the less impressive the turns will be. Here's Josh Burke now in 4th and in a spot of bother. Doesn't need a big number though, 4.82, and he'll need this one to keep running. He's had some waves that stopped out the back. He needs this section to provide here, opening up, really just trying to put himself in the right part of the wave. Get a snap out of some white water. You just have to be patient here. Hope to try and grab something up to the inside for a finish. Staying super active on the board. Trying to deal with that deep, deep water. What he really wants is for this to get on the reef here and run. And he's unable to really commit, particularly to that section, so it just gets a bit uncooperative for him. He might get a finish all the way down on the inside, but it's sluggish energy in the wave just running away from him, and he's been really unlucky in this heat, Josh.
That's gotta be Ribeiro at his best. It felt like the wave was really good, and out of nowhere just disappeared on the channel, and you feel like the legs are burning.
So much into that as well, looking for a finish.
That's the thing. You're trying to finish it off really strong, and as you see here, Rafael, a nice looking wave.
Oh, great looking wave. I mean, contrast the energy of this double up as Teixeira keeps it in the pocket. So some work done outside for him. 3rd place was where he sat prior to this wave. There's a nice attack on the lip. The backhand stinging turn. Releasing the spray, looking for 4.62 to threaten Martin Nunes, and he loves it.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining, but wait a minute, because we have the Portuguese surfer on a nice looking wave. Look at this.
Right, here we go. Beautiful looking section, and he goes super vertical.
Oh.
Again, really nice. Releases the tail and hangs on. And he's dialed in here. He's got really good rhythm in the outside section. What's the wave going to provide for him? Through this mid part, it'll get a little slopey. And he'll just try and stick with this final 45 seconds.
Finish it off strong.
Just goes with a little clip on the insides. Still looking for that finishing section. Brings it underneath onto this bowl. And again, getting a little hung, but making sure he surfed out of that maneuver. And we get another snap done. He'll bring this one all the way through. And again, turn number 11 or something like that for that wave for Martin Nunes. And what a way to bring it all the way to the sand. So important exchange, due numbers for everyone except Mimana. So Martin, we've just seen. We're also going to get Rafael Teixeira's number and Josh Burke's as well. And I tell you what, low numbers in this heat. It's real close. Prior to that exchange, there's only about a point between 1st and 4th.
It's so tight. All the scores are super close, and it's going to be interesting to see the replays and see, because I think Martin, obviously Rafael Teixeira's wave was really good, but Martin Nunes' wave, that one looked really, really strong, really competitive. And you know what? Mihimana didn't have the chance to fight back.
He's vulnerable here because you know, you conceivably Teixeira and Nunes both get scores to put past Mimana Bray. There's Martin Nunes back on the beach. You see him breathing a bit because he's put a lot into this. Let's get another look at this fully.
That's got to be one of the best waves we've seen all morning. Look at this size of this wall. Huge snap off the top, straight into a second huge turn on the lip, just drifting the tail a little bit on that one. So 2 big turns on the outside. We know that judges love that, and now it's just time to milk it all the way to the inside, because at this time you just need to stay patient and make sure you have the momentum to attack the lip once you have it. Again, a little bit of a foam climb over there, just just waiting for the right moment to attack the lip. He got a bit of a mistake here. He got a little hang up on that turn, but I think he did really well. That's got to be one of that. He's got to be feeling really good because he's at home. Finish it off really strong as well. It's got to be interesting to see.
Well, previous to that, the number for Teixeira, 617, puts him to first. So Mimana drops to second. There's Rafael Teixeira. He's looking good in this heat. He's making it through wherever this score goes from Martin Nunes. But right now, it's with the panel for the score for the young Portuguese, looking for 4-3-1 to upset Mimana Bray. And I reckon it could be bad news for the surfer out of French Polynesia. He's under threat here, 4-3-1. First of all, let's hone in on this score. And that's the aggression. That's what's done out the back, the verticality, the fact that he's taken on the lip. And his surfing is up and down. Good vertical amplitude, good number. Martin Nunes, you'd have to say, just on a similar kind of note, the way he was going straight up into the lip, you'd be thinking a 4-point ride. He's well on his way to that.
Oh, it's right there, 5.9, so enough to put him in the first position. So
all right, well, we thought
look
Mimana
at the Portuguese crowd.
could be vulnerable. He couldn't get a wave. Well done to Martin Nunes, who goes into first place, and that would be bitter disappointment from Mimana, and possibly he might rue those early missteps he made in that heat. He used a couple of waves and didn't put good points on the board. Nevertheless, the surfer's getting it done. Well done to them. Martin Nunes will be delighted. The Portuguese crowd love it. Rafael Teixeira as well, the Brazilian, surfed really well to battle his way through to the next round. Action's hotting up here in Ericeira. More live from the Challenger Series right after this. Stop 5 of 6 on the Challenger Series welcomes you back to the beautiful town of Ericeira for the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro. Let's check out Heat 6 featuring some young and up-and-coming talent. Taj Lindblad of the USA, Shane Crawford of Hawaii, Ryan Carnello from Brazil, Daiki Tanaka from Japan. I'm Paul Evans, he's Philippe Jervis, and mate, here we're looking at the next generation really looking to step up on the challenges.
Yeah, it feels like there's a couple of new up-and-comer kids just trying to take over the old dogs and the guys that have been doing this for like almost 20 years, and it feels like there's a change of generation.
Certainly one of the features on this tour. You see the veterans, maybe people that didn't make the cut, looking to get straight back and then hot on their heels. They get to measure themselves against that next pack, that rabid pack, and just relentless in terms of discovering talent from all around the world. I can't wait to see this one, how it goes down. Already on the board, you can see a quick number in for Tanaka, wasting very little time. Probably a smart move, and certainly you can get points on the board early on. Just bit of pressure on everyone else. A little scramble for position here, and it'll be Taj Lindblad, who was wider, and he pulls the trigger, and that one will just slope and push. A bit of a road to nowhere for Taj. So with just under 26 to go, let's get a debrief from, well, Portugal's favourite surfer at the moment. The guy surfed really well, got himself out of a tricky situation. The youngster, Martin Nunes, is standing by for a chat.
That is right. Very tight race right there. Local knowledge definitely comes in handy when it comes to wave selection. What's important to look out for in a wave like this?
Yeah, it was a very tight hit. I'm really happy. Yeah, there is really good waves, but it's difficult to find the spot, and yeah, you need to use the priority really well to make sure the wave you get with the priority counts to the final ones.
And now, what do you think the judges are looking for in these conditions right now?
I think it's big turns with water on the sky and on the critical sections, and yeah, I think that's the main point.
And what are you going to do? You're still going to surf today in the next round. What are you going to do up until that happens?
Yeah, I'm just going to chill and check the waves, and I'm looking forward for the next hit, do my best. I want to thank Vissla for the opportunity to get in the comp. Thanks so much, and I'm really happy. I want to send a kiss to my mom, to my dad and my brother.
You can say something in Portuguese if you want.
Grande beijinho à minha mãe, abraço ao meu pai e ao meu irmão e a todos os que estão a ver, e vamos a isso. Obrigado.
Let's go. Next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Martin, great job. A kiss for mum. And Evan on the beach down here, absolutely delighted with that performance. Just going to chill.
Oh, yeah, he has to.
Just chilling, mate.
Actually, I'm not sure which it is going to be on, but he has plenty of time because there's still a couple of hits left in this round as we see the replay of first wave of the Japanese surfer, Daiki Tanaka, 4.33 on this one. A nice first setup turn on the outside and straight into a combination of nice roundhouse cut back, and then hits the lip really strong on that one. And let's see if the wave allows him to do something special on the inside. Just keeping the momentum, keeping the flow, as you see here, just hitting the lip really strong and goes around the section. Unfortunately, it's all over for him on that wave, as you see, live action.
Yeah, here's Crawford. Look at this stuff. As he whips that one high in the lip. Wow, hammers that, and he'll get hung up. So really pushing. And the wave not offering him a chance to transition to get back down. Shane Crawford showing some intent there, showing us the spark. Tanaka with the best of the opening exchange by far, despite the number. It's a modest mid-range of a 4.33, but better. And he rode that wave all the way through. Let's see what exactly happened for Cheyenne here.
Yeah, he started off really well. It looked like it was pretty fired up. Unfortunately, that section, he chose the right turn, but it feels like the whitewash didn't have enough power just to push him forward on the wave, and he got kind of stuck. So that was a good call by the surfer in blue. Unfortunately, gets stuck on that one, but still a lot of time to make something and put scores on board.
Still waiting for the likes of Ryan Carnello to fire up, and this one, such an electrifying surfer is Ryan. He'll wait for his opportunity in third priority, though. First priority is with Taj Lindblad. Shane Crawford on the screen. Just surfed that last wave and possibly looking down the line, realizing that's probably a last section turn. Realized he didn't have anything, so he didn't really need to do a linking turn. That's why he pushed really hard on the tail. But just, as you mentioned, that whitewater just didn't give him enough to keep him going for a completion. And Anytime you don't get a completion, that will keep your numbers down. A little bit of slight texture on the surface of the water there. We've got a light sea breeze flapping in at the moment, nothing untoward.
Yeah, contrary from the last couple of weeks, we finally have that north wind, and it feels like we're gonna have a stronger north wind throughout the whole day. But the good thing is, Paul, the north wind in Ribeira de Ilhas sometimes makes it even better, because even though it's not clean and glassy, it just gives you that little crumb on the face, and sometimes just puts that little whitewash so you can hit the lip. And we usually surf Ribeira de Ilhas with north wind. It's well protected, and the wind comes from behind, and it's all good. So so far so good. We have swell, we have clean conditions. Is not windy. It's kind of windy, but it's all fine, and the surfers are psyched because there are really good waves out there.
Looking at a big competition here in the Challenger Series. Here goes Taj Lindblad with an entry into the outside bowl. Beautiful carving turn to open things off. Really nicely done as he commits that rail and keeps it crisp. And then just coiled off the bottom. A couple of quick snaps. That wave just offed him up a few sections without really having to push too hard, able just to flick spray. And then as it gets a little soft, it's the patient approach. It's all about the timing and the positioning on the wave, and he keeps it in the pocket, does real well to deal with a rib going through the wave. Didn't get that finishing section, but good work done out the back by Taj.
Yeah, especially on that first turn. That first turn on the outside was really strong, and even though he didn't have a finishing turn, we always, and even the judges always like to see the finishing turn here in Ribeira de Ilhas. Sometimes we have big scores with that just one turn. Unfortunately for him, the wave just allows him to go big on this first turn. Look at this nice bottom turn, straight into nice carving. And from here all the way through the inside, it was, as you said, just a combination of a couple nice cutback, just trying to get the momentum and the rhythm and the flow. Nothing too major for the rest of the wave. This is the part of the wave that you get all those ribs, and just trying to figure out if the wave is going to wall up again. Just a combination of nice carves, nice snaps, nothing too major. The biggest turn was definitely on the outside, but still it's going to put something on board and put a little pressure on the other surfers.
Here we go. Here's Tanaka, slightly wider, puts himself in position here. Oh, and a soft section. He just gave it a little too much of that setup turn. He sort of got marooned away from his board as the wave fattened up, and a mistake from him. He's down. That could prove costly. Not going to get loads of opportunities in terms of priority for a set wave. 4 surfers in the water, and now just over 19 on the clock. So Tanaka, a little bit of frustration there, and almost just lost concentration, took his eye off it.
Yeah, I feel like he went around the section, and when he hit the whitewash for the rebound, it felt like he stepped out of, he took weight out of the board instead of putting a bit of a pressure just to hold on and deal with that little bit of a turbulence. And so when you don't connect with your board, anything just can put you off balance, and that's exactly what happened to Tanaka. He was just, as soon as he hit the foam for that rebound, just he kind of disconnected from the board, and yeah, he went down, and now he went, actually he's on the 3rd priority. So, but yeah, a little bit of a mistake there.
Checking out Billy Stanman of New Zealand. Always a positive, stoked character. Already got himself qualified for the Paralympics 2024, which will be taking place, in case you haven't heard, French Polynesia. Teahupu. And he loves his time over in Europe, does Billy. So I'm checking out the waves early this morning. Looked pretty stoked. A chance to go at it and hammer some of these long right-hand points of Ribeira. That'll be coming up in just under 18 minutes time. Stretched out lines here as we see this swell wrap in. The tide still going out here, and that just possibly breaking up the energy of the swell a touch. And we do suspect anytime that tide turns with a bit of a swing on it and a building swell, we could see a really super consistent part of the early afternoon. Probably the best part of the day. The incoming tide off low right now. We're looking at set standing up out the back priorities with Ryan Kainalo, who's as yet to fire up here. He's got nothing on the board to speak of. He now suddenly looks interested in this wave, and here goes the young Brazilian Kainalo. He'll stand up and see what is on offer. First turn gets sort of cooperative bit of fluff to deal with on the lip, and he'll tag it and then whips one around. And with that stance, just keeping all options on the table as he just swings nice and crisp in the pocket. Loads of points for those sort of turns, but if you can put yourself in the right place, what it'll do is just bring you rhythm in the next section. That's what he's looking for here. Still really looking for a bit of steepness on this wave since the opening maneuver. Now we'll find some. And a nice snap down from him. And looking just to try and build up the speed and get a lip line to hit. Doesn't get loads of that. Tried to lay back, just kind of dragging the fins through it. Gets a completion. That'll be better from him in terms of his score, but he would have been hoping for a bit more than that, I feel.
Yeah, it was a bit of, it has been a low scoring affair here, so he's gonna put something on board and just gotta throw himself out there on the mix. And I think he actually did really well. That finishing turn wasn't as big as he wanted to, but still it did really good. As we see Shane Crawford.
Bomb here for Cheyenne out the back, nice and steep. That was really cool. As he tweaks the tail in the lip, commits a carve, almost carves himself out the back of the wave. So again, committing really hard to a turn in the midsection of the wave. We want to see the commitment out the back, as does the panel. Not sure if there was much on offer down the line there. Crawford just unable to complete that last maneuver.
Yeah, you want to see power and flow on the outside, but you don't want to over push it. That's exactly what he did there. See, you have to be in flow and in the rhythm with the wave, otherwise you just can. This was a nice turn by Cheyenne, and it just comes around the section, as we're gonna see. Ryan Kainalu, that's a really good first turn on the outside, and then just, as you mentioned, Paul, just going from turn to turn, rail to rail, just keeping that momentum, combination of nice carvings, nothing too major, a pretty big strong turn on the outside, and then here it just is stomping on that back foot, just waiting for the wave to wall up and just allow him to do something bigger here. He just is looking down the line. He knows he needs the momentum to go there and attack. As we see here, he kind of chose the wrong turn. He wanted to put a layback in there. Unfortunately, just kind of got stuck, but he still managed to land that turn. So, yeah, 5.77. So, best wave of the exchange so far, and the best wave of the heat as well.
Yeah, not a particularly high scoring affair thus far. We're past the midway point in it. Taj Lindblad got 4.9. His previous wave, his second. Kainalo getting that 5.77. It's a bit of quality from him. Just allowing the judges, affording them the chance just to open up the scores a bit. Just 2 ways ridden by everyone, 8 ways for the heats. So that gives us legitimate totals, but they're modest numbers so far. We're having fun here in Ericeira once again. Checking out Daniel Elmsley. He'll be coming up in the next heat, the young South African. More live action from beautiful Ericeira real soon.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals is the whole year and you just jam it together.
It's so hard to put in words what did it take for me to be here right now.
And it makes for one of the most exciting days to competitive surfing.
Here we are again.
The best surfers on the planet heading out to one of the world's greatest waves. Let's go!
It's like he's angry at lower trestles. There you go, San Clemente. Let him hear it. Florida, baby!
This is what an entire season has wind down to.
October 5th on WorldSurfLeague.com, revisit the drama of Rip Curl WSL Finals Day at Lower Trestles. All of that just went down. Can't wait to see that. Check that show out and remind ourselves how cool a finish to our 2023 season for the Championship Tour was. Of course, season's not over. The World Surf League, plenty left to come. Most notably, right now, Challenger Series. Contenders looking to set up. We're also shortly about to go into finals on the longboard tour as well. Big wave season firing up soon. Loads of cool stuff to come. We're doing a fly past to the peak here at Ribeira Dilas, where with under 11 minutes to go, it's the young Brazilian Ryan Kainalo, who's been over in Europe competing for a number of years. He was just a tiny kid doing events over here a few years back. Tell you what, he's grown up now. He's got a lot more power. He's still got the spark. Right now, he's got the highest number in this heat, Philly. It's that 5.77, Philly. That's going to feel really good for him to have a little bit of quality in, but he knows he's vulnerable while he's sitting on a low number. Let's get caught up with Tanaka here.
Yeah, nice strong turn on the outside, and then he just kind of ran away from the powerful part of the wave, as we see him just trying to connect with the inside and finish it off really strong as well. It goes and goes around the section again, but I think it's all done. As you see here, the super replay on that one. Nice finishing turn. So that's got to be a really good backup score for the surfing green. As we also had a wave for Ryan trying to improve on his situation. He actually did a 3.97 with this huge finishing turn on that one. Fortunately, let's see if the wave provides him something else. I think all the damage is done.
You got to say, smart surfing there from Ryan. He had that 5.77, the highest score, but he's just sitting on shrapnel or throwaway, 0.57. This is the sort of wave and the sort of situation where things can get weird for you. And you got the highest score, but all of a sudden you're sitting on a 1 or less, and he just did so well to A, get an opportunity, and just surf it up in terms of potential of the wave. He knew it was going to be a short wave, fitting those turns in, Philippe, and hey, that's how you consolidate your position.
Yeah, obviously you want those huge and steeper waves that just allow you to go from the outside all the way through the inside. But here in Ribeira, if you have an opportunity to do something special, just might as well and go.
Crawford driving down the line here, trying to come from way behind. He was in second priority. He's way up the reef, and because of that, this happens. It's so hard to come from behind the whiteboard here at Ribeira, unless you got a big one that shoulders wide and double up. But anytime you got a bit of a runner, even for some of the very best, fastest surfers in the world, it's really hard to get back out on the face. And you saw that on that vision, just a glimpse of his face. It's continued frustration for Shane Crawford.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like you cannot get that momentum. Look, it's just, he's against the wall. He has his back against the wall for the whole wave. Just is trying to go around the section the whole time, but unfortunately it just kind of speeds up in front of him and he gets stuck on the whitewash. So look at this. As you see, the surfing green actually looked at it, because I think the wave actually right in front of this whitewash, it felt like he had a little bit of a scoring potential, but Cheyenne was a little bit too deep, unfortunately. As we see here, the wave just keeps on rolling, and unfortunately for Cheyenne, another mistake. He has nothing too special on board. So
tell you what though, mate, it's wide open, right? Under 8 minutes, surfers chasing down a 1.08 and a 2.41 for an advancing spot. So this one is super tight. It's anyone's at the moment. Here goes Tanaka, looking to get out of third. What's he got? Nice section, nice whip to the turn, and combos it up straight into the lips. So changes the line and gets more verticality. And then looking to just clean up the rail through here. Holds that rail for a nice extended drawn out arc. And again, a little bit more vim and vigor in that turn. And then deep water Few wobbles, he'll deal with them to try and soak that up and try and do this in the lip. A strong finish, and he can't hang on. He would have loved to stick that. Meanwhile, your heat leader behind him, Kai Nallo. What's he got for us? He's loading up here and looking at the section down the line. And he sees this come at him. And really nicely done. He waited a long time, sort of telegraphed that section, throws in that layback in a tricky section. And we appreciate that at this wave, hitting that oncoming section here, Philip, it's not an easy turn to do.
Oh, definitely. But he actually read the wave really well, as you see here, the wave from the beginning. It felt like it was a bit of a roll in. He's looking down the line. He knows there's something special right in the end of this wave, as we can see here. Just keeping that flow, keeping that momentum, waiting for the wave to stand up, but just always coming back to the power source of the wave, just to make sure that board just keeps on going. And here you can see him just is high down the line, just looking at that finishing turn, just pumping, pumping, pumping. Right, chooses the right moment to attack that leap. He does that little strongman climb. All the Brazilian surfers were happy with that one. He was already on the first place, so he might improve on that situation a little bit. As we see here, actually, I was kind of bummed with this wave because it was a really good wave, and it felt like Tanaka was off the timing and a little bit off balance the whole wave. As you see here, look at this. This is probably the best turn, but still nothing. He's not pushing it too hard. A little better from him on that one. And you can see him just kind of a little bit all over the place, a lot of bumps, and that just made him attack the leap a little late on that one. Unfortunately for Tanaka going down, but still, it's his second best. No, it's honest. His best wave, 4.83, even though he fell on that.
Yeah,
on that finishing
Tanaka.
turn.
So the 4.83 for him, and a crucial wave, an important one. He was vulnerable, sitting on a low number, and he's just done well, just to sort of rally and take a pragmatic approach, basically. You don't always need huge numbers to make it out of these heats. It is modest score. No one in double figures as yet. Let's see if Ryan Kainalo can take us there when his next number comes in. Under 5 minutes to go. First priority is with Taj Lindblad, and he will need to use that priority because at the moment he's chasing down a number. 4.26 his requirement. Alongside him, surfer out of Hawaii, Crawford's got a bit more to do. 6.16. He's not had a great heat so far as Crawford, and he will need to fire up here. But all the time the scores say modest, it stays available to anyone. We saw in the last heat Martin Nunez getting a good wave. The final minute or so of the heat, surfers like Mimano Bray was unable to get himself in the final exchange, and it cost him big time. He got set stacking up here, mate.
Yeah, it looks like there's a few lines coming. As you said, Mihi managed, he kind of waited for too long and just ended up going from first to the third place.
Panicked a bit, went on the smaller inside one as well. It is about waiting for the set if you really want to get a quality number.
Yeah, actually his way of thinking about that was kind of all right, because he needed a backup plan, but unfortunately for him, just the other guys got some really good waves.
Lindblad, here he goes, looking for a number. 4.26 the requirement. He's swinging. He'll get a section here. What's he got? Into the lip, hits it. And again, just slicing, staying crisp, and trying to commit to this wave. And what's it going to offer him? As he looks down the line here, and he'll have to just set up again. So quite a lot of build up to bring him into an inside. And he will want a strong finish here. 4.26, just a reminder of that requirement. And a nice release from the tail. Not the most committed closeout turn we've ever witnessed, but nevertheless a well-surfed wave for Taj.
Yeah, I don't think he was that committed because he didn't have that momentum. He didn't bring that momentum all the way from the outside. It's just Shine Crawford on a nice looking turn again. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how Taj, because he already has a 4.9, so one of the best waves of this heat so far. He definitely needs to back it up just to put himself in the mix and make sure, because he only needs a 4.26. What are you thinking, Paul? With 2.5 minutes remaining, let's see the replay. I know this is Shine. Nice first foam climb and nice roundhouse cut back. His board looks really good, really fast. Just waiting for the wave to wall up and to allow him to push a little stronger on those turns. Just a lot of lot of strength on that back foot. The wave just, he didn't have that wall that you need here in Ribeira to get those big scores, as he finished it off really well. That was a really well surfed wave by Cheyenne, but this wave, this guy, he only needs a 4.26. So Taj, with a combination of 2 big turns on the outside and then just waiting, he's gonna push it a little stronger on that one. That was a lot better from him, as he waits for the wave to give him something on the end. We see a lot of surfers just cruising down the line on this part of the wave, because it's Ribeiradilhas. You know that sometimes you might get a finishing turn, as Taj actually did, as you see here, just looking down the line, just drifts that fin, put that fin off the top, not out the back, and you finish it off really well. So it's going to be interesting to see the scores.
Yeah, you got to be thinking 4.26. Wow, I'll tell you what, the number's in. He gets it 4.83. So really well done for him for just sticking with that, no lack of commitment. And now that puts Tanaka in a more troublesome position. He's gone to 3rd now, the Japanese, in 2nd place priority. Crucially, the surfer in green, Crawford. He's still a ways back, but he's going to get a number in. Let's see, A, if that brings down the requirement, B, if he can get another wave. But Taj Lindblad will have a little bit more fire in his belly, paddling back out. If he can hear our beach announcers letting him know that he's jumped to 2nd place. And at the moment, with 30 on the clock, he is making this heat alongside Ryan Kainalo. It's not been a classic in terms of points. Kainalo has managed to push it into double figures with his last wave, that 4.7, but otherwise it's been a bit scrappy, and that was a crucial wave for Taj. Meanwhile, here's Tanaka looking for 4.9, gets loads of the lip for a first turn, pumps off the bottom, opens up on the rail, just drops the weight to emphasize the turn. A nice snap into the lip from him. And will he get an inside section? As we see that deeper water, and that rip goes through, and a couple of ribs. And he gets hold of the wave. And you have to be pretty patient before you get a chance to get an inside, and he's still swinging here, looking to bring this through. Set up stuff from him, and he'll want a strong turn on the end. He'll want to make it as well, crucially, and he does. So it's a completion. And let's reflect on that number 4.9. We just saw a 4.83 go down for Ryan Kainalo. Philippe, your thoughts?
I think he actually did really well on the outside, and he managed to stay with the wave, as we see here. Look, this.
Do you like it for the score, mate? You're on the fence here. Yeah, when you get off that fence.
I'll be around the 5-pointer, because he actually did something. Look at this second big turn on the outside. So he already has 2 big turns on the outside. He manages to bring the wave all the way through the inside and finish it off. So I think it's going to be really close. I'm going to say yes.
Okay, Jervis likes this for the number. Let's see what our panel makes. It's their opinion that's going to count the most, as we're just watching again. There's decent work from Tanaka.
Yeah.
And finishes strong as well. He had
a little conservative on that finishing turn, but I think he knew that he just needed to finish the wave off, because he had this big strong turn on the outside. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think it's going to be really close.
Sometimes when you see like slightly fewer of those setting up cutback turns as well throughout the wave, it just allows you to focus more on the good work that was done. It makes the better turns stand out a bit more. Let's see where this goes. Crucial decision for our panel as we wait here for the numbers to come in. And a tight heat. And a lot of really similar kind of waves as well. There wasn't really anyone that unlocked bombs. Everyone got similar opportunities. Let's have another look. This was the 4.83 from Lindblad, and this is what Tanaka needs to better with his score.
Yeah, the thing is, Taj's wave was a little bit bigger. Really similar, because they both had some nice turns, big turns on the outside, and the finishing turn was actually pretty similar. I would say that Taj's wave was a little bit bigger, but maybe Tanaka's turns were a bit bigger as well. So I think it's going to be super close. As we see, the scores are already dropping in. I think it's going to be good to go for the surfer in green.
Yeah, we're watching a replay of Lindblad finish off. That was previous, put himself in a strong position, but I tell you what, the number drops in, and it will be disappointment for the young American, because Daiki Tanaka nails it, gets the number, and he'll be absolutely delighted. And we talk about how You got to keep your head in these heats and just keep that focus, wait for any opportunities. It's exactly what Tanaka did, and he'll be delighted to make it through a tough heat there and showing his skills, getting the finish as well on the end section. And it's tough on the Challenger Series. If you want to go and take on the best of the world on the Championship Tour, there's tough heats to surf. More live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro. We're going to bring in Monday and Alves for the call. We'll be right back.
Puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
Able to navigate that tube. Into the barrel.
Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, drains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Bongia. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
Coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals. This is what it's all about, winner take all. This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
And welcome back, guys. I've got the winner of the last heat, Ryan Kanalu. It's your first time surfing here at Ericeira. Tell me all about this heat. How did that go?
Yeah, it's pretty special to be here. This wave is like, it's not the same, but it's close off where I live, in Ubatuba. And my board's it's pretty good. I'm pretty happy to make this heat. It's so hard just to be in the challenge. And yeah, let's see how to the afternoon.
Yeah, you're still in the surfing again today. How do you feel that anything that you're picking up on this heat that just went, anything you're picking up that you're gonna bring to the next heat?
I think I need more power for the next round. And I don't know, my board pretty good. I'm so confident in this board. And I'm gonna go to home and eat and relax and back just in the time of my heat.
Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese to your friends back home?
Sim, eu tô bem feliz. Passei a bateria agora no primeiro round. Eu acredito que tem a galera do Brasil assistindo, então muito obrigado pela torcida. Minha mãe que eu sei que tá acordada na madrugada. E é isso, tô bem feliz.
Congratulations, we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. And that was Ryan. A great performance from the young Brazilian surfer. Now, got some bad news and some good news. The bad news is that Philippe Jervis and Paul Evans have vacated the building. They've gone to have lunch, kind of have a regroup, talk through their strategy and their friendship. The good news is, my name's Ben Mundy and I'm joined in the booth by Francisco Chico Alves. I've got a stacked heat. Daniel Emsley, Billy Stammen, John Mark Takong and Joaquim Chaves. I'm going to start with the Portuguese hope. Talk to me about Chavez. What do you know about him? What's his strengths? What type of surfer is he, Chico?
He's got a really springy style. He's really athletic. He's won 2 national events this year in a row. Then he had an injury. He had a bit of a setback, but then he got the best result so far on the European region in Pantin. I was able to be there watching that event, and he surfed really well. Actually beat Kaoli Vast, who was on one of the standouts there on his backside. So we know that Joaquin can surf really, really well lefts and rights, but his backside is lethal. So if he gets the opportunity, I think he's going to do some damage. He looked really focused before the heat, and can't wait to see what he can do.
Okay, thanks, Chico. Out the back, though, bit of a sort of paddle battle. Also got the Kiwi, Billy Stammen. Billy's been around a long time. Super consistent performer, always there or thereabouts, but just has to give way to Chavez. So he goes to Portuguese Hope on his backhand, and that wave just not quite helping out. And then, interesting story, John Mark Takong, Filipino surfer, grew up surfing Cloud 9 in Siriago. Hold that thought as you see Daniel Emsley, so the South African, comes around the corner, gets it up high, and young. It's Greg Emsley's son. Here he goes down the line. He's just trying to swoop and turn. You can see his technique is just a little bit dry, and he just tries to bury the rail there and comes unstuck. So Emsley not capitalising on that wave. And the young South African will go back out, reset. He watches the wave go down. Wasn't going to be a huge score, but he left a few points out there he'll be disappointed with. And he'll need to go out there and regroup. That was his second wave he's ridden. Chico, he started off strong. Just a shame he didn't get the finish.
Yeah, he started off really well here with the vertical approach there. Then the wrap, really low center of gravity, and really speedy down the line. So you can tell he's got that South African read on right-handers, and that was great surfing by Emsley. And this was during the break. John used the replay, nice, really aggressive carve to start off, then a wrap, and he was able to get a few more turns on the inside. Nice slide of the tail there, something different to show another one. So a really great wave for John, and long one. Looks like he got one of those that keeps growing down the line, and he was able to feed some really strong turns on this one. Let's see if he can finish it off with a big turn here near the rocks. He's waiting for it, but I don't think he's going to get like a big finish. But nonetheless, he's going to just throw another snap in. But I think the work was done on the outside.
Yeah, that wave was a long time. Meanwhile, this is Chavez, the Portuguese surfer. Oh, there's a good first turn, nice and vertical in the pocket. Drives around again. We talked about, well, Chico talked about how Chavez's backhand is his real strength. Here he is showing it at home. Knows this wave so well. Competed here loads throughout his junior career. And he's just linking his turns. He got a 6.37 for this wave. Chico, he just, as you said, his ability to link his turns and a bit of variety was impressive.
Yeah, Joaquin is living here in Ericeira for a while now. And I think the fact that he has been surfing these waves a lot helps him to really read the waves better. And this was the first of Emsley that came in at 3.83. So quick start for all of them. And Joaquin, I think, getting the better of the exchange, as we see the 3.83 from Emsley. A lot of work done, but maybe judges being a bit biased about the size of the wave on this case. But he's looking sharp, and that board is looking good under his feet, not digging too much the rails, and connecting all the dots there with a bit of a drift of the fins and a fall. But good start for all of them. The only one that got a little bit behind the 8 ball is Billy Stedman, but he's sitting with priority. So
it's a quick start, and it's interesting to see where all those three different waves and different approaches and where they came in. So the best wave of that exchange was the goofy footer in green, Chavez with a 6, and that was despite John Mark Takong and also Daniel getting lots longer waves and a lot more turns, but the judges seem to be rewarding those bigger turns out the back still.
Yeah, I think Ribera is such a long wave that sometimes you want to surf it, maybe just throw less turns but more eye-popping to the judges. And I think they're a bit biased when you try to do small turns and just quick turns all the way in. So anytime you see someone getting like a longer line off the bottom and really drawing a beautiful line on the face of the wave, I think that, especially when you're watching on the beach, stands out more because it's quite far. You cannot tell, but it's quite far. But when you see like a big drawn-out bottom turn and a long carve on the face, it looks more smooth. It's for the judges is what they are actually looking for. And we saw guys like Leo and Brian Callanan surf that way last year. That's why they made all the way to the final. And they kept the same rhythm and the same pace throughout all the event. As we see the next heat preparing, we know Tiago Pires is working with Javis Earl, one of the up-and-coming talents from Australia.
World Junior Champion Jarvis from Cronulla, and also on the Red Bull team. And Saka does help out those young kids when they come to Portugal. Invaluable, well, one of the greats of Portuguese surfing, and incredible knowledge of this location as well. He's got a really great ability to communicate clean ideas, and yeah, so that's a great man to have in your corner.
He's a magnet of waves here. Well, when we used to see Tiago compete here, it's impressive how he can really connect with the ones that open up all the way through the bay. It looks like every time Tiago hits the water, he catches waves that are from another day, and yeah, that's why he's been so successful here on the back then on the events.
Okay.
And, as we see live action.
Yeah, live action from Billy, the Kiwi. So a little swooping cutback to get started. As I said, really experienced competitor. Made the Olympics last year, 2020, trying to go for again. Here we go, he's just trying to wind up. There's a nice bit of spray off the top. A little sharp, sort of turn in the pocket, just keeps driving and S-turning. See that little pocket there? Gave him a little bit of a lip to hit, and he did so. And drives down the line, just waiting for this one to stand up again. He looks like he's putting his weight in the back foot, just trying to tee up something. Sometimes it's a bit of guesswork. You never know what's going to happen. Got to stick with it. Here he goes. Puts the foot on the gas now. The section comes his way. He just finishes it off. A lot of hard work for that last turn. But Billy back in the game. He waited just on 12 minutes for that wave, and eventually got it all the way through to the cove. So all four surfers getting some scores. And yeah, what was the sort of highlights or high points of this wave, Chico? What did you like the most?
Yeah, I like this first turn when the wave gets a bit more steeper. He just waits and weaves his way to really pace himself for this one. Bang. I think this one set it up him well for a couple of clean turns out the back. And I like this one again. I think he read it well. And Billy has a lot of experience here in Ribera. He has been coming here for the last probably 10 years or so. So he's ready to compete here, and he knows what he's doing. And I feel like Billy had a really interesting career over the course of the last years. He had a couple of years on the QS, and then he paused a bit, 1 or 2 years, and he came back stronger. So yeah, really technical surfer, surfing on sharp eye surfboards. A lot of them are surfing on sharp eye surfboards, and they look like good boards that fit the Ribera as well. They are speedy, and Billy there taking advantage of that. So connecting all the dots really well, and I'm wondering where that score is going to fall in between maybe John and Joaquin's wave. I think it's going to be right there.
Yeah, so exactly right. Connected the dots, didn't make any mistakes, and got himself right back in the heat. See, Kong, as I said, yeah, the Filipino surfer. He grew up on surfing Cloud 9 or Siriago. Have you been there, Chico? You surfed that wave?
No, I have mates that have been there, but I never had the pleasure to go there.
Yeah.
They always talk me through it, and they say it's an amazing place. And
yeah, it's a dream wave, aptly named.
Wave, yeah.
But he's also got an Australian wife, so spends a lot of time in the Gold Coast. So I'll come back to this as you see the Portuguese Hope. So this first turn, a lot of spray on his backhand. It was pretty much 12 o'clock. He goes back to the power source. And again, he's just trying to find a steeper section to unhook. Another few swooping S-turns. None of the spray that generated off that first turn. And now he's looking for the inside to try and juice it up. Just trying to improve on that 6 he got. Here he goes again. His read is really, really well on this wave. As you said, lives in the town and knows how to surf on his backhand, coast us over the headline. He's still going, just waiting for something down the end. Here he goes, trying to finish here for all that hard work, and just drifts the fin a bit. So nice finish for Chavez. So yeah, good surfing, backing up a solid 6-point ride. And just see where that comes in. Had to work hard for it, but that combination of a strong opening and a strong finish means, yeah, he's going to go all right. Meanwhile, at the back, live action. That's Daniel Emsley, the South African, just clicks the fins out, and again, just that little bit of inexperience there, trying to push too hard. Maybe not sure the wave was going to deliver, so he'll have to start again. He's had a few falls in this heat already, and as the competitor these days, especially stepping up. When you step up to this level, Chico, you just can't afford to make mistakes. But this first turn was money, right?
Yeah, I love was really tight in the pocket, and on your backside you need to do that. What he did, the best section to hit it really vertical is out the back, and Joaquim, he knows that, so that's why he goes really vertical on the first approach, and then here he just works his way for the score, because the damage was done on the first section, and he knows judges love to see a first vertical approach, and I love the pace he puts. You see, like every turn he turns, he does, it's really springy, and it's like a nice carve. He's not only like weaving his way towards the inside, he's doing turns, and he was able to finish it off with a bit of a drift. But I think the pace he puts in between maneuvers, it's what you need to do here in Ribeira. And yeah, he just waits for the right moment to attack, as we saw the claim there.
So Tongkong going for it, and meanwhile Emsley trying again. So he said lots of waves, trying to manufacture a score here. Try not to fall will be pretty important priority for him. He's just S-turning and zigzagging. Now it starts to line up down the inside. He's just trying to get a bit of a foot on the gas. Here he goes. So Emsley, the young Safa, there's a nice hook, bit of variety. Comes around again. Oh, and that's a better turn. A bit of fin release and a bit of spray. And then a last little foam climb, and that's him done. So we saw John Mark also get a good wave. He did a big fist pump, so we'll get Chico Alves to talk that through. He, as I said, grew up in the Philippines, but also now living on the Gold Coast. He's got an Australian wife and a young daughter, but it was Earl. He, the most important thing, he consolidated this wave and he didn't fall off.
Yeah, this wave was really well put together. I think he was just working his way towards the inside section because he identified there's something there. And I think the money turn, we're going to see it soon. This one was a setup carve, and I like this turn. I think he throws the fins out, puts an exclamation point on that turn, and here, unfortunately, the wave got really soft and he couldn't finish it off again with a big turn, but this turn was beautiful. Nice off the top there, with a lot of speed, throws the fins, really technical turn, and it's really hard to find one of those sections here, and he actually did a really good job to stay with this one all the way towards the inside and to manufacture something there. And this was the wave we saw John Mark claiming, and I think it's going to be a good one. We can see it's a double up and bang, big turn off the top, and he winds up again and he gets there, just gets a bit caught on that one, but he managed to pull that one through, gets a cut back there, and a finishing turn maybe. No, floats, and he gets another long cut back, and let's see if he can finish this wave off. I think so, because he claimed it, so I think he's gonna get one more in. Bang, throws the fins there, claims it.
He likes it.
He liked it.
He's a character, he's a classic. And meanwhile, out the back while that was going on, Billy got a 6.27 for his first wave, so trying to back it up here. Nice trademark stam in there, another swoop, and then just waiting for it to stand up again. So not a lot of variety on this section so far, just looking for something down the line. Here he goes, big green face, just coming up to pretty much dead low tide at the moment. He's trying to finish off on the rocks. A little bit late to that last one, but still backing up a 6. There's so many ways getting in all sort of a fairly sort of similar kind of turns in terms of the variety. So there's a lot for the judges to do. They've got a lot of scoring and looking at each other's scores. Anyway, while they do that, I'll take the time. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome back to the bird's eye view of Ribeira de Ilhas. What a lineup. You can see that line there running down the ancient reefs here, marking out what is an incredible contest wave. Super consistent and long. And here we go. And it's Daniel Amsley just trying to put his foot on the back. Here he goes again. Swooping turn, sort of puts his back into it somewhat, and then eyes lip down the line. A floater just to set himself up. The next one, nice little roundhouse cutback, coming in to finish. He hasn't got his score from his last wave, so this wave backing up. Eyes off the left-hand section, still going, so juicing the end bit again. Amsley's managed to just find a few sections, a few combinations of turns on that inside, which is never easy, so really grinding his way through this heat is the young South African. Impressively, after a few falls at the start, he's fought his way back into contention. Needed a 7-point ride, but got a couple of scores to drop in. And Billy Starman also waiting for his score to back up that 6.27. So when all those scores drop in, we'll be able to give you an update and let you know exactly what everyone needs. This is the wave from out the back from the start.
Well, this wave looked really hard to surf, was really soft. I thought the wave didn't really provide him any big sections. Other than that, the rail working he was doing was crazy. This turn was beautiful all the way around to the pocket, and then he gets some speed down the line, gets another one, a bit caught up there. But as you see, this wave is really, really flat. But the job he has done on such a flat wave is amazing, because he was able to finish it off with a strong turn here. Bang, vertical there. And I don't think he will improve with this one. And maybe Amsley trying to work his way to find a better and steeper wave. But this carve, look at this, really technical surfing. Arms in place, upper body rotation, the slice of the fins at the end, everything was great. But other than that, the wave didn't really allow him to open up on a meaty section. And I think when you look at Ribeira and the criteria for today, it's there's some size out there, and they want to see some big turns out the back. And if you compare that wave to the 5.77 of Joaquin, he had the big turn out the back straight away, as you see the recap.
Yeah, well, exactly right. So this is where it all started, and you're right. Just a bit more amplitude on his turns for Chavez, and that's why he's currently sitting in first place.
Yeah, I feel like the start of the waves allowed him to open up out the back, and then after that, the pace he put up here is just great. He keeps like doing setup turns, but they are actually turns. And Joaquin putting together two beautiful waves, long ones, a lot of downtime too, but this was the first one from Mark. Nice carve there. I like the slice he puts on at the end of the turns. I think that's a point of difference. We don't see many guys today doing so much of this. Man, putting the fins to the front and putting that risk into all the carves they do. But that's something about Mark's style that is so unique. And I think this wave showcases a lot of his talent and technique. And Mark there with a 5.6 on this one. And a lot comes down to that slice of the fins there and the combination with the carve, aggressive carve just after.
It's just a point of difference, isn't it? You know, like, yeah, a bit of fin release, a bit of the tail going reversing. This is more traditional surfing from Chavez. That first turn, really solid and right in the pocket, and then just sort of S-turns his way down all the way to the end for a finish. And it's got him at 11.77 heat total. And currently the lead, less than 5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, John Mark Takong, and he's a really good barrel rider as well. We won't, you know, probably get the opportunity to see that throughout the course of this event. But that's another real part of his skill. But Chavez just keeps on winding up and keeps on chipping away, and then just a little bit of nice drift in the end. So that's how Chavez got up himself in the lead. It's pretty tightly bunched. What's the 6s and 5s? The current situation, just waiting on one last wave, which is that wave of Daniels. That last one, which was a weird wave. He said it was soft and it was crumbly, but he still manages to eke out some potential when it only comes into 3.93. So the current situations have come in, and now Billy, the surfer in blue, needing a 4.56 to move up into second spot. Daniel Amsley, surfer in red, needing a 6.13. And it's, you know, look at the spread of heat totals, Chico, 8.63 to 11. With 4 minutes on the clock, it's incredibly close right now.
Yes, it is. But if you see the track record of today, you kind of like have the feeling that two guys always have the mojo of the heat, and the other two are just having shockers. And I think that's something unique about Ribeira. It's that you can have like the most amazing heat of your life with a pair of 8s, and then next round you get like a 4 and a 3. So you really need to get into the rhythm of the heat, and each heat has his own rhythm. So you need to be on the right side of the good ones coming.
Yeah, exactly. And set just poured through the lineup then, and they're all the surfers. Just a little bit deep on that one. Sometimes those bigger ones, especially low tide. We're looking at, you know, Billy there needing a 4.56, the New Zealander, and needing 3 minutes on the clock. And it's exactly 11:44. I think it's pretty much dead low tide right now. So the you know, it's as low as it's going to get, and that just means that sometimes those wider ones, because the reef's shallow, it just breaks a bit wider, doesn't it? It doesn't hit the bowly part, but what you can see the reef there just showing itself as that full tide goes out, drains out. It's about a 8-foot sort of difference vertically, and that means, you know, it just breaks a little bit wider and a bit slower as that tide comes in over the reef. Chico, correct me if I'm wrong, on the push, we should start to see another improvement in the conditions, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Once the tide changes, I think we're going to see some swell kicking in. We saw on the buoys that this afternoon it's always rising until the afternoon. So I think here when the tide shifts and there's water coming, tends to be more swell in the ocean. And on dead low tide, we see a lot of these big lulls and a bit of a sleepy ocean. But especially on this tide, there's something that surfers need to look for, is those waves that hug the reef a bit more. And normally those ones are the ones that start a bit frothy out the back, and they're a bit smaller, but they grow near the rocks on the inside. And those are the ones that guys like Frederico, Morais, Vasco, Tiago always catch. So it's interesting to see like how coaches adapt with the information they give to their athletes today, especially with this tide, as we see blue.
Yeah, 1 minute to go. So Billy has pulled the trigger, needs a 4.5. I mean, he's such an experienced competitor. So now he knows the score, exactly what he needs. He's got away with 45 seconds to go. just pushing it through. It's a little bit smaller, but he's not giving up. And there's a nice little smash in the pocket. You see the spray generator just throws in the air. That's the water he moves with his really good technique, and he knows that anything could make a difference. He's looking behind him. He knows he's not going to get another wave. This is it. And it's not that inside section down near the rocks. He still gets a nice little squirt in. And another. He's fighting to the death, as Billy always does. And there he goes all the way through. So 4.5, and he's not done yet. One last one, and tags it. So not one for a big claim. Doesn't try and overstate that wave. 4.56 was his requirement, but John Mark also had a wave to come in as well. So looks like the judges yet again have to sort through the deck at the very end of the heat. So Billy, he's not sure if he knew he got the score, he would have won it. But what do you reckon, Chico? It's a long wave, but is it enough?
Well, I think the wave was a little too small for the score he needs. He needs a 4.56, so I don't think it's going to be enough. I think he had a really good turn here, bang off the top, really beautiful, but just the size of the wave, Ben. We've seen waves around the 5 foot range today, coming in as a 5 ranges. So I think if you take that into consideration, it's not going to be enough. But nonetheless, as you said, what a fighter, and what a well-surfed wave. The wave was just really hard. So
yeah, you're right. He was. I mean, I understand what you mean, because he was forced into taking it just because of the time consideration. He probably wouldn't have taken off on that wave in the first 10 minutes of the heat, but under the circumstances, he had to give it a go, and he absolutely did everything he could, but it wasn't enough and fell just short. And this is a replay of Tokong, so that could have also as a throwaway this one, so that didn't count, but it didn't matter. By virtue of Billy not getting that 4.5 on the way before, the Filipino surfer goes through. I love Billy, don't get me wrong, but it is also great to see these new up-and-comers from different parts of the surfing world making their mark, and John Mark's impact on the local Filipino surf community will be absolutely immense. He's like sort of almost like the Tiago Perez, the sucker of Portugal in terms of being out there in front. So great surfing. But this man, speaking of Portuguese surfing, absolutely ripping Chavez. But as we all take stock, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action at the EDP Vissla Pro right after this. Yeah, that is the beautiful sights and sounds of Ericeira, one of the great European surf towns. You know what? Scratch that. One of the great world surf towns. and we are here, live action here. My name is Ben Mundy, and this man surfing is Jarvis Earl, a young Aussie, world junior champion. Got his entry into the Challenger Series based on that world junior effort. He's a really compact surfer, really good barrel rider, good air game as well. So real talent coming out of Australia from down there in Cronulla, which is a pretty good surf town as well. And here he goes, just trying to fire up a bit on this inside. The wave gets bigger, a bit of that grow factor that we need. Finishes off there. Probably get one more little chip off the foam. So Earl tapping away and getting a start within 4 minutes. And he's up against a pretty stacked heat, joined in the booth here by none other than Chico Alves, Sheldon Simkus, Swikoki and Azuchi. So again, surfers from all around the world converging on this beautiful part. And but this was Earl off to a start. Sometimes that foam is a good sign. Sometimes it can be a bit of a hindrance.
Yeah, this one was a bit too much, I think. Maybe it was not the second wave of the set. It was just like a foamy one that comes in between sets. But nice carve there, another quick snap. And here he gets another vertical snap. I don't think the score is going to get huge because he had to do a lot of hard work to get into the maneuvers, but nonetheless a good start for Jarvis. Nice snap, and here just a touch late to that one, but he makes it. So a lot of maneuvers, but I felt like we didn't saw like a really big one, and this was Azuki. Nice carve, really springy there on that first one. Gets a cut back, weaves his way towards the inside section. Let's see if we can get something more here, and bang, that's a bit more like it. A big turn off the top for Azuki, and I think that's exactly what surfers should be looking at. Big turns in big sections, and that turn was really committed. So in comparison, I think Azuki's wave is going to come up a bit higher just because of that aggression on that steeper section of the wave, and with speed and commitment. So really good maneuver by Azuki on that one.
Yeah, strong start from the Japanese surfer, and gets off. We saw Jarvis Earl getting through that frothy section for a 4.17, and then we'll see Azuchi where that comes in. So seeing down there the beach scenes, people flocking down, sun out, bit of you can see the breeze is swinging around to the north, so a bit of texture. That just makes it sort of nice, sort of pleasantly, makes it not too hot in terms of spectating. It's kind of perfect. And this wave is pretty good in the north wind. I mean, it's a fairly regular wind in Portugal, especially in the afternoon, isn't it, Chico? And this wave probably handles it better than most, would you say?
Yeah, it handles really well. The wave still gets to be the faces of the wave. The face of the wave still as clean as possible, and
yeah, sorry to interrupt there, Chico, and a bit of sound issues there from my end. And yeah, Jabe, young American, first year on the Challenger Series, and he did one big turn. That big layback snap looked amazing, but that wave was just a bit frothy. I was saying how the wave handles the wind okay, but sometimes it still gets that sort of, the lip gets a bit crumbly, and Jabe's wave didn't quite pan out. If you see the replay, there was some enough to show the talent he's got. Another push, the Californian. This is the wave here, so bigger wave, just a bit bumpy.
Yeah, I just like the approach. He had the section, and he provide a risky turn out the back. I think that is going to help this number, and this layback was really technical, nice off the top layback, and the wave adds some size, and he actually had 3 turns out the back, so I think he's going to get a fairly number in, and he got a 4.6, and he only surfed the outside part of the wave, and Jarvis got a much longer wave with probably more 4 or 5 turns in, and got a 4.17. So taking into the consideration how long each wave was, I think Jabe put a bit more risk on the outside, and that's why judges gave him a higher score. So not much of a difference, but in terms of what he did on the wave, put more risk.
Yeah, and there's David Silva, Brazilian surf star, been around a long time, CT experience. He's made a few finals, made a final in Mexico a few years from memory, so really talented guys. Up against Miguel Pupo, another CT surfer. He's been injured. Miggy, this is his first event back after injury. He's been given the CT wildcard for the start of the event next year, so got some real big, heavy hitters from Brazil. Two goofy footers up against Dylan Moffat and Tehu Butler. So that's the next heat. It's pretty much stacked. Yeah, that wave of Azuchi coming in at 5.83. Yeah, the judges want to see those turns out the back. You have to do something pretty spectacular on the inside to get, you know, if you haven't done anything out the back, you have to do something pretty wild, pretty crazy to get some scores down the line. And yeah, you need those ones that stand up on those little boils there. And there's Miggy Pupo. I always like to see Miguel. He's one of the most positive, sort of naturally infectious guys around, isn't he? He's always got a smile on his face. He's always happy to talk to you. He's just a bit of a legend, I reckon, Miggy Pupo. Been here a long time. Dropped off tour, came back, and he's still here, and it's great to see.
Yeah, I had the chance to actually spend some time with him in Brazil. He lives really close by to Gabriel's house, and him and his brother are so humble and so hardworking when it comes down to being professional and dedicated to the sport. And their father is actually a former World Tour surfer back then. So I just saw footage of their father surfing in a wave pool in Boa Vista in Brazil and reaping really hard. So that DNA comes from their father, and Miguel and Sammy always pushing each other over the course of the last few years. And Miguel, I think he just he had a moment where you were feeling him a bit more down, and then he came back, and he came back like a new Miguel, and he had the best results of his life and actually winning Tahiti. So as you said, they always have a smile on their face, but they mean business.
Yeah,
and that's a good contrast on their personality.
Yeah, Pupo 2.0. He's come back, and I think his brother, who's almost 8 years younger than him, he played a big part. Miguel came back to support him and worked with him and mentored him, and then got the real contest vibe back, got the spring in his step, and as you say, won a CT event. He's actually really dangerous in left-hand barrels. I've seen him at Pipeline do some crazy things over the years. One of those real underrated chargers, you know, like those Brazilians that absolutely charge. But here goes the American that way. It's a bit of body language showing, not quite there, fourth priority. But that's, yeah, Pupo. It's good to see him back in a singlet, back over the injury, and back here in Portugal, where he's had some good results over the years. So, speaking of some wins over the years, we've got a winner down on the beach, and that's winner of the last heat with Joanna Garnell.
That is right. First Challenger Series, and you get a heat win in your hometown. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, for sure. Making my first hit here feels absolutely different, for sure. I'm stoked. I have no pressure on this contest. This is a new experience, and I'm going to take it as an opportunity. Waves are firing, a bit of north wind, but that's all right. So just keep focusing on the surfing I've been doing and continue.
And now with all that knowledge, how do you read a tricky wave like Ribeira de Ilha?
It's pretty tricky. Even people that surf here every day have a bit of a trouble choosing the right waves, because with this north swell, it kind of gets hard to choose the right one, to see which one is going to be up for a lip maneuver and which one is going to be fat. But I think I managed it pretty well, and just keep doing the same.
And you were saying that you have no pressure competing here, but what's your true goal?
For sure, my goal is to qualify the next year for the Challengers, but I still have a bunch of time. I just got out of the juniors, so I'll keep focusing on the regional QSs and try to be here full time next year.
Well, we'll hope to see you there. Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Obrigado a toda a gente que está aí em casa a ver, toda a gente que apareceu aqui na praia, e vamos com tudo para o próximo.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's a young man with a really smart head on his shoulders, isn't he? Chavez. We'll just see that wave of Sheldon Simkus, but just, you know, I mean, his English is incredible, which I always, you know, a person that comes to your country and all you guys take your time and speak English to us because you're nice guys, but he's incredible English, but also just seems really mature and really like smart for his age. But this wave, Simkus, they serve from the Gold Coast. It's taken a while, 14 minutes to catch it, but he made it count.
Yeah, I love the style of Simkus. I think it fits really well. Coming from the Goldie, surfing a long right-hander all the time, it helps when you come to Ribeiradilhas. And I just love the approach. I think he set this inside section really well. Nice carve here, and here it's money. He starts to open up really well. Nice double arm, kind of like layback, and then another kind of jam off the top. So showing something different.
Yeah, really good surfing. And then Azuchi trying to back up his 5.83. So busy, just from rail to rail and then back again, but then you can see him just kicking out. Yeah, Sheldon, such a natural style. Obviously, a lot of those guys that grew up in the Gold Coast, they just you know, it shapes the way they surf. And I think sometimes they're so smooth, people don't realise just how technical they are. I think that can be an issue. I mean, it's a hard one to nail down, but, you know, I think it is a factor sometimes.
I think when you look back in history and you talk about style and how smooth they are, we can remember Joel Parkinson having a bit of trouble getting scores because he's so smooth doing things that it looks effortless, and then he would be really mad at score sometimes. And I think that's something that they need to do. Like I heard back then they did some classes of body expression to put a bit more expression on the maneuvers and look a bit harder when they surf. And that's something really interesting to know about Australian surfing, because they surf so smooth and so on rail that sometimes they make it look too easy.
Yeah, not this Australian, I'll tell you that for nothing. But right now we've got a bit of a break in proceedings as we sort of wound down, pretty much at the halfway stage of the heat. So we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the last sort of 10 minutes of the round of 80, heat 8, right after this. Welcome to live action from Portugal on the beautiful coastline here. 12 minutes, 13 minutes on the clock of this, the last heat of the round of 80. And we start getting to the big names, the big seeds coming up. We've got another 12 heats to come after this. An action-packed day of surfing action from the Challenger Series. And I tell you what, we've got swell, we've got sun, we've got great surfing, we've got Chico Evers in the booth. I tell you what, life for me is pretty good right now. Shika, you happy with where we're at right now?
Yeah, I'm loving life. We are in one of the best surfing destinations in the world with the best surfers in the world, so I'm really happy to be here.
Yeah, and here's one of them. This is Willcox, American just hanging up there. Now waiting for a section. He hasn't had many of these clean faces, but now he looks like he's got a little bit of room to work with. Waits for this wave to stand up. There's a nice swooping carve, good technique. And there's another, tries to add a bit of variety, a bit more zip and zing. Just goes back to the source. And there's another one. So he's got those sort of top turns on lock. And just lost a bit of energy this wave, unfortunately. But he's not done yet. Keeps going in. He might get the last little chip here and just clicks it off the end and still throws spray. And that was a very small little section. So good surfing. We saw that last wave of Sheldon Simkus coming in at 6.67. So that was the highest wave of the heat so far. And just had that extra bit of force and that rail carves on the inside and that bit of style. And this was Jabe's very different wave, but he really maxed it out, didn't he, Chico?
Yeah, you can tell he's a big guy and he's tall and powerful and really fast. Bang! I like this turn. A bit late there, but he put an exclamation point on that one, and then he worked his way all the way through the inside section, but keeps putting together some beautiful carves, as you said. This one, nice snap off the top again, and the wave was really hard to surf, and he did a really good job to throw turns like this, and he was able to finish it off, throwing tons of spray, as you said, and yeah, he just buys time, waits for it, puts a foot on the gas, and bang, off the top again. So looks effortless doing things. Really stylish surfer, Jabe, and what a great wave.
Yeah, meanwhile, live action, Simkus. As we said, the Gold Coast surfer. Nice little first turn is nice. Drives down the line, floats over it, sticks with it, and just pumps, and then gets up there late. And because he was late, that meant that he just came a cropper and fell off. So a good idea to try and just quickly back up that high scoring 6.67, but unfortunately Sheldon couldn't quite do it. Meanwhile, at the back, the world junior champion Jarvis Earl just coming around the corner here. He's been quiet since that start. It's only his second wave of the whole heat, so he's trying to just maximize this one, just sticking with the foam, trying to find some clean water. Gets around his mate Simkus, and there he goes, and just doesn't work out. So Jarvis wouldn't have spent a lot of time on this wave. There's Saka Perez. What would you say what would be his advice to Jarvis right now, Chico? What would you think he could say if he could?
Well, if you could, you'd say, mate, you've got a fourth priority now. Just try to stay under the pack a bit on the outside and catch one of those smaller runners that really allow you to open up.
Yeah, well, that's what Simkus has done right now. So he's following your advice, Chico, just trying to back up that 6, and unfortunately that wave probably won't do that. So now he's got to be careful caughting in that non-priority loop. So Bisso there on the beach. I'm not quite sure whose corner he's in, but he's definitely doing some whistling out there, trying to get everyone fired up. And what he's probably announcing to his competitors that there's some sets approaching. So some bigger sets coming in. Surfers trying to jockey into position. Looks like it's Azuchi who has had priority for a long time, and he's going to use it and just hope that this is one of those growers. So finds a first section. Oh, there's a nice wrap for a first turn. Gets busy again, and there's another one. Just reading the pace of the wave nicely. Another cutback, so not a lot of variety. There's a bit of a section to hit. Hits it late and comes down clean. So Azuchi also trying to back up a 5.83. So well surfed. Waited a long time for that wave. It was quite a way up the reef, wasn't that one, Alves? Like, it just was quite a far way north. And sometimes they can run. In that case, he got 4 turns in. But when you're that far deep, you don't get the inside.
Yeah, but you get steeper sections out the back, as he did. Nice carve off the top there, pointing the board all the way around. Another one. I like what he said about this wave. He was surfing really through the pace of this one, and I like this last turn, bang, off the top. So 3-turn combo, and I think it's going to help his cause a lot, because he had the 367, as we see the slow-mo of this turn. Wow, that was really technical. You saw the fins out the back, and you saw how he managed to actually put his body centered to the board and make that turn. So really technical last turn for Azuki, and the first 2 turns, they were amazing too. So he will probably get something around the first call. He got the 583 on the board, and he's gonna look really comfortable to make this one through with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's trying to put his foot on the neck of his opponents and surf really patiently and surf really strongly. And yeah, you're right, that slow-mo, that last turn, it just showed you that it was a little bit more risk than I probably first thought. So another a bit of extra sort of points on that as well. So we'll see what Azuki comes in at. It looks like if he gets a solid score, he might be making life hard. There we go. Board shorts in Portugal. And that's Kahu Butler. He does not mind. I mean, he grows up, obviously he's from New Zealand. It's a cold water place. He's used to cold water. And he's pretty confident wearing the trunks, which, I don't know, we might have to go through the annals of Ericeira competitions. I don't know how many people have worn trunks in their heats here over the years, but probably count them on one hand. And Butler's one of them. So we'll see if the boardies make a difference. He's got a pretty stacked heat coming up. Got the 2 really dangerous Brazilians. And here's a good for Jervis Earl. Nice little jam in the pocket, but unfortunately for Jervis, it just squirted off that reef and couldn't get a second turn in. So he'll go back out, 5.5 minutes to go.
7.4, the last one.
7.4, yeah, you called that, Chico. So even better than his, well, significantly better than his first wave. And Joe Azuki has got a very good lock on this heat. It's all going to come down to this second place battle. And as it stands, we've got Sheldon Simkus just needing a 2.63. So obviously a very, very low number, trying to back up that 6.67. And then Jarvis Earl just needing a 5.13, which also isn't big. So yeah, it's very, very tight. Simkus, he's in a really good position, trying to back up that 6.67, but the time is now down to 5 minutes, and it's this man here, the American, who's got priority, and so he's paddling ferociously to get into it. Just about, he doesn't. So that was Jabe. He used his priority, and that was a bit of a mistake from the young American. Meanwhile, the heat leader says, righto, if you can't get it, I will. Paddling back out from his last wave. Sometimes that just talk about the rhythm of the ocean, Chico, and that's what's happened here. Unfortunately for him, it just wobbles out. But yeah, a bit of a mistake from Jabe as he went to paddle for that set and missed it and gave up priority. And now the 2 Aussies, Jarvis Earl and Sheldon Simkus, will be hoping to make him pay. Here goes Sheldon Simkus, and I'll tell you what, he's going to be angry with himself if he doesn't get through this heat. As we see a big kick out, and he goes down. So both Australians making mistakes, and Saki can tell, trying to keep a bit of a lid on his emotions there, just a little tap of the foot, but try not showing him the frustration that he must be feeling. He knows that Jarvis has got way more in his locker. And Sheldon Simkus too, I've seen him do some heats before. He's got mistakes in him competitive-wise. He's such a smooth surfer, such a lovely guy, but just can make mistakes, heat strategy-wise. And already he's got 2 waves that didn't work out, plus a mistake. So he'll, he's got time to make amends. But yeah, he's not making it easy for himself.
Yep, and this is the recap. This was Azuki starting off quick with the 583, with a beautiful pace on Ribeira Ilha's wave today, and really technical. I love that, like this really low center of gravity technique of all of the Japanese surfers, and throwing turns like this heat long. That's why he's in the lead. And this was Jabe, started off quick with a 4.6 as well. Nice springy style, really powerful, throws buckets of water out the back, and nice off the top there. Really put an exclamation point on this wave with this turn. And he only caught really bad waves until now, but he's been surfing so well that he's been posting some scores on the board, and you can tell he's got the technique in the surfing that once he gets a proper wave, he's going to go excellent. So nice wave here for Jabe. And I think this was the 4.7, sorry, but nonetheless, he's in second and throwing buckets of water everywhere. So Jabe enjoying his time here in Ribeiradilhas. And this was the 7.4 of Azuki with cars like that. Really spicy surfing, nice roundhouse cutback. Love that longer line he did there. And another one, waits for it and throws the fins out. Bang! Really vertical approach on that last one. Makes it so green there, Azuki with the lead.
Yeah, Azuki live action though. This is the World Junior Champion, cracks it up high. That's a better first turn from Earl. Now he's trying to capitalise. Just waiting on that back foot, waiting for a clean open face. Needing a 5.13 as it stands. Probably be his last wave.
Wow.
There's another nice backhand turn. And that third one's a little bit flat, but he still comes around and gets up and puts on a bit of an exclamation mark and tries to hang on and doesn't. So we'll just see. Osaka is going to be kicking that foot again, I'd imagine, because he was potentially on the way to the score. That one last error, will it count? We'll have to find out, Chico, but he's got back. He found his groove at least.
Well, the first one was vertical. I just feel like Jarvis needed a bit more speed to connect the dots, maybe in Ribeira. Maybe the board or something, it's not really allowing him to generate a lot of speed down the line. And this last turn, unfortunately for him, if he had the fall. But nonetheless, I think he needs to work probably on a better board for Ribeiradilhas.
Yeah, and this is a replay of Jabe. So while that was going on, he was at the back. He was in second place. So he's been way more consistent.
Wow.
While there's a big turn right in the pocket. And there's another wrap. So Jabe just composed under pressure. As we said, first year on the Challenger Series events, but you wouldn't know it from that surfing. That's under pressure, under the pump, and he's delivered. So really impressive from the American. Meanwhile, this is Simkus, so this is the last of Blues. So they came thick and fast. There's only 10 seconds left. This will be Sheldon's last wave, maybe the last wave of the competition. We'll see. And he goes down. So I think both these strains, if they go through their heat scores, see there was points out at back here. Live action, that's the Hooter, and Earl's got an insider. And he's trying to go for it, trying to generate something on a wave halfway out the back. A little 3B. He's trying his best. He's trying to add some sugar, but he knows himself. He probably may have had the opportunity on the wave before. Sakas shakes his head. He doesn't think he's got it. And he knows a thing or two about scores. So we're just waiting also on surf and wide. It could be academic. A 6-point ride for Jabe. So that pushes up Sheldon Simkus' requirement for 4.83. And Jarvisell with 1 came in. It's not going to be enough. So I think that both Australians can probably take some harsh lessons from that. They both had opportunities. They both just got a little bit lost in that last 15 minutes of the heat. You can see the disappointment from Sheldon, such a talented surfer. He had that 6.67. Anyway, that's the way it goes. That man there, well, he was deserved heat winner. Too easy, the best waves. Surf with real style, real composure, and really impressive. So Joe has done well. He goes through to the next round, the round of 64, where we start to see the big heavy hitters. We've got some CT surfers. Not only that, we've got some CT commentators. Paulie Evans, Felicity Parmentier coming into the booth. But we're going to go to a short commercial break as we come back with the round of 64 of the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this.
And welcome back to Portugal. Challenger Series underway here at Ribeira Dilhaz, and we're straight up to our round at 64 for the men. As the action keeps coming thick and fast on a beautiful Tuesday morning with plenty of swell in the water, loads of action as well. Already big talking points from an entertaining morning. It's going to keep coming thick and fast. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you guys through it. Felicity Palmatier, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. Had a little break, had a little walk around the event site, and I'm excited for this round of 64, Heat 1. It's looking like a cracker heat. We've got some really big names in this heat, so a few waves already surfed, and I think this is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, the big seeds coming into play at this stage of competition as well. And surfers have made it through the early round. They didn't have much time to sort of rest on their relative success early on. It's straight back at it down to business, and it's all about getting 2 scores out there and impressing the panel. Yeah,
for sure. I think, you know, you look at surfers like Kihu, obviously he surfed earlier and, you know, had a good heat, but, you know, you got to wonder, is the momentum going to be keeping on going into this next round, or is it going to be these higher seeded surfers that are going to come out on top?
Having a look at Miguel Pupo and David Silva of Brazil, 2 surfers with championship tour experience, taking on Kehu Butler. Felicity just mentioned surfed really well this morning. Also Dylan Moffat, the Australian, who's not been far away from qualification in the last couple of seasons. Here's a replay of Kehu.
Yeah, opening ride here, and that score came through at a 4.17, so smaller wave here and sort of an average score to open up, but, you know, maybe could be a backup score today. We haven't seen massive scores yet, so another replay here. This is Dylan Moffat, and this is his latest wave right here, so we're waiting on this score. Smaller wave as well, series of cutbacks, just sticking with it here. Really slowed up this wave right through to the inside. Really wants to get a finish on this wave. Tags it again out of the lip, straight back up into another carving maneuver. And wave steepening up here for this inside section. And finishes off with a layback, so not a bad third wave. Here we go, replay. This is Miguel Pupo on his backhand, back from injury, tags it up for a second time, looking to try and get around this section here. He's got a lot of foam to get around, but he does find that open face again. And wow, that was a really good opening wave, I think.
Solid stuff from Pupo, just his 2nd event back. Surfed the QS event. Made the quarters in that last week in Brazil, and then back in Portugal, a place he loves, a place he does well, and his backhand is lethal at this wave. And he'll be looking to surf himself back into form. Let's pick up live here with the New Zealander Butler swinging, doing it pretty well. He's got that spring in his step as he loads up the board and just hits these transitions at Ribeira Dilhaz, dealing with some slopier stuff on the face and really looking to set up for a strong finish, keeping that board just snapping, releasing the rail out of the water, and then straight back on the gas as he tries to look for some lip to hit. If he finds some in here, he'll be pleased with a bit of physical exertion that he's put into this ride. Let's see how it pays off. It's a nice strong finish for him, and that'll feel good. What you don't want to do is surf all your way into a hole and then have to just kick out and not find a section, but that one cooperated for him, and we expected this one to be an interesting heat flick. I think we're set up for a good one here already.
Interesting. He's opted for the board shorts out there today. I think the first competitor we've seen wearing board shorts. The water is cold, although the temperature on land is hot. Water is cold.
I like the approach, you know, it makes you look light on your feet when you're out there. Also looks like you just having fun just running the boardies, mate. And the trunks. But yeah, half an hour heat, plenty of paddling. You know, the water, I've seen it colder this time of year than it is right now. There's that little bit of that north wind whipping up that you can see on the lip line of these waves. So Kehu obviously very comfortable in the trunks. He wears them well, and he's going all right in this so far. Let's pick up Silva, who's got an unbelievable backhand attack. One of the most aggressive and vertical surfers on the backhand. And you can use that to good effect here as he stomps the tail and just lets it stand up so he can do this. Gets a slashing hit just under the lip, really, and then climbing the foam at someone else who does to really good effect. Makes that a really functional maneuver, that foam climb. On that particular occasion, he used it as kind of an end turn, and he tries to get a little bonus hit for a kick out. So Silva looking to just not have rhythm on that wave, but just really looking for the section to stand up for him. It was slightly awkward. It didn't feel very cooperative, that wave.
Yeah, interesting. His board. I don't know if it was the spray on his board or the sticker placement, but it looks like actually it's a sort of a different sort of shaped board. It looks smaller. It looks a little bit snubbier in the nose, like a lot of area. What do you think? It's an interesting board
Silver's
choice.
gone the fun shape.
Yeah, he has. He's opted the fun shape today. It's sort of a board that I would take out if, the waves looked like it was a bit of a struggle. So he's opted for that. And, series of backhand manoeuvres there, projected really well over that little foamy section here. Got the finish, got a little bit hung up there. So it'd be interesting to see where the judges go with that. But yeah, board choice. Pretty odd. Here we go. This is the replay of Kehu's wave. It's wave number 2 for him. We're still waiting for scores. And just a nice series of linking manoeuvres here. I like the strategy. Backing up that first wave, that 417 already with wave number 2. So smart surfing here. And yeah, looking really free in the board shorts.
Yeah, he's fired up, isn't he? Stoked with the heat that he made earlier this morning. He just wants to come and improve and increase the numbers and just keep it going here. Get a solid campaign going in this 5th of 6 Challenger Series event. Butler all the way, finishing 4 and inside, bringing it down to pretty much underneath the judging tower. And there is our setup. You see that reef running dry as that tide goes out and brings us generally to the best part, but kind of what we want to see, that low, and then it turns around, comes back in. Someone that did curry favour, the judging panel, surfed really well, put good numbers up in the last heat. Joe Azuchi, he's with Joanna Garnell.
Yes, he did, absolutely. Just the last 2 spots in that last round, and you were really fighting for first place. How do you feel about your performance?
Wave so good, but so slow heat, slow wave. Happy early start heat, yeah.
And what's your goal here on the Challenger Series?
First time. Challenge heat, yeah.
Do you want to say something in Japanese to everyone that's watching?
Japanese okay? Yeah. まあ波がスローだったんですけど、初めからスコア出せて勝ち上がれてよかったです。次ももっといいライディングして頑張ります。
ありがとう。
ありがとう。
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Great job from Zoe Azuchi. We picked up live vision there of Moffat just tagging that one and mixing it a bit for the finish as well. His number decent, 5.33 prior to that. He'll get a score here again. And Flick, I feel like one of his strengths at this wave, the variety he's got on his turns, every one he tweaks a little bit differently. It looks really good.
Yeah, here we go. We'll have a look at this replay. So we'll see just that variety that you're talking about, really laying it on the line there with that opening maneuver. Throws the fins all the way around, straight up into a carving maneuver, followed by a third. But yeah, just that beautiful variety. And what I really liked about this wave is that he really put it all on the line there on that first maneuver. So judges really going to like that. And really finished strong here too with this layback. Almost looked like he lost it there for a second, but that lost surfboard's looking really good underneath his feet.
Yeah, big commitment to the maneuvers as well there from Dylan. There's quite a big difference between he's just cruising body position between, and then he really sort of flares up for the turns, and he puts everything in. It just emphasizes them, makes them look more radical. Almost looks like he's putting more risk in, and like you said, almost that feeling that he might fall makes it look cooler, higher risk. Meanwhile, someone who just surfs with effortless flow all the time is Miguel Pupo, and that one takes him to a deeper section of the reef. Not loads of points available for him on there. Just think about surfers like Miguel coming back from injury. What do you think his goals are over here? Obviously, he's good for next season on the CT. He's got his wild card. So what do you think he's after here in Portugal?
Just reps on the board. You know, if you've been injured for that long, this is his second event back since injury. He just probably wants to get his feet in the wax again, get the feel for being in the jersey, because, I mean, he's been out for a long time. So, you know, we've got really high-rated surfers at this event. So runs on the board, the feeling of what it's like to be in the jersey again, and riding.
Silva swinging here. And that equipment with that wider outline looking really crisp and light under his feet at the moment. This wave is slopey though, so in terms of his maneuver selection, can't unleash the full repertoire. He has to just do kind of face turns to set up, but now we'll find a bit of lip. What's he got for us? He'll tag one. I've seen him hit sections harder than that before, but nevertheless, it's a pretty strong finish, a bit of authority in it, and it'll certainly help his total.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just super interested about this board. It's just such a different sort of shape, and you know, it looks really good on some sections of the wave. Like he's been able to project really quickly through those sort of faster sections. But I'm just wondering if, you know, I mean, that right there, that looked pretty critical when that wave did get steep. So obviously he's really liking that board choice. But these sections like this, where it is really small, where it is quite fat and it doesn't have that much power, this is where that sort of smaller, snubbier board comes in handy, just to glide through those sections there. So, yeah, wave number 3, and we're still waiting for scores. A lot of scores. Scores for all surfers still to lock in.
Silva getting that wave and getting the finish, crucial to do that as well, and just try and eke any points he can out of this. It's going to be a really tight and tough heat with everyone going at this. So much talent in the water, so much at stake. Of course, as we mentioned, the 5th of 6 events on the Challenger Series, 5 events counting. Just the one throwaway. So really important to put up big results and go as deep into this competition and as possible before we head over to Saquarema, wrap up the Challenger Series for this year, and get a clear picture of who we're taking to the championship tour. Of course, loads of other cool stuff happening as well, like the big wave season kicking off fairly soon in a few weeks. That'll happen. Meanwhile, let's stick with challengers, stick with Pupo, building up some speed and some whip. And pretty similar to his last wave, really. As he sets up the float, trying to get down the line, unable to do that, Flick.
Yeah, he's had it locking in that 4.70 on his first wave, and then a couple of quick waves in succession, but nothing really to write home about just yet. So this heat's still pretty much wide open, really. I mean, just all it's going to take is one wave kind of just to get out in front today, you know. It's pretty challenging still. It looks like someone's having a paddle right now out the back.
Kehu, here he goes. Got a bit of a woolly section to deal with. What's he got for us? Whoa, releases out the tail, gathers it. And then that looked like it might have doubled up that wave, but it went for option B, which was to go fat and disappear. So giving it a good hit out the back, but unable to get going down the line. That'll keep his score down. It's just a second wave for Kehu. Meanwhile, talking to surfers from the CT, here we got Miguel Pupo's in the water right now. Check out all this talent from the championship tour over here in Ericeira, Flip.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I mean, we've got obviously Miguel Pupo, who's in this heat here. It's his second event back since being injured. You've got Leo Fivaranti, Kanoa Igarashi, obviously 2 well-seasoned tour competitors. Leo getting he's had a really good year this year on the tour. He was still actually almost in contention to make that final 5 into Tahiti this year. So yeah, had a great year on tour. And out the back, live action.
Here's Moffat as he's patient off the bottom, whips one down, and just standing on that tail, just coiling the body, getting really low. The bum gets close to the tail of the board as he just waits patiently for sections to stand up. When they do, he fires everything towards the lip. Got a bit of speed going here, deals with some deeper water. Lovely little clipped turn with a bit of drift, makes it look really easy. At never point is he not in control of where the board's going as well. He's looking really good out here.
Yeah, he is, and he's also locked in the highest wave score of the heat so far. That last, well, second to last, that 5.33. So this one is just going to keep building on that situation. I'm probably think he's going to go into first after this. I just really like how he's laying it all on the line in that first opening maneuver. Goes to a cutback for that second one, but you can really see that just in this replay, that texture on the face. I feel like that wind's kicking up a little bit more, maybe making things a little bit more tricky for the surfers out there to pick the right wave today. But yeah, brings it through to this inside and really finishing strong there, just cementing it in the judge's mind that, hey, I made this last turn. It's convincing.
Feels sort of an understated technical surfing on the end, because it's hard to appreciate how difficult it is to hit that section. Not really a lip that might send you back down. It's kind of whitewater you got to deal with, and controlling the drift, Flick, not easy.
Yeah, for sure. I actually think one of the most underrated maneuvers is the foam climb. It doesn't really ever get scored that highly, but it's so challenging to really project up over that foam and then ride out with it cleanly, you know. So when you see these surfers do it, I always think, wow, you know, like as a surfer, it's hard to do.
Really good number in for Moffat, 6.83. That was previous to last for him, so we've got another number to come in as well for him. So 6.83, and a real sort of stamp of quality and a bit of difference You compare that wave of David Silva, for example, the 4.67. Exactly between the manoeuvres, Silva just looking a bit like he's wondering exactly where he's going to go, and the overall impression created by Moffat is just he always knows what section he's aiming at. Looks very much like he knows where the wave's taking him. A really good read on the wave. Good number to come in for Silva though for his last wave, and it's a 6.43 for him. So David Silva, you mentioned how good that backhand is paying off for him. That's fine. Surfing that what we consider relatively atypical equipment. Looks like it's going all right for him.
For sure, for sure. I mean, when I first saw him on that opening wave, I was sort of scratching my head, but yeah, I can only agree with him now. 6.43 for that last wave, and that board sort of, you know, this wave has got those slower sections we talk about all the time, a little bit downtime on the wave, and that board's just, you know, carrying him through there. I'm sure that board's probably looks small, but I'm sure it's probably got a lot of volume in it too. You can see there's a lot of volume up towards the nose of that board as well. So really helping him to carry through those sort of slower sections on the wave. But yeah, haven't seen anyone else riding equipment like that for this event. Yeah.
12 minutes remaining in this heat. Really enjoyable one thus far. Moffat, the Australian, going all right in this. He's got decent total, 12.16 already. He's actually got another number to drop in as well. Big line stacked up all the way. There's the playing field. You see Moffat making that long paddle to the top of the peak at the moment. It looks like Butler's up there, second priority, and he'll use it here. He'll fade into the outside bolt, and then a tentative opening snap. This is the part of the way that he wants to run and go. Let's see if it does. Goes up, puts the board through the lip, just kind of flashes the board in the lip, and then brings it down with a couple of setup turns. Not got loads of down the line momentum on this wave. That was a nice hit from him though. And that'll be it from him. Just the speed, just a touch sluggish through that. Meanwhile, Silva desperate to try and get around. He's so good at doing that. On that occasion, unable. Looked like the quickest of in and outs there for Moffat, was that? It was. So on his way back out, saw an opportunity, thought he'd take it, but we're still waiting for his previous to last wave to come through. Let's see if it consolidates that position in the lead. Let's find out what happened exactly here, Flip.
Yeah, so replay here of David Silva on this one. You could see that this wave he was just surfing at a different pace. You could see it had a lot of speed. It was, wow, he was on his way to a really good score here. Just couldn't get around that section. Like, you could compare that wave to Kihu's wave. Kihu was here. This is the replay of Kihu's smaller wave, but you could kind of tell the whole time he was sort of working against the wave here. Whereas, you know, David, when he took off, he just had so much speed and was projecting through this wave, but Kihu's just looking a little bit slower here, really having to sort of work against the wave, generate a lot of his own speed. So obviously got the finish there, but smaller wave.
So Moffat's previous to last is a 5.27. Doesn't go in his top two. Still got a pretty commanding lead right now. And our surfer out of the championship tour, Pupo, at the moment looking to get out of fourth, and a much better swing from him. As he carves down on the back and then goes into the lip, gets another nice snap, and still going with the speed and the drive. Just forces that a touch to get the tail out a little bit. Trying to liberate that board with speed down the line. And a finishing turn as well. Nicely done from Miguel Pupo. That feel a lot better for him. He's already got the 4.7 locked in, wants to improve on his low number of a 3. And with 9.5 to go, loads yet could happen in this heat, Flip.
For sure. I think been a lot of waves caught in this heat too. All surfers, you know, have caught at least 4 waves.
So far, so good for Dylan Moffat. We'll wait for numbers to come in from the panel, but the young Australian love to go deep into this event. Find out how he goes in the rest of this heat right after the break.
boys. I'm here at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, and with me I have Tiago Pires, one of the creators of the EDP Surf for Tomorrow. What a project, third year of the project. Talk me through, how has it been the journey with EDP until now?
It's been a very nice journey. You know, EDP Surf for Tomorrow is a high-performance surf program, a training program, and what we do is we try to get kids, talented kids from an early stage of their career, and try to mentor them and form them to become professionals and to achieve their goals, you know, in life, which is pretty much just reach WCT like everybody. And it's been very good, very challenging. You know, work with kids is always challenging, but we have a very talented team, a very talented crop of kids, and it's been a pleasure to work with this project. Kids are the future, so we're on.
And talk me through the impact you've seen over the last probably 3 years on them, and them becoming bigger and bigger. They were even more kids back then, and now we've seen Janir doing the first this challenger right now. And how is it for you to see them grow and become somehow what you thought of?
You know, you have to keep your head in that good place. You know, we've been working 3 years now with the team, and this year we've been seeing some results. Janir won a 3-star event. Kai Odriozola won a 1,000 contest in Fistral. So he's 17 years old. Janir is 18. So I think the results are starting to show of what we've been working on, and you know, all these trips we do, all this training, you know, it's starting to pay off now, but it's still early days, you know, so the kids, they need to really be on the right moment and on the right place to basically just think about surf, train, and be the best they can, and it's very important to have the head on the right place in this sport, you know, so we are here for that. We are kind of like the policeman, you know, don't let them go too high. You know, don't let them go too low. So we want consistent athletes, and it's been great, you know. And then we have Matias Canhoto, we have Hans Odriozola. We have a great team and big dreams for sure.
Kids are the future. Congrats for the project, and back to you, boys. Great to have you here, Saka, on the beach and always around.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy the event.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Future looks bright. Thiago Saka Pires, the Portuguese Tiger, giving back. Tell you what, the present looks all right as well. This is a highly entertaining heat. Silva going into the lead with another 6 in his total, the 6.83. So just building up that head of steam. And he's always dangerous in any kind of condition, but just backing himself just to force his way up the scoreboard. He's done that here. Moffat surf really well in second right now, Flick. And Miguel Pupe, he's not a long way back, but looking for a 6.6, and hey, there's not loads of time left, under 4.5 minutes.
There's not loads of time left, but I just don't think you can count out Miguel. Here we go. Have a look at the heat recap here. This is the leader, Silva, just absolutely going to town on this unconventional sort of looking board, but it's been turns like that, just really allowing himself to whip that board back around. It's carrying through these smallest, like sort of more less power sections, and yeah, he's put away a 6.43, and he's managed to back it up with a 6.83. So that's 6.83 there, highest wave score of the heat. But sitting out there in second is Dylan Moffat, and he's got a 5.33, and he's really been putting it all on the line on that first turn there. I think a lot of the points have come from really just how critical that first manoeuvre has been on these waves. Really beautiful surfing here from the boy from North Narrabeen, just backing it up with a couple of nice carving manoeuvres, and yeah, sitting out there with also a 6.83. So David Silva and Dylan Moffat both sitting there with that pair of 6.83s, and it's Miguel Pupo and Kihu with a bit of work to do out there today still. Wow, beautiful surfing there. This wave here was a bigger wave. That turn there just looking so beautiful. Just unfortunately couldn't quite get around this section here. I feel like he was on his way to another big score. But yeah, the work's already been done.
Let's pick up Butler live here, looking for a number. It's a 6.99 he needs. He's flying down the line with this one, a blistering pace to it. Good aggression as well, incisive surfing on the rail. into the pocket and drive it into the lip. Bang, that was a massive turn from Kehu. There's another beautiful, well comboed and a really good flow to this is what he needs. He does need a number. It'll get deep here and he'll get on the tail and look for a finish. And he's doing really well to try and stay with this. I reckon he's done damage out the back. He won't get a finish, but nevertheless, let's think about that score of 6.99, the sort of stuff we just saw on the heat recap with Silva. Good aggressive surfing out the back. Good enough to go up there into the 7s?
Look, it basically needs a 7. He needs the highest wave of the heat so far. Is it the highest wave of the heat? I don't know. It was a smaller wave, and he surfed it really, really well, strung those maneuvers together beautifully. There was variety there. However, it's got to be the highest wave of the heat. So here we go, replay. Beautiful first fin throw out of the lip, wraps it around for a second turn. Yeah, I really loved the variety that Kehu was able to get out of this wave here. Straight up into the lip there, jams it in the pocket, and slices through that turn there. You can just see this wave starting to sort of decrease in size. Doesn't get the finish, so you know, that wave, that score right now, see it come through, 6.13, good score, not enough to get up into an advancing position.
Yeah, he's brought his total down a bit by improving on his high score, but nevertheless, he's still a bit off. He's got work to do. We'll just appreciate the surfing there. That was a beautiful hit. This was the best combo throughout that wave, but you just kind of contrast that to that high 6 from Silva. Went straight from the bottom to the top of the wave, and you just feel Kehu spent a bit of time on the face there, didn't he, between the maneuvers? It was a smaller wave as you thought, Flick. And his score reflects that a touch. Final minute now, tense moments. Pupo looking for the 6.6. He's got first priority. He must be up the top of the point here. Let's see if he uses that 6.6, a very gettable score for surfers like Miguel. Kehu still with work to do. He's got to paddle out before he does anything else. Just 30 on the clock. He might try and find someone on his way back out. It's going to be a really, really tough order. Moffat's close to him with second priority. Just keeping an eye on things. Let's see where this one goes with just 20 on the clock. But Kehu Butler's put a lot into this heat. Expended energy on his waves. He would have loved a finish on that last wave.
I feel like if there was a finish there, he could have been on his way to a 7. Like I said, great wave, beautifully surfed. Just unfortunately, the wave quality itself let him down, not the surfing.
All right, here we go. Here's Pupo, a smaller wave. He had to roll the dice. He had prio, and he had to use it, looking for a 6.6. Never really fully committing to those maneuvers. He kind of knew the wave was running out of juice. So just putting the board up, never really believing he was on his way to a big score, unless something huge happened out the back we didn't see. Just the overall energy from him. So Miguel Pupo over here is one of our championship tour surfers looking to just build up some heats. It looks like he's going to be out of competition here. David Silva really well surfed. And with that alternative equipment, that wider board, just a small wave sort of specialist board, looked good for him. It seemed to work well. It looked to keep going. He'd love to get back on the championship tour. Loads more great action to bring you. Heats are stacked. We'll be right back in Portugal real soon. Surfers looking to step up to the championship tour, do so with big performances here on the Challengers. That's what we were watching right then. And what we're looking at right now is another really stacked heat with loads of CT experience. Let's check out Jackson Baker, Jadson Andre, Miguel Tadela, and Tenchi Iwami. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Felicity Parmentier, and another great-looking heat here.
Yeah, super excited to see this heat get underway. Got a couple of really good surfers in this heat. Obviously, Jackson Baker actually sitting inside that top 10 position. So he's actually, as it stands right now, in the seedings, qualifying, so to speak. I think he's in number 9 at the moment, so just inside that top 10. Obviously got Jadson Andre out there. Obviously was on tour this year, didn't make the cut. He unfortunately got injured in Hawaii and then missed the next few events. Came back in Rio, ended up with a 5th, and he also just had to get straight back onto the Challengers Series. Despite being injured, he sort of said, well, you know what, I haven't got a wild card for next year. I'm not guaranteed that spot. I've got to get going on the Challengers Series. He wasn't 100%, but yeah, showed up on the Gold Coast and has been at every event since.
Well, you just never count Jadson Andre out in any kind of condition. Meanwhile, let's check out Iwami here. Surf well this morning. He's going to need to bring a bit more in this one, you feel, in order to get through. And swinging straight away. Almost, well, he does get caught, so a little tripped by the whitewater there. I'm not sure if there's much more in terms of potential on the way, but nevertheless, you don't really want to get a stumble. You'd love to start off and kind of even kick out with the speed or get your last turn done, rather than just kind of stumble your way out the back.
For sure. I mean, this is such a hard heat. Like we just said, the surfers in this heat, you know, some of them have had a lot of CT experience, so you've definitely got to be bringing your A game, that's for sure. Yep.
Checking out Jackson Baker. We'll have good memories of events past at this wave. 2 years ago, it was real big out here. He was super impressive, able to find big sections to hit and surf with the power, but he's got real lightness to touch as well. There's sort of a deftness to his surfing, a technical aspect that's really good to watch. Makes it look pretty easy, and as ever, an entertaining character and a good energy to have around on tour. He'd love to get back there close to the cut this year, and he just missed out, right? Jacko?
Yeah, yep, that's true. Yeah, I love Jackson. He's just such a friendly guy. He's part of that posse, all from Newcastle, hangs out a lot with Morgan Siblig, also Ryan Callanan did really well on tour this year. So yeah, those boys just have really good energy, and they all support each other down at the events. So yeah, Jackson right now just inside that top 10. But yeah, I love his surfing. It's just when I think about Jackson surfing, sort of think power, flow, big carving maneuvers. So yeah, really exciting guy to watch, and hopefully he gets back on tour where he belongs, I think.
Well, a big result here in Ericeira would help consolidate that position, as you mentioned, Flick, coming in inside the top 10, but definitely won't be feeling like resting on his laurels there, because a lot can happen with these last couple of events. Jadson Andre, who will, I'm sure, be relishing a chance to compete in Brazil in the last Challenger event of the season. A big result there on the CT. Great performances as well this year. Absolutely blazed it over there. He'll be back at that venue for the Challenger Series, but right now he's in Portugal. Place has been really good to him in the past. He kind of wins it, was able to get down in Carcavelos at this time of year when that was a big QS event, and just loves being in Portugal and competing. Just looks like he's surfing. He's at a stage in his career where he's really relaxed about it. He's not loading up necessarily on how much each heat means to him. He's just having fun and enjoying being here, and it's really cool, and that's generally when people surf their best.
Oh, for sure. I think sort of sometimes when you have these injuries, we'll get back to that in a second. It looks like Jadson taking off now.
All right, here he goes. Just had to sort of convince himself to get into the bowl on that opening sections. The wave just went so flat on him just as he was trying to take off. And that was reflected by the fact he goes for sort of a flamboyant kick-out maneuver. Here goes Tadela. So a couple of whitewater takeoffs in this, and that was a great vertical hit on the backhand from the Peruvian. And again, putting it up. So that foam climb maneuver, doing it really well. And that one will push wide to puts him way out off the reef.
Really liked how well he was able to project out of those first 2 maneuvers there. It almost seemed like he was so deep on that first maneuver. I was like, is he really going to be able to put it up through the lip here? But yeah, his technique, here we go. Have a look at the replay, just so late, and just the ability to throw that board up so late into the whitewash, comes around again and throws it up for a second time. It's really unfortunate that this wave sort of just didn't keep on giving, because it was really hard to get going there at the start. But yeah, 2 nice foam climbs there.
Crisp backhand attack from Tadela. Meanwhile, on the forehand, this was Baker.
Beautiful 2 turns there. Go, just bringing this one through to the inside. Just really love just the power that he has throughout each of his maneuvers, just throwing so much spray. Starting to look forward to the inside here. Goes straight up into the lip, sort of a foam climb to get around that section there. Wave sort of slowing down a bit, but definitely wants to get a finish here. Did a little bit of damage out the back, but not really going to get a finish on the inside there.
Jackson Baker, another one of those surfers that does have that unhurried approach, waits patiently at the bottom of the wave. That tends to pay off here at Ribeira Dillas. Can't really force yourself on the wave or kind of want it too much. In the meantime, another goofy did really well in his last heat was David Silva, posting good numbers, and he's standing by for a chat with Chico Alves.
Yeah, boys, I have with me David Silva. David, you looked on fire out there on one of the highest scores of the day so far. Talk me through that heat.
I love for this place. I have a lot of heats is good here, and I'm very happy to make for these heats, because it's very more pressure for the first heat. But I'm very happy to take for two good waves, because the heat is very strong, because Dylan Moffat is Miguel, and then Chile Butter is surfing amazing, and then I'm very happy to make for this heat.
A really different board choice for today. I know last year in Manly, you went to the store to get a new board. Did you do the same here in Ericeira?
Yeah, for this different boards, because I like usually for this late design, because I have a lot of shapers is different, and then for these shapers is really good. It's very fast, and then I'm very happy to take for this board. Thank you, late design, for these boards.
Quick message to your home fans.
Thanks so much. Cara, muito obrigado a todos aí pela torcida, muito amarradão de ter passado. E é isso, glória a Deus de ter pegado boas ondas, e vamos com tudo aí para a próxima.
Back to you, boys, and congrats, David.
Yeah, cheers, Chico. Going the slate designs, the Tomo, looked like it definitely worked for him. Great choice.
Yeah, Tomo shaping, living in Lennox Head, I believe, and yeah, he's just always had those sort of more alternate shaped boards. But yeah, Slater Designs, here we go. Jadson out the back. Second turn there. Sort of like a bit of a wobbly wave. Hasn't really stood up yet and allowed him to get really, really critical. But he's just only got a 1.37 on the board, so he's definitely looking for something a little bit better here. Staying with it. Trying to see if this wave is going to wall up on the inside, but looking back to the beach, and he doesn't look that impressed.
Yeah, not a lot on offer there, was there, for Jadson? So he just had to wait patiently for that wave to stand up. It just didn't really fancy it. So sometimes the ocean just doesn't want to cooperate. You see a small amount of frustration there in Jadson as he realises it's not really the kind of ride he was after. At this point of the wave, it looked all right when he was out the back.
Yeah, it did. He sort of got one nice section here, straight up into that lip. Sort of a bit foamy though, you know, comes out of this section. This whole wave just a little bit all over the place really, and then just really didn't do much on the inside. You can really see sort of the frustration here, and definitely not what he's looking for, that's for sure.
Yeah, one of the tricky parts as well of this wave is if you don't stick with the inside and just kick out the back, think this one's going to be a soft one, you save yourself loads of time and plenty of energy, but sometimes you do see get those runners through the inside that pay off big, and it's those finishing turns. You get a combo on the inside, could be the difference in a tight heat. So just kicking out the back, not really, well, it's a risky move if you do it. So surfers opt in just to milk it for everything, but what that can do is just eat up about 3 or 4, even 5 minutes without actually adding any points at all.
That's why I just think wave selection at this wave in particular is just so critical. And wave selection when you have priority and when you don't, you know, what you're doing when you have priority, and also what you're doing when you don't have priority, when you're sitting in that 3rd, 4th priority spot, you know, where you position yourself, what waves you decide to go, because like you said, I mean, for me right now, you just want to be identifying the best waves possible, and you want to make sure that you can be on at least one of those in that heat.
Speaking of quality number for Baker, it's a good 7.5 for Jacko Baker. 7.5 for those vicious hits, clinical surfing really. and really well done. And even without getting in that strong finish, did work out the back through the midsection of the wave as well. And that's going to feel great. So that's sort of half the job done. Still needs to obviously get another wave and get a score in, but that's going to fill him with confidence as well, Flick.
Oh, it's a great way to start your heat. That's exactly, you know, if you could say, yeah, start every heat with a 7.5, you'd take that every day. That is a great wave to start this heat. You know, he just needs to look for a backup now. You know, guys have been getting through with backups of only 4 5-point rides, so it's really made the job a lot easier for himself and a lot harder for the other 3 guys in the heat.
Do you think if you fall off the championship tour, just with any experience on that tour, and you come into the Challenger Series, it gives you a bit of a psychological advantage over everyone else? You just feel like a bit more like one of the big dogs. You're going to find it a bit easier to surf against them, or the other way, and actually finding yourself in, you know, maybe on a slippery slope heading in the wrong direction?
Oh, I just think different strokes for different folks, really. Here we go. Have a look at the replay of this 7.5. That's where all the points came from. These 2 big maneuvers here in succession, just really laying it all on the line there. So very critical surfing straight out the bat there. Follows it up with a nice couple of carving maneuvers. But yeah, 7.5 on the opening wave. It's a beautiful way to start this heat. Brings it through to the inside, and yeah, not done yet. Still going to squeeze every last bit out of this wave. But yeah, back to what we were saying before. I don't know. I think it depends on the surfer. I think it depends on their mindset and, you know, how, if they were happy with their surfing on tour, even though despite not making the cut. If they maybe weren't happy about it, you know, maybe they could be in a bad mindset because they didn't think they performed as well as what they should have on tour, you know. I think it depends on the individual for sure.
Feels like a great way to pick up momentum as well. You just miss out, obviously big disappointment, but then straight away get a couple of results in Australia on the Challenger Series and really light your season on fire. Thinking of Leo Fioravanti last year, I mean, when he showed up at this event that he won, he looked like he was surfing twice as fast. You know, suddenly he was just like a new surfer, and he absolutely blazed the Challenger Series. Won this one, he smashed it. I mean, his performance is incredible out here. And he kind of brought that over to tour this year, right? And we saw him, he made the final in the first event. It's almost like going back to the Challengers. It obviously wouldn't want it to pan out that way, but it actually worked out great for Leo, and great best finish ever, top 10 surfer.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, 2 other surfers that come to mind. One on the female side is Molly Picklum, didn't make the cut the following year, had to go back to the Challenger Series, ended up getting back on tour, and then was wearing the yellow jersey after sunset. So there's an example, and the same can be said for Zhao as well. You know, they both, so maybe in some ways it puts a fire in your belly and you're like, you know what, I'm not done.
14.5 minutes remaining in this one. Still waiting for all of our surfers to get 2 numbers, but the highest score and the real quality so far in this one has come from Jackson Baker. 7.5 for him. More live action from Portugal right after the break.
The EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, Surf for Tomorrow, by Vissla, creators and innovators, by Estrella Galicia, brewed and bottled in Galicia, Spain since 1906, and by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination.
Welcome back to live action here from Ericeira. Out in the water right now, second heat of the round of 64. The big seeds join the party. One of them, Jackson Baker, going all right in this. He's got a 7.5. Doesn't have a second wave, though, and certainly fewer waves in terms of frequency in this heat so far. And Flick, we're hoping for the last 12 minutes or so, we just get opportunities for all of our surfers. We've got so much talent in the water.
For sure. One thing that's, Miguel actually during that break, he's gone up into first, but he's in first with a 4.67 and a 3.5. Then you've got Tenshi, who's in second. He got a 5.83 for his last wave and a 2, but you got to be thinking that Jackson's in third right now, but he's actually probably in one of the better positions in this heat. He's got this 7.5 highest wave of the heat so far, but yeah, he needs to find a backup.
Jadson going to the inside here. An interesting choice. That wave always looked like just sloping off, but maybe just wanted to stay in motion. It's a very kinetic surfers, Jadson Andre. Just wanted to keep swinging on the inside. It might go again here. This one will double up for him. And he'll take a little opportunity without really getting back in the line at first. Crack of the whip is a good one. That technique's beautiful as he joins up the bottom turn and goes straight back into the pocket. And again, really quick with the board speed, so even on a smaller wave. And he'll just keep swinging here. And it's all energy from Jadson Andre.
Whoa.
I don't think that'll be deemed a complete maneuver, but I'll tell you what, prior to that, he got some good work done.
Yeah, he did. My only concerns for him is that it was quite a small wave when you compare it to other waves like Jackson's 7.5. Beautiful surfing here, so precise and tight in the pocket. These two, the turns there were pretty well surfed. Goes up into the lip for the third turn. He gets around this section. He really tries to squeeze everything out of it, and I think he's gone, and he really tries his best to hang on there, but don't think that's going to be considered a make.
Talk about experience. I think maybe him just realising this could get quite weird this hit. We've got some of the high scores, only ridden one wave. Has nearly had 20 minutes. I think just identifying the fact that anything can happen here, just trying to put any kind of points on the board. He does get his high score, actually. 3.97 for Jadson. He'll stay in fourth place. We'll go under 10 minutes here. First priority is the surfer who's now in second place, Tenshi Iwami. Surfed well this morning. He's going to need to bring a bit more of that back in this one. Miguel Tadela is in the lead in the heat. Here he goes. And a windscreen wiper as an opening maneuver on the wave that was always softening up. Won't offer much of a dividend in terms of points for him. He'll stay in the lead right now. And to tell you what, if you're surfers like Jackson Baker, at what point, when you're sitting on a 7.5 and nothing else, at what point do you think, okay, this is awkward?
I think now. I think now it's awkward. No, I think right now, the longer this time ticks down, the less opportunity he's going to give himself. If he gets under that 5-minute mark, you've got to be factoring how long these paddles back out take after each wave, and he's going to be giving himself less and less opportunity. So he's really got to pull the trigger now if he wants to have at least 2 shots at getting it back up.
Well, here he goes. Baker is up and opens up with a rail turn. Just got a touch stuck, but he cleaned it up and recovered, and he keeps himself in the pocket. And again, just opening up with a snap, but it's set up stuff. Gets a little bit more lip in that one. And a little sting in the tail. And he'll climb up for a finish. Try and stay with this here, as this wave sort of cooperates for him. Normally when you get in the white water in that kind of position, that'll be it. So he carried on, tried to find a finish. It wasn't there for him. He only needed a tiny number to move up. 0.33 will certainly be getting that. Let's see where that puts him in the context of the heat. Good chance of going to first. He only needs, well, he needs less than a 1, essentially, getting to first place, Flick.
Well, he's stood up. He's already got it, Carving manoeuvre to start, but these next couple of turns here after this carving manoeuvre, this is where all the points will come from. Or if I remember, he does throw it up into the lip there, backs it up again for a second time up into the lip. That one was a little bit foamy, a little bit difficult to surf, but yeah, he's definitely got the score, and he needs a 0.33. He got it as soon as he stood up, so yeah, you've got to be thinking he's either going up into either that first or second position. He's advancing.
Yeah, he'll go to first here for sure, and it'll feel a lot better for him just to have 2 scores. And as you mentioned, also then take your time and start to think about getting another wave and really turning the screw in terms of the pressure. We'll watch him from above, and just staying light on his feet and really patient As soon as the wave offers a section, sort of limited scoring potential when it's so foamy like that, he does really well to deal with it.
Yeah, I think, like I said before, that foam climb's a really underrated manoeuvre. That was super hard to throw it up there that last minute and really project up and over that and come riding out in front of the foam. So, yeah, hard manoeuvre. I think it's one of the most underrated manoeuvres, actually, the foam climb. So there we go, straight up into first.
Yeah, Baker, first place now. And look at that cushion with 7 on the clock. But nearly 4 points between him and Miguel Tudela, chasing him down in second place. Tudela's got priority as well. That's the good news for him. Iwami, second priority, only needs a 2-3-4. This is so close. And Jadson, who's by his own pretty high standards, had something of a shocker of a heat. He only needs a 4-2-1.
Yeah, all these surfers, second, third, fourth, need such small scores. You know, well, actually, you know, they just really one more exchange here, and we could see a bit of change in this leaderboard, I think.
Well, 6.5 on the clock here. Jadson clawing his way out to the outside. That wind has got a hold of this a touch. Good news from the sort of tidal swing point of view, as well as that mid-tide coming in this afternoon, being favourable just in terms of the bathymetry. It'll also take out the wind a bit as well.
Bathymetry.
A little bit of shelter from this north wind when we come back in. So we're staying positive about conditions improving, but this one's actually been a tough one. It has affected the scoring potential of the waves. That's reflected in the score line. Is Iwami. He's found himself a wave here. What's he got? Opens up with a nice swing. And then patient in the pocket. And again, similar kind of maneuver. Little figure 8 wrap into the lip, bang. Just an abbreviated tag because he saw this section coming. Whoa, that was nice. Gives it a whip. Throws plenty of spray. And ain't done yet. You'll get another little section coming here and does well to stick that. So surfing with the speed and a nice spring in his step, only needed a 2 to threaten Tudela. Here's your heat leader, Baker. What's he got for us here? Really nicely done as he joins up the dots pretty seamlessly. A little flick off the top from him, plenty of spray in it, and a kick out. All right, Andre getting busy. So here's the exchange we've been waiting for a while. And Andre doesn't need a massive number prior to numbers coming in for some of the stuff we just saw. Thinking of Iwami's wave, good chance of him getting the improvement he required. Jadson's still going here though, and he'll need a strong finish. He'll want one, and he'll go super vert, stings it, stabs it hard, and that's going to feel way better, not only for Jadson, but for the Brazilian crew as well.
Yeah, needing a 4-2-1. That's before the other surfers' scores lock in.
You got to be thinking Iwami's real good chance of improving, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, Jadson's not surfing for, in his mind, he's not surfing for a 4.21. He's surfing for higher. It's going to be interesting because the start of this wave here was a little bit slow. Really, for me, the wow factor was that last turn. So, going to be interesting to see where the judges go on this. I'm pretty confident that, yeah, Tenshi's improved on his situation, but that last turn from Jadson, that was bloody spicy, mate.
That's the Jadson we've come to love over the years, isn't it? And his energy just looked a touch off, maybe a touch frustrated at the start of the heat, but Jackson Baker's had to be patient. And we mentioned whether they'd have time to get a couple more waves. That was the third wave. It will be a throwaway for him, but he's looking pretty good. But this is the crucial wave here, Flick.
Yeah, this is the wave that we sort of were talking about before. If Tenshi has improved on his 2, which I'm saying no doubt he has, it's going to make things a lot harder for Jadson. And that turn right there, that was super, super hard. It was jabbed it up in the lip there. Sort of wasn't done either. This wave just kept on giving. Got another opportunity here to throw the fins up through the lip again. Another little foam climb. So there we go. Score came through for Tenshi, 4.47. So he's gone up into second. Still waiting for scores though from Jadson Andre. So going to see, is that score going to be enough? Jadson looking for a 6.33 now.
Yeah, I think he's still going to be needing a number. And this is going to set up a really interesting finish because Miguel Tudela, who's dropped down to third, we'll just stick with this from above, that last wave, putting all of that energy into that for those 4.47 points. And really crucial way to get yourself into second. But right now it's Tudela who's got priority. He's up the top of the point. And his number, a 5.64, so a mid-range number for Miguel. He needs to go about a point better than his best so far. And he's not shown us loads in this heat so far, Miguel.
Yeah, I mean, good thing for him is he has got that little P next to his name, which means he's got priority. He's got the first choice of whatever wave comes through, and this, if there is a next set. in this heat, but with 2 minutes 30 remaining, I mean, we can see him right there. He's having a look at this wave.
Improvement from Jadson. Now he needs a 5.31. He'll stay in third. Tadela in fourth. Looking for that 5.64. That's not what he wanted. But he manages to stick with it. Here we go. So take two on the same wave here for Tadela. That's much better. And another mistake. And again, he hangs on. It's impressive. But I tell you what, generally the judges don't like to see this sort of stuff. And he is struggling here through to an inside. Not the way you would have seen that priority panning out. He'll just keep swinging nevertheless. Just prodding that board into the steeper parts of the wave, just probing around for an inside finish. Let's see what he's got on the inside. Nice crack. Loads of spray from him. And again, still going. So a weird beginning and a strong finish. How do you score that?
Yeah, look, I think it's one of those things that you said, Paul, looks good to watch from as a viewer or as a beach goer. Oh my goodness, has he got it? Oh, he's laying down, he's paddling back on. But in the judge's mind, I'm not really quite sure where this one sits, because the end actually had a couple of nice moments.
If he'd just taken off on the end bowl and done those turns.
Replay here. This is the moment we're talking about where he had to lay back down on his board and sort of reset for the wave. Jams it up into the pocket for the first one. There was another funky little moment after this turn here. Falls back on his board, regains his center of balance. Wave gets very sleepy here, but he stays with it and gets a lot more work done.
At this point, okay, he's having a shock, not what he wanted, but hang on. The inside, it gets good for him.
It does. It really does. He was able to string together a couple of pretty nice backhand maneuvers, if I do say so myself, carving around here, but it's these couple of turns here which I'm like, okay, hang on a second. Maybe he is going to get the score. Finishes off pretty strong. He likes it. He's trying to be as convincing as possible, and he's having another little go. Go on left.
So a strong finish for Tadela. He's asked the question of our panel. That's what you got to do. And he did well to stick with that wherever that number goes. And what the judges will do, they'll assign the number for that, just that last wave. Actually, a quick left to bring himself in. But they're having a look and figuring out. Meanwhile, this will count here. Okay, so Iwami, who had priority over Jadson Andre. Jadson decided to go left. It might have been a late decision for Iwami to go left as well. Let's see. That'll be something for our priority judge to deal with. Tadela's number's going to come in, and it looks like he's going to come up short. He rallied, he did really well for the finish. Don't think it's going to be enough. What happened here, Flit?
Yeah, this was interesting. Obviously, Jadson wanted it, and Tenshi had priority. So
he saw Jadson go left, and then he went left.
He's like, hang on a second. Can I force an interference here? So kind of smart surfing. We'll see what the priority judge says there. I'm not sure where this is going to go.
Not something you see super often. He was going right. He had a little look round. He saw Jadson go left, and then he went left. He changed his mind. He followed Jadson down the line. Interesting. Tadela's on the rocks. His number's in. It's a 4.9. It won't be enough for him. Those slips at the start of that wave just cost him. And you've got to be thinking he'll be ruining the fact that out the back is unable twice, really, to ride out of turns in control. And although he stuck the wave, it did affect the overall score. And it will be Jackson Baker who'll get the win there. And that 7.5 will feel good to him in his debrief, his analysis. He'll just pick the moments of quality. His rhythm was good. That was a tough heat to get through. But will be our surfer from the championship tour at the start of this season. We'll be heading through into the next round. We've got a quick commercial break. We're going to bring in Mundy and Jervis for the call. After that, more live action from Portugal right after this.
Welcome back. We are live here. We are progressing through the round of 64 of the men. My name is Ben Mundy. Now I'm joined in the booth by Philippe Jervis. Philippe, you've been out there mingling, you know, sort of working the crowd, mate. What's going on? I want to ask you about the conditions first off, how the wave's looking, and what can we expect this afternoon. I'm going to ask you about your personal welfare after that.
When it comes to conditions, it's really fun. It's always tricky to compete here in Ribeira de Ilhas, but I think with the tide shifting and now with a little bit of that push, it's going to wall up all the way from the outside to the inside, and I think we're going to see some really nice waves for the rest of the day, because as soon as that tide pushes in, I think it's going to be really fun.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, you know, you are right, and we've got the tide pushing in. We've got that wind coming up, but this is a location that handles that northwesterly breeze pretty well. You can see the spinnakers out there in full force. It's probably a 20-knot breeze, I'd say, puffing up now, but the wave's still handling. We've got another stacked heat. Luke Thompson, the South African, already off to a good start. Morgan Sibilik, the XCT surfer from Newcastle/Yamba. George Pitar. George Pitar is grew up in Vanuatu in the South Pacific, but of Australian parents, and moved back to Manly when he was about 10. And the Japanese surfer, this man here, this is a replay. So Rito O'Hara, he had a really strong first heat of the day. Surfed once already, got 2 7s, and I'll tell you what, he's feeling it. You can just tell by his confidence and by his approach. And this was the opening wave for George.
Yeah, this George first wave, nice wraparound cutback, waiting for the wave to wall up, a nice wraparound carve. As you can see, that's a really good turn. You can see all the Australians, it feels like they have a little bit of an advantage with these kind of conditions, because pretty much all of them grew up in right-hand point breaks, and they just know how to connect those turns and how to keep that momentum to make sure they land those turns, and he did a really good job on his first wave. As we see, this is probably 5.17 by Luke Thompson. Nice first carve on the outside, straight into a huge snap off the top. Unfortunately, didn't come around the section, but still a 5.17. Check out this carve. That was really good.
So much spray, you're right, Philippe. Really nice arcing turn.
Yeah,
and sort
straight into a nice finishing turn. Unfortunately, he didn't come around that section, but very good, very well surfed. And this is Luke Thompson's second wave, just straight into a nice backup. As we see him just try to connect those dots and trying to understand how the wave just allows him to keep up that flow. That was a finishing turn, drifting the tail, and the wave is not actually finished. He's gonna go around the section and maybe have a finishing turn. Let's see. Just keeping that board flowing, keeping that momentum. Now he has a little bit of a speed and just pushing that back foot. So very well served by Luke Thompson. That's got to be a really good backup wave.
Yeah, exactly. 2 scores, had the outside combo. We thought it might have been all over, and then he just kept eking it out all the way to the shore. So really strong start. George Pitar's wave was also really smooth and well surfed. Good style. You know, he's sort of grown up in some reef breaks, but then actually leading the Manly beach breaks. So there's a few right-hand points around that northern beaches, but just for someone who grew up in some sort of beaches, he's so smooth and polished, and he's really come on it probably in the last 18 months. Had a few wins in the junior series, but just 18 months, he's grown bigger, and he's matched that style now with a bit more power, and he's so clean and easy on the eye in terms of his surfing style. And he's one to watch, young Aussie. He hasn't a whole lot of hype. He doesn't do a lot of hasn't had a massive push, you know, in terms of some of the other sort of more hype young Aussies. But yeah, really watch that kid. He's got a really bright future. Got a strong start, but it was Thompson who has got off to a bit of a flyer. 2 in a row. 5.17 for his first one, and we'll see what he gets for his second. And then also we had a clash of styles with Hiroto just going for the one massive closeout re-entry. So you won't get many one-turn sort of manoeuvres out here, but that was huge.
Yeah, he actually did a nice little floater to go over that section, and then finished that one off with a really strong turn. So it's going to be interesting to see, because we also had a combination of two major turns on the outside for Luke Thompson. It was just a 5.17, and I think at least the first turn was better than Hiroto's turn, but that finishing turn by Hiroto, it's going to be interesting to see the scores on that, because that was a major turn. So the only surfer that still has no waves is still Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan Sibilik. So the CT surfer, the only one with CT experience. Of course, made the WSL finals in 2021. No, 22, sorry. So, you know, incredible breakout year on the CT, and then just missed the cut this year, not by a whole lot. So Morgan just really aiming to get back on that CT where he thinks he belongs, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it's where his surfing belongs. He's surfed well here over the years. We've sort of done this event a few years now, Philippe, and Morgan's always in the money when there's a bit of power and there's a right-hand point. He grew up at Yamba and Angari and Merriweather. Speaking of Merriweather, though, we've got a man from Merriweather. That's Jackson Baker. He's down on the beach talking to our own Chico Alves.
I have with me Jackson Baker. Jackson, you started off with a 7.5 and you struggled a bit to find that backup score. Talk me through that.
Yeah, it's really tricky out there. I mean, I let a few go at the start, which I'm pretty happy with. It put me in position to be able to get that 7.5, and that's what I'm working with Richard Dogmarsh this contest like I did back in 21, so trying to keep that same juju going. But yeah, we just said to be on the best waves, and once that one came, I could kind of see the wall on it, and yeah, it was nice. It was nice to open up on it and start with that. But then yeah, after, it's definitely, got down to that 10-minute mark, and I was like, I don't think I want to wait much longer. And there's been some heats there where I have done that, and then has been sets, but the ocean just felt really, really slow then. So I'm glad I took that 4, and I mean, it's a grindy one. You get a 7 and a 4, but I'll take it round 1 and keep on chipping away.
2 years ago, you got runner-up. I feel like you have a special connection with Ribeiradilhas. One better this year?
Oh, 100%. One better. That'll get me back on tour. So that's definitely the goal. I mean, that year I fell on a few in the final, and it was a good final with Zeke. So there's definitely some meat left on the bone in that one. So to be able to come back this year, and when I need it to get back on tour, I'd love to get the win. And yeah, the connection with this wave, it's very similar to my home break Merriweather. Lots of different sections, and you got to be really patient. So got the same board, or a replica of the board I rode in 21, and yeah, it feels really good. So hopefully I can ride at the final.
Yeah, you're looking good. Good luck for the next round, and keep that positive vibe.
Thank you very much. Just a shout out to anyone at home watching. My girlfriend, my dad, my sister, my girlfriend's family, everyone from Merriweather board riders. Let's keep on going, one heat at a time.
Let's keep on going. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Great work from Jackson. A lot to unpick there, but there's a man out the back, and that is his fellow Merriweather Board Riders Club member, Morgan Sibilik. Just gets a little bit stuck, but still manages to do a pretty vicious roundhouse cutback despite the slip. So real confidence, and we went down 10 minutes into this heat and just clicks out there. So a bit of action. We saw a few waves ridden, but good old Jackson Baker. And I defy you to find someone who sports a wraparound pair of sunnies and a moustache better than old Jacko. So this is a replay.
Yeah, it started off, it felt like it's so hard to get. If you start wrong in Ribeiradilhas, everything will be wrong the whole time. See, it just felt like it was not in connection. That was a nice rebound, but it just felt like it was out of connection throughout the whole wave. And here in Ribeiradilhas, that happens a lot, honestly, because if you don't start with the right momentum, the right timing, you might get caught up in those bumps and off balance. We also had George Peter's second wave, I think. This is a nice scarf that holds the rail straight into a foam climb. That was really well surfed by George. He already has a 6.5. We also had Hiro Tohara on a smaller little insider. Just wrap around straight into a nice scarf. That was really well surfed by Hiro. Very technical, straight into a lip line floater. And one more floating going around the section. Just patiently waiting for the wave to wall up again so he can explode a few times more. Just hits it a little fin drifter in there, and then it just gets caught up in that foam climb. But very well surfed, a little bit of a smaller wave, but he's right up there in the mix.
Yeah, and some scores coming in. So that second wave of Luke Thompson, before we spoke to Jackson Baker, was a 6.10, so he backed it up, and we've still got scores coming in for George as well as Morgan. But yeah, that was a really impressive performance 2 years ago by Jackson Baker, and really sort of a coming of age, I think. He'd always been there or thereabouts in the QS, but hadn't had a really breakthrough result. And you see Jorgen Kuzinate, so down there on the beach with his partner, and Jorgen, such an experienced competitor. We've got some massive names coming up in that next one. So we've got Hauschman, who's already qualified for the CT. We've got that man there, Keanu Singh, the ex-CT surfer, now coaching, but still in the mix. Meanwhile, Patar, I'll tell you what, he's just got this smooth wraparound style. He seems really in check with the wave, just waiting for this down here. We just talked about finding your connections on this wave early, and there's another one and just slipped, but hung on. Foam climb. Just no body language, doesn't seem in any way nervous, doesn't seem that he's just got his groove on. And it's great to see a young surfer sort of come in, not fully formed, but sort of arrive with a fully formed style.
Yeah, it feels like he has no pressure on his shoulders at all. He's just enjoying it, and he's trying to figure out the lineup, and so far so good, because he has been showing some of the best surfing of this heat. I really like his extension on the carves, because his style it's pretty different. And but yeah, George just on a bit of a roll, just trying to catch some really nice waves. And yeah, with 17 minutes remaining, he still has plenty of time.
Yeah. He's got some scores to come in, and also for Hiroto. So Hiroto's one turn, or two turn the floater to that re-entry closeout was a 5.07. And so that's put him in a solid spot. All four surfers, with the exception of Morgan, who just got a 3 for that wave where he couldn't quite connect. So Pitar and Thompson posting some solid scores, 2 in a row. And then Hiroto trying to back up his number. Yeah, we took that next heat. Kuzne, who we saw on the beach. Marc Lacamere, a French surfer, has had a good decade on tour. Jorgen Kuzne, probably not quite as many, but still, a good 8 years, and he's come so close to qualifying.
So close.
3 or 4 times, literally 2 heats off. So that's his level. And of course, Hauschman, who's the current Challenger Series ratings leader and has already qualified for 2023. Something that this man wants to do as well. That's Sibulik. So Morgs, finding his groove here a bit more. The key to his strength, the key strength is his rail work. When he starts to connect, he throws so much spray. Again, just waiting for that steeper section if he can. Just hustling to get on the inside. He's going to stick with it. He's seen something down the line. Nice little fin drift. Try and get for one more bonus section. And there it is. You can feel the legs, just jelly legs. So he
must be burning.
He rinsed it. He's just a scrapper, is Morgs. And he's a smart contest surfer. And wasn't afraid to pull the trigger there and just get some type of, even if it's a 4 or a 5, just get in close, and so he goes. So this is the wave. Talk us through it, Jervis.
Yeah, he started off with a nice wraparound cutback, and then the wave just walled up. But I feel like I don't know. I don't want to be overcritical, obviously, but I feel like he was in a bit of a rush. See here, it just it feels like he was kind of missing those carves, and he has a really good carve. Everyone knows that, but I think he was coming from those first turns, from those setup turns with a bit of a rush, but still very well surfed by Morgan. He's going to land a couple more turns in here on the inside, and this is the part where we see grabs his as soon as you see a surfer grabbing his knee, you know the legs are burning, as we see here. That's the probably the main turn here. But I think just he was way too fast, and he just kind of grabbed the front foot just kind of got
caught. Do you think he's caught between trying to do 2 turns or 1?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think I feel like he's in a bit of a rush, and sometimes when you do that, you just don't put the power on the right moments, and just it feels like he was well surfed, obviously, because he's a really good surfer, but it felt like he didn't have the patience just to read the wave better.
It was a matter of timing, wasn't it? And sometimes, I mean, this wave can throw a wobble in your timing. It's it can
at
really,
any moment.
It can really, throw up surprises, even 5-meter sections. And he just didn't connect as he can, but he still managed to, force a score and get all the way down the line. So he'll be back out there fighting again. 13 minutes on the clock, and still those numbers coming in. So a 6.5 for that. The first wave of George, and he backed it up with 5.73, so really strong surfing from the young Aussie. Luke Thompson in second place now, but with priority, and he's looking at this wave, and he's got to make a decision. He elects not to, and that hands the mantle over to the Japanese surfer O'Hara. His board speed is his strength, and he starts to wind up here. He's got a clean section. Hits the lip again, drifts down with control, and there's a nice carve. That's one of the more real estate turns we've seen today in terms of the amount of meters he covered with it. then goes around again. Now he's weighing off down the line. So he's looked so good today. To pair of 7s in his first heat earlier on in the morning. Now just looking like he's got a connection on the inside. Foam climbs here, just wants one more turn if he can. Little wrap, here it comes, the finish. And just that little acceleration through his turns, which is a really, really key part of his surfing. And he surfed that wave very, very well. We talk about just surfing to the pace of this wave, and that was an example where he did it really well.
Yeah, exactly. He was just waiting for the right time to attack those sections, even if it's just a roundhouse cutback, as we're gonna see him doing. It checks out the wave line. He's looking down there, and he sees that it's gonna be a lip there, straight into the nice. Look at that. Look at how long did he hold that rail? That was really, really good roundhouse cutback by Hiroto. And yeah, on contrast with we've seen with Morgan's last wave, we see Hiroto just taking it patiently, just going with the flow, waiting very well for the wave to wall up so he can finish this one up. He's gonna do a check turn, and then he's gonna finish this one with a bit of a fin release there. He's gotta be happy with that one. That's gotta be, look at this. That was a really good lip line floater over the top, but this roundhouse cut back.
And it's not always a high scoring maneuver, this, but when you do it like that, when you keep the rail engaged and then you just even a little shroud into the foam, and O'Hara looking the goods to wait for the score. Looks like we've got a bit of a lull in proceedings, which might give both the judges time to think about that last wave and where it's going to go. Needing a 5.85 to advance, and he's kicking back out there, hungry for more. When you're surfing that good and you feel like you're in a real confident mode, you just want to get back out there and surf as many waves as you can. And Hiroto, we'll see how he went, but he's going to paddle back out. We're going to take a short commercial break and come back with more action, and then the heat of the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia, right after this. Welcome back to live action. We have seen some pretty incredible waves throughout today. Today, expected to be the biggest and sort of strongest of the forecast, and all these guys in the hunt right now. We can see the current ratings of the Men's Challenger Series, the top 10 going into CT qualification for 2024. Cole Hauschman, well, he's up next. He's already locked in his spot. We've also got down there Frederico Morais. He's coming up in a not too distant future. He's currently 5th on the rankings. And down there in 8, Morgan Siblick, he's in this heat. He's got a 5.57, but he needs a score. So right now, I mean, Jorgen Cousineau, I don't know what's going on there, but I like the style. It's a new form of technique, and that's, I'll tell you what, his partner, she's doing really well there. She's a yoga teacher. She's strong, she's really fit, really flexible. She's doing some hard works, but I haven't seen that before. I'll tell you what, I'm a fan. Out the back, we've got Luke Thompson just swooping away. So this is a replay, and he's just winding up, trying to improve on a 5.17. Throws his sort of backhand in the way there for a bit of style. he's just marching on through for the inside section. But yeah, those qualifying series rankings, we're in the round of 64. All the top seeds come in this round, Jervis. And as we saw, Morgan sitting on 9th, obviously in the cut at the moment, but a loss here with 8 minutes to go would be a devastating blow to his CT qualification chances.
Yeah.
There's a lot of blokes on that leaderboard that want to jump up.
You have a lot of people on that 13th and 14th place that they want to steal that top 10, and they're here exactly for that. As we see Morgan needs to make sure he performs well and gets a good wave as we see him up and riding.
Yeah, live action. Sometimes these foamy ones do clean up. He's done 2 nice turns. Bit of a steeper face. Starting to get his groove back on. Hoping for a line up down there. As a stand, he needed a 6.17, though Luke Thompson's wave hasn't come in yet, so we'll see. He won't be surfing the score. He's trying to get as many points as he can. There's a big finish. Or is it? Maybe not. So it's not the finish. As he gets another chip in down the bottom. This wave getting bigger. And he just makes another mistake. And that's so uncharacteristic of Morgan Siblick. That's not, his foundations is based on power and turns and smart competitive surfing, and he worked hard for that last section, and he's blown it. He did a lot of work at the back as well, so we'll see where he goes, but just a mistake. He's got time to rectify it. Just have to brush it off, reset, and get 6 minutes to go, but he knows that that was a section that had a bit of scoring potential on it.
Yeah, he knows. You can see by his body movement, he knows the body language, he knows he made a little bit of a mistake. He started off really well here, a little bit of a fin drift straight into a nice roundhouse cutback, and this is the time you have to keep the momentum, you have to keep the flow, and you're gonna see here Morgan, he comes from behind this section on this one with not a lot of momentum. As you see here, he's just bumping the board and just trying to force it, and here I think this is where he makes a mistake. See here, that was a little bit of a wall, and just running away from it, and he actually misses the timing on that finishing turn. Unfortunately for Morgan, that was a really important wave for him. You can see here, that was a really good turn, very strong. It felt like that was, as you said, it was the finishing turn, but he actually went around the section, and he ended up missing that finishing turn. So a bit of a mistake by Morgan. He really needs that wave, and he really needs a result here.
Yeah, and here goes live action from Thompson, so he's back up, trying to improve on a 5.17, gets a little bit caught behind the foam on both those sections. You can tell that this wave just not really working out, but he's going to stick with it, trying to make it pay on the inside. Drives down the line, there's another section comes his way, and there's a bigger turn, and that adds a bit of flair and a little nice dismount as well. So yeah, a lot going on that wave, just sort of didn't connect as well as he would like. And yeah, Morg's be interesting to see what he got. And meanwhile, here goes Thompson. So this is a replay.
Yeah, it feels like he has been catching some waves with a lot of scoring potential on the outside, but unfortunately he had a little bit of a downtime here behind the section. He's just looking at it, making sure he has a finishing turn. He's looking down the line. He starts to speed up now, and he's got to throw that layback. That was a really hard turn to do, and that was actually a pretty big turn from what we've been seeing throughout this heat. As we see here, the replay, he's got to drop that back arm, just push that back foot, almost disconnected there, but he actually managed to get the board under his feet and yeah, right out of it.
Yeah, really well, risky maneuver. Meanwhile, this is the wave. Frederico was right behind him, so he's just banging down the line. He seems to have so much waves as green walls, and he's just being really explosive. He's adding risk, but what happens with risk is that comes that element of danger, and he's just fallen off on that wave. Was in second place, still scores coming for Thompson. I found like Thompson, maybe Felipe, because he got 2 connections out the back, but then when it went a bit soft and a bit iffy, he kind of knew he had to do something a bit more radical, and he pulled it off. And whereas Morgan, on the way before, it had more lips, and it was not an easy section, but stuff that he eats up for his bread and butter. Because he just tried to finish it, and he pushed it a little bit, but nowhere hard. So he's kind of caught between trying to go for it and just finishing it off. And he sort of ended up in the middle. He got a 5.13, so a point short of what he needed. More live action as the current heat leader, George Pitter, he just kicks out. That was a priority decision that he might regret, leaving his opponents out the back. Current situation, Thompson's score still to come in. He needed 5.67 to move up into second. and their judges are taking their time on that wave. It wasn't a straightforward wave. It had all just weird different elements, so there's a lot to unpick, and that's what the judges are taking their time a little bit with it. But it had a good finish, it had a good start. It just had a middle that was a bit wonky, and those judges just trying to sort all those various parts of the jigsaw puzzle, make it into a nice clean picture for us, and we'll see how they go with that. 2.5 minutes on the clock. You know, we saw Morgan coming in with a 5.17, or there, sorry, 5.13, so a point off. Now, was that last turn worth a point? Well, you know, we'll never know, will we? We never know in hindsight, but if he finished off that last turn strongly, he would have been a lot closer at the very least. So you never know, and we'll never find out, but it's something that he'll have to unpick if he can't manage to get through this heat. At the moment, he's under the pump. Currently, as we said, 8th on the CS rankings. You know, all in that all-important top 10 with just the Corona Saquarema Pro to come in Brazil in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, this is
that'll
such
be his
an
last chance,
yeah.
but this is big for him. One of the top 10 surfers, top 10 seeds, currently under the pump. He'd seen his mate Jacko Baker get through, surfed a smart heat, and unfortunately for Morgs, he's just had his timing a little bit out, and the judges are taking the time on this one for Thompson.
So they're already locked. They
locked it in. Sorry, my mistake.
So close.
So 5.3. So he missed out by 0.34 of a point. So now the current situation with a minute to go on the clock. Thompson, that man on your screen, needing a 5.64. So he needs to do a little bit better than that 5.3 got there. And then Morgan needing a 6.17. Unfortunately for those two guys, they're in 3rd and 4th priority with a minute to go. So in a situation where it could be difficult, but while there's life, there's hope, as the old saying goes. And you never know if Morgan can get wide and pick off one of the wider ones and try and scrape in this 6 he needs. That goes too wide that wave. Thinking that time might be against the young Australian at the moment. George Bitar has been really impressive, I've thought, this heat. But here he goes. It's not over till it's over, and here goes Sibulik. Nice little roundhouse cut back. Surfing with a bit more patience now. He's looking for a section. He hasn't had a chance to do any sort of outside work, really. He knows all of it comes down to this inside bit. He's going to have to go pretty big down the line here if he gets anything. Got a lot of speed. Tags at once, and there's a big turn. So he didn't, well, he never gives up, and he tried his best, but he just sensed that without those outside turns, a 6.17 is going to be a tall order. And I think he knows it as well. You can tell by his disappointment, didn't claim it, didn't try and fudge that. And that's potentially a pretty heavy loss to take for a guy who would have came in with serious goals of qualifying here and not leaving it to Brazil. So, yeah, bit of an upset here, but fair play to that man on your screen, George, the young Australian from Manly, and just had a really good surf. We don't want to to this, but this wave just didn't have the outside section, did it, Philippe?
Yeah, it felt like right here, it felt like it was going to double up C, but the wave just kind of died on the channel, and then he actually managed to get that snap halfway through, and then he finished this one off really strong. Look at the fins on the back. Whoa, that was a really strong turn. I don't think that's going to be enough because, as you said, it doesn't have that outside work. It doesn't have that outside turns. But yeah, still very good result.
Yeah, Pitar and Hiroto. Yeah, Hiroto. That's 2 heat wins today, so he's had an incredible day. He's through the round of 32, but Sidley, I think probably the most difficult for him is that, you know, he had the opportunities and it was a self-inflicted in some degrees. Anyway, we'll wash that off, and so will we. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from Ericeira right after this.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Yeah, incredible efforts there from all around the world. We want to actually hear from you guys too, and all the amazing things you are doing to protect our one precious ocean. You can record yourself doing sustainable action, big or small. We want to see it all, guys. And post your video to your socials, tag at WSL and at WSL1Ocean, and also use the hashtags, hashtag WSL1Ocean, and also the hashtag Speak Up for the Ocean. So, guys, there's so many good programs out there. We want to hear what you're doing your bit for the ocean. Post on that thing, and we can elevate your activations and hear your stories. So please do that. As we see live action here from up the beach, you see all those people frolicking in this one ocean that we all share. We've got 4 of the best European surfers out there right now. Well, 4 of the best surfers, plus a whole lot of guys learning to surf on the reef on the inside. So it's a real classic Ericeira scene. Some of the world's best waves, world's best surfers, and about 30 guys learning to surf and get the ocean buzz and getting that feel for it. So this is a big heat, as we see down there. Looking at that last wave, we're going through a big debrief on what went down. George Batar just talked to his brains trust.
No, actually, that was Luke Thompson.
Yeah,
and you know what? I feel like he had the heat in his hands because he started off really strong, and they were probably debriefing that because he surfed really well and he got some of the best waves, and unfortunately wasn't enough. But yeah, he's gonna go home back to South Africa with a.
Yeah, he's young, but he's got time. I mean, all this was going on during the break, and this is Jorgen Kuzene, so that's a big, strapping surfer from Reunion Island, but now lives up in Hossegor in France. Rangy, powerful surfer, got a good air game as well. Nice read of the ocean, works hard, trains really hard, sort of like the consummate professional really in many respects. And here he goes, just wiping the water from his, wiping the sweat from his brow, S-turning, and waiting, and hopefully he's going to get something down the line. Here he goes, puts on the gas here. Here's the section, and there's a big turn, and he likes it. So that's why these surfers wait for this end section, because every now and again it'll give you something like that, and then you can absolutely really flare up. So I'll get you to unpick that technically, because that wasn't easy. Meanwhile, at the back, the replay here for Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, #1 seating on the Challenger Series right now. A lot of power on those backhand turns. He's just so sharp. I'm really excited to see him surf on the CT, because I think he has so much power. Look at this. It's just so sharp. He's looking so confident. It's really good to see a surfer like that. As we see, this is the replay of Mark Lacomar's wave, 3.5. Just a combination of also a very, very strong backhand surfer. Definitely there. It's, yeah, as we see again, Cole Hauschman. I think it's his. Definitely his strength, his backhand. Look at this. Every time he puts the board on the lip, it's just tons of spray. He's a huge guy, and he just loves these kind of conditions. We all know that. Look at this. Look at the fins out the back. Wow, he just pushes that back foot. He started off with 8 points, so that's a really good way to start off a heat at Ribeira de Ilhas.
Yeah, and speaking of someone who had a great hit, they would see this line up, some sets pulling through. We've got George Batar down on the beach. And actually, let's go talk Chico Alves with the winner of the last heat, George Batar.
Yeah, boys. George, great heat win, solid heat. How good is to start an event like that?
Yeah, it's nice. That first heat's always tough. You know, you got all the nerves, and it's my first heat out of this wave, and I was wondering if I could figure out the spot, like when I was out there without all the people out. But yeah, I managed to get lucky with a couple, so I was pretty happy.
Sitting in the 15th position, how important is this event for you and for the qualification scenario?
Yeah, it's huge. It's interesting coming into this with like a bit of pressure I didn't really think I'd be at this point, to be honest. But no, it's nice. I guess I'm just sort of like trying to go through the motions and just think of it as any other contest. But, you know, you always have that in the back of your mind, but it just makes it interesting.
You're looking really good. You want to send a quick message back home?
Yeah, shout out to all the guys at North Stain. I'm sure they're watching, and my mum, dad, family, everything. And yeah, loving it over here. So I'll chat to you guys soon.
Back to you, boys, and good luck for the next round.
Yeah, thanks, Chico, and thanks, George. As you see, Keanu was seeing, zigging and zagging, somehow getting through this section. That's the board speed he gets. That's his technique. And there he goes. He can try and finish off. He just didn't quite get that second, but he does hang on despite almost losing. And there he goes and tags at the end. So despite a little bit of a stumble, you can see there was a lot going on, a lot of action. Had to work so hard with his upper legs and his body just to get through that section, and eventually tagged off. Those scores coming through for Hausman, an 8, and Kuznay a 6.77, and this way from a Singh.
Yeah, you think that this mount was like a frustrating kind of dismount of the board, because it started off really strong on the outside, a couple of big turns, and here, as you said, the board just, look at this, the wave just completely disappears, and yeah, just keeping that board alive and making sure, and here it feels like it gets out of connection there. Look, he missed the section, again, and he comes around the section, he hits it really strong on that finishing turn, but what about this dismount? You think was that frustration?
I think it was a bit of relief and frustration mixed in together. He did those 3 turns, you see the spray he generates, so, and he was late to that, but still came out clean, and then I just think he had to regather him, but because on the inside when he had to regather and he had to do those 3 or 4 turns in such a quick sort of proximity, he just flicked out. Yeah, I mean,
he didn't come with a lot of momentum from here. He just puts the board and gets a little bit off balance there, and then he loses that section, goes a little bit of a foam climb there, and then he finishes up really strong. Obviously, that's a good finishing turn. But I would love to know the insight on that dismount, because for me it's a bit of frustration, because he knew that the scoring potential was there, as we see the replay of the second wave of Cole Hausman. Up and riding, nice lip line floater, goes around the section, straight into a nice foam climb, straight into a huge hit off the top. It just feels like he has a good connection with this wave. He has been doing a lot of good scores for the last couple of years here, and I'm gonna tell you, he has a goofy footer. This is not an easy wave to get a connection with. So very well served by Cole Hausman, another really good score coming from him.
And you talked about, just the improvement. And we've seen Cole come through the ranks, and, you know, he started off and he was obviously always had that athleticism and that tall sort of range. And you could see that he had some big turns, but, you know, just in those early years, just like anyone learning the ropes, sometimes he didn't connect with his waves, or he would make mistakes, which is just a natural thing to do. And then I think in the last 12 months, just, you know, as he's matured himself, his surfing has just really shone, and he's got the confidence, so he's backing himself in the right situations. Then also with that little push, that San Clemente push, with Griffin Colapinto in his corner now, and Crosby and Jet Schilling, and there's that real sort of gang where they're all just pushing each other, and the whole combination has just led to Hausman just coming out this year and being the form Sawyer from the Challenger Series, and he just hasn't looked back. He's qualified with oodles of time left, and he's still coming out here swinging with an 8 and another good score. So yeah, it's been a really, you know, it's been a fascinating to watch the progression of a surfer, and as you say, he gets on that CT and those good waves with that attitude and that confidence. He'll be such a dangerous rookie.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of right-handers on the tour, and honestly, just to watch him surf, because he probably changed his goal for the year, because he's qualified, right? So right now, probably his goal is going to be winning the Challenger Series. So it's a pretty big goal still, even though he's very far away from all the other competitors when it comes to points. But I think his mindset shifted. Now, all right, I qualified. Now I'm going to win the Challenger Series and be champion of this, and absolutely destroy the World Tour next year. So it's going to be interesting to see his approach for the rest of the year. As you see, Jorgen.
Yeah, had some mistake from Kuznay, had priority, used it, and couldn't get back. There's an interesting post on Instagram with actually Griffin Colapinto and all that crew have all written down their goals for this week in terms of what they want to achieve. And yeah, you're right. Hausman's was to win the rankings, which is important because it does mean you get the top seed. You get a better seed in some of those draws when you're going into the CT. And then if you can get through a couple of heats, it just makes life easier. So it all, it's all building up to next year. But yeah, that was a really interesting post with all the different servers who are in different stages of their career.
It was on a whiteboard?
Yeah, just a whiteboard.
I saw it.
They're all about their visualising what their success is and where they want to go. And they all had, they're all at different stages of their career and rankings, but they all had sort of goals to have. And yeah, Cole was to win the event and top the rating. So
it feels like it's working for them as a group. It has been. I think we had this discussion already between. Obviously, surfing is an individual sport, and you depend on yourself to get those good results. But what they are showing, all the San Clemente crew, they are showing that you can actually travel as a group and push for each other and improve each other's mind and just to make themselves at home. I think it's a bit more like that. Like you rent a house and it's pretty much the same as being in San Clemente. Surf all day, film all day, train, compete, fake heats, simulations. There's so much to do.
Yeah, well, so much. Speaking of someone who's always busy looking for some action, I've got Chico Alves down on the beach, mate. What's this tidal situation? Where are we at right now?
Yeah, mate, I'm down here at the beach. There's a bit of wind, but the face of the wave looks absolutely beautiful. The water, it's actually kind of warm for Ericeira for this time of the year. And the beach is packed, mate. Everyone is enjoying their time here. I can see that everyone is buzzing because we have Cole Hausman in the water. And yeah, I would love to go for a surf, but yeah, I'm going to stay here with you with that lovely voice, and what a moment to be here.
Okay, and it's like high tide not till 5:30, so we had some big tides all week. With this amount of swell, will we still get waves during the high tide, do you reckon, Chico?
Yeah, I think with the size of the tides, I think it's going to get better now. We can see that the wave is standing up a bit more, and with the low tide was a bit more difficult. So I think with the rising tide, the wave is going to get better, and we're going to see some excellent scores.
All right, good work. Thanks, mate. And just be careful of that hairstyle, because I know that wind does affect it somewhat. So go back there and get that hair and makeup done quickly. Live action.
Thank you.
Out the back is Marc Lacamet, the Frenchman, as you say, deadly on his backhand. Really powerful experience, but that wave just didn't have the end section he wanted. You could hear the gasp of excitement as he started blasting that big spray, but the replay here, just not the end section.
Yeah, a bit of a smaller wave. That's a really strong turn, just pushing that back foot, a lot of spray coming out of that one, and then he decided to go for a 2-for-1 there. That's a good wave, very well surfed. Unfortunately, a bit of a smaller wave. Look at the technique on that. Look at the back foot, just pushing the fins, drifting, a lot of spray coming out on that one. And then just a couple more turns. Here he decided to go for a 2-for-1, and this finishing turn ended up not having the power that he wanted to, but still a very good wave by Marc Lacamet.
Yeah, 4.2, which is a little score. Not enough to get him up into second, but still a 3.51. This man here, Kuznay, trying to back up his 6.77, just puts his foot on the back. Here he goes. Got so much acceleration when he does start to press on the gas. There's a turn through lip, and he's just made another mistake, so he's just got to maybe calm down a little bit, Kuznay. Meanwhile, Arsene, the Hawaiian, just comes up around the corner. I mean, these waves are right in his wheelhouse. He generates so much bore speed. He comes around, nice little flick off the top, quick little cut back. It's walling up, and there's a nice section from Keanu, and there's another one, so you can start to see he's getting his groove on. There's a third one, and it's only getting bigger down the line. And there's a fourth one, so it's still absolutely on fire. The Hawaiian is just doing another one, and that is a massive wave. And there's the same kick out, so you can't be frustrated after that wave.
Not
so
really.
I think you've got your answer, Philippe, in terms of kick outs.
Yeah.
So I tell you what, that was just got better and better as that wave gone on. Keanu Singh was just winding back the clock, and it was an incredible wave. And what wave selection?
That's the thing about the tide. The tide's going to get higher, and you're going to see that transition in between the outside section and the inside section. This is the moment that if you get the momentum, if you get the right speed and the right timing, you're gonna get some really good turns. That's exactly what Keanu did. Nice lip line floater off the top, straight into another one, straight into a huge turn. Look at the spray on that one, and then another one, just pushing that back foot, and then one more nice cut back. And he managed to get a lot of power on that finishing turn. I don't know how, and that kickoff, yeah, that's not a frustration kickoff, I think.
Yeah, meanwhile, replay of Hausman's, oh, there's that big backhand belt. So much fun. There's another. The confidence on this young Californian is absolutely sky high. And China already with an 8 and a 6.5, so he's just going to finish off that one again. So Hausman and can't get the inside, but it kind of doesn't matter. He's doing the damage out the back at the moment. And it's like these two heavy hitters. Look at this, just winds it up.
Yeah, just pushing that back foot, staying compressed, straight into a nice, a little late off the top. Just put him a little bit off balance, but those strong legs just make it work. It feels like he can land any turn.
Yeah, he's just in that groove where he's willing to take risks. You know, he's already got a cut. You know, he's got an 8, so he's got good scores already. So confidence breed confidence. You know, he's not too worried if he falls off.
Yeah.
And because he's not worried about it, he's not falling off. So yeah, really good solid surfing. But that wave, it's going to be really important for Keanu. And you know, he transitioned to coaching. You know, he was still doing the QSs in Hawaii and was helping out, working with the Billabong crew in Hawaii, mentoring and coaching the younger surfers, but got a few results on the Hawaiian qualifying series events and then got his spot on the Challenger series.
Yeah, he managed to be here.
And he's still coaching and still helping out. But I'll tell you what, when you're seeing your coach to this type of business, yeah, well, you're going to get more respect for him. So we're going to go back. The judges still have a bit of work to do on getting both of those scores. While they do that, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Yeah, we're back live action. That was a quick wrap up of the Challenger Series events so far. This is the 5th of 6 Challenger Series events, which will determine the qualifiers for the 2024 CT. And there's been, well, one man that's kind of dominated. That's that man in this heat right now, Cole Hausman. 2 wins on the Challenger Series events out of a possible 4 My mathematics tells me that's almost 50%, Philippe. That's why I've got a beautiful mind and all that sort of business. But he's just been absolutely ripping the Challenger Series apart this year, and he's sort of hasn't stopped when he's got to Portugal, because he's got an 8 and a 6.5.
We're still waiting on the scores for the last one.
It's still got a wave to come in. And we've got Keanu Singh, that 7.43 for his last wave. So he's got up a sizable lead as well. And that's leading Kuzane and Lacamar with some work to do with 7 minutes on the clock. The 2 European surfers, the French guys need, well, Kuzane is in a better spot. It's a 5.84. He is required to move up in second, and Lacamar needing a high number. But Kuzane, he's made a few mistakes so far, which is not like Jorgen.
Yeah, it's not. He's usually so consistent. We don't see him making a lot of mistakes most of the time. But for some reason this heat he hasn't found his connection. As we see here, this is the 8 points by Cole Hausman, the big powerhouse, the goofy footer, just absolutely smashing these kind of waves. Look at that, just the transitions in between turns. He has such a strong legs. It just feels like it doesn't give up. Look at this, wow, just pushing that back foot. He was happy with that one. That was a little bit of looking to the judges, and this is his backup score, a 6.8, combination of nice, even though he was kind of late for every turn, it just connected really well and just got some of the best turns of these heats so far. So Cole just proving why he's number one and proving why he's on the city already, and just making sure, like, just making sure everyone wants to see him on the tour. But this guy also catching one of the best waves of this heat so far. Keanu just going through the motions in transition. That wave just kept on providing from all the way from the inside. Look at this inside. Wow. Straight into another hit off the top. Lip line floater, and this is the money turn. A lot of water coming from out of that one and straight into a huge. This inside just kept on giving a lot of scoring potential, and even on this turn, wham! A lot of strain and power on that one, and that kickoff definitely was not on frustration. That was a bit of a claim. Very well served by both Cole Hausman and Keanu Weising, absolutely dominating this heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible wave. I kind of thought that might have gone up into the excellent range, but still 7.43, really big number. And he's got himself a thing trying to back up a 5.17. And Kuzane, who also had a 6.77 in his locker from that, mainly from that one crazy turn on the inside. Yeah. He's still sitting there, only needing a 5.84. You know, it's not easy, but it's completely gettable. Problem is, he's in 4th spot in terms of priority. He's now in 3rd. Just like Keanu is going to have a crack at this. So again, one of these little insiders. He hopes is going to wall up on the inside section here, and just gets a little bit caught. He's going to get around this section. He's just trying to build on a 5.17. Not sure if this wave's got as much variety, but we said about the last wave, and he's still going here. That sun shining as he comes in. There's another crack. You can tell he's got his rhythm, and there's another one. And once he starts seeing his confidence, he just starts blowing up. Not a whole lot of variety, but in terms of connection, in terms of timing, he's found a really great rhythm out here.
Yeah, it feels like he found those waves that allow you to go big on the inside, because sometimes you see guys going big on the outside but with a bit of a slower and easygoing wave on the inside. But for some reason, Keanu, his waves just keep on providing more and more scoring potential. That lip line floater was almost the board almost turned upside down, but look at this inside. He just waits patiently for the wave to wall up on his, right in front of him, and here he's going to push a little stronger. Nice, a lot of water on that one. Nice foam climb with a bit of a fin drift, and then he finished it off really strong. As you said, not much variety in there, but still very high quality wave and very high quality surfing.
Yeah, he's been surfing great. Really got his timing in. Surfed the heat this morning already, so he's got his sort of groove on at the break. He surfed here many a time before. He's also spent a lot of time down with the kids or the surfers he's coaching, so he's been sussing out this break all week, and he's found his little niche on it, and that makes Kuzane's score going to be even more difficult, because that wave of Keanu came in at a 5.83, so that pushes up Kuzane's total required to a 6.5. Lacamar needing a 9, so he's got priority, but he's going to have to go well into the excellent range to get back in this game. Kuznait needing a 6.5, but also in third priority. So I think we might hopefully get one more set. Jervis and
yeah, looking at the horizon, it feels like there's nothing coming. But you know what? 2 minutes and a half, 45 seconds remaining. We're gonna see at least one more exchange.
Yeah, and there's Kuznait, his partner, looking on. She's anxious. She's
nervous.
She's nervous, and she knows. I mean, all these heats are so brutal. You know, 2 in, 2 out. It's CT qualification on the line. It's the first heat, so it's a really, really heavy loss if you get one of these. So that's why Jorgen's partner was particularly nervous and looking worried. He's not going to give up, though. Of course he won't. 2 minutes on the clock. He's got time. Just needs a wave. He's an explosive surfer. And we've got some sets coming, so hopefully all 4 surfers might get an opportunity, and it's going to come down to best wave wins. Hausmann is looking absolutely locked and loaded for his heat total, up towards 15, so the highest of the day so far. Seeing, even though he surfed really, really well, he's still in the danger zone, and it looks like Kuznait's the man. That's the only one that can probably do it, but that set just didn't quite pan out on the reef. And so now getting down to the 90-second mark, you know, that's just absolute end of the road almost for these guys. Kuznait's trying to find some distance, and his girlfriend is just like, oh, they can't, nearly bear to watch.
Crossing fingers.
She's crossing the fingers, and as well she might. Any help appreciated at this stage of a minute on the clock and a score needed. He's going to need a bit of luck from the ocean right now. Doesn't look like there's much out there. And you can see now even body language suggesting not a whole lot going on. Singh is miles away at the moment. 1 minute to go on the clock. He starts to sort of hit the water, the frustration. He would have trained for weeks for this. It's on his, you know, European soil. Portugal's a place he loves. He spends a lot of time down here.
A lot of time.
He surfs down here all the time. He knows this wave really well, and he would have been confident. But he's up against 2 surfers that have really hit their straps, with 2 of the sort of highest sort of individual heat waves of the whole day. So up against it, Kuznait, he's pointing up to the coast. He's heading north.
Where is he going?
Don't know. He's heading up to. You got to surf Koshis and try and get a wave at Koshis. See if he can get one down the point. So sets approaching. 20 seconds on the clock. It's Hail Mary time here for Kuznait. He's got a big aerial game. If he can get one individual section, he'll go for it. And here he goes. So this is the last throw of the dice for Kuznait. And it's a dice that's come up with a big fat 0, unfortunately, for Kuznait. So he's out. Lacamar as well. Looks like he didn't get away. That's the end of the heat. You can see the disappointment, the frustration. This sport can be very, very harsh at some stage. His partner feels every wave. She's along for the ride and knows how much work goes into this. Now at the back, Lacamar. It's probably after the hooter, I'd imagine, so this potentially won't count. We'll get clarification on that, but needed a 9. You can tell by his body language that that's not enough for him, and after the hooter. So official results are through. Okay, got Hausmann and Singh through. I'll tell you what we've got coming up in the next heat, though. I'm going to set it up because it's a massive one here. We've got Eli Hanneman, who won the last event. Reef Hazelwood, one of the most electric surfers from Australia. Ethan Osborne and Kai Paula, who had a great heat. Look, there's the boys there. We've also got Paul Evans. We've got Flick Parmentier, and we've got a big name. We've got Miguel Pupo coming in the booth, guys, so don't go anywhere. There's live action coming on right after this short commercial break.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series. It's the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia. And the heats keep coming thick and fast on a sunny afternoon. Plenty of waves out in the water and high stakes as well. And we're joined by a very special guest. Joining myself, Paul Evans and Feisty Palmetier, Miguel Pupa. Welcome, mate.
Thank you, guys.
Great to see you back in Portugal. Last time out in Portugal was a tough one for you. You got hurt, but it's really cool to see you back, mate.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a tough one, but I'm just happy to be back surfing and, you know, just feeling the nervous again to be on a jersey.
And yeah, just over here, obviously you got your wild card for next year, so that's locked in. Up until the cut, you're good. But over here, just trying to make some heat to get back in the rhythm.
Yeah, just try to get back in shape, you know, trying to lose my little belly and just trying to paddle a lot and surfing a lot, and obviously support my brother because he's right on the spot right there, and I'm here just to support him and try to surf as much as I can.
Awesome, mate. Well, it's great to have you here in the studio, and we're looking at some really fun heats coming up. Let's just set the scene out in the water right now. Heat number 5, checking out someone going great on the challenges. Eli Hanneman out of Hawaii Reef, Hazelwood, incredible surfer. Aitan Osborne also looking for a big result here, and Kai Paula surfed really well this morning. Half hour for these guys to try and lock in 2 big numbers and come back into the later rounds and look to go for a big result here in Portugal, as we see a little set stand up on the outside. And that tide's swinging around already, coming back in 2 hours, I think, Flick, since it was low. And this should be the good stage of the tide in terms of the water on the reef.
Look, I'm not an expert out here. I'm definitely sure about that. But hopefully a little bit more tide on the reef, a little bit more of a push. We'll see a few more waves coming through, but red up and riding. Eli.
Here goes Hanneman. Some foam on the face to deal with. Such an explosive, progressive, entertaining surfer. Right now, a bit more stock stuff for him as he just goes down the line with a nice, crisp, fresh rail attack. And a slopey face means those figure eights just keep him right back close to the pocket. And he'll look for some steeper action here. Really nice. How's the timing on that? Just taps the tail and throws buckets of spray into this Ericeira afternoon sunshine. And looking to link up seamlessly for an inside. Somehow he loses a rail and goes down, but a decent way to open up for Hanneman. Meanwhile, here's Osborne. What's he got? Another surfer with so much of that X factor. Right now, just keeping this tight. There's a really nice, vicious, stinging snap with the release on the fins as well. And that drift makes it look cool, makes it look different. And snatches a little bit at some white water. Does really well to keep the down the line momentum. He's finding it really easy to pick up speed after turns. A great finish there for Aitan. What do you reckon, Miguel?
I think it's like it was 2 good waves, and there is the reef right now. It looks on a pretty sizey wave, huh? Like kind of a double up. First heat, second one. That's what you want on a backhand. I feel like you want to go vertical and, you know, to get those points, and he's probably looking for a good finish right now. And yeah, there's another vertical one.
Really strong, so good exchange that one. Hazelwood with that meaty double up energy. And mate, just looking at the talent in the water right now, and even from the heat you surfed earlier, Challenger Series it's really tough. There's so many good surfers in this.
Yeah, definitely. You know, that was my goal coming over here. You know, to see where my level is at, and got my ass kicked this morning, so my level is pretty low. I kind of knew it. You know, I haven't been surfing a lot, and just wanted to get some heats in. And every heat, I feel like it's a final or something. You know, because those guys are fighting to be on the tour, and definitely a lot of talent. Like in this heat, all those guys can, you know, be in the final and potentially win the event.
Yeah, this last wave, just looking at the replay of reefs here, and I really liked it. A couple of nice, strong hits on the backhand, and for me, really, he finished this wave super strong. Sort of got a little bit fatter here, but brings it through to the inside and really finished quite sharp and fast there. So it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go between Ethan, Eli, and Reef's opening waves. This is the opening wave of Ethan Osborne here. This wave, a couple of nice moments. That one right there, that fin release, definitely scoring points there. Brings it through to the inside. Sort of almost lost it there with that foam climb, bringing it around this section, but also brought a little bit of the X factor there with that finish, and put a sort of little claim I saw there with the hands, little jazz fingers.
Yeah, he liked the finish, didn't he? Just coming out making that contrast with Reef's waves. It was much more doubling up, but this finish was so strong. Just generating that mojo for a sick inside. The timing was really cool. He's feeling it.
He liked it, yeah. Actually, when you're in a heat and you make an end section like that big, you probably feel good. And they didn't show Eli's replay, but I think his wave was pretty cool too. He kind of mistiming that end section over there, and looks like he has a knee brace on his front knee. He might be battling an injury, but he's probably really good right now. He's high up in the rankings, and not much pressure going on.
We're talking with Miguel Pupo right now in the studio. And speaking of goofy foots on the championship tour, we've got a brand new one already locked in his status for next season. It's Cole Hausman. He's with Chico Alves.
Hello, boys. I'm down here at the beach. Cole, what a great heat to start this event. The first heat, as you said, it's always a nerve-wracking heat. Obviously, to get the highest score of the event so far.
Yeah, it feels really good. It's crazy. No matter what situation it is, the first heat's always the most nervous one for me. But I think nerves are a good thing, and it's fun. And it felt like I was out of the jersey forever. It's been like 2 months almost since the U.S. Open, and yeah, just stoked to get back in the jersey and start out with a heat like that. Really made me feel comfortable.
You're already qualified. How good is it to come into an event and maybe just be a bit more freed up for the heat?
Yeah, I keep telling myself it's pressure-free now, but I still put pressure on myself, and there's pressure to perform and just surf a smart heat. So now I have new goals, and I want to win the rankings, so that's kind of what I'm chasing after. And yeah, so put some pressure back on, and still chasing after it.
Have you been enjoying Portugal overall?
Yeah, it's been amazing. This is one of my favorite places in the world, and I look forward to coming here every year. So I'm super stoked. And then a quick shout out to Keanu Singh. That was a really special moment for us because I started out on the QS surfing with him, and he kind of took me under his wing when I was kind of a Grom. And yeah, just to share heats with him and still make it, it's unreal. So yeah, special moment, and happy we could move on.
Congrats and good luck for the next round, Cole.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Live action here. We'll pick up Paula. Having a good swing at this. This one will go deep here. Can he stick with it? Just try and fade this one back to stick with this bowl as it pushes through the inside. Real deep water, did well to deal with that section. Good work done out the back with carving turns of speed. And a little speculative on the inside. There's nothing really forthcoming for Paula, but just wanted to get at this because we had a good exchange with numbers that were still waiting on everyone else and just wanted to get involved. Kai Paula does well to find himself a wave there. As we just reflect on Cole Hausman and what he's been able to do. Miguel, you like the look of what you've seen from him? How do you think he'll go on the championship tour?
I think he'll do really well. You know, he's a big, strong guy. Obviously, you can see it from far away. That guy is huge and huge legs. But at the same time, he's super fast and light at the same time, which is amazing to see. And even when he qualified, I text him saying congrats because I'm a big fan. I remember him at lowers being this big. I'm that old, you know, right now. Just remember watching him surf and first few years on the QS, like as he was saying, and just great to see great talent coming up, and hopefully I can keep it up with those guys.
Bit of a contrast here. Really good out the back here for Kai, and just went a little soft on the inside.
Yeah, I loved the start of this wave. It was sort of 3 big manoeuvres and lots of variety as well. Sort of carving manoeuvre, and then he went straight up into the lip. Unfortunately, this wave just kind of didn't give him that finish that he definitely would have been looking for. But sort of in my eyes, those first few turns that he linked together were super smooth. Have another look here at a replay of one of those turns. Just really released the fins there, looking silky smooth on this wave. Sort of beautiful surfing, not much downtime between the turns. But yeah, I think all the damage was done out the back there as we just see the tail end of a little reverse or something that went on there.
Aitan finishing off about midway down the way. Well, not even really. That's just on the outside bowl. Priority is with Hanneman, and we're waiting for numbers for everyone. I tell you, judges got their work cut out here because we've seen 4 like completely different kind of waves, really different sort of surfing. Just trying to think who got the best of it.
I can't remember the first.
That's why they got replays up there in the tower. They're cheating. Let's see where this one goes. Paula putting a bit of authority out the back. Reef Hazelwood, his wave had that kind of double up energy throughout it, didn't it? Aitan Osborne got the really strong finish on his slightly softer wave. Let's see where all this goes. Still 18 minutes to go. We're waiting for numbers to come in here. We're delighted to have Miguel Pupo in to talk us through, give us insights. Stoked to see him back in action. Check out Mikey Madonna there, one of the strong forces up and coming out of Australia.
Yeah, for sure. He's and here we go, Frederico Morais as well coming up in that next heat. So Morais is actually he's sitting in that qualifying position currently at the moment. So it's going to be another exciting heat coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Frederico representing Portugal, of course, and representing it really well. He's been the dominant surfer from these shores for a number of years, and it's a couple of times in the past he's come back and dropped down and had to get results, and he's done it here. He loves surfing at home. Let's see how he goes in these kind of conditions. That'd be an interesting one to see. But yeah, Miguel, just dropping back on the fact that you got hurt here in March and had to miss out on the tour. When the news came through, you getting the wild card for next year, that must have made the recovery just that little bit easier, everything a little bit calmer and happier for you.
Yeah, I had some sleepless nights and thinking about it. You know, I wanted to come back so bad just to make sure I have my spot, and then I was already thinking about going to snapper somehow, but I had no foot, so I don't know what I was thinking. But when I got the call from Jesse and Renato, it was a huge relief for sure, and I was happy just to have my spot there and to be at Pipe again.
Well, we can't wait to see you, mate. Let's check out live action. Here goes Hanneman. A little bit of a milky, soapy one on the face. What's he got for us? He compresses into a crisp turn. Such a spring in this step. Love the way he kind of coils and uncoils and just reaches up towards the lip. It's all looking really smooth as he just bangs these turns. Great timing from him. Made it look really easy. That is great surfing flick.
Yeah, I love that one. I think all of us in the booth were looking pretty impressed with the way that he finished that wave. Just really nice flow. And up and running now, Reef on his second wave on his backhand. Beautiful second turn there. Wave sort of going a little bit fat here. Bringing it through to the inside. But yeah, I love the way that Eli finished that wave. That was super strong to me. See what Reef has, a big turn on his backhand there to finish. So second wave for Reef, and it's going to be interesting to see where the cards fall once all these scores are locked in.
Hazelwood surfing that one all the way down to the inside and making sure he's got 2 scores on the board. And a bit about him for a couple of years, and really waiting for him to step up, really. Served us a bit of notice, wildcard performances in Australia in the CT, and since then really looking for him to string together the consistency and using his priority here on this wave.
Yeah, he did. So Ethan was actually deeper than him, but obviously Reef wanted it. So straight up into the lip there. That was a really, really nice, well-timed turn. Comes around the section here. Wave gets a little bit sleepy, but for me, he's on both of Reef's waves, actually. His finishing turn has been where the money and all the points are coming from. Look how dynamic that was. Oof. Just really well-timed. Reef's actually a pretty interesting surfer. Last year, he actually made an appearance out at PR here for the first time and actually caught a wave out there. So very, very well-rounded when you think about how well he surfs in the air as well. So really pushing the limits and having a crack at some more XL surf.
What do you like about this wave, Miguel, from Eli?
I feel like his knee is fine right now. It looks really good, and he's timing really well and surfing smart. I can see like he's more relaxed with after the wind maybe. And yeah, timed it really well, and it was a big end section. I feel probably the best wave at the heat by now, and yeah, he liked it too.
Hanneman looking happy with the finish. The timing was sweet. The judges will take their time and make sure they nail these numbers here. So we do a couple of scores. Hazelwood and Hanneman, numbers to come in. Osborne's numbers decent for his first wave, 6.83. You've got to be feeling a lot of that number probably came for the finish flick.
For sure. For me, that was the most exciting part of the wave. He had one moment or two at the beginning as well, but yeah, there's some big numbers about to start dropping in for Eli. There we go. Last of Eli, 7.67 straight up into the lead. So obviously, like you said, Miguel, that, you know, judges, I think that was the best wave surfed of the heats. So much flow.
Huge number in there. This heat really entertaining. Ethan Osborne going good. Eli Hanneman as well. More live action from Portugal with Miguel Pupo in the studio right after this. Welcome back to Ericeira. The athlete area is packed. Action in the water. Really, really good right now. An enjoyable heat. Right at the good stage of the tide as well. And some big talent about to take to the water. Big interest for Frederico Morais of Portugal. Mikey Madonna as well. A result here in Portugal could set him up as he's lurking and looking to build a platform on the Challenger Series. Meanwhile, let's stick with Hanneman, who's already going great with a win in California, the US Open. Here he goes. Just joining up the dots really well. It just looks so easy and effortless for him. Not getting stuck between the sections and just driving any kind of steepness when it opens up. Hanneman still going through the inside, really composed with that upper body. And again, that light touch up there into the lip as a little look back, a flamboyant flick out as well. Great stuff from Eli.
Yeah, I really like that wave. I just feel like there's minimal downtime between any of his turns. Here we go. This is Osborne up and riding on his fourth wave. Looking to replace a 1.5, so you've got to think he's already done that. Brings it through to the inside here. The wave's getting a bit steeper. And what's he got? Sort of, probably would have wished that he would have hit that and timed that a little bit better, but a lot of flurry of waves going on right now.
Here's Hazelwood on the backhand, looking to keep the board alive and looking for steepness, which it looks like he might find here. This wave is trying to double up for him. He'll be patient. And here he goes, a tricky section hitting here. What's he got for us? Nice. He's looking really sharp. I tell you what, incisive surfing from Hazelwood. And again, just tagging it and belting it. And as we've just learned, he charges PR here as well. He's amazing in the air. Tell you what, he's going right in the singlet too.
Oh, very well-rounded, I would say.
So Hazelwood, the heat leader prior to that, with due numbers for everyone to come in. 10 minutes to go in this one. Let's have another look. And Miguel, that's a goofy. How do you like this action from Reef Hazelwood?
I really like it. Like, he looks really strong. Like, his legs are really big right now, and got a good flow on the start and a nice finish. He's probably looking to replace his low score. I don't think we'll get that. Maybe, hope it will, but yeah, here at Portugal you have those 5-wave sets, which is nice. When you're sitting out there, there's a set coming, you know, we're gonna get a wave, and that's why we probably always get a lot of action when there's sets coming. And yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see what Kai did, because I don't see him have priority and hasn't seen any replay, so he probably caught a wave somewhere.
And another look here. This is Aitan doing well to navigate some foamy stuff on the face and just sort of pick the eyes out of these sections, Flip.
Yeah, for sure. He's looking to only replace a 1.5, so no doubt he's already done that. Needs a 5.68 to get up into that second position. Sort of mistimed that last section. I feel like he probably definitely would have wanted to hit that a lot more crisper. But look out the back here. This is replay of Eli. And I'm just loving what I'm seeing from him. He just looks so smooth. Everything's really well timed. There's no sort of jittery bumping or like weaving to get through sections. Everything is just silky smooth is the words that come to mind when I'm watching his surfing right now. Just really well timed. He's looking to replace a 6, so I'm not sure where this one's going to go, but just was short-footed. He's liking it. It looks like to me that was a little bit of a no claim also. Yeah, really nice. A great pickup. Actually, if you just watch the board, as I forget about the surfer, it's so incisive, that board. There's no chattering, is there? It just looks easy for it. Cut through the water, and it just looks great. No worries for the knee brace too, so that's interesting. Wonder what kind of injury that sort of is, because it really doesn't look like it's affecting him at all right now. Osborne on a bit of a bomb here. He's going to try and come behind it, which he will do. Gets the hair out of the eyes and looks to set up. So he's been really busy. This is wave number 5 for him. And tagging that beautiful drifting snap. And then committing the rail to a carve down just to jam it back with the pocket, and he'll want this to double up again. This stage of the tide, most of the waves that make it here will get an inside section to do that. And almost gets the sort of front arm in the wave that kind of breaks him, but also helps a recovery. So gets a completion on the end. And again, asking a question of the judges, can he improve his back up 417? We'll find out soon. 7 minutes to go in this one. Due numbers for Hazelwood, Osborne and Kai Paula. We'll wait for those to come through. We're chatting with Miguel Pupo in the studio.
delighted to see back competition in the jersey. Mate, feeling healthy. How good are we feeling about next year heading back to Fiji? It's one for the Goofies, right?
Yeah, I gotta make the cut first, so there's a lot of work too.
We're backing you to make the cut, mate.
Yeah, here's Ethan. I think that was his last wave. He got a first good section over there. It was pretty critical, and he kept the speed over here, which was really nice to the eye. You know, like to see the guy have so much speed and so clean on the rails too, and a finish which is kind of got a little stuck. But I feel like he's gonna replace it for. I don't know how much he's needing right now to move up to second, but just a little touch on those guys. Like you can see those guys coming for such a long time, you know, those young kids, like especially Reef and Eli, Ethan as well, and Kai. On social media, I've seen those clips, and just great to see them putting a heat together and fighting for it, and it's really nice to see those great talents making heats for sure.
This is a really entertaining one, some really good scores on the board. We're still waiting for numbers for Reef and Aitan right now. But already healthy totals. Hanneman going all right in this. That high score, that 7.67. He's got a 6 as well. And this is that stage of the tide that we were sort of talking up, really, and hoping it would get good. And that has been reflected in scoring opportunities, essentially. Everyone's kind of had their shots at this, but Paul has been a bit quiet, and he needs to fire up here.
Yeah, well, what's interesting to me, Miguel, like you actually spoke about it in the break, is that you know, he got a 5.67 for only half a wave surfed of what everyone else has been surfing. So to me, that sort of says that he's on fire. It's just a matter of finding that sort of right wave.
Yeah, definitely. He got priority right now in 5 minutes to go, and I've been timing the sets, and it's been taking about 3.5 to 5 minutes. So he might have a shot at the end, which will be nice. And yeah, he got a score over there. We haven't seen the wave. He probably, that's when I asked before, like he lost priority, but we haven't seen a wave. He might cut a wave and maybe might fell or something.
Let's check the recap here. Reef Hazelwood using the priority and doing good work to get himself, I think this was the 713 flip.
Yeah, 713 for big, crisp, nice turns on the backhand here. Just looking so strong on his feet, on his board, bringing it around to the inside. And I think it was the 713. He had just this amazing finish, just looking so strong. That was the turn right there. Just absolute money. Backed it up with the 6.63, but Eli sitting in second here. He's just looking so silky smooth. I feel like his wave choice maybe just hasn't been quite as big as Reef's, but from what we've seen, just this surfing here, there's not much downtime between turns, and that finish right there, you can see it just by his body language. He liked it too. So his second wave now is a 6-point ride. This is the one we're looking at now. So beautiful little jam in the pocket, and yeah, really looking like he's still carrying that form from the US Open through to Portugal.
Hanneman looking really confident and comfortable here, and if he is having any discomfort on that left knee, certainly not showing it in his surfing. Going well in this heat, a tight one. There's a strong finish. We'll admire that from a couple of angles. Good enough to consolidate his position. But this was Hazelwood. Is this the wave he just dropped, the 6.63? And this wave flick has now got him in first place.
Yeah, this was a really handy wave for Reef, the 6.63. Just like Miguel said, just looking so strong. You know, these haven't been easy waves to surf. You can see there's a lot of texture on the face of these waves, and he's just absolutely been manhandling this wave and just surfing on straight through that, just powering up through those sections. All that bump and wobble in the face is no match for the strength of Reef at the moment. So yeah, out there with the lead with a total of 13.67.
Oh, really interesting heat, this one, and it's hotly contested. You see the numbers there. There's not a lot between first and second. Lurking with intent in third. Osborne doesn't have a great priority slot, though. He's in fourth right now, looking for the 6.85. So basically needs to go again, similar to his high score. Kai Paula's a bit further back. Needs an 8 right now. That feels like a big number. 2.5 minutes. So tough to chase down those sort of numbers. He does have priority, which is the good news for him. It's going to be tough to find that. Let's see if he first of all just finds himself a set wave, and then if he can go up right into that excellent range. We saw Cole Hauschman do it in the last heat. There are those scores out there, but he's going to have a bit to do here. But a really entertaining one. And we talked about the talent on this tour and people looking to step up. Great example of it right here with surfers like Reef, Eli and Aitan, and just how good they are how competitive as well. When it all clicks and comes together, it's so impressive to see.
Yeah, definitely it is. You know, I feel like Eli is surfing so smart right now. You can probably see on he's thinking clearly. You can see like he's doing the turns and weaving the rail, and Reef looks ready, and everyone looks good, you know, man. On the challenge, and if you're jumping in on a challenge, you gotta be ready. There's no room for being lazy or trying just to cruise through, because you're gonna get smashed like I first did when I first came on the QS. And yeah, it's good to see. Even Kai, he needs an 8, and he got an 8.5 this morning. He surfed really, really well. I was really impressed with the rail and the power and everything. So if he gets a shot, I feel it's possible. Maybe.
Getting down towards the final minute now of this number 5 in the round of 64. Priority with Paula in the green there. He's the deepest of our quartet in the water, but he needs a good looking set wave. Generally speaking here, you'll have pretty good vision on what's coming in, and doesn't look overly interested in what Huey's sending at him right now. Time will tick down here. Aitan Osborne as well, looking for a number, and he'll be wondering after surfing a pretty solid heat how he's in this position here, Flick, because he's not really done a lot wrong. He's surfed well, he's found himself good waves, but he's come up against basically a heat with a lot of people catching a lot of waves and surfing them well.
For sure, and I think the difference for me with Aitan and Reef is, or even Eli, is just the way Aitan's sort of finished his waves just hasn't been quite like clear, you know, and precise. There's sort of been got a bit hung up, maybe mistimed that last section, and for me that's sort of the difference.
Oh, is this an opportunity here? Look at this, Paula desperately trying to get out to this. We're counting down now. He's going to have to try and go left, and that'll be frustrating for him. Just desperately trying to get on something and unable to find that wave. We'll watch Osborne bringing this one in. Alongside Hanneman, inside him, who has surfed, just made it look easy, really. There's the things out there. Sometimes you kind of make things look difficult. That's impressive as well, but it's just been so smooth, and the way he's done it, hasn't had to, doesn't look like he's even trying super hard. It's just coming easy for him, the timing in particular, Flick.
Yeah, I think just silky smooth surfing. That's what comes to mind when I think Eli.
All right, great stuff. Reef Hazelwood and Eli Hanneman will make it through to the next round. Miguel Pupa's going to stay with us for another heat. They're coming thick and fast. Another stat one to bring you from Portugal. More live action from Ericeira real soon. It's a beautiful afternoon in Portugal, and that flag will fly with pride right now, because out in the water, one of their country's very finest, one of their own from just down the coast here in Cascais. We're about to check out Frederico Morais coming up in the next heat. Right now, we're still deliberating exactly what went down on the last one, actually. So just a little bit of a pause while the judges process exactly what happened at the end of the last heat. So we have been on hold for a couple of minutes here while we figure that out. But you can see the action on the beach already hotting up. In the studio, enjoying the show, and here to talk you all through it alongside me, Paul Evans, Blister Pumped and Miguel Pupo. How fun is this, guys? You having a good time?
I am having a good time. That last heat was probably one of the most exciting heats we've had all day.
We've potentially got some drama here, because this feels like the two surfers riding the same wave. We're still on hold. Something going on here.
I feel like my baby Eli stood up after the horn, or Ethan was before. That could happen. We've seen that happen before, you know. And let's see what's going to happen, but it's taking a little while.
Taking a little while at the moment to figure out exactly what the result is, while I make that official in that last heat. But of course, just a reminder, after the horn goes, there's no priority. So if one surfer's up before and the other one isn't, and they feel that they had a better priority position, they lose that advantage.
Right.
Maybe some of that. We actually switched to the left, didn't we? And we were watching Kai Paula go left on that wave when that happened. But hey, I'm sure we'll find out exactly what happens soon. But just a bit more drama to what was already a really entertaining heat.
Yeah, we saw a couple of high-scoring waves. Eli had a 7-point ride. Reef had a 7 as well. They were looking like, hey, first and second, it's a sure deal. But yeah, judges really taking their time to figure out what's going on here. And I'm actually scratching my head too, because I'm not quite sure.
Right. While we wait for all that stuff to go in, Miguel, we just touched on it earlier, of course, coming back for next year on the CT. Must be absolutely stoked. You've got your wild card in up until the cut, so you get a chance. Hawaii, head over to Australia, and then, mate, once you've smashed that and nailed that, the rest of the season, and finishing off with Cloudbreak. We're heading over to Fiji. How good's that?
Yeah,
have it back on tour.
That gave me goosebumps. Yeah, just happy to be back next year and to start at Pipe, which is my best event on tour since I first qualified. It's the event that I made the most heats and got the biggest scores. And it was not my win. I won at Chopo, but yeah, that's my best event so far. So it's gonna be Pipe Master number 12, I think. So yeah, I think I'm getting old, maybe.
And since the win in Tahiti, end of last year, did you feel different since that? Much changed for you?
Yeah, you know, it's a goal that I had for a long time, 10 years. You know, I was trying to win, and just watching all my friends win and keep winning events. And obviously I wasn't jealous or anything, but just I wanted to get mine, and finally got it and put a season together. I felt like before that I was struggling for 9 years trying to figure out who I was on tour, and it took me 10 years, but I finally did it and put a year together and finished at number 6, which was really nice.
An epic performance, mate. It was really, really cool to watch. Well done, and we're stoked to see it back and healthy. Right now, we're just figuring out exactly what happened at the end of that last heat, and we're just trying to work out exactly if, I think Eli was up before or after the horn, so that at the moment is with our panel, and we're on our score screen. We can just see there's still a number potentially to come in. It was Osborne in 3rd place in that heat, so if we stayed as we were, he was going out, and that looked like it was a done thing there, as we just focus in on the tower where our judges are, and of course 5 judges assigned to a score, the priority judge keeping eye. All right, let's get a look here. So Osborne's up, and then behind him it's Eli. So it all we don't have sound on that, but it all just depends on what happens. And I tell you what, as we watch this replay come through, we can see it. So massive drama here, Flick. There's been an interference called on Eli Halleman, who ripped that heat and was really just bringing that in, and a loss of focus, and it's going to cost him big time here. What a shocker.
Wow, my jaw is to the floor. I actually cannot believe that. It's just a miscalculation. I think Eli must have definitely thought the heat was done and he was standing up after the horn. However, obviously priority judges and judges deeming that he didn't, and interference call, which is just shocking. You know, you go out, you have the highest single wave of the heat so far, that's 7.67, and then for it to end that way, I mean, that's going to be so tough.
Wow, so drama here. Let's just get another look. So this is Osborne there. He's scratching onto the white water. That's the horn. Okay, so after the horn is, wow, okay. And that's the interference right there. Neither of these two are thinking about that right now. You can tell Aitan, he's just bringing this in. He's laughing. He throws in a little chop up. He's like, oh, well.
Oh, I honestly don't think that Aitan even thought that this wave was really going to do anything for him. I don't even think he would have been thinking Eli would have been having a interference. They're just judging by their body language. So I think both of them are going to be equal parts surprised and Eli pretty devastated.
Yeah, I think both will be surprised. I think Aitan might be slightly more pleased because he's made it out of that heat somehow. I think he'll celebrate that one a little bit quietly for the time being anyway, but maybe later when he's on his own, he'll breathe a bit of a sigh of relief there, Miguel.
Yeah, that's the Challenger Series. You know, it's a big learning curve, and it's definitely a lesson for Eli. It's easy for us to say we're watching from here, but at the moment he was, you know, done and dusted, and she should have just duck dived that wave and think about the next round.
Yeah, it's one of those rules, isn't it, that every now and again you do see it catch our surfers out. Anyway, that's the drama from the last heat. Entertaining for all sorts of reasons. Let's check out our brand new quartet. Frederico Morais flying that Portuguese flag. Checking out Mikey Madonna from Australia. Justin Becret of France, and another Aussie in the form of Jordan Lawyer. Here's Madonna right now, and he's swinging on a decent looking wave with a reasonable steepness to it. It's just sort of cruising really between the sections. Not needing to do too much out the back, and he'll just kind of zigzag his way down to an inside, and hopefully we'll get a little bit of a lip to aim at as he just drags the tail a bit. That's nice. So a really good combo. Technical stuff. It's almost like the layback set him up for that finish there, Flip.
For sure. Prior to those last few maneuvers, I was kind of thinking, oh, okay, maybe, you know, not much damage done out the back, but wow, there was those last couple of turns were really well timed. Just exactly what you said, that layback just really set him up for the perfect timing of that last sort of lip line floater. So yeah, that was exciting finish to that wave there from Mikey Madonna.
All the way down on the insides, and a long paddle for him. When you're doing that long paddle, how much better does it feel when you get a good number read out? Miguel, let's have a look here. You have to be pretty patient. He's basically waiting for this one to stand up.
Yeah, he's looking for the good section, and he probably sees it right here, and that's a nice little turn. You know, he's probably trying to get going, you know, like it looks like everyone's pedaling deep and trying to push each other, and he probably took an opportunity right here. He's keeping the speed well, and this layback was nice. He kind of got on the little chop there, and this last turn was dynamic. It was really impressive, and he's probably going to push the score higher than we think. But yeah, kind of got to blow the tail a little, huh? It was like drifty. It's really nice. Probably he must be feeling good after that.
Really nice technical surfing from the young Australian, Mikey Madonna. While we process on a dramatic and yet highly entertaining last heat, let's hear from someone who stayed out of that drama at the end, and he won it well. It's Reef Hazelwood standing by for an interview.
Yes, that is right. And you cannot take this smile off this man's face right now. Aren't you happy you're out of the drama? What's your take on the whole situation?
Yeah, definitely. I was duck diving and just like trying to get out of the way of the two, and I at first I thought like they both got up in time, and so like I was like, oh, Aitan just surfing the wave because he lost, and then I got in and I was like, saw him, and he was like, yeah, I stood up before the heater, he stood up after, and I was like, oh, this is gnarly. So I'm stoked I'm out of it and got the win, and just, yeah, got to watch it.
And were you able to watch the conditions from this morning?
Yeah, I got down here early, went for the surf, and then had Geordie, who's out in this heat, and watched his heat this morning. Looked so fun, and like it's picked up a bit now too, which is sick. So good to have some waves and be able to just do some surfing. Are you happy to go surfing tomorrow? Because it's going to be pretty good as well. Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully they just keep running us and we get some epic waves. So it should be really fun.
Well, you're doing a great job. Congratulations. You're in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, big smile from Reef Hazelwood, and a relieved man as well. Not only put a good performance, but stayed out of any mischief towards the end of that heat. And there will be different kind of debriefs going down on that heat, depending on where you were. But I'll tell you what, Eli Hanneman, I don't think he'll do that again anyway.
You'd hope not. You'd really, really hope not. That's super unfortunate. I think, just to echo what Reef said, Aitan just took off thinking, well, I'm just going to drop in on Eli because I haven't got through this heat anyway. There's no doubt that he wasn't thinking that, to do that intentionally to Eli. Like, it was just all this, it was sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? It was just random awkward occurrence.
Check out Justin Becret here. Is a replay of him, the Frenchman.
Yeah, beautiful opening carving manoeuvre here. Sort of bringing this one through the inside. The texture, there's a lot of texture on the face of this wave. Really foamy. Kind of deals with that little section there. Up into the lip for a second time. Sort of looking for a little bit of clean face, but maybe down the line he's going to get it here. Sort of a little bit of nothing too dynamic yet. Lining up for the inside section. Sort of hits it there, but he was probably hoping for that wave just to stand up. That whole wave just a little bit horizontal.
Playing it a bit safe, maybe?
Possibly.
All right, here's Kick-Ass. Miguel?
Yeah, wow, that's a strong turn. Definitely some local knowledge going on there, and it's a bit stuck behind now. I'm not sure if it's going to make it around, maybe. It's going to keep going. You probably see something down the line, and this wave might stand up again. He's looking really strong and sharp and ready for the last push. You know, everyone's so ready for the last two events of the year, and he looks definitely ready, you know, seeing number 5 and finish up well. I guess it's just a good start, you know, just to get the heat going and not get stuck out the back waiting for a wave that's never going to come.
Strong combo from Morais to finish off the Portuguese squad. They're not overcome with emotion by that kind of stuff. Nevertheless, it'll be a reasonable start. Here's Geordie's opener.
Yeah, another really frothy, foamy wave, but this one may be looking like it might offer a little bit of clean face, but is it going to stand up is the question. Sort of those bigger scores have been coming from those waves that really allow surfers to get critical in the lip there, as we see Mikey replay here of his wave. 2 carving manoeuvres. Third little one there, but this is his opening ride, I believe. So this is his 5.83. So got a little bit slow here in the middle, but it was really the last couple of manoeuvres here that were really well timed. This little layback jam and then straight up into the lip there with that little fin release. So that's where majority of those points came from.
All right, big set out the back here. Let's see who's on the peak. Looks like Morais. Second priority. Priorities with Madonna. We just watched on replay. He'll get whitewater takeoff here, and he'll try and come from behind. Well, Mikey, this one will stand up now. Really nice as he whips that one in the pocket. And again, just swinging away. Really just looking to set up and bring it down to this inside bowl, which, oh, that was really nice from him. Going the layback, mixing it up, gets the foam climb because he arrives late. Will he get another section? If he can get here, he'll try and hit this. And he arrives late, but nevertheless does it. And again, a solid finish from Madonna. Meanwhile, with speed, a bit more pep in his step. Just slightly undersurfed, you feel, his opening wave. But Morais, what's he got here? That's much more like it from him. He's a really powerful surfer, charger. Put a bit more into that last turn.
For sure. I think his first wave was a little bit clunky. It just felt like the wave wasn't really offering them the sort of section that he wanted. He couldn't really go top to bottom. But that one felt way a lot better time to me. So yeah, first wave sort of getting that feet in the wax, and yeah, they're way better timed.
So Morais headed back out, waiting for a couple of numbers for him. Just over 22 minutes to go in this one. We're still sort of processing on a bit of drama from the end of our last heat. Really entertaining one with really good scores coming in. We're in the 6s and 7s throughout. It was a really entertaining tussle there. Interference on the winner of the Willcox US Open, Eli Hanneman. And from a position where he was advancing out of the heat, just surfed it well and looked like he basically surfed it kind of 50-60%, and he was through and coming back strong for the later rounds. A shocker for him. I just wonder, Miguel, how stoked will he be that actually the fact that the next event is coming up in Sacramento, it's not far away. So he hasn't got to wait 2 months to surf again. He's got a chance to try and wash that off relatively soon.
Yeah, actually I tried to pull that trick a few times and I couldn't. And yeah, just a bummed and random thing that happened to him. And I think that's Jordan last wave. It's looking good. I watched his heat this morning, started really well, and he's looking for that end section. Like, oh, that's a big turn. How cool is that angle? You could see the full board going up. And yeah, Jordan is surfing really well. He's been on QS for a little while and he's surfing really good. I'm really impressed with Mikey and a few other guys from Australia. They're like all this new talent. They surf really well, and you know, Australia, they keep producing great talents. And this turn was the money turn. You know, the majority of the points are going to come from that. And kind of mistimed that one, but with the backwash from the rocks, it's really hard to surf that part, and got a little finish. I feel like it's going to be another decent score, and he's sitting with the 583 already, so he's probably going to go back out and look for the big score.
Checking out the backhand work here from Jordan Lawler, who would love a strong finish on the challenges. Like in the past, we've seen him start the season with really strong results, and just stringing together that whole season that's evaded him. He's come really close. Let's see if he can go here in Portugal. A really cool angle of that one, nice and vert.
Yeah,
What time is it?
Oh, mate, I think it's past midnight. I think it might even be 1 o'clock. That was very, very vertical.
All right, 20 minutes to go in this. Priorities with Kikas. He's got a 6.83 dialed in. It's Frederico Morais, so the best of the opening exchange numbers for everyone else. Live action, here's Morais. And there's that rail turn that we've come to know and love down the years. Again, a snap into the lip. Wow, another nice one. Just opens up the shoulders, and with relative ease, sending loads of spray up there off the shoulder. And again, just opens up and drags. Uses that arm for extra leverage, and he's in full flow here. He's feeling this. Is Fred looking to get himself straight back on the CT, having missed the cut made a final in Belito. He'd love to do that here in Portugal, and he's building a big inside finish, which goes a little wrong at the very last. Nevertheless, great work done prior to that, and you can see how much it means to this crowd. They love this guy.
Well, he's in his home country here. He's sitting number 5 at the moment on the Challenger Series, so he's in a qualifying position at the moment, and I just loved it. He looked like he's sure-footed there. He looked like he felt in control, and up and riding is Jordan Lawler with a massive backhand hit there. Yes, absolutely dominating that section, sort of bringing it through to the inside. Really, really needs a finish here. Looks like this wave's starting to get a little bit more steep, which is what he's looking for. Back up into the lip there. This end section can sometimes be a little bit tricky. Looking to get a finish. Just waiting for it, and loads up on that inside section with a massive backhand hit. So finishing up right up probably on top of those rocks, I'd say.
Yeah, he's real close in there, isn't he? And putting a lot of commitment into that ride. You can see how far he's gone. That's into the next coast. So as the tide comes out, that just gets cut off right there. We're to the left of that stack of rocks there. Our contest setup is, and as that tide continues to fill in this afternoon, that'll get completely cut off. So going with the full commitment past that rocky section. Under 18 minutes to go. We're getting numbers, with due numbers for everyone in this heat. And Miguel, I was just thinking from the point of view of Fred Morais surfing in Portugal at home, is surfing in an event in your home country, obviously you feel like, yeah, cool, you got the knowledge, but does that sometimes add extra pressure a little bit?
Well, I think it does. You know, there's this local knowledge and pressure from the hometown. I felt like probably in the finals that we watched a few weeks before, I felt like Griffin might felt that, you know, from the home country and from his city and stuff, and definitely hard. But I feel like Fred's been, you know, here and doing this for a while, so he probably know how to do it. And it feels like he's pretty freed up. Seeing number 5 doesn't need a result. Like, he's already up there and making a few hits at home. He must feel good too.
Watching the end here from Jordy again, and this is that commitment flick, and he was so patient to find this finish. It was a sharp finish too, putting it right up there.
Yeah, I really liked that last wave of Jordan's. He had a really great moment at the beginning too, but this is a replay of Fred's last wave. Really well timed. First 3 maneuvers here, I really liked that. Like the projection he was able to get out of that lip on that last turn. And like I said, I just feel like he looks like he's in the flow. He's surfing really well, picking the right maneuvers for each section of that wave, getting a bit of variety in there. So this is going to be a good backup for him right now. He's sitting in 3rd, only needing a 1.33 to get up into that advancing position. So no doubt he's done that. He fell on that last little maneuver there, but there was a lot of damage done out the back. Yeah, this turn here, super dynamic out of the lip. Yeah, I just feel like he's picking great turns for what sections he's been given, and then also just getting a lot of variety in there too. So cheer squad definitely liking that as well.
Yeah, it's Patrick Bevan there, keeping a close eye on things. Of course, a legend from the European region out of France. Stoked to be back here in Portugal and checking it all go down. 2 surfers out of Europe in this one at the moment. It's due scores for both of them. Becrae has not got much on the board thus far. We are waiting for his second wave. His first one was a soft effort. His second one looked much better, but it's still with the panel right now. They're taking their sweet time with this as we tick down towards that halfway point. Frederico on his way back out. We talked about the pressure or the privilege of competing in your home country. It's something that seems to have paid off quite well for Fred. He's had good results in Portugal, and it can go either way. He seems to certainly thrive on it. He's had a couple of wins in QS events. As we're checking out Leo having a sneak peek there, defending champion here in Ericeira. He absolutely blazed this event last year. He was surfing so sharp, so quick out here. He's generally pretty full of confidence, I reckon, after his best ever career best finish. His final pipe, he'll be feeling even more confident than ever, and he'll be tough.
For sure. I mean, Miguel, you can probably speak to that better than me. I mean, what did you think of his year this last year?
Yeah, he definitely grinded out. You know, he fell off on the mid-cut and probably went to the Challenger Series and, you know, grinded out, and he won. And after that, he followed up with a big finish in the CT2.
Time for a quick break here. It's still with the judges as to where this one is at the moment. Madonna and Lawler, the two Aussies, have got it over the Euros. More action from Portugal right after this.
I've spent a lot of time here in Ericeira. It's definitely a special place with a beautiful coastline with incredible waves. There's going to be some pressure, some anxiety, but I think it's a good feeling. It shows that it means a lot to me and it's something I really want. So I'm just going to focus hit by hit and try to catch the best waves, do my best surfing. But yeah, definitely requalifying is my main goal this year. So yeah, kind of close, which is great. So yeah, it's all or nothing. I don't want to let go this opportunity. So yeah, I'll be doing my best to grab this chance and have another Portuguese guy on tour.
Frederico Morais back at it here in Portugal, going all right in this one. If he is feeling any of those nerves or anxiety, mention it. He's not showing it. Got a good number in 7.83 for his last effort. That was even with the fall at the end, so you've got to be thinking he would have gone excellent in that. Nevertheless, a decent total for him. Built a bit of a platform here with those two waves, lines coming in. This is what we want to see. And here we go, a concerted paddle. And it is Justin Becrae of France. Great looking wave. Wow, massive first hit. That was huge spray from him. And another one, he's feeling it now. And that sluggish start is a memory. He's got a good number in already. And this one looking like a great wave for Becrae. Another big hack in the pocket from him. He does have so much power when he times it right. All sorts of spray going in all sorts of directions here. What's he got on an inside to finish? Here's the section he wants it. Doesn't really get it, so it all went a bit wrong at the end, but nevertheless, some solid stuff done out of the back flick.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved what I saw from the beginning of just looking silky smooth, turn after turn, nice variety. Wasn't sort of putting a foot wrong until that last section, and he's going to know that too. You could kind of see in his body language, I think, like once he kind of pushed through that last turn. Just, he's sitting out there though with a 7.5. I think he's going to improve on that 4.5. So things are looking pretty good for Justin, I think.
Yeah, let's see where this one goes for him. But he would be ruining right now what he would consider a surfer of his caliber a relatively straightforward final. I mean, it's hard to hit that section right, Miguel, but he would back himself to belt that.
Yeah, he probably got distracted with the rocks maybe at the end. You're looking where the rocks are, but that first turn was huge, you know, and he backed it up with a nice carve right on the pocket right there, and he kept the speed going, and that, you know, cutback looked really fast and sharp, and he timed it really well. Another carve here with the bump and stuff, and as you said, like there's spray flying everywhere, and he must be feeling really confident right now, and he's probably looking for the finish right now, looking at the rocks or something, and he's trying to time it, and yeah, he kind of mistimed it, but he finished, so it was a good start, and he finished, so it's probably definitely a good wave.
And right now we have, holy moly, Jordan Lawler on the replay there. Only one turn, but got me pretty excited. So we'll have another look here. Just absolutely flying with those fins, sending it into reverse all the way around. So dynamic. I just really wish that the rest of this wave stood up so we could have seen more. And another replay here. This is Mikey Madonna. This is what happened during the break here. So we've got a couple of waves to lock in from a few surfers now. And Mikey looking to improve on his 6.33. Bring it through to the inside.
Yeah, nicely done from him, but just maybe lacking some of that down the line speed. It's a pretty crisp finish from him. Very stylish and polished, but just maybe some of that visual impetus by comparison with some of the bangers that we've seen. Number comes in 5.57, so it doesn't go into his top two, but what a fun heat. We've got 8.5 on the clock. Frederico Morais going really well in it with two good numbers for his rise. And we're waiting for a number on Becrae. It doesn't need to be a big one. A 4.66 will threaten Mikey Madonna's position as we check out Frederico Morais looking to get back on the championship tour. Dog Marsh got a couple surfers in the water, of course, been working with Justin for a couple of years as well. As Cowley Vast next to him, also part of the Marsh program. And that's his little spot down there by the rocks. He likes it there. Little doggy's rock.
Coach's corner down there.
So under 8 minutes here, and the numbers in for Becrae, 6-1. Puts it into second. So when we went to break, it was the two Aussies in advancing positions. And now, with under 8 minutes, getting close to 7.5, it's a surfer out of Portugal and France, respectively, at the moment, doing this. So, looking at that priority, it is Fred who has first priority. Here we go, a left, and wow, going for the full rotation, Jordan Lawler. And that's what Goofy Foots will do in a right-hand point. They'll go left.
I remember a few years ago, I think Iago tried that.
Yeah.
He kind of fell, and then he got the wave after and turned the heat.
He got the score, huh?
Yeah.
Like at the last minute of the heat.
Like less 10 seconds or something.
Wow, this was so close to being a make. I almost thought he was going to get it. It was almost a bit dangerous there for a second too, but yeah, Goofy's love to go left, and whoa.
Madonna there, yeah, just really pushed, just disconnected completely from his board. So realizing he needs to just put a bit more in. Either that or just a simple grip issue and slipping off. Nevertheless, he'll have time when he gets back in the line. It won't have a great priority slot for the time being, though. It is with Fred who's got the priority, and he'll definitely look to go again. Just turn the screw here, Fred. He won't be resting on his numbers. He'll certainly look to try and improve, although he realizes if he doesn't see something of a 7 or better, he won't bother going. So Mikey Madonna will make his way back out and see where this puts him in terms of time and in terms of his order on the wave. Lawler needs a big number here, 8.27. Tell you what, that was a full rotation. It was super high and fast. The wind is blown into that left. Technically, it's not a bad air wind. If he'd made that, he could definitely ask a question about an excellent number.
Yeah, definitely. If I was in the heat, I'll probably go for that, but with the grab. Like when I'm in a heat, I'm always grabbing the board because you want to make sure you're going to make that. But Definitely had the confidence to go for it, but maybe next time go for a grab, you know, make sure you land that, and I'll probably go excellent with that, you know, because a big section, it was a set wave and a full rotation, really dynamic from here, and then must be pretty not psyched right now, but maybe next time go for a grab, brother.
Just goes to show how talented these surfers are and entertaining as well. Given any kind of opportunity, they'll try and turn it to their advantage. 5.5 on the clock. Let's check the story of the heat flick. Frederico Morais has looked pretty strong from the start.
Yeah, he has been looking so strong. He's actually only surfed 2 waves, and both of them obviously being his scores. He's got a 6.83 and backed it up with a 7.83, but he's just, you know, had a couple of nice sections at the start of this wave, really stuck with this one because he could see something down the line, and a little bit of downtime here, but what he did on the inside was pretty exciting. The waves started to stand up, and yeah, just really looking sure-footed here. So yeah, Fred out in front with the lead. And then it's Justin Becret from France. He's sitting out there in second. Have another look here at Fred's 7.83. So just some nice big turns straight into a carving maneuver. Lots of variety that we've seen from Fred, which is nice to see. And it must have been this end section here, just giving a little bit more variety, a bit of a layback. But yeah, Fred dominating this heat. And Justin out there in the second place position. He's got a 7.5 though, and a 6.10. So just out behind. This is Justin for here. I really love this wave. He sent so much spray in the air there, backed it up with that carving maneuver, and then straight into this roundhouse. So beautiful surfing here and lots of variety. Really love that.
Becret working this one all the way down to the inside. He's increased the relative humidity in this part of Ericeira by throwing so much spray on that wave. Not an amazing finish, but nevertheless a solid score, and actually a pretty solid second place. And with about 1.5 points on Mikey Madonna, that's going to feel like a pretty significant total. And looking, when you don't have loads of time left, 3 minutes or so, and you need a 7 something, you need to go, well, a whole point or so better than what you had so far. It's going to be a tough ask, Miguel.
Yeah, definitely, but he definitely got the talent, you know. I've been watching him, and I think George Pitar are really good surfers. They're really nice on the rail, really smooth, but at the same time, you know, they have that X factor on the turns, and if he gets the opportunity, sitting in the fourth priority, it's going to be hard, you know, especially with Fred with first priority, and Fred is probably looking to close this one out and not giving anyone an opportunity. And yeah, even just Becret might be sitting on him right now. And but you know, over here we have 5 set waves, so he might have a shot if he's really lucky.
Flick, if you're Jordan Lawler, what's going through your mind right now? You're in second priority, you need an 8.
Oh, I mean, wow. He's second priority. He's got to hope that well, good thing is, like you said, Miguel, there is 5 wave sets. Looks like there's a couple of waves on the horizon here. So he's having a look at this one, and decides not to go it. So that first wave, maybe just having a little bit too much texture on the face. Wait for that wave to go through. Second wave of the set's going to be a little bit cleaner, but he's going to hope that Fred doesn't turn and go. And looks like he's up.
Yeah, Fred's not interested. Here goes Lawler, under 2 minutes now. He needs to go excellent to stay alive in this event, and that one will just run away. Go soft from him. So any scoring potential on the outside just kind of snuffed, and it'll all be about linking it into an inside. So just loads and loads of set up turns and try and get a strong finish, which isn't there. And that's exactly why Fred Morais went up that way with all his experience at this spot. He just looked at it and went, yeah. And there's why. So Lawler will be disappointed with the fact that nothing came to that, and with 90 on the clock, it's going to be tough for him. Let's see if he can maybe pick someone up on the way out. We've seen that happen before here. A lot of wide swing. He's got to just try and keep that positive mindset. It's probably easier said than done. Meanwhile, Frederico Morais has only ridden 2 waves in this one. Just realizing if there's nothing with the potential to improve his score, doesn't get involved in it. I'm fairly confident he won't stand up after the horn either with anyone else close to him. He's pretty on it in terms of that sort of stuff, doesn't make loads of mistakes in heats, and the crucial part, aside from mistakes, is just surfing really well. That's what he's done today. All right, who's interested here? Becrea, second priority, and he'll just snuff out any kind of opportunity that might have been afforded to Mikey Madonna. And he'll look to just swing on this one. This won't be something that will go into his top two, you wouldn't have thought, given how mediocre the wave is, but it was just a blocking maneuver just to make sure. And he'll use this to bring in, and if we stay as we are, well, we'll just stick with this as he comes onto the inside. Still 20 seconds to go, so there could be a wave out the back, but so far, Dog Marsh will be pretty happy with his debrief, and he doesn't have to do one happy face, one sad face. He can just be stoked forever, because it looks like his two surfers are making it through, as we'll count down here and just pick up our drone looking back at Justin Becrea, just dealing with that rocky section there. I think that heading towards that section is the one reason he pulled out of that turn that we saw early on, but it didn't hinder his score overly. But you've got to say well done to Frederico Morais, and we chatted briefly about any pressure that he might be feeling, represent Portugal at home once again. He's done it really, really well, and not only getting the result to come into the next round, but getting solid scores as well. It's time to say thanks to Miguel Pupo, mate. It's been epic having you in. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, and have fun in Portugal, and I'll see you guys around.
Good luck in Brazil, mate. You're going to surf over there in Saquarema, and can't wait to see you at Pipe on the Championship Tour next year.
I'll definitely do that, and I'll see you guys over there.
All right, great stuff. Well, we're still having fun here in Ericeira. The heats are going to come thick and fast. Loads more action to bring you on a really entertaining afternoon. The surf is still good. Big scores out in the water. We'll bring in Mundy and Jervis for the call. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. There's a very happy Frederico Morais and his good friend Justin Becrea. Those two have travelled together as Paul and Miguel Pupo and Felicity explained. Two good mates surfing under with Richard Dog Marsh. But Flick and Pupo and Evans, they've gone. And we've brought in the B team. Paul, Ben Mundy and Philippe Jervis. But mate, good to have you here.
Yeah, good to be here.
The waves keep coming and the heats just keep rolling on.
Yeah, I was at the beach just watching Frederico's hit. I was so happy for him, and obviously as a Portuguese and as a friend of Frederico for the last 20 years, it's really good to see him get through that heat because it's a really important one. It's that first first heat of the round. You always get a little nervous, and very happy for him, honestly.
Classic kick-ass, isn't it? Two waves, two
Classic.
Scores, just lock and load it. Nice, calm, keep it controlled. I mean, if you've ever been in his car, there's not a single thing out of place. Everything is in its order place. It's clean, it's precise, it's organised, and he's lethal. So
It's
yeah,
kick-ass.
Frederico, it's kick-ass. And it's served him well and made him one of the greats of Portuguese surfing. And he's not done yet. 5th on the Challenger Series ratings, and he's still got some juice in that tank to get back on that CT where his surfing belongs. And yeah, he's just a lovely bloke as well. He's you've known him for 20 years, as you say. He's a loyal friend and a good guy, and he's right in the next round. Out the back though, time waits for no man. And Joanne Giroux, speaking of European surf legends, well, this man has done it all, and he's still absolutely ripping, still doing well on the Challenger Series rankings as well, in the top 15, so right there on the bubble. His backhand is probably one of his great strengths, and Joanne is just coming into this inside section, S-turning, waiting for the last little bit here. Here he goes, and there he just gets vertical and finishes it off. So that drone angle makes sometimes look a little bit flatter, but here we go, out the back as well, Dimitri Poulos.
Yeah, this really strong surfer from the USA. Just a combination of two nice carves, straight into a huge turn out the back, just releasing those fins. Let's see if we can get the connection all the way through the inside. Just looking at the wave, just trying to understand the pace and trying to understand what's the best thing to do right now, just to make sure he can finish it off. As we see him just going all the way forward to finish it off. Oh, look at that, just drifting the tail. That was right on the rocks.
I mean,
that was pretty dangerous.
That was radical. And you know, I was about to say, oh, he's made a mistake there. Well, he hasn't. He's just done a massive fin blast over dry rocks. Out the back, meanwhile, Leo Casal. So he's the young Brazilian, won his heat this morning with a really good backhand display. Just goes down there. So Poulos, casual. It's a really strong mix here. These guys are really powerful, explosive surfers. Nolan Raposa, capable of anything, big aerial game. It's not a way that always lends itself well to airs, but Nolan has got that in his locker. So a really good mix. Different surfers and different styles from different countries, which I suppose could be the Challenger Series tagline, to be honest. You've always got such a good representation from all the surfing nations all around the globe. And if you put those best from each region in some good waves, well, you get fireworks, and that's what we've been getting. So Joanne Giroux at first wave of 5.17, and a solid start from Joanne. Need to improve on that, as we saw in that last heat. 6s and 7s are kind of, you get around a 64 for lead. You've got to do you set a heat total as a type of target, or is that something you do before you go out and do a heat?
Honestly, you shouldn't. You should shoot high and aim high and make sure you get the highest score possible. But I would say, usually, if you can do something around about 2 7s every heat in your life, you're going to be very successful.
Yeah, that's right.
The thing is, be able to do a couple of scores. Couple of 7-point scores in every condition, and every condition is not easy. And honestly, for me, it's one of Kika's main strengths, since I know him, because since Kika is a small kid, he was always able to find those 2 5s, 2 6 in any types of conditions, and that makes you successful, honestly. And look at the score for the wave of Dimitri Poulos, 7.33. So just really liking the approach from the surfer in white.
Yeah, and Casal just going down, the least experienced of these 4 surfers, only really young, just come out of the junior series, got one good result in Brazil, and that rocketed him up the Brazilian ranking. So I tell you what though, he's one of the he's a surfer that won his first Brazilian QS event when he was really young, I think 15 years of age.
Who, Leo?
Yeah, Leo, and the only person to do that is another man by the name of Gabriel Medina. Don't know if you've heard of him.
I know. I don't know who he is.
Yeah. Oh,
you show me after
I'll
this.
tell you later about
thanks.
him. He's Brazilian. He surfs pretty good. And here we go. Speaking of Brazilians that surf pretty good, it's this man here. So he's got a lot of raps. He's only young, but just not quite finding his feet. The you know, when you're a bit of inexperienced, you don't mind having a crack at it, but really powerful and really bright future.
It's going to, sorry, Ben, it's going to be interesting to see because the tide is already pretty high. It's going to be really interesting to see how the surfers will adjust their tactical aspects of surfing because it changed a lot since the morning. It's a lot more windy and so it's going to get bumpy and choppy, and it's going to be interesting to see the approaches from the different surfers.
Yeah, although the wind direction hasn't changed, it's probably freshened up a little bit, hasn't it? But it's still,
it's blowing a little bit stronger.
So with that high tide, there's just a bit more. It just can blow a bit more water around, can't it? You just see the top angle there, which is those rocks where we just saw Dimitri just finish off down there. So high is at 6 o'clock on your screens. 10 feet difference, well, 8 feet of water basically, and that's vertical. So that's, you know, that's solid distance between high and low. Getting small, that coefficient, but it's still there. And so every heat is going to change, and you have to keep an eye on it. And this man here, Casual, well, he's been busy just wrapping up. There we go, kicks the fins out, gets a bit of an explosion, but rides through that. He likes it. And after a few kind of mishits and missed times, he's connected one and got a score on the board, and that's why he's pretty happy about it. 7.33. It's a standout score at the moment from Poulos. Yeah, just this little push from America. They're all young, they're all hungry. They all surf really well. And Dimitri's leading that charge, so out with a 7.33 on an ideal start up against a mix of European veterans, young Brazilian up-and-comers, and Raposa, who no doubt he looks up to. So strong start. Can he back it up? We'll see. 20 minutes on the clock. Yeah, and that tide, I mean, as we said, still a few hours to go, but it comes in quick, doesn't it, this part of the world. We do bang on about the tides over here in Europe, I've got to be honest, but it's just because, unlike many other parts of the world, it's...
You can really feel the difference.
Yeah, they're just huge, and they can change so quickly. But Casal, well, he started here, didn't look that good away, but he ended up sort of manufacturing a score, really.
Yeah, the thing about this high tide and this swell, if I was competing, I would be probably waiting for the biggest waves, because this is probably the thing. That's a really good turn, obviously, 3.93. But if you want to be on those high scores, those 6s and 7s, you really need to be on the bigger waves, especially with this tide, because they're going to wall a lot more. You're going to have the steep wall all the way through the inside, and if you catch the smaller ones, they might get a little fatter.
So is it true that on the high tide it's more about sets, there's less kind of in between waves? Is that the way it works?
For now, I would say so, because there's a lot more scoring potential on the bigger waves, because they're gonna have a bigger wall to work with.
Yeah, well, speaking of a man who likes big walls and big turns and big scores, that's Frederico Morais. He's down there on the beach.
Yeah, Kikas.
That is right. Congratulations, Kikas. Looks like you broke your streak of bad luck, because you made it through in first place into the next round. What do you think is different with you? What's happening?
I don't know. I wouldn't say bad luck. Well, definitely last year I lost first round here, which was tough. And then last comp at the US Open wasn't really a good comp for me. So yeah, to be honest, I was a bit anxious before this comp, especially being in a good position on the rankings, surfing at home in front of everyone in a wave I love, and I've had great results here. But yeah, I guess the waves are really fun. There's a lot of opportunity. Their size, which I love, and yep, I got 2 waves. That's all you need at the end, and made it in first place. Stoked.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You just got 2 waves. Is that the thing? Being in 5th place on the leaderboard, there's no pressure for you. Well, you need to have a good score here. You still have Saquarema, though.
Yeah, you always have the last event in Brazil, but obviously you don't want to leave everything for your last shot. So it's better to do it before than later. Yeah, I don't know. Look, still nervous. There's still a lot going on. It's only the first round. Obviously, I want more, but heat by heat, first one is done. 2 good scores, some good surfing, and I'm happy with that. So now I'll go home, stretch, and focus on tomorrow.
And we're always curious to know what Dog has to say after your heat. Were they kind words coming from him?
Well, Dog
Dog's like a father to me, right? We've been working since 16 years now. So it's almost we don't need to talk. I already know what he's gonna tell me just by the look. No, yeah, Dog knows I know this wave, so he's just being here on my corner and then helping me choose the right boards for which conditions when it's bigger, smaller. Just do that R&D with him. It just makes it a lot easier for me to perform out there, and yeah, that's about it.
Letting you be you. Do you want to say a message to your fans here on the beach in Portuguese?
Yeah, sure. Muito obrigado, pessoal. Competir em casa é sempre especial. O apoio que eu tenho recebido estas últimas semanas tem sido incrível. E continuamos na luta e vamos para cima deles. Bora.
Great job, Kikash. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, Kikash, happy. You know, admitted to a few nerves there, but
that's not usual.
Yeah, but he's just being honest, isn't he? I mean,
that's true.
You'd be mad not to say that you didn't feel anything.
Well,
and talking about Richard Dogmarsh, 16 years. I mean, I tell you what, like that's a lifetime sentence.
Oh yeah.
I mean, as we see, Poulos, this was happened while Kikash was talking to us, and it's got so much spice and so much sort of pizzazz in the lip, to use a word that the kids love. And he's just really busy. Got that sort of fourth priority, so he's just managing to keep busy and keep working. He's got a 7.33 and he's backed it up here, and still turning around. Just wipes his brow, waits for the last section, little tag, and then that gets a bit full there. That last bit section tends to dry up a bit on the high tide, but that turn was strong, and Philippe, he's just, you can tell he's got the groove on.
Yeah, I really like something about his surfing. It just, every time he hits the lip, it just puts that extra kick on that back foot. Stuff like Griffin or Canoa, they all do that. That extra little spark on those off the tops, and it just looks better, and it makes a lot of spray coming out of those turns. But it's such a strong and stylish surfer. I really like to watch him surf. It's gonna be curious to see his last score, because he already has a 7.33, and he's gonna lock in a backup and put him on the first spot. As we see the waves with the tides, it's kind of slowing down. So at the same time, you want to wait for the bigger ones, but at the same time, you want to stay active. So it's a pretty tricky call.
It's a jumping game, isn't it? Getting your strategy right. A mix of being prepared and having a plan versus reacting to the way the ocean's working, and that's competitive surfing in a nutshell. Meanwhile, we've got Casal here. That was on a 3.77. He's just 4.77. He's staying busy, so a different approach. I was going to say, you get sometimes caught in that kind of spiral of being fourth priority and then going the ways you think, I might as well have a crack, but the more you do that, the less chance you get up to get a priority. So that's another sort of tactical kind of position. And it's not always, you don't want to be in that position. Sometimes you just find yourself in that position the way the sets have worked out, and you've got to make a call whether to cut the chain or just stick with it.
Yeah, I was just talking with Joaquin Chaves about that, because normally every heat in Ribeira Dealers, there's one guy that always has the first priority, and it feels like every once in a while there's that fourth person that just keeps running around and just getting every single wave and not getting any first priority for the whole heat.
Yeah.
So
it's like a hamster on a wheel, isn't it?
Exactly. It just goes around, just doing little waves and smaller insides and everything, and it never just stops out there and waits for this priority. And it can work out for you, obviously, because especially with the low tide, you have a lot of opportunities, but with the high tide, you might as well just sit out there and wait for the good ones.
Yeah, it takes patience and it takes a bit of experience sometimes to do that. And we'll see how that goes out. Poulos, 4.70, back up his 12. So that's impressive from him, just playing it smart and getting the good waves. And Yeah, just out there. It's been a really good day, actually, for the Portuguese surfers as a whole, really. I think
they all went through.
I think I don't think we haven't lost a local surfer, except for Enrique Morais, Neko, the local, who's a wild card and a great surfer, but probably not expected to do as well. But yeah, the rest of the guys, Chavez, Joaquim, as you mentioned, obviously Kikas, Martin Nunes,
and Frederico.
Frederico. So yeah, all the Portuguese surfers really stepping up, and also not kind of convincing wins. They've all been like. Chavez is really impressive.
Yeah, everyone is surfing really good. So that just shows that we have the potential, and obviously, and all of those kids, they know this wave better than anyone else, and they've been competing here more than any other surfer on this contest. So that has to play in your advantage, because it's a tricky wave, and the more local knowledge you have, the better. That's about it. Yeah,
and a lot of those guys also surfing it mainly under competition scenarios, like it's not a wave they come and surf all the time, but they surf a lot of events, don't they, here? And not only to know the break on its own, but to know it under competitive environment is an advantage, obviously.
Yeah, it's a place that we don't usually normal free surf. We only free surf it that consistently when we know we have a contest here. So as we see up and riding the French surfer Joan Duru.
Yeah, so Joan Duru, for example. I mean, I know he's from France, but he just looks a bit exasperated. He's also just come down here since he was a kid on the European Series. So the Europeans as a whole, see Casal and just falling into the same trap and leaving Raposa out the back. He's only got a 1.3, so Nolan has been quiet. He has got priority. He's playing the waiting game, and here he goes. So we're waiting for it. There's going to be a big turn here, is it? Nice little click off the top. A bit of extension here. He's so busy, so energetic. And he comes around here. He's had a few results, especially last year in the US Open. Had a good heat here, actually. Sorry, good event here last year as well. So Nolan's got some juice, and he's warming up that backhand. He's waited a long time for this wave, but he's made it count, and that's a priority, and that's a good use of the priority we talked about. Staying patient and riding it all the way through and clicking off a load of turns. I think the angle from it will be a better reflection of exactly what went down, but great surfing from Nolan, and he's going to kick back. He's kicking out there. He's got probably a 3-minute paddle to get back on that lineup. We'll see this replay, and then we might have a short break. What do you think about this?
Yeah,
this angle's better.
He took off so deep. I honestly thought that this section was not going to allow him to go around it, but he did really well. He's so sharp, so fast. That board looks really good. See, as he just waits for the right moment to attack, right here. He's waiting and waiting, showing some energy, just showing the judges that he's really trying hard and finish it off really strong, just kicking that back foot. So he was happy with that one. I would be happy with that one as well, because it's pretty inconsistent out there, and yeah, anything that you can actually close out. If you can close on and finish those waves, that's where the scores are going to be, as we see the surfer in green, Leo Casal, with a nice little wave as well.
Yeah, so while we saw the other Raposa on that wave, this was Casal warming up, and there's a nice turn, bit more fin release. He's got such a good style. I watched a few heats of him actually in Nias last year as well, and his backhand is lethal. And he just finished off that last one, but that was on the rocks again. So Casal, meanwhile, this is Joan Duru. First little turn off the foam. Didn't get the vertical extension that he probably would have wanted. Now he starts zigzagging in to find a bit of clean face. So not quite the energy out the back the other surfers have. Once he starts winding up that clock and that backhand starts to really get going, he can be so dangerous. There's a bigger wave on the inside, bit of release, and another one, and it starts to get gnarly in here. You can't quite see the end, and well, he finished off, but that is on pretty much on dry rock. So Duru also just getting amongst it. So all the surfers now starting to get the grips a little bit better with this high tide changing scenarios, and we'll just see what the judge has got. A lot of work to do, plenty of scores to drop in. 7 minutes 45 seconds on the clock, a bit of time left, but a flurry of activity and a few more lines still pulling through. So we're going to just stick with this and see how we go as we see hopefully a few more lines. These goofy footers are real similar sort of styles in some respects to all these goofies. So kind of got that low centre of gravity, lots of power. Try and get vertical is their kind of go-to thing. So Dimitri Poulos is the only one that's showing a bit of degree of variety, being the sole natural footer, and got a pretty commanding kind of heat lead at the moment with 7 minutes on the clock. So we'll have a much better indication for Philippe once these scores come in, but it's kind of all to play for right now, right?
Yeah, Dimitri has that 7.33. He puts him up there in the first place, but I think like Joanne's second backup will be pretty high as well, so it's got to put him right there in the mix. Yeah, as you said, it's fun to see the different approach from a goofy footer and a regular footer, because even the kind of waves that you're looking for it as a goofy footer out there, it's different. It has to be a different wave from a regular footer, because you want those steep walls so you can attack vertical, or otherwise you've been doing cutbacks throughout the whole wave. And if a regular footer catch one nice wall, they can actually do carves, and the backside carving doesn't have the same wow factor as it has on your forehand. So it's interesting to see the different approaches, and we have 3 goofy footers against the regular footer, so at least one goofy footer is going to get through on this one.
Yeah, which is good. No, just joking. But yeah, we've got a goofy footer. Yeah, as you said, the 3 of them showing a different approach to Dimitri. Dimitri's had the best waves and surfing really, really well. Loads of spark, and the score's just dropping in. Casal has been chipping away, just slowly improving each sort of scoring total, a 3.93 and then a 4.77, and his next one's a 5.33. So he's just slowly going through the gears, moves up into second spot. Rapola's last wave, his only real wave scoring note was a 5.13. We saw Joanne Giroux also with a 5.17, so they're all really close, all bunched together. The upshot of that, to keep it simple, is that both Giroux and Raposa now need 5-point rides to move up into second, and that's where Leo is. So 5-point rides, which is pretty much what they got on those last 2 waves themselves. So yeah, totally gettable, but you know, they're going to be fighting, scrapping for it with less than 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think Joanne's wave, we're still waiting for the second best wave of Joanne Giroux. I think Joanne's wave is going to put him on the second place, because yeah, it's a 4.94. I think the wave was way better than that. So it's going to be interesting to see. Still waiting. The judges, yeah, as you said, they have a lot of work in their hands. A lot of waves they've been reading throughout this heat. So yeah, we're still waiting for that wave, or Joanne can change.
Yeah, you're right. My mistake. So yeah, exactly. So that last wave of Joanne's still to come in to back up. He's already got a 5.17. Yeah, my mistake. And yeah, as you say, he's probably going to go up into the spot. And this is a replay of it.
Yeah, I started off with a nice foam climb, and here, as you can see, as I was saying, if you catch a wave like this, you're going to do a lot of cutbacks, but honestly, it's part of the game here in Ribeira. You just have that low time during the waves. You just have to take advantage as soon as the wave walls up. So let's see, just trying to remember, that was a good one. He goes around the section, he puts one more, and he's going to finish this one off right on the rocks. That was a really good finishing turn, right on the money, between the rocks and the sand. He did a little bit of a fist bump. I don't know if the judges actually see that kind of section, as we see Nolan up and riding.
Yeah, with priority user, this wave looks a little bit steeper. Just delaying his bottom end turns, which is always a really good sign out here. And now we go through this section that Joanne just dealt with. We'll see if he too can get a few bites at the cherry down the line. S turning, waiting. Nice and calm. Now starts to pump, just get through that dead water and hits it there and finishes off. Can he get around another section? Looks like he might do. And this is a dangerous section, just pulls out and he claims it as well, or is it claiming his aspiration? Meanwhile, another goofy footer, and that's Brazilian. So very similar waves, similar styles, and he likes it as well. So he's not afraid of selling it. The judges, well, they've seen a lot. They've been sold a lot in their time, so they'll sort of disregard the exuberance of the claim. So he liked it.
Do you think they fall on that?
No way. I mean, they're no geniuses. They're not going to fall for this. They're professionals and they've seen a lot before. But let's see if Casal, he's surfing good. You can see why he's happy about it.
Just waiting for the, yeah, he's taking his time, you see, he just compressed, waiting for the wave to wall up. He's gonna push a little strong on this one. He's gonna finish it off really well. Very smart surfing there. And look at those climbs. He was really happy about it.
Yeah, and as I said, I like how Raposa there just faded his mate. But is there any point of difference between these waves? How are these two surfers surfing it differently?
I think Leo's wave was a little bit steeper. As you can see, he was just waiting for the wave to wall up, and you can see Nola's just kind of running away from it, and now he's gonna start to pump to finish it off. He's gonna do a lip line floater in there. It goes around the section. He doesn't get anything, but he gets a little climb. So it's gonna be really tight. We already have the last wave of Joanne's. It's a 5.4, so everyone's pretty much in the same position. Look at those scores, so tight.
Yeah, there's a lot of fives, low fives, and high fours coming down. We'll see, still got scores for Raposa and now Leo Casal to come in. So you think they're going to be there or thereabouts. That because of Joanne's last wave, their requirements just crept up above the 5-point mark. You see there on your top of your screen. So a 5.25 for the surfer in green to move up into second. Raposa needing a 5.44. So they've got 2 scores to drop in. Similar waves, ridden with a similar degree of difficulty, so it'll be interesting to see where the judges put those. It's so tight, exceptionally hard, and that's why I've got 5 judges. You know, they've all got their own take on it, and that's where we get the average from the 3 scores. Disregard the highest and the lowest, and when it's this tight and this close, that's why it does come into play. Live action though, so Poulos, he's been out of the fray. He's got some big numbers and he's got priority. Here he goes again. S turning around, looking really sharp and smooth.
That board looks insane.
The board looks good as you're right. He's got a little S turns and he looks out the back. 15 seconds on the clock, so it's not going to really matter much to him. He's locked in a heat lead. He's going to come in, not try and wreck that board, but he's still staying busy and S turning and a little layback snap. Joanne Giroux. There's a trademark Giroux backhand swoop. Here he goes, looking for a bit of inside juice. Sticks to the foam. Last wave was a 5.17. Can you beat that? He's just such an experienced competitor. And there's another big turn, and he likes that. That was on before the herder and managed just to ride out. So you think Joanne, he may have made his life, made his opponent's life a little bit difficult. We know that Raposa, unless he caught a wave, it's not going to be enough. He steps onto the sand there. Joanne, I think he'll wait. Hopefully he's been riding those Mayhems for a good decade or more. They've got such a long-standing relationship between him and Matt Biolas of Lost Surfboards. And he's always got pretty nice round tail, real clean, simple blade that fits the way he surfs. And he's going to walk up there and just hopefully get the score. You see Raposa there. He looks a little bit disappointed. Still scores coming for Leo and also for Joanne, which could make it up. Raposa is out of the options. He's done. His event is finished before it really started. I think Joanne looks pretty comfortable that he may have just improved his score that last wave, but we shall see. Poulos, really impressive. There he is there. Just really coming into his own. Every sort of heat, each competition, he just seems to go up a bit of a gear, and really one to watch. The American conveyor belt, I think, is really strong at the moment. You can feel an energy coming from that part of the world in terms of the young surfers. I mean, they've always been incredible, you know, factory of talent, obviously, but just see a little bit of a spark. And see there, he's got when he's checking the board, because he was very close to his rocks. That last big turn over the rocks was pretty radical. So these are the 2 waves we're going to look at. This is from Casal. Philippe?
Yeah, I think this the 5.33, or is still waiting? No, I think this is the 5.33. We already saw this replay. We're still waiting because he actually got a wave right before the buzzer, and he only needed a 5.25. And also, Joan Duru also got a wave. So it's going to be We're still waiting for the judges to put the scores out there, because anything can change right now. We didn't actually see what the exchange show was. We saw the Johan's last wave with that huge finishing turn, but we didn't see Leo's. Look, this is Johan's last wave. Nice first carve, and then it just redirects, waiting for the wave to wall up, stopping on that back foot, and now he's gonna try and get some momentum. Nice snap, another snap. Looking down the line, straight into a big one, right on the rocks.
Yeah, he had a big first turn and a big finish.
Let's see.
And there was not a lot of
improves.
downtime on that wave, so he likes it. I think he's feeling fairly confident that that might have been the best wave that he'd ridden in the event. The fans down there on the beach are all waiting for the scores as well, so it's really, really close. Casal and Daru, massive, massive number here for the both of them. And one's going to be happy, one's going to be upset, and it's going to come down to pretty tightest of margins. And that's the way the sport works. It's brutal, and it's engaging, and it can be heartbreaking. But we're just waiting on the one we saw is the wave that hasn't had the score in. So actually that last wave where the Brazilian claimed it, that's the score they're marking on. As it stands now, he needed a 5.25 for that one, but that was before Johan's.
Look at the scores.
So he ended up getting that score for the wave he needed at the time, but that meant Johan Drew's last wave now needs to be above a 5.74. So the claim was correct at that exact time. He got the score, he got progressed, but then behind him, Daru under the buzzer took off and got a wave as well, and that's what the judges are looking at now. So they must have just felt they'll deal with that wave was Leo's first. We'll deal with that. Went from 5.3 up to 6.3, a point spread, pretty big, really. And you talked about those 5 judges, and that's why the average is so important. So he's waiting. He knows that Johan also has a score to come in. Johan isn't one of the most expressive, or he's not the most animated of characters. He's a cool cat. You know, he doesn't really show too much. You know, he's just the way he is. And he, you know, we'll see. But it looks like that man. He's the opposite, and he knows he's got the score. So it looks like Casal is through, and Johan Drew, another big boil over, a high seed, has managed to be usurped by a young Brazilian with a bright future, and he put it on the line, and we just have to get that last score of Johan Drew, but it wasn't half a point off in the end. So there you go. Excitement, heartbreak, and a lot of passion. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to go for a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals is the whole year, and you just jam it together.
It's so hard to put in a word what did it take for me to be here right now.
And it makes for one of the most exciting days to competitive surfing.
Here we are again.
The best surfers on the planet heading out to one of the world's greatest waves. Let's go!
he's angry at lower trestle. There you go, San Clemente. Let him hear it. Florida, baby!
This is what an entire season has wind down to.
All action, no lulls. I'll tell you what, we're live in Portugal, but that show, WSL Presents, it's a behind-the-scenes look at the WSL Finals. It's dropping on October the 5th. It's unparalleled access. It's incredible action. You get all behind-the-scenes look at some of the emotions. Felipe Toledo's win, he's second in a row. The heartbreak of Carissa Moore. There's so much emotion, so much energy. Ethan Ewing coming back from a back injury to put in a couple of the most amazing heats I've seen in my life. So yeah, October 5 on WSL.com, WorldSurfLeague.com. Check it out. You won't be disappointed. It's a brilliant show that captures the magic of our sport and why it means so much to us. But right now, speaking of the magic of the sport, we've got some big names coming up in the round of 64, heat number 8. The defending champion of this event, Leo Fioravanti, number CT surfer, number 10 in the world, I think he was. Timothy Bissau, another European stalwart. Luca Messinas from Peru, and Kyan Martin, and they're all having a bit of a paddle battle. And it's going to go down to the wire. Leo, as we said, yeah, a bit of a paddle battle there. They're always, Leo, he's always in the mix, isn't he? He's a gnarly competitor. He's always hassling, fighting for his spot, and that's why he's been so successful. Just come off an incredible week up at the Ryder Cup. Leo, the Ryder Cup is the golf tournament between America and USA for those non-golfers, and Leo played in the Celebrity Pro-Am event. Had his teammates were Djokovic, yeah. And some Formula One players and incredible stars of the sport, and he won. His team won, the European team won, as did the Ryder Cup. So, Ryder Cup, yeah. I mean, just to play, it was in Rome, in his hometown, and what a buzz that must have been for Leo, who is pretty handy with a set of golf clubs. Don't worry about that. Looks like he's going here. He's seen something that we haven't, mate. You trust him. He knows this wave. He's got a house just up on the hill. Spent a lot of time in this part of the world and at this wave, and he saw something that we haven't. Now he's come to the inside, so no turns, no points so far, but he's saw something in the middle, and here he goes. The Italian starts to unleash those trademark shrubs, and there's a third, and I'll tell you what, there's a fourth, just cutting back to the source, and there's a finish. So you know what, that's the local knowledge there. You know, he's surfed this wave, he lives there a lot of the time. That wave looked like a closeout, a dead set, you know, a straight hander, and he's turned it into something, and he's done it in the first 5 minutes, and after a bit of a hustle at the back, he moved wide. He actually did this, I'm going to let you talk it through, Fleet, but he did this in the final last year up against Ryan Callan, and he just got off to an incredible start. And this wave, as we said, looked like a nothing. It turned into something.
we saw it from the drone angle, and I was thinking about what is he doing. But obviously, watching from the front, you could see that the wave was going to eventually stop. It's exactly what he did. So he managed to get some nice carvings, combination of, as you can see, carve after carving. He hits the lip on that one, another carve, and now it's the bumpy part of the ride, but he manages really well, finishes up really strong, right on the rocks, done. That's how you started hitting Ribeiradillas with the high tide. As we see straight into Kyan Martin's replay, nice blow tail out the back, and straight into another one to fin. Is he gonna get it? He actually did. Yeah, nice layback. Judges don't really love when you spend all that time laying on your back, but still very, very difficult turn to do as he still goes. Look at this wave, it just finally disappears. So
yeah, it'd be interesting to see that. Here we go.
That was really good.
That was the first turn. So just that point of difference. He goes for this and he clicks it out. I know he took a while, as you say, get back on his feet, but I just hope the judges reward a bit of risk, because we haven't seen a whole lot of radical manoeuvres or fins out or board out of the water. So it's been pretty traditional and great surfing, but sometimes just by showing a point of difference and by risking it, hopefully it gets rewarded. It's going to lose a bit of, as you said, a bit of few points just for that sort of a bit of a messy exit, but we'll see how he goes. Speaking of, well, the opposite of messy, Dimitri Poulos, winner of the last heat, down there with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Mondi, that's right. One heat down, on to the next one. I saw you having a little debrief there with Tiago Pires. Did everything go according to plan?
Yeah, for the most part. I got a little rushed at the end and kind of went on a bad one. I should have just waited and just played the heat safe at the end. But yeah, I mean, it happens. Not all heats are perfect, and I'm just happy I was able to get through that one and got one wave that was pretty fun, so I was happy about that.
You were out of the drama, but it could still always go wrong. What was going through your mind in those final seconds?
Yeah, I mean, I had one score under my belt that was decent and felt a little comfortable with that, but then, I mean, when you hit the sand and you know 2 guys got waves, and then, like, the scoreline was not the highest in that heat, so, I mean, either one of them could have dropped, I think, a mid-6 and passed me, so I was thinking about that a bit on the beach and a little bummed on the mistake that I had made, but I'm happy it ended up going my way, and yeah, I get to surf another round.
What kind of preparation are you going to put into that next round?
Just the same surf, try and get in a good mindset and just try and not make mistakes.
Any cool surf spots around here at Ericeira that you found out?
Yeah, I mean, they're all over. You just look one way or the other and there's 4 or 5 surf spots you can go down to. So yeah, I've been having a ton of fun exploring and finding some cool stuff.
Well, keep having fun and we'll see you in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Dimitri, thanks Joe. Great interview there, and tell you what, separated at birth, Liam O'Brien and Dimitri Poulos. Well, they went out, those two. They could be like...
Yeah, they were pretty similar.
Yeah, brothers from a different mother. But yeah, he surfed well, and this is a replay of Kyan Martin, as we saw while we're talking to Dimitri. A little bit of a frothy kind of a number, but he sort of got through this little bit. That last wave, where he did that layback kind of re-entry and came off, scored a 5.17. So the judges did reward it. Managed to get the highest score of the heat so far. Leo's wave, a 4.33. So those 2 surfers out and about, and leaving Timothy Bissau and Luca Macinas just waiting to get their scores on the board. Obviously, you've seen Timothy Bissau. I mean, he's a Guadeloupean surfer, so from the French Caribbean. Moved to France, did a lot of time in France, but has been down in Portugal.
I think he's living here.
Yeah, I think he's been here like up in various parts, for a few years. So really knows this part of the coast well, and really fast twitch fibre kind of surfer. His board speed when he gets going is one of his strengths, right?
I would say he's one of the best small wave surfers in the world, at least one of the fastest small wave surfers in the world, and I just want to see Tim I just want to see him succeed, because he has been on a bit of a roll the last couple of years, a weird one. He lost his sponsors. He's trying to find his feet. He's surfing really good, but at the same time, he's not doing anything special on the contest, as we see here.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of discussion about down here.
I'll translate.
Yep. Just the coach. What's your advice, Philippe?
Yeah, David is basically telling him that he has a really good style. He just needs to bring the wave all the way from the outside to the inside and make sure he connects those transition turns, because it's really important. And as soon as he has the opportunity, just go ham as big as possible, because that's what the judges like. And we know we're going to have a downtime in this wave, so might as well just explode like this guy didn't do.
Yeah,
he tried to, but he disconnected from the board.
Yeah, so priority is so important at the moment. You look at Leo, he just pounced when he saw Timothy make a mistake. And Bissau, look at this one, he's going to have to go just because he's made a mistake. And sometimes you can compound your error. And that is an example of that, where it just wasn't going to work. So Tim waited a long time for that wave and then just couldn't make it count. That's a little mistakes, you're right. He's been on sort of different roles in Europe over the last few years. He'll win a couple of events in a row. And then just on the Challenger Series, hasn't really hit his real potential. He trains so hard, he works hard, he's a professional surfer, he's doing a long time. He used to be sponsored way back in the day by Rip Curl and got a few CT wild cards when he was young. He'd always been earmarked as a real top talent. Well, speaking of top talents, you got Kanoe Igarashi, so one of the great surfers out of California, Japanese heritage, obviously, and also
living here.
Yeah, lives here pretty much. You know, when he's not traveling, he's in Ericeira. He's fluent in Portuguese. Well, fluent.
He is fluent.
Yeah, he's fluent. Incredible that he turned up a couple of years ago and can do whole press conferences in Portuguese.
Yeah,
and,
he's
really
at
taken
home.
to this country, isn't he?
Yeah.
It really is his home now.
Yeah, he's at home, definitely. All his best friends are here. His house are here, as we see. Luca Messina is up and riding.
Yeah, the Peruvian, really solid surfer, smart competitor as well. Had a few results. Surfed in the Olympics in 2020. Well, that was had in Japan in 2021. And nice, smooth style, grown up in the Peruvian point breaks. And just trying to get a connection down here. Tags it with a little bit of layback. He's going to get one more. The camera just goes behind the rocks. We'll pick it up on the rocks. Meanwhile, at the back, Martin. So he's the Bali, Swedish heritage, but surfs in Bali. So yeah, just pretty much surfs perfection most of his life. So just adapting to these conditions in Europe, getting around here, putting the foot on the gas. If you can get here he goes. So a nice little inside section. Just squirts that tail out again. He likes to do that. He likes to release the fins, and you just see that big backwash, and there's rocks there, and he, ejects out of that potentially dangerous situation. And we'll see how Martin trying to improve on a 5.17.
Yeah, as you see him just starting off really well with a nice, beautiful carve, straight into a nice off the top. He goes around the section, a bit of a foam climb there, and now this is the low part of the wave. He's going to try and keep up the speed and keep up with the momentum, just to make sure he has a finishing turn, because we know how judges love that finishing turn. The bigger, the best. And fortunately for him, the wave gets a little bumpy here, and it's just a straight up close out on the sand, and he just pressed the eject button, and it's good enough there. We also had a wave from the Peruvian surfer. Nice layback on the outside. He waits to come around the section. We know that judges don't really love this downtime when you're behind the whitewash, but you know what? It's part of the game, and Luca had to do it. Luca had to do it just to make sure he's right on the right spot to get a couple more turns down. As you see here, look at the bumpy surf. I don't even know how he managed to get that turn in there, and he's still going to try and finish it off. We're going to see the drone view right on the sand. That's
That's commitment, isn't it?
It is. Look, it's just
like that first turn, and he goes Bisso. There we go. That's what he's got in his locker. A really vicious backhand snap. Loads of spray. Here he goes again. Just a little bit less vicious, but still throwing some spray. 14 minutes on the clock, getting back into the heat. Just waiting here. You'll see him just put his foot on that back and just doesn't get the section that some of the other lads did, but at least he's back in the game. And another one from Leo Jervis.
Yeah, let's see how good of a wave this was for Leo. He still only has a 4.33. Nice snap layback on the outside, straight into another carve. Leo is so sharp, and his boards are always really, really good. So yeah, so nothing major on this heat still, but a couple of really nice, well-ridden waves.
Yeah, it means a lot to Leo. I mean, I think last year was really important for him as well. Like, he came to this event, he'd had a few results, but missed the cut, and then came here and absolutely tore it apart. He just had a whole new board speed, and he changed a few things up in terms of coaches and the way he was going about things. He just looked electric, and he won every heat, and he absolutely dominated the final, and it set himself up for one of his best years ever on the CT this year. So yeah, this is an important event for him. But while there's a bit of a break in proceedings, we're going to go to a commercial and come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Pro Ericeira right after this. line up here. Ribeira de Ilash, still lines of swell. The tide has filled in, but there's still some solid 4-foot of swell at a good 12-second period. So when the sets come in, they're really strong. And Leo Fioravanti currently has priority. He's got next bite. They've got a 4.33 and 1 score to come in. So he'll just go through the gears here a bit. He's kind of got control in terms of the priority situation and a score to come in. He looks fired up as well. You can see the way he's paddling, and this, I mean, he's always pretty fired up, isn't he? But
yeah, always.
He's a great competitor. Loves all sport. It's a real kind of, not to use a disparaging term, but a bit of a jock in terms of, you know, tennis, golf, surfing, Formula One, you know, or motorcycle racing. That's where his number comes from his CT number comes from Rossi, the famous Italian motorcycle. Yeah, so he just lives and breathes competitive sport. And he's good at all of them.
Yeah,
the bugger.
He's one of those people that anything it touches, it turns into gold. Like, he's really good at golfing. He's really good at playing tennis. He's really good at surfing, obviously.
Yeah. He's annoying like that, for sure. Yeah, he's a real competitive beast. Lives and breathes sport, and he turned most of his talents to surfing. Luckily for us,
exactly.
So we get to see just how good he is, and to come from Italy, and such a great story, you know, to come from Rome, and you know, really put Italian surf on the map. There's such a strong Italian community that surf up there in the Med, Sardinia, and all around there. You'd be so surprised how hard they work at their surfing and live and breathe it, you know, on the rare sort of times when it gets good, or even when it breaks, to be honest. So just to have those stories in surfing is important, I think.
Yeah, for them it's just as soon as the swell picks up, everyone is frothing, no matter how stormy and how windy it is. It's because it's so good to have waves at your hometown. Everyone just wants to have fun. It doesn't even matter if it's that good or not.
Yeah, I know I'd always tell the story, but one about another well-known Italian surfer, Robbie D'Amico, who's really good mates of with Leo, and the way he learnt to surf, a ferry used to come in at 5 o'clock every second day, and it'd cause a wave, and he'd wait at 5 o'clock on his own and surf 3 waves and wait till the next day at 5 o'clock. And then one day they cancelled the ferry and his surfing was stopped. So that's the
motivation. Yeah, that's motivation. That's commitment.
Okay, out the back though is Martin. So here he goes. He's been really calm. Is that kind? Yeah, it is. And he's just swooping around the corner. There's a section. Oh, and he just goes a bit too much. Puts the extra risk in. We said that should be rewarded, but the problem with it is that it can cause mistakes. And he's a really explosive surfer. He was in first place, but with Leo Fioravanti and Bissau and Messinas in your heat, you really want to consolidate that priority and any wave he got. And he just made a mistake, so we'll see what went wrong here as Philippe Jervis talks us through it.
Yeah, he gets a lip line floater, goes around the section. He goes for a little foam climb, nice carving, and here that's where he makes this mistake. He just pushed it a little bit too hard. It felt like he kind of disconnected from the board, and the wind just pushed his board away from his feet. So a bit of a mistake by Kian, because he was already on a good beginning of the wave. So a little bit of a mistake, but still 7 minutes remaining, and he's in first place. But as you said, with any of these surfers, you're not safe. That's all. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, Leo's got 2 4s in his bag, and it's very rare in heats that, you know, you'll see Leo with a heat total under kind of 9. So he'll improve. Bissau got a 4.97, pretty much for a couple of those really backhand blasts. So he's got no backup. And then, yeah, Luca with a 4.37 without a backup as well. So as we see, Bissau, there's the spray we talk about. Comes around, he's so fast in these type of waves. Low centre of gravity, just keeps firing away. That third turn a bit soft, but he does, when he connects, he really throws a lot of spray. Seems to generate more power than most. And as we see, these sets still coming in. So now Leo, he's been patient. He's got priority, and he'll try and really seal a deal in this next set, potentially. The other surfers maybe need to scrabble around and see what wave's best. Second wave tends to be the most favoured by a lot of these surfers. And we'll see if this one does connect. Leo in position, but he's let that one go. So experience telling that even though it was a set wave, Philippe, he didn't have the potential on it.
Yeah, they look to the line. They look all the way to the channel just to make sure if the wave has a little line that you can see that it's going to connect with the inside. If it's not, they're not going. And you can actually see on this wave, it's going to the main peak, but it just has nothing on the right side of the wave. So you have to run away from those waves, because even if the good ones are kind of fat because of the tide now, the smaller ones are going to be extra fat. So yeah, you have to be really careful to make sure you choose the right waves.
Yeah, and all the surfers ignoring that set for that very reason. Just not enough scoring potential, despite it looked like a good size set, and it just wasn't worth trying to take off when there was no opportunity. And you miss out on your priority. Just got scores coming in with Tim. So a 2.93 for the last wave. Tim's, it was his counter, but he needs more. I'm going to have a look at the recap, Jervis, and see how we got here. And this guy, he's got the heat lead.
Yeah, he got this combination of two fin throwers, especially the second one has a little bit of a risk involvement. Even though it was on a layback for a while, that was a really good turn, and the judges rewarded 5.17, best wave of this heat. So even that little downtown laying back on the whitewash, it was good enough for the judges thinking it was a 5.17. So, and this is the close-up that we were looking at, and wondering why we're wondering why Leo went on that one, but he saw something and he was definitely right. So paying off, combination of couple nice turns, and the wave's gonna get a bit bumpy here, but he finished it off really well with a 4.33 on that one, and Kian's second best wave at 4.43. Just a combination of some nice and clean. His style is so clean. You can see the transitions are super easy for him. It's just not a lot of effort when he's surfing, and the judges love that because everything is in place. Speed, power, flow. Obviously, the wave didn't allow him to go as big as he wanted, but he still managed to get a couple of turns done, and he should be happy. He's gonna eject button here. There's a lot of backwashing there, but yeah, a couple of really nice waves. He's getting slower and slower, Ben.
Yeah, you got to recalibrate when the conditions change. And Leo, was a few better at that in the game than him. So, a couple of fours, he won't be happy with it, but he also know that
some eights,
he's got to grind it out, and he knows that the scoring potential will drop as that tide comes in potentially. And so happy just to stay busy. But I'll tell you what, he knows Timothy Bissau, they've surfed together so many times over the years, knows how dangerous he is, and knows that he only needs a 3.73 at the moment to move up into second. He'll be a little bit more relieved that Tim's got fourth priority, and so sort of boxed into a hole somewhat, but still dangerous. And Messinas as well. Luca, really great surfer, and only had the one wave, 4.37. So he'll just be kind of hoping that Leo goes one. It gives him an opportunity with less than 3 minutes on the clock. A thoughtful kind of guy, Luca. So measured, intelligent, doesn't get flustered easy. And so he'll remain calm, but he knows that, he's got some work to do with just on 2.5 minutes to go.
If there's any other chance, and if there's any other opportunity for these guys, it's going to be really important for both Leo and Lucas, because they have the first and second priority. So Leo is going to make sure he's going on the good wave, and this guy with the first priority, who knows?
Yeah, Bissau up and riding, really sharp, snappy. He had to paddle up the point and get a bit deeper, and that's why he's sort of chasing the wave now. But he's seen something down there. He wouldn't be hanging on if he didn't think there was something coming. Just waits. 2 turns out the back, and he needs, as we said, a 3.73. And then he goes up. Nice vertical re-entry. And another one, a little shroud. So didn't need a massive number. Good surfing. Okay, Leo though. So he's going to try and improve on his score. This wave's, you can see, it's just a better looking wave. A bit of a backwash. He dealt with it so well. And comes around the corner. So even though Bissau needed a small number, it would have went up, you'd think, after Leo's wave here. Held on to priority. classic Fioravanti, just waiting it all the way to shore, trying to rinse every single ounce of points on that wave. Probably won't get another shot at it. Bisso's the same, so they both check their watch, saying, have I got a minute to get back out there? They probably don't. Leo's going to come back around. Meanwhile, at the back, Messinas now with priority. 1 minute on the clock, so this will be his last wave as well. He doesn't know what he needs because he's got no idea what the other surfer's got, but he's just going to keep plugging away, and that's a big turn, one of the best turns of the heat. So Messinas trying to get in, if he can get some juice down the line here. This is going to be very interesting exchange. And he's looking like he's going to get nothing. And also Martin out the back as well. So all 4 surfers getting a wave in the last 90 seconds of the heat, leaving the judges with plenty of work to do. And there goes Martin jamming off the top. And then another big finish. Another makes another mistake. If he does, by some chance, lose this heat, he can look back at those mistakes and where it went potentially wrong. He might get lucky. Leo's scores to come in, Bisso as well, and Messina. So really, really close. That one turn of Lucas was savage. Bisso worked hard, but he only needed a small score, he thought. You might think that was probably too small wave to really count, but he did some big turns, and Leo as well. So yeah, they're all going to be that 4 to 5 point range. You can see him waiting there. He doesn't quite know what went on. That sharp eye board there, that round tail. Just having a debrief with his mates, saying how'd he go. He seems pretty relaxed, pretty confident, but he hasn't got the scores coming in. We'll see.
The thing is here, Leo might go to first.
He might.
Yeah, and then both Tim and Luca can improve their scores and steal that second place from Kian, because he's probably gonna. He might be dropping the second. So
yeah,
no one's safe right now.
No. There's 3 guys. Well, 4 people not quite knowing how their week's going to pan out. To be honest, Leo. He's just looking at it going, okay, what do I need to do here? I think he did enough. Played a smart heat. The score's coming in. Kian's was that last one. Here we go. So this is the wave of Luca, Philippe. This turn was the money.
Yeah, very good first turn, very good second turn. So a combination of 2 big turns.
And if he got an end section, it would have been done and dusted, but he didn't. Yeah. And that's why it's still right up in the air. It's so close, but it was a great turn. Probably the best turn of the heat.
Of the heat, yeah, definitely.
And he's only backing up a 4.37. He needs a 4.38 as it stands before Leo. So Bisso got the score, a 3.67. This wave now, Leo needing a 4.38 before Luca's wave. The permutations are kind of scrambled my brain, but this is all about the score here for Leo. That backwash he dealt with well. I don't know, Jervis. I'm going to put you on the money here. He's rinsed it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Yeah, it's going to be. It was a 5.83 for Leo, so it jumps to first. Exactly what I thought it would be happening. And now the thing is, Luca Messinas needs a 5.23. So we already have a score for this one. It's a 3.77. Unfortunately, very well surfed by Tim Bisso, but it was a really small wave. And the judges, the judges want to see critical sections, and not a small one.
Yeah, we had discussed. He was in 4th priority and only needed a small score. So when he took off, it was the only decision he could have made, and he absolutely, he got the score at the time, but unfortunately, those other surfers of priority got the set behind him. It all comes down to this last wave now for Messinas, needing a 5.23 to get it, and it's going to be interesting. And that, as we talked about, Kian Martin, who's been leading the heat the whole way through and made a few mistakes throughout the course of it, and we said it could come back to bite him. Messinas, cool, calm and collected. Only a 2-turn combo, but still, it was a pretty good one. And he's just he's unsure. He's not quite sure if he's got the score. No one is. Judges are taking their time. It's a 5.23.
You know what? For me, the comparison is the first wave of Kian's, because it's a 2-turn combo as well, and also had that little layback. I think Luca's layback was a bit stronger than Kian's layback, so the scores might be pretty close, but I'm gonna say yes for Luca, because that 2-turn combo was a really good one.
Jay Jervis is locking it in. I like to see a man with strong opinions, and this is the way we're talking about. Jervis thinks he's got it. That's a nice first turn, but it's all about this turn here.
That was really strong.
It's a pretty good turn. It's the best turn of the heat, but he couldn't back it up, and that's why the judges have to deliberate just on those 2 turns, and 2 turns only, whether Messinas can get through this all-important round of 64. They're taking their time. He's still waiting.
Nervous.
He's nervous. He knows how much it means and how much it could be on the cards. This score's coming in, and it looks like he's unhappy with it. So
just a little bit short.
Just half a point. Oh, 0.1 of a point short. So that's the it's a single decimal place between heartbreak and elation. So Fioravanti and Kian Martin get through with a low-scoring heat, but you take it any way you can get it. We march on another stacked heat. We've got Kanoa Igarashi coming up there, so don't go anywhere, folks. We've got Paul Evans and Chico Evans in the booth. We're going to a commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Everyone, welcome back. I've got the winner of the last heat, Leo Fioravanti. This was anyone's game there by the end, but if someone knows the road to victory, it's you, right? You won here last year, so things are looking good, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Ribera is a very tough wave, and every heat, anybody can make it, especially on high tide. And I was just trying to focus on my game, and I just felt a little bit out of rhythm at the start. But like I said, Ribera is a hard wave. Honestly, you can win the event one year, come back the next year, lose first round without no worries. It can be very easy. So I was just trying to focus on finding the right waves, and I'm really happy that in the last minute I found one.
And what are you going to put into the next round?
I just want to maybe try and focus on starting a little bit better. I feel like this heat I didn't start very well. I made a few mistakes in the first half of the heat. And then with priority, I did, I'm really happy with the way I set. And, I really waited for about 10 minutes until the best wave came through. So just making sure I start a little bit better and hopefully surf on a little better tide so there's more opportunity.
And what does this event specifically this year mean to you?
I mean, this event is an amazing event. I feel like I love Ericeira. I'm here to support European surfing because there's not many big events in Europe. So whenever there is, I want to participate. And at the same time, winning last year obviously was one of the best times in my life. So I've never gone back to back. Obviously, it's very, very, very far away, and there's some amazing surfers here. But maybe a little chance of trying to go back to back.
Is your family coming this year?
If I make the weekend, they're all going to come down, yeah.
Well, do you want to say something in Italian?
Yes, ciao a tutti, grazie per il tifo. Ancora una volta un'altra hit. Ci stiamo divertendo. Onde divertenti e sarà una bella settimana. Grazie.
There you go, guys. Back to you.
Grazie mille, Leo. Looking good, mate.
I love the accent.
Yeah, Leo Fioravanti there. A solid debrief with Joanna Garnell. We'll straight down to action here, into it. Here goes. Bunch. The backhand. Out of Hawaii and tags it hard. And we'll set this one up half-hour heat. We're checking out Kanoa Igarashi, Aiden Massenkamp, Jackson Bunch, Martin Nunes. I'm Paul Evans. He's Chico Alves joining me in the studio as we watch a little bit of wind ruffling the surface, but still plenty of sets, mate. Tide reasonably high. There are still sections out there. How do you go about finding them?
Well, I think it's a bit of a gamble right now. It's really hard to understand which wave is going to allow you to open up. But I think we've seen guys readjust over the course of this day, because with the tide coming in, as the point has changed a lot as we see the replay. I really enjoyed this last turn. Bang off the top, really aggressive, throwing the fins out. I like the flare of the rails of that board. Always looks good when they have a bit of painting on, and this is Kanoa. The man himself here is back in Ribera. He just spoke to me about the fact that he never made more than 2 hits, which is quite rare for Kanoa to not make more than 2
this event?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. So
he's here to break the curse.
Yeah, exactly. So it feels like he needs to break the curse here at Ribeira de Ilhas. He just has a house here. He lives here. So for him, it's just a bit of a curse, a place he serves so much throughout the year to be a curse for him, because he serves so well this place that it's quite unusual to see that happen.
To one of our CT surfers in the draw here. Also got the likes of Leo Fioravanti we just heard in that interview with Joanna. Who's stoked to keep it going. He wants to go back to back. A lot to happen, in his own words, before that can go down. But tell you what, you wouldn't bet against him. And let's see how all of that pans out. Loads more surfing to come through. A fun week here on the Challenger Series. Surfers on the CT that are here don't necessarily need the points. They just want to feel the rhythm and surf an event, and stoked to be back at Ericeira. But for surfers aspiring to step up to the Championship Tour, well, this is penultimate event of the season. Stop 5 or 6, so things get pretty serious right here. Here goes Igarashi at 3rd priority. Bunch had 4th. That's why it's Kanoa's wave. And he would love to emulate the success of his good mate Leo Fioravanti, with some purposeful essing on the outside and waiting for an inside bowl to stand up. Loads of knowledge of this wave from all of the time he's spent in Portugal over the last 6 years or so, maybe something like that. He's been based over here.
Well, I think maybe more.
Maybe more.
Maybe more, yeah. Because yesterday I went to have dinner on a pizza place downtown, and I saw a photo of Kanoa with like 16 years old here already.
Okay.
And
how was your pizza, mate?
Really good.
Yeah.
I just put all sorts of stuff on it, and people really enjoyed. But
meat feast,
as we see live
action. Here goes Bunch, swinging on the backhand, making some room at the bottom of the wave, and you can see with the tide effect in the outside section, it is about that patient setup and the payoff on the inside, and that's what got surfers through that last heat, finding the steep section and juicing it. It's what Bunch trying to do here. It's a 2nd wave for him.
Long one, a lot of downtime though, to get into that last maneuver. I think you need to get a bit more out the back. Maybe some.
Mate. How's this set?
So he identified the end section when he gets up on this wave, gets a nice click off the top there, just a quick transitional carve. I love his style. I think it's really springy, and you know that once he gets the opportunity, he's gonna open up. I've seen some clips of Jackson, and he can throw some huge airs as well. So here the finishing turn wasn't really there for him, but nonetheless a really technical surfer, and you can tell that if he gets a good wave and a good opportunity, he's gonna open up for sure. And that's why he's here on the Challenger. We have the best surfers from all around the world, so Jackson being one of them, coming from Hawaii, and posting always some really good clips, doing some huge airs, some backflips, and some crazy stuff. So hopefully we see some of that coming out of him.
Big set, cleaning everyone up here. Look at that scatter from the pack as we see duck diving bodies. This one breaking way outside, more towards that lower tide position on the reef as this one. Biggest set we've seen for a while. Could be a double up here. Is this Massenkamp? I haven't seen any of him yet. Surfer out of Cape Town, South Africa. Is that him? I'll have a look there. As we see in Ensha. Yeah, here goes Aiden. Such a good surfer in right-hand points, as you might expect, hailing from South Africa. And that particular one, he was so deep, and there was so much white water there. Bit of a sort of a freak wave at this stage of the tide, and couldn't get on the face.
Yeah, you saw the angle of the paddle he was having for that wave, and he was paddling a bit too deep. Those white ones, they tend to be a bit quicker than the other ones. And yeah, he got behind the section on that one, so maybe just a bit of a misreading mistake there.
Massenkamp getting the wildcard into the CT at J-Bay earlier this year. Epic chance for him to surf against the very best in the world. What a cool event that was.
Yeah, you were there. How was it? Amazing. Yeah,
Loved
amazing
it,
experience. Yeah,
loved it. Absolutely cool. I've
never been there though.
Over Bolito as well, the Challenger Series event, which precedes that one, which is such a cool event. Shout out to everyone involved in Bolito. It's a really, really cool one. Good community event. Love the vibes in South Africa. The surf community there is pretty tight knit, and yeah, it's a really cool place to be a surfer, to go on a trip, to watch events. They've got some good ones down there. Our attentions are focused on Portugal right now, and the fact that on the Challenger Series, the chances to step up, put your hand up, put yourself in contention for the championship tour. Well, it all hinges on good results in the last two events. Here goes Martin Nunes, who comes in here as a sponsors wildcard. He's riding for Vissla, who've been presenting this event for, this will be the third year in a row. They've had Vissla on board, are absolutely delighted. And he's stoked, mate. He made his heat this morning. He's building up some experience. He's surfing against some of the very best around.
Yeah, he has been improving a lot over the last 2 years. Martin has been, yeah, I know he has spent some time with Italo and Marcos, and they really take him under their wing. He spent some time with one of the best surfers in the world, so I think that can help, and he improved. He got better boards, spent loads of time training with David Raymond and Nuntelm, which is a tight group of coaches that train the best Portuguese up-and-coming kids. So he's in good hands, and he's got the talent to really put an exclamation point on his career right now. And I feel like he's in a moment where he has been getting better and better every day. So he's good.
Speaking about the talent from Portugal, we saw your piece you did earlier with Thiago Pires about EDP Surfer Tomorrow. What a cool program that is. And think of some of the names that have been identified by that talent program here in Europe, going on to good things. Surfers out of the Basque country like Kai and Hans Odriozola, and of course Janir Achibari getting a win last week up at Raso on the coast of Galicia. Matias Canhoto, another surfer out of Portugal, up and comer, highly rated on that program.
I don't want to be too biased about that program, but I think Matias Canhoto can be probably the best, not the best of the program, but one of the best up-and-coming kids from Portugal. I think he's one of the best we had ever.
Mate, be biased. You're allowed to. That's what you're here for, your opinion. That's what we like.
Yeah, it's true. I think he's that good. He's so young. He's like 15, and the way he's surfing, it really blows my mind. It's not because I'm goofy and he's goofy, but we tend to be biased with goofies. It's true, but no, he's that good, and he gives me a bit of Gabriel Medina vibes.
Jet Schilling getting his jersey, checking in, and expect to see fireworks to that heat. Schilling looking for a result, going great on the CS 11th. He's lurking with intent. Michael Rodriguez also hitting the water, electrifying surfer, brilliant surfer. Rodriguez, Gouveia, CT experience once back on. And Rafael Teixeira, that'll be coming up in the next heat. We've still got just under 17 minutes to go. It's been a low scoring affair. We're still waiting for it to fire up. More live action from Ericeira, Portugal, right after the break.
Isto é projeto ambicioso, é projeto de alta competição. Acho que está bem claro o que é que estamos aqui a fazer. Eu sabia que ia ser duro.
Me dijeron que para la tibia rota, ya dije, no puede ser, otra vez no.
Obviamente es un camino muy largo.
Cuanto más desafíos tengas, igual más mejoras.
É muitíssimo a treinar.
Sem parar. Pessoal, aqui os stands é assim, estão altas ondas, não há disputa. Eu quero essa disputa e a simulação do que rola no QS, então vamos simular da melhor forma possível. E é a nossa última oportunidade.
Sorte não vai ser o suficiente.
The third season of the documentary EDP Surfer tomorrow is on the horizon with the premiere of the first episode scheduled for October 7th at Lindblad in Ericeira. If you're in the area, come and check that out. Brilliant series, a brilliant program highlighting youth talent from over in Europe. Some talent right now. Slicing this wave from the Hawaiian Islands, Jackson Bunch. A softer wave for him. He's decided to just stay busy and keep clicking the backhand turns. A low-scoring affair thus far, under 14 minutes to go in it. At the moment, Bunch has built up a modest lead. Let's have another look here, Chico.
Yeah, really vertical approach there to start this wave off. Nice wraparound snap. Another one. So he's trying to keep up the rhythm on this hit. He knows that it has been really slow, and he's surfing through the pace of the hit. So he knows there's a really small number affair from everyone, and he's trying to put something on the board, and this was 18 with a nice snap off the top, nice sweeping roundhouse cut back, and another one trailing the fins and a bit of a fall there, so a bit of a mistake. And this was during the break, Kanoa too getting a much better wave. Nice carve off the top, flicks the fins out, gets around it, bang, nice flow connection in between maneuvers, gets a bit of a cut back, waits for it to stand up, winds up again, and bang. Nice float off the top. Nice carve. Longer wave for Kanoa, and a 6-point ride for him for this one.
Yeah, just showing his quality there, Kanoa, in a heat with not loads of quality opportunities. He just brings his own quality to proceedings. It just turns up. That scoreboard pressure, a touch, goes up to first. You're basically giving the judges an opportunity to throw some points by just opening up there, using the rail, taking on the lip. Plenty of spray as well, doing it all with speed and flow, panache. That's why he's a championship tour surfer. That's why he made WSL finals last year, 2022. Here we go with Bunch on another soft wave. Trying to get a connection through to the inside. And again, similar kind of stuff on your backhand when conditions are like this. Your choice of maneuvers are a little bit stymied. You're having to go to sort of similar turns. You don't want to put yourself too far out into the lip and get stuck out there, Chico. He's doing pretty well to stay close to the pocket, but that side-to-side stuff will generally keep your points a little bit suppressed.
Well, we can see the replay. I really enjoyed the first one. Bang, right there, right in the zone. But this one, I thought he didn't need to force that one because he had to really pump his board to get back on the wave. And I think judges don't really like when you pump your board a lot to get back on the wave. But nonetheless, he's trying really hard in some difficult waves to get some scores on the board. I think most of the score is going to come up from that first turn. It looks really clean and vertical. After that, he's just trying to build something out of a really gutless wave. So Jackson here trying to put his best score so far on the board. I think he will, because that first turn was clean. So 4.17 for Jackson for this one. So Jackson puts his best number so far on the board, and a really slow start for Jackson, Aiden, and Martin, and Kanoa with that 6 kind of running away from the pack now. We know Kanoa is going to put a backup score on the board, and I think it's going to be hard to catch up with him.
All right, 10:20 on the clock. Plenty of time for the likes of young Martin Nunes, who's over here with nothing really of note on the board thus far. He's got priority. Doesn't decide to use it there because we see Kanoa Igarashi in the hunt here, dealing with some water on the face. and not dealing with that section. Tried to blow the fins out and reverse the tail around, but that steepness got the better of him. And here we go. Nunes patient off the bottom. There's the foam climb. And this is the wave he identified as it pushes into some deeper water. You see that board chattering around. He does well to deal with it, really. And then stomps the tail because he wants some steepness. Does he find it? A little setup slash for him. This is what he wanted on the inside. Wow, nice. Draws out the bottom turn. He get a finish here. Ah, thought he might try and hit that. What we can't see from that shot is just how close he is to the rocks, but much better from Martin. Meanwhile, Massenkamp looking to get something going here. Nice snap from him. Just kind of opens up with the amplitude of the turn. And again, a really good finish. That is right.
Wow.
Whoa, the commitment there was mad from Massenkamp.
On the rocks.
Look how close he is. You saw the pin drop after he did that turn. And just being able to have the mental clarity to attack the section and then think about getting off afterwards. Look how close he is, Chico.
Yeah, he's really close. I thought he was going to bail from that last turn, and he went for it. And you saw the urgency of that last jump to not really go into the rocks. That first turn looked really clean. Nice roundhouse cut back. This wave was a good one. The second wave of the set tends to be a bit better. Nice gouge there again. Opens up another beautiful carve. Extends the carve a bit more of a longer line on that one. Here he gets a nice snap off the top, and the last one really critical right on the rocks. You see the urgency to make the turn but jump, because that's dry, really dry there. So, and this was Martin out the back, a really slow start. I think his front foot wasn't on the right place because the way he got into that wave, he had the foam on his back, and that was a bouncy start to that wave. I really enjoy this single maneuver here. He really opens up his arms and bang, gets vertical. But here I thought he maybe could have gone for that last one, like just like Aiden went for. But we can't really tell how close he is to the rock. So maybe he did a good job on not trying that turn.
All about those finishes right now. That end section seems to be paying dividends if you can hit it hard. Good number for Nunes. Martin Nunes, 5 points for him. Much better. He's got himself right back in this heat now. He's game on. He had nothing before that, just throwaway numbers. And that 5 will feel a lot better. Good set stacking up on the outside here. Bunch having a look there. See Massenkamp making his way back out. Igarashi with Prio holding down the peak as well. He'll spin and go here. The CT Surfer in the draw here. Ian Ericeira on the challenges, not here for points, just here to surf and open up with carves like that in the pocket. Really nice. He'll push it again. And then just being patient from here on in. He'll go back to the juice and wait for this one to try and stand up for him. He's got that high score in of a 6. He wants rid of the 217. Wave's not been real cooperative. He does really well to link it up and dealing with some really difficult bouncy water in there. Got that turn away and then got the kick out. So not taking on the lip, but just kind of slashing in the pocket. Good chance of improving on the 2. I don't think he'll threaten the 6. And we've got 6.5 minutes to go, Chico. Let's get another look here at Kanoa.
Yeah, the start of the wave looked really good. The wave looked like it was going to be a really good one, but then he just kept weaving his board to try to understand, well, is this going to connect or not? And the wave didn't really allow him to open up at the end. So you see, when he kicked out of the wave, he had a bit of a frustration signs, saying no with his head. He knows Kanoa is really competitive. He knows he probably made a mistake in terms of wave selection. He had the priority, so he could basically choose to go on this one. Nice snap off the top by Jackson, and a bit of a misread there and late to that floater section, but and a fall, and this was behind it. Martin again on a good looking wave. Nice snap off the top, a bit of a froth in the face and a fall. So they're struggling a bit.
Yeah, mistake there for Bunch. That was the first wave that's really ran away in front of him. And he'll be a little bit rattled maybe if not able to capitalize. It's not too rattled because he's in live action again here and he's stabbing it nice and hard and crisp and vert. Here he goes, looking sprightly and light on his feet. His low number is a 347. His high number 417. He'll keep tagging here. Just slicing away, really keeping that board moving, keeping those rails alive. Let's see where the panel puts that with 5 to go. Due a number for Jackson on your screen. Also Igarashi, a number to come in for him.
Yep, I just feel like Jackson is paddling a lot for smaller waves. And maybe he should try to wait for a bigger set and a bigger section to take those scores a bit into the mid-range, because the surfing he's putting on these smaller waves is so good that you just know that if he catches a better one, he will post something bigger.
Good number in for Massenkamp. Good number for the South African. 7-point ride. The commitment taking on that lethal end section right in front of that big stack of rocks at the end of the wave. Lands this guy in first place. Massenkamp getting a 7 and going into the lead over Kanoa Igarashi. We are due a number for Kanoa. It's a 4:08. He'll go up to first again. 4 minutes on the clock. A number for Bunch to come as well soon. Martin Nunes is in the heat. He's built a platform. He's got a 5, so he doesn't need a big requirement. And this one's close, and we're encouraged by the look of energy heading our way, Chico.
Yeah, it looks like there's a big set coming. Hopefully they don't get caught inside. You see them scratching and kicking their legs to make it as far as they can on the outside. And that's something about Ribera that is really annoying sometimes. When the big set comes, you get caught inside, and then the mini double ups come a bit further in, and you kind of get lost in between sections. But looks like they are in a good position for this one and for the one behind it. So let's see if we can see a bit of action now as we see someone paddling.
All right, here we go. And it's Massenkamp with priority and the leader. Beautiful looking wall here. Great hit from him. That's going to feel really nice. That section gets a bit weird. He just navigates it really. Doesn't try to do too much. I think that's probably a good call. He knew that that was sort of flattering to deceive. Didn't want to get stranded high on the wave. They'll stomp the tail here and look for a finish. Massenkamp, the heat leader, slicing on a rail. Steep section in here. Tags it again. Oh, wow. And going so close to the rocks. His commitment is beyond question in this. He is taking on those insiders. I mean, it's spectacular, but we're just sort of groaning, thinking how close he is to some quite big and hard and sharp and quite nasty looking rocks. 2 minutes and 20 seconds just inside that. Here's a look at Martin Nunes.
Yeah, looked like a good one from behind. Let's see if he can attack the lip out the back. I don't think so. The wave looks a bit slow to me. And yep, just a quick snap there. Winds up again. And he digs the inside rail. So it looks really hard to really find the good one out there. And Martin there with a good wave, but the wave was just really hard. And here's the money turn from Aiden. Really nice turn out the back, and as you said, he played it safe but smart there, because those sections, when they're soft out there, they can really make you fall and make mistakes, and he did such a good job on that little section that was coming at him. And this last one, we see a bit of a glare with the sun now, but this last turn of Aiden so committed and right into the rocks. So again, Aiden finishing it off his wave really close to the rocks. As we see Martin Nunes behind, not doing much on this one. So I think situation is gonna be the same, and we see a score for Kanoa, a backup score for Kanoa. So I think that score is from that longer right he got, that he was shaking his head saying no. So I think he's going to get his backup.
Yeah, it's taking a long time to come in. It drops 4-3, goes back to first. Massenkamp only needs a 3-3. He's going to get that for sure when that comes in. So final 45 seconds now, and Igarashi just improving his total, as you might expect with that wave that he surfed through to the inside, waited an eternity for the number to come. Igarashi's got priority here, and he's got what looks to be a bomb. Bunch on the inside will actually go left. We'll stick with Kanoa Igarashi in red of the Championship Tour in his home from home of Ericeira. Beautiful, searing, arcing carve from Kanoa. Another one uses the shoulders, opens up the body, and it looks impressive. That board just slicing through deep water. And they'll look to bring this in here as we get a countdown. Throws up a little speculative shove it effort on the inside, but a well put together heat for Igarashi. And a number will come in. I don't think it was, well, we've got a score for that to come in, but temporarily his first position will be under threat because Massenkamp only needs a 3-3. Kanoa will bring this in, and we're due numbers for everybody in this heat. It's kept the judges busy. It's been an entertaining one for a bunch of different reasons. And surfers, it looks like, Chico, everyone's kind of tactic. Well, a lot of the surfers in this heat, their tactic was to keep busy, keep catching waves, particularly like the Jackson Bunch, super busy. Let's see what happens with the panel. Here's Kanoa's last wave.
Well, I think this one maybe can factor in, and he gets rid of that 4.3. I like this first carve. Really opens up another one, and a nice cut back here. But I'm wondering what Jackson actually did on the left, because he's really good on the air. The wind is perfect for the airs, and let's see what he did. Wow. Did he land that?
Whoa, that was sick. Really nice.
Wow.
Just styles it out there. That air wind, as you mentioned, Chico, keeping that board gathered under his feet. Crisp rotation to the flats for him. So, what's this going to do? Bunch needing a 6-1-3. He's in 4th place prior to that. Igarashi is now in 2nd. He gets a 5-8-1. He'll go to 1st. I'm not sure we saw a high 5 on that wave, but let's see. Massenkamp's number was the 4-8. It was good enough to go back to 1st place. All right, Igarashi's number, it's a throwaway. Oh, sorry, it counts for him, but it's his backup score. It's a 4-4, so a slight improvement. He'll stay in 2nd place, unless, of course, this guy gets the 6-2-3. It's with the panel here. What are you thinking for that air? Is it worth a 6?
I'd like to see the replay again, but there looked really sick. As I said at the start of this heat, Jackson can go to the air, and he throws some huge airs. This wind is perfect for guys like him that can throw really big airs. And yeah, I didn't really understand why Kanoa didn't kind of lock him on the left, because he's so dangerous with the air game that he could easily get a big score on the left. I know it's unusual, but we've seen guys in the past do some big scores on the left.
He's back on the beach. He's waiting to find out if he's made the heat, if he's still alive in there. But he's pretty relaxed. He seems kind of cruisy. This is a tense moment for him, but
I need like a 6 or something.
just finding out his situation, his requirement, what he needed. I think he feels...
I want to see it. I missed it both times.
I think he feels like, yeah, could have been close. The judges taking their time as well.
Someone behind there said 6'5".
Let's have a look.
I need to see the height. Oh, nice air. I think it's a really good air. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I just think maybe if he had a bit of more speed and more pop on it,
just a touch.
I think it's going to be around the I5 range, I'm going to call it. But well, he showed us something different. That's the truth about this turn for today.
Totally different. And
yeah, we haven't seen an air all day.
Considering the rest of the heat as well, and there's some scrappy stuff on some bouncy rights.
That's true.
Complete point of difference.
Wow. Wow. Tight decisions. Wouldn't like to be a judge right now, as we can hear him.
Jackson Bunch, the young surfer out of Hawaii, is waiting for a panel to deliberate and give a score for his wave, and it will dictate whether or not he remains alive on the Challenger Series here in Portugal. Nervous moments. The judges having a good look at this. The amount of time it's taken since he rode the wave, 3 or 4 minutes, suggests that it's close, right? If it was a 4, they would lock that in. If it was an 8, it would be there, and we'd be moving on. We'd be in the next heat. But the fact that it's taken so long means that they're having a really good look to make sure they nail this. A completely different kind of waves. If you're comparing right-handers, you look at the flow and the power and the surfing and the size of the wave and those kind of things that give you an obvious comparison. But when someone goes to the left, it looks completely different, Chico.
Yeah, I think they are re-watching the whole heat to really fit this score on the right place.
They're watching the whole day. They got back to the first heat this morning.
I imagine.
Just checking out the replays.
No, but for sure they are watching the best waves of each surfer, and they're going to lock in the score based on each surfer score, so they can give it a proper decision on what they just saw. Because we heard someone behind him saying it's a 6-5.
I don't think that was the judge, though, mate. I think that's one of his friends.
For sure, for sure.
He's like, just tell us already. He wants to know. Put him out of his misery. He's dangling.
I don't know. These lefts are hard to say. It's not a left, so we'll see. Hopefully, that's like kind of the first air of the contest, I guess. So see how it goes.
Well, fingers crossed. Let's see.
We'll see.
Oh, okay. We've got a score screen here, and one of them is a thumbs up, so he won't know this. Oh, 2 judges. So he can't see this, but we got a score screen with numbers dropping in from our panel. Looking for 6-2-3 is Jackson Bunch to upset Kanoa Igarashi, Championship Tour surfer. And right now, a couple of judges think it's good enough. Oh, it's coming in. One judge says no, and he gets the number 6-3-3 for Jackson Bunch. And what an exciting end of that heat. Jackson loves it. So Jackson Bunch, they're getting it done, mate, and one for the Goofies, Chico.
Yeah, one for the Goofies, and they as we said, it was the first air of the day, something different, and judges rewarding that. So good for him, and Kanoa couldn't really break the curse on this event.
It's like home. These lefts have the big air wind like home, and just had to go. Kanoa went right, so that was all I had. So I'm excited.
All right, well done, Jackson Bunch. Judges took their time with that and made the payoff all the more rewarding when he got it. And there's different ways of doing it here at Ribeira Dillas. A fun afternoon of action on the Challenger Series. And Kanoa Igarashi, something of an upset there, as he'll bow out of competition at this stage. Aiden Massenkamp, solid surfing from him. Big risk-taking. This was drama at the end of the heat. We'll keep it rolling here in Ericeira. More live action right after the break.
All matters.
The action just keeps on coming from Ericeira. Really fun afternoon, entertaining heats, one after the other. Let's check out another one with some brilliant surfing in the water. Jet Schilling of the USA, 11th right now on the Challenger Series. Michael Rodriguez done some laps of the Championship Tour, and another electrifying surfer, Ian Gouveia, with the power and the spark, also with experience on the CT, and Rafael Teixeira, who has surfed with aggressiveness this morning already. And straight down to action here. It's Schilling hitting it hard, Chico.
Oh, that was really technical surfing there. And Rafael Teixeira here with a quick sweep off the top. Another one, just trying to build this wave towards the inside. Nice snap there, a bit more aggressive on that one. Another one, nice surfer from Brazil, nice off the top again. So a bit of a hard wave to surf, but he did well. And here Michael Rodrigues with a nice snap off the top, nice carving snap again. Winds up, opens his arms, throws the fins out all the way to the power source. Nice cut back there, and nice wave for Michael. Michael has done really well here in Ribeira de Ilhas, and he knows this place really well. He's staying with Francisco Horta, which is a local from here. He surfs here a lot, so maybe with a bit of help of him and some local knowledge to him. And this is live action with Jet on a really frothy one, Paul.
Yeah, it's bumpy, isn't it? And he's just desperately hoping for an inside. Does really well to stay with it, and has a finish of sorts there. Manages to drift out the tail as well. So for the effort he put in, the investment he made in energy to stick to the wave, it's good that he did get that finishing turn, and it's good that he finished that turn. But there's a lot of downtime on that wave as we're just really waiting for something good to happen. Let's get another look from the beginning here.
Yeah, nice snap and really quick float. So two-turn combo out the back and really quick. Jet is known for quick transitions. He's done really well over the course of this year, and he's in a good position to qualify. So really pressure moments for him, and a really important heat for him. And yeah, there a bit of the slide of the fins, and didn't really finish it off strong.
He's in a great position, mate. Part of that sort of rising crop from America. You think surfers like Cole Hausman, also Cade Matson, and there's that whole generation of talent on the very much on the up, and he could count his number among them. 11th coming into this event. A big result here could be crucial for him. So good work done out the back, and then all the way for this finish. Didn't try to do too much on the inside, but made sure he got it done.
Yes, he did, and really close to the rocks again. I feel like with this tide, every wave kind of finishes it off really close to the rocks as we see live action.
Gouveia here stabs it really nice. Quiet body, the board doing the talking. He puts it up through the lip and then just swings real quick and gets going again down the line. So what a contrast in the wave. It's, wow, that was really nice. So compared to Schilling's, this one just sort of drains off the face and cups out, and it allows him to go top to bottom again and again. Here's Rodrigues. What's he got for us here? We know all about what he can do when he gets ramps or lips off from him. And that's a bit of a signature turn. It was really nice. And another one. This is great. Look at the flow he's got. Wow. Brilliant stuff. Love it. Rodrigues, such a good surfer. So sharp. And he's shown consistently sort of too good to beat on the challenges. He's really yet to show us that he can establish himself and stay there on the championship tour. He wants to get back there. In the meantime, let's go and hear from someone that surfed a great heat from South Africa. Aidan Mason-Camp is standing by for a chat.
That's right, and you've said it. The rocks are back in action this year. Do you forget about them when you want to have a big score, just not thinking about the rocks?
I don't know. I just saw there were two sections there that I needed to capitalize on, and I didn't know what the other guys had or what they were doing on the waves prior. So I thought I just have to capitalize on this and make sure, you know, because each heat means so much at this level, you know. It's crucial, and I'm pretty tired off that heat, you know, paddling super hard back so I could get priority again, and then paddling back from that, like jumping off just before the rocks. It was pretty hectic, but made it.
And do you think the South African point breaks help you figure a little bit about this wave here at Ribeira de Ilhas?
I think so. I think this wave suits the South Africans quite well. It is quite a tricky wave, though. It's kind of deep water and a little bit bouncy and bumpy at times, especially in that heat with the tide coming in like that. I feel like it was, it was definitely one of the more difficult heats I've surfed, waves-wise, and I'm just really happy to come out with the win there.
So you feel like you have a bit of an upper hand?
I don't know. I think everyone's pretty good at this level, you know. Everyone can surf point breaks, everyone can do the airs, everyone can do whatever, you know. So I think it's just in that heat whoever performs and performs on the best waves. So wave selection's key, and I think my wave selection was pretty good out there. So yeah, just keep going with that mentality and just try and make sure I'm on the best waves, and obviously capitalize on them.
Well, we can't wait to watch what you have next. Good luck in the next round. Congratulations. Absolutely.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everyone back home for all the support, and yeah, my family, my girlfriend's family, and just hi to everyone back home. Really, really awesome, and it's so good to have everyone's support back home, and you really feel it when you're going through the rounds here. And I want to say a huge thank you to my board shaper, JR Surfboards. They've really got me on some good equipment at the moment and got me through the whole year so far with great boards underfoot. And yeah, just my sponsors back home as well for the constant support, you know. Got Wetsuit Warehouse, Eastern, Javiana's. Just thank you to everyone. Really appreciate everyone's support.
Looking great. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Solid debrief there from Aidan Meskamp. Tell you, he's a smart cookie. He analyses his heat real well, and he's hard to argue with a lot of what he said there. He seems to have a really good read on what it's going to take to get through here at Ribeira Deus. He'll look to keep that going. 20 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock in this shilling with a couple of fours. The best of it in terms of a total. But two of our three Brazilians have got numbers in the sixes. Rodriguez, the highest individual score, 6.67. Gouvea's got a flat 6. And Rafael Teixeira's got a 5.5. So this one pretty poised at the moment, Chico.
Yeah, really nice start for all of them. And they looked really fired up, all of them with a lot of experience here. I know Ian has been competing here over the last 10 years. I actually had the chance to compete against him on the QS like 12 years ago. So Ian knows this wave really well. And as we see 6.83 for Michael Rodriguez, what a start for him. And we see Rafael Teixeira with a 5.5, Ian Gouveia with a 6, and Jet with a pair of 4s. So Jet a bit behind the 8 ball here, needing, of course, to post something around the 6 range as we see live action.
Yeah, here goes Teixeira with the flow and pushes up high through the lip, and he'll tag it again. Just keeping that board going. A really nice sort of makes room for himself with the bottom turn, opens up, goes nice and vert before the wave gets a little soft and sticky. Let's see if he can get a finish. Not sure this is going to go huge on the inside. Let's see whether it does or not. He gets a little caught in that deeper water and doesn't get an emphatic finish, but it's a finish of sorts. Some decent work done out the back. It will count for him at the moment. And with 19 on the clock, he'll paddle out. And that will be a number going into his total. We're still waiting for Gouveia to get a second wave. When he does, we'll have our first kind of legit total with everyone ridden 2 waves. So this is a decent effort from Teixeira.
Yeah, nice snap off the top, and I like this one. He gets a bit more space, opens up, bang, throws the fins out the back. So a 3-turn combo out the back. And he has a really compact style, really technical surfer. He's been competing on the QS for a while now, and he has done some major true results. And you know, Rafael can post some big scores. His backside is little, and he works really hard as well. So as we see the replay of Jet, nice off the top there, a bit of a transitional float, floats over that section. He looks really speedy, and we can see, let's see if he can finish the wave off. Nice snap there. And this part of the way gets really hard. Digs the rail a bit on that one. Oh, nice crisp snap again. So a lot of maneuvers, but I don't think none of them is like really, really big. Like I didn't feel he had the space to open up. He just kept plugging away, but just to the front, a bit of horizontal surfing.
Flatter wave, wasn't it?
Yeah, the wave was flat.
Be feeling that in the legs though there, because he was pushing hard. Massenkamp mentioned how tiring it was surfing out there. He's pushing so hard, particularly late in those turns. He's really trying to squeeze all the juice out of them. There's some dynamic maneuvers, but all the while it stays slopey on the face, it will affect your score, Chico.
Well, I think this Ribeira Deus is one of the most tiring waves to compete in, because the paddling is really long, and the force you need to use to surf the wave well takes a lot from your body. So every surfer that comes out of the water always says, wow, I'm so tired. And to actually win this event, you need to be really fit, because otherwise you can't keep up the same level.
Who's the fittest surfer on the Challenger Series?
Right now, I'll probably say top 3, I'm going to go with Fred. Fred works so hard.
Okay, all right.
Leo, for sure, Leo works really hard. And I don't know more, but I know they worked really hard, and they showcase throughout their results. But I think Ribeiradilhas is a whole new level. Like anyone can get really tired, especially when it's bigger. And yeah, the paddle around is around like 6-7 minutes when it's bigger, and then the wave itself is like proper. When you get a long one, it's 15 seconds at least.
And you're paddling back out against the juice as well. This wind, this tide, this swell is all pushing against you as you paddle back out. And usually next to a reef break in the deeper water, you'd have a little rip helping you back out. It's not really much of a rip taking you out here. Most of the water wants to sweep down the coast towards our next spots south from here as we check out Edward Grogia, who ripped this place last year. He was absolutely electrifying. He just brought something completely different. Loves the progression. Let's see what he does out there as he goes through his final amp-up. You like Grogia?
I love that surfing, the surfing of that guy.
Yeah, it's good, man.
I just saw an event back in Brazil. He was in combo, and in 6 minutes he gets a 9 and an 8.
As?
Too massive. It's like he was losing.
He goes huge.
It was not a combo of 10 points. It was in combo of 17.5. And he got like a 9 and an 8 in the matter of seconds.
Tell you what, he's got a tough heat though, taking on Crosby. Colapinto third on the Challenger Series. Another part of that strong American pack looking to bust down the door and get on the CT. Cowley Vast in that one. Also Ryan Kainalo. This is Michael Rodriguez, Emrod. We know all about him, what he's been able to do on the CT. He's definitely got the CT skills. He's so smooth and aggressive at the same time. Almost master aggression. And then late in his turns, you realize how committed he is to the maneuver. And he's got the bit between his teeth here. He looks bang up for this. Meanwhile, Gouveia, what's he got for us? Swinging around. It's a slightly slopier section. You see him adjust that front foot there, just drag it back a touch. And it also goes through to the inside. No lip there hit, but he needed a second wave. He found it there. So he'll have a 2-wave total, but this one will be really entertaining. Score for Emrod to come in. He's already got 6.83, which is the highest score of the heat, and a 6.67, which is the second highest score. Let's have another look at Gouveia.
Yeah, nice snap to keep near the pocket. Winds up, gets another snap. Gouveia is really quick in transition. Nice snap again. A bit of a repetition turn, but on your backside with this tide, it's hard not to get repetitive a bit, but nonetheless a backup score for Ian. He's got a 6 and he knows he needs a backup with 13 minutes to go, so I think he'll put something around the 4 range with that one. But this wave, I tell you what, I think he'll improve with this one. Look at this layback. Nice float off the top. Here he gets the rhythm and bang, back arm on the face of the wave, slides the fins again, gets up there one more time. And this last turn, again, nice, kind of like layback snap. And really well-surfed wave by Michael. Michael, he surfs this wave so good.
Super technical, isn't it? Feels like he makes the adjustments quite late in the turn, which looks really good because you never really know exactly what's coming. It keeps it exciting and interesting. Always has that X factor. Doesn't need to go to the air to do that, even with the turns, they're progressive. Here's Teixeira, and he'll get a more traditional sort of tag on the lip, which is late and too late, and he's down. All right, Schilling, what's he got? Uses priority here. Loads up with some speed and realizes that one, bit of a burger. It's just going to shoulder out and go fat, so he gets back out the back. I think everyone's paddling on the inside. He'll probably snaffle Prio again as he heads his way seaward with 12.5 on the clock in this one. Waiting for a number for Rodriguez, your heat leader. Might improve that position. Also waiting for a number for Gouveia, is in 4th. Doesn't need a huge one to jump up for, 5.3.
Gouveia just won a comeback home, a national event in Marzias. So he's with a bit of confidence on his side.
All right, as we check out the talented field getting ready for the next heat. Crosby there, can't wait to see what he can do as we look close to wrapping up a fun afternoon of surfing. More live action from Portugal right after this. Always a pleasure to be back in Ericeira, particularly for the EDP Vissla Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia, as we check out some of the very finest from across the globe, the contenders looking to step up and get on the championship tour. Entertaining action, entertaining performances, statement performances on a big day of competition. It's all about staying alive at this stage with under 9.5 to go in Heat 10 of the round of 64. Rodriguez is turning the screw, turning up the quality. Jet Schilling looking to get work done here, Chico, and he needs a number.
Yeah, he needs a number. He needs to put something good on the board if he wants to come back on this one. Let's see the finishing. Nice slide of the fins there. Gets up there again. So a better way for Jet on this case, and connecting a lot of turns together. But that last turn there was the best one of this wave, as we see the drone angle. What a great job the drone pilot has done today. And a nice snap there. And this one, I think, is the money turn of this wave. Bang! Slides the fin, and I think the back foot came off as well. So as we rewatch this wave, we can see that on that major turn he had, the back foot slipped off, and he actually made it with his knee on it.
5.8's the requirement, Chico, because Gouveia dropped to 5.33 for that second wave. He waited a long time to surf that one. The requirement for Schilling was actually jumped up right now, actually. It's a 6.6. So, a 6.6 the requirement for Jet Schilling. Michael Rodriguez just really turning up the pressure, ramping it up. He's improved every wave. His third one, 7.4. Big number for him. Quality turns, rewarding that. The panel art with a score up there in the very good range. 7.4, that's a hefty number, and he's looked in complete control in this. Schilling's numbers in 5.2. Not enough. 5.2 will stay in fourth right now, the American, and he'll desperately want to change that with 7 minutes 40, as we mentioned, 11th coming into this event on the Challenger Series. He's right on the cusp. Here goes Gouveia. What's he got for assist? Slopey out the back for him, and that's reflected by his maneuver section, which are some pretty lateral kind of pedestrian carve downs on the backhand. Can't do much else because the wave just wouldn't let him. Here's your heat leader, Rodriguez, who's looked good in this, and he's found quality. This one again, a touch slopey for him, and he'll be patient and look for a build-up. Loads up with the speed. What's he going to do here? He'll just release out that tail. Not super convincing, that maneuver. Nevertheless, he'll get a completion for it. Don't think he'll threaten his top two there, Chico.
Yeah, I don't think so. I would like to see Jet go to the air on the left. We saw in the last heat Jackson putting up a 6.8. Now Jet is needing a 6.13. We know Jet is really, really good on the air, especially with his lefts. He can throw a huge air with his eyes closed. So I think in terms of scoring opportunity right now with this tide, it's getting really hard. And I think Jet with his talent, if he gets a left with his wind and a section to pop a big air, he's going to do a big score. So I know it's hard to shift into that. You just change your strategy, and I don't know if the coach had enough time to tell him, hey, if you're in danger and you need a score at the end, look at a left, just like Jackson did, because his easy was just after that one ended. So maybe he didn't have the time to tell him, hey, there's opportunity. They score left an air on the left. You can do it. So I don't know if it's in his mind or not, but nonetheless, if he throws a big air on the left, he can go into the sevens really easy. So hopefully he gets a good opportunity, because he's such a good surfer and he's in a really good position to qualify. So
yeah, let's see how all of that plays out. 5.5 on the clock. Rodriguez making an authoritative paddle back out the back. I don't think he's going to threaten his scores with that last wave, but he has been deadly in this one, surfing with so much venom. This one a slopier wave for him. He did get the finish, but nothing really compared to the work he was able to do earlier on in the heat.
Yeah, a completely different start to this wave. Michael on the other, he finished it off really well. This tail slide was perfect. He's always so radical, and Michael has always something different each turn, and is really good to watch. But yeah, those first couple of waves in terms of scoring-wise and scoring opportunity, they were a lot better than that one. So nonetheless, a 4.67 with one maneuver.
Jet Schilling with priority here. A crucial decision for him to make. Before we get to any of that, let's check the recap. See the story of this one go down. Ian Gouveia putting some power and some flair into it.
Yeah, Ian is really smart. He's sitting in second with smart surfing, smart decisions. Ian, he doesn't fall a lot. So every time he has the chance, he's going to put a score on the board. Here, a 6, well-surfed wave, well-chosen wave. And this was the man himself, the man with all the momentum and all the good ones, choosing the right waves, small ones, a bit of the froth in the face at the start, but offering him a lot on the inside. So Michael making sure he throws the fins like on this one, bang off the top, beautiful turn, wrap around snap, stylish surfer, and a big off the top again. A bit of a claim. It's normal pressure times and they need to perform. So Michael stoked with that one, and he opened up again. Nice float. Here he's in the perfect spot for this turn. Bang. And again, the wave just kept giving to him. So he applied the pressure, put the radical turns in, and making sure he was finishing it off every wave with style and commitment. So 7.4 and a jump on the rocks for Michael Rodriguez, but in the lead.
It's been a brilliant performance from him. I mean, those scores are good, but actually in the context of the waves out there, it's really, really hard out there. It's pretty fat, Chico. And the way he looks, when he does those turns, he actually looks like he's got so much time to do them. A lot of surfers you see arriving really late, kind of throwing it and a little bit last gasp into the lip. He's actually looks like that section was setting up sweetly for him. Really impressive to see what he's been able to do out here in tricky conditions. Let's see if Teixeira can answer back. He won't with that. Meanwhile, on the inside, Gouveia, he'll go down on takeoff. Schilling out the back with priority, and a question for him to answer to the tune of 6.13, the requirement for the young American. As we mentioned, 11th on the ratings. We desperately want to keep alive in this event. Teixeira here on a slopey, soft one, not what he wants. 5.84 is the requirement. Didn't see that there. 2.5 on the clock, Chico. If you're Jet Schilling right now, what are you thinking?
Well, pressure time. A lot of work has been done to be in the position he is right now in the rankings and in his career. So you'd love to qualify.
They just feel like he needs like a different sort of wave, maybe. What we've seen him do a lot of those backhand hits to keep the board alive. He just needs one that somehow just drains differently off the reef. It's easy if you could order them to command. It's what this guy seems to have done. Rodriguez has been in absolute flow in this. Big roundhouse swing, figure 8 to open up, and then a couple more turns through the inside section. With 2 on the clock, he'll just casually bring this to an inside, and he'll look around, look at the watch, and realize, yeah, paddle back out, still a couple of minutes. He'll want to stay relevant in this heat. Just look to close it out, but he's got pretty good cushion right now. We'll have another look at this last effort.
Yeah, nice. Roundhouse cut back, just floats over the top of that one, winds up again. This one not offering much, but he can feel he's confident, and he's making this hit. There's not a single nerve on those legs, and he's having fun right now.
Yeah,
so.
What a heat from him. He's really put together some quality, even his throwaway numbers as well. Think about his last one, 4.67. Really nice finishing turn, and this one right here, just looking like he's got so much time. Really looking like this wave is just sort of cooperating with him when he turns off the bottom. Just seems to offer up a nice section, and it's all looked pretty good and rhythmic and easy on the eye for Rodriguez. 50 seconds to go. Schilling with priority needs to make a decision here, and he'll go. Here he goes. Schilling on the backhand, a quick section, trying to force the issue, and nothing really doing there. And by the time he emerges here, it'll be 30 seconds or so on the clock. And Ian Gouveia have priority. Will look to try and cover him here. You can see that frustration from Jet.
Yeah, it's normal. Jet is in such a good position to climb a bit more on the rankings, and it's always frustrating when you travel all the way around the world to make it happen and you lose first round. It's just really hard.
4-man heats on the Challenger Series. It's so brutal and tough, and with so much quality in the water. Schilling frustrated here, is unable to go deep into this event. We'll pick up Gouveia just finishing off. And it was Ian's first 2 waves that did the damage, really, and just built that platform. Schilling battled valiantly, but you can see how annoyed he'll be. And that'll be it for his event here in Portugal. As he'll process on this and think what he could have done differently. I don't really feel like there were mistakes made. It's all about the waves that he got. There's a lot of an element of when you take off here in these kind of conditions, you have to sort of see what the wave does when you're halfway down it. So no real errors in terms of the tactics of what he could have done differently out there. But just ultimately luck not favouring in that one. You got to say, bit of a clinic there from Rodriguez. He looked absolutely class out there. Gouveia as well. Surf well. Teixeira rallied, he battled, not enough from him. Great looking heats coming up. We're going to check out Crosby, Colapinto, Kaulivast, Edgar Gudria and Ryan Carnello. Mundy and Jervis in for the call. We'll be right back.
Well, welcome back to Portugal. Round 64, heat number 11. We are marching through. I'll tell you what, we've got 2 more heats to run today. And we're going to sort of drive you home in the safe pair of hands of Ben Mundy and Philippe Jervis. Just get us over the hill, down the incline, into some safe territory. We've had an amazing day of waves. Start to finish. We've done 18 heats. Are we ready to stop? Of course we're not. It's pumping. The surf is great. The cliffs are beautiful. And we've still got some incredible heats. This heat, though, Philippe Jervis, absolutely stacked. Colapinto, been on fire. Kaulivast, who you know very well. And that's Colapinto there, up and riding. Really stepped it up this year in terms of trying to join his brother on tour. Powerful, great style. And he's generating from some spray. Got a steep face here. Clicks it off the end. Less and less mistakes in his surfing throughout the year. And that's why he's going up the rankings in a really solid spot. And he's going to try and finish off down the line here. And that's a great finish on the rocks. That is incredible surfing from Colapinto. He just saw his mate Jet Schilling.
Oh, look at the reaction.
And he loves it. He's got a big bunch of mates there. They're all backing each other. He's really firing them up. They want to be entertainers, this crew. And why wouldn't you? And Ryan Carnello. So Ryan, young Brazilian. A little bit of a slower wave. This replay is coming up. Now he starts to warm up. He's got that great little wrap around. And he's got a nice wave here. It's a bit bumpy and lumpy, but he's doing that very well. It just kicks out. We were really lucky enough to see. Geez, so many good waves. I'll let you talk through this one, Philippe. I've done enough talking, but it's pumping.
It is a bit of a high tide. Kaul is just such a strong surfer. There's so much spray in everything he does. Look at that. Just a couple of really normal turns, and the spray just keeps coming out of those fins. So Kaul just doing really well. Another big, strong turn, and another one right on the sand. Oh my God, that's got to be dangerous. And everyone got a wave. Also, Edgar Gudria, the surfer from Brazil, powerhouse also, but really good in the air as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to how he's gonna adapt to these conditions. Look at this finishing turn, strong, a little bit bumpy, also right on the sand. Another one, just risking everything on these finishing turns. All the boys just throwing it all.
Yeah, he seems to be adapting pretty well. So a massive flurry of incredible waves. And a man who got a load of great waves in that last heat is Michael Rodriguez. And he's down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Mondi, that's right. Michael, you made the quarterfinals last year. What is it going to take to win it this year?
I really like to know. I don't know. That place is amazing. It's pretty good when everything going well, and I'm just happy about it.
Because you seem to have figured out this wave very well. Because every year you seem to evolve your surfing. And what's your reading on it?
No, I don't think it's about the read the wave. Maybe it's because we always have a good time at home before this event. And it's always super busy the year, but at this time we have about a month before this event, so I think I have time to get ready and come to Portugal like ready. I think this is the thing.
Come to Portugal with a clear head, and the race is just getting started, right? Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Yeah, for sure. Obrigado a todo mundo que está assistindo. O primeiro passo foi dado. Vamos com muita fé aí, muita seriedade nesse trabalho e rumo à qualificação, se Deus quiser.
Congratulations.
Obrigado.
Yeah, thanks, Emrod. CT surfer of the past, really known for his flair, and he really brings some excitement to the sport. And he's just put on a bit of a showcase. While he was talking, though, yeah, another young Brazilian, smooth Canelo. He's warming up here, just zigging and zagging, S-turning, and now he starts to fire up. Good technique. Opens up his top of his arms when he's doing his turns to try and get a little extra in. All the scores yet to come in. That glare is starting to play its part, but we're still going through, and they're going to finish again on the rocks, and I keep doing it. It's so much commitment. And yeah, Canelo, so he's got two scores to come in. And meanwhile, live action. So this is Kaoli, the Tahitian. As we say, that's Philippe was saying, so strong. He's bottom power. He's just all power. And he's got a really good technique to match. There's another turn. You can see the sun catching the spray. There's a lot of it. And that last one, less spray, but still vertical and not going to take on those rocks there. So Kaoli, obviously well known for his surfing, Philippe in, Chopu and those massive lefts, but he's so well-rounded and he's such a good competitive surfer as well.
Yeah, he's one of the most complete surfers we have in Europe right now. He's really good on the barrel, really good on the air, really strong on the backhand, and honestly, he has been one of my favorite goofy footers to see throughout the whole day. See, he just comparing to every other goofy footer on this day of surfing, Kauli is cutting that bottom turn a little bit short, and that's why he gets a lot more speed coming off the bottom. Because sometimes you see a lot of guys just trying to time it right and waiting on the bottom turn, and in Ribeiradilhas, if you do that, you're going to lose all the speed you have, and you need as much speed as possible to attack those leaps. And that's why Kaoli, his timing is so good, and it's all there's amounts of spray coming out of those turns just because his timing is really good, and he gets that momentum and speed as we see Edgar up and riding, Ben.
Yeah, Brazilian, another one of the Brazilian push. He's an electric surfer, as we say, great air game. But here he's just looking for his calves, not quite getting that zip that Kaoli had, but there's his finish. Gets the foam in, deals with some bumps and lumps, and now he's coming down into that section. Nice floater, and that's dangerous, but he hangs on. There's rocks there, as you can tell. These guys are just putting it all on the line for 0.5 or 1 point. Look at that, you can see there. We've seen a few people dry docked over the years on those very rocks. This tide comes in, but that last section is crucial, and they're never going to, knock it back if it's right there and put their body on the line. And so a bit hard to differentiate all the scores. We saw that first wave of Edward was a 5.67. I sort of think that might have been a bit better than this one.
Yeah, this one, the way, as you see here, Yeah, there's so much flair. It's even hard for us to see. Imagine the judges, but just look at those bumps and backwashes. This wave was not an easy wave to surf, as he actually managed really well on the inside. This floater re-entry in between all the backwash and the rocks, that's pretty dangerous right there. But yeah, as you said, the surfers are willing to risk everything for those extra half a point, 1 point, but it's worth it sometimes. It's, you know what, because that just shows you how much do they really want. It's risky, obviously, but judges like risk.
These rocks are relatively new in geological terms. They're only probably 2 million years old, but they're still quite hard. You know, the thing about these rocks, even though they were formed in a relatively new period in terms of the Earth's evolution, they are hard when you hit them.
Oh, yeah.
And these guys are putting right over them and doing a great job. And you saw Carly got a 7. There's team coach. So Crosby and his brother, Griffin, obviously one of the great surfers of the modern era, and he stepped up and just come over here to be a mentor, coach. And you see Nat Young behind him, another guy, not a bad guy to have in your brains trust. Eli Hanneman there as well, so real strong posse of incredible surfers. Really cultivated a strong kind of group feeling, all backing each other. And interesting that Griff is coming over here for support. He doesn't have to be here, he could be. Well, it could be anywhere. I mean, I suppose actually, where would you want to be? You got your mates. You're in Portugal.
That's exactly what I was about to ask you,
actually,
Ben.
yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a no-brainer.
There's no better place in the world to be right now than in Portugal's hot weather, fun waves. We've been seeing Griffin's Instagram. He has been catching some really fun waves. So why shouldn't he?
Exactly. And speaking of fun waves, we just saw Canelo just go for a bit of variation at the back, sort of fin waft, a bit of a 360. Not a hugely difficult, but adding a bit of spice and a bit of variety. We've seen those numbers drop in, big numbers. Crosby's first wave was a 6.7, and here he goes to try and back it up. So he's got priority. First turn's a little check turn, starts to drive down the line. Just, you can see he's like a taller frame than his brother. Gets a bit more reach, a bit more extension. And also one of those surfers is just improving on a really solid trajectory, and he just kicks out there. Not a bad way to back up at 6.77. Old Griffin just bronzing up in the Atlantic sun, and he seems pretty happy. He always seems pretty happy, to be honest. And yeah, you know, sometimes so many, we see it so often, these brothers, you know, the combinations of brothers and surfers. And we could talk through them. Hold that thought though. This is the wave here. He surfed it well, but just didn't have the punch of his first one.
Yeah, I really like this one. I was talking about it with Dimitri Poulos. Both Crosby and Griffin, they have that extra kick on the back foot when they attack the lip, and that just gives that extra little spice, and I really like it. Canoa also does that all the time, and it puts a point of difference. You're gonna see here, check out the fins coming out from the behind the wave. Look at this. Wow. He always does this, even if the section is not, the lip is not that good. They can always drift the tail a little bit, and I just really like that. Just puts the extra little spark on this surfing.
Yeah, Crosby, as we say, it's more live action. So Ryan, this is the turn I talked about out the back. Got the fins out, but after that, it just didn't really have a lot to offer. Yeah, obviously with surfing, like most sports, you've got a elder brother that's pushing you, it really can make a difference. And we've seen in surfing, I mean, imagine going on a boat trip with some of the best brothers surfer combination of all time. You go on a boat trip with the Mentawais, you've got the Frederico and Mike O. You've got the brothers, obviously Bruce and Andy Irons, one of the two most famous siblings.
For me, I would say Parker Coffin and Connor Coffin.
Yeah, another great combination. The Hopgood twins. Let's throw them in there for another just bit of sibling spice on this imaginary boat trip we're going on.
The Colapinto brothers as well.
Put the Colapinto brothers in. I don't mind that at all.
Who else?
And there's, you know, so many.
The Gudauskas, obviously.
Yeah, you're going to let's throw all three of them in.
Put the three of them in there.
The Malloy brothers.
The Malloy brothers.
Let's throw them in there just because we can. Another three. So, yeah, it really does. Really make a difference.
It feels like it helps you just push yourself a little bit, and all those examples are examples of that, I think.
Yeah, Tom and Nick Carrolls. Yeah, there's so many examples of you know, the brothers pushing their younger siblings, getting involved, supporting and being competitive, because you want to beat your brother more than anyone else often. Yeah. And Crosby at the moment trying to emulate Griffin, who obviously got to WSL finals this year and had a really good crack at that world title. That's his goal. He's been honest and open about that being his main priority, and well, he got as close as he's ever been this year. We did see the ad for the you know, the behind the scenes WSL shit coming up, and yeah, watch that. But yeah, Griffin Cosby doing good right now though. Bit of a break. It's been a pretty solid start to this heat. Big scores, big numbers, great surfing. We're going to go to a short commercial break though. Come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this.
My name is Kaoli Vast. I'm 21 years old and I'm from Tahiti. We all love each other in Tahiti. We always smiling, and that spirit, exactly, the mana, that's how we call the mana, is present everywhere. It's very important, and it's one of the beautiful thing in Tahiti. Yeah, I bring the mana everywhere. I want to be in the championship too because it's been a big dream since I'm young. This is what I want. This is what I'm putting on my work right now, and yeah, I'm gonna try, and that's the goal. That's the dream.
Yeah, that's the dream for Kaoli Vast. Only 21 years of age. You can't forget how young he is.
He's that young.
I know he's been sort of catching 50-foot waves and packing massive barrels and been on the European circuit for a while, but he's still got a lot of development. He's got it all. He just needs to package it all up. He's been doing very well in the European circuit, but this next level now to get up into this elite range. He's got the surfing that can do a lot of damage on the CT, but he's got to get through this heat first off, and there's a big air. Of course, from Groggy out, he is an airman, and it's the first one of the day, I think, that we've seen completed. Now he's just trying to back it up and get an exclamation point on it. And there's a nice little carve. I mean, he's just coming back around as well. He's just pumping and grinding, trying to make that aerial out the back just a part of the scoring potential, and then finishes it off onto the rocks and manages to airdrop onto the dry sand and get a bit of exfoliation for his troubles. But great surfing, and the Brazilians, they're loving it. Big support network down here. A lot of Brazilians, obviously, in Lisbon and Portugal as well. So, yeah, great surfing. I'll get Philippe Jervis. I mean, to break down the aerial, because that's more your bag, mate. But I will say, mention your brother, your Pedro. He's firing up, is he? He thinks he should be included in the best ever brother to surf?
Yeah, he sent me a message saying, like, Pedro, what about the Jervis brothers on that boat?
Pedro, you're not on the boat, mate. Pedro, book your own boat. And here's this aerial. So a huge huck, fins first, and he did finish it off. So just a point of difference, huh?
Yeah, that was. I was just talking about Edgar right at the beginning of the heat, and we know that he's capable of doing those airs. And you know what? We haven't seen any of them throughout the whole day, and he pushes this wave all the way. Look at that. He's gonna be washed through the sand on this one. Oh my God. That's gotta hurt because you can really, you can injure yourself right here. Look at this, because you can sprain spray an ankle or something like that. He was rolling on the sand. Look at his face.
He's like, okay, checks the fins, straight back out there. You can see the energy that went into that wave, and then just right back onto it. Takes some big deep breaths on the sand, and starts firing up again. So, yeah, Grosjean, he's really, he's an entertainer, isn't he? He's always, you know, he sort of burst on the scene probably 2 years ago, and just again one of those. If you're not following Brazilian surfing really closely, you know, for the first time, every event you'll find someone that just comes out and blows your mind, and he's one of those. So, yeah, we'll see what that score comes in, and his score here, that's Crosby Colapinto. You can tell by the rangy style, and there's that backwash, and sort of uses the backwash to even better effect if that was possible. There's another one. He's looking sharp, this Californian kid, and he's going to go a big here, and that's an incredible wave, and that's on the rocks, and the crowd is supporting it. There's the boys. They're just checking that he's actually he's alive first, and he's going to fire up because that was a very, very well surfed wave. And yeah, great surf, and the boys are loving it. And we'll just see how that goes, but just even the glare is making life a little bit tricky, but you can just see the spray and the fins popping up.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah, really, really impressive from Crosby. And he's already had a 6.77, so needed to back it up. And did so. And, yeah, great surfing, both from Edgard and Crosby.
6.1, yeah.
6.1 coming in for that air, and the finishing turns onto the sand. And then so Crosby needing a 5.20 to move up into second before he got that wave. And we might see that replay and get Philippe to talk us through it. But yeah, he looked really, really on point. Did a lot of turns. And now Kaoli trying to beat a 5.97. Here he goes, the goofy footer, Tahitian. He's coming around here. There's that bottom man turn. Not as sharp as the other one, but he just gets so much drive off the bottom. There's the third one. Here he goes again. And that one's a little bit flatter. Not a steep wall, but there he goes. And then that backwash, and if you can use it to your advantage, it just elevates your wave. I don't know how you're supposed to do that. These professional surfers, I mean, the board control and the ability to read a wave in the ocean and to actually make it backwash, make your turns bigger is incredible. And Cornella, though, don't forget, he just see there's a backwash coming his way. So you can see the few elements just coming in, you know, a bit of variety. The environment, the ocean is a strange and wonderful place, and these surfers are forced to be dealing with a few vectors coming at them from all different directions, and they're doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, there's so many factors when you're surfing: the wind, the swell direction, the tides, all those kind of things. As we see here, Ryan up and riding on this bit of a white, but nice snap off the top on the outside, straight into a nice cutback. You can see there's a lot of water moving from Kauli's wave. He just kind of left it all the whitewash in the between on the face of the wave. But still a very well surfed wave by Ryan. But this guy, again, as a goofy footer, I'm going to tell all the goofy footers that are listening, especially if they are competing here in Ribeira, just take notes on this. He's not coming all the way to the bottom of the wave. He goes halfway through, he just goes all the way up and just attacks the leap really hard, and that's why he can get, oh, look at that, in the between of the backwash, and that's why he can get all the extension and the speed to attack the leap, and that's just mainly because he's not coming all the way down on the face, on the down part of the wave. As we see Crosby's wave again, this is the second best wave. We still don't have a score, but this is a really well surfed, nice off the top over the line, and this one in between of the backwash again. But he dealt with it very well, and again just pushing that back foot, and one more time, nice carving off the top. and he still tries and goes for that one. That was really risky, but very well served by Crosby. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this finishing turn. He actually timed it really well, but the backwash just came. Oh, look at that. So many rocks. That's so dangerous. Look how close he is from the shore.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a completion, but I mean,
where is he?
You know what? God. If you complete that, you might as well, give the game away. Total commitment, total control, but just got
He's laughing out there.
He was, as he just spits out some eroded rock, i.e. sand, out of his mouth, gets some out of his wetsuit and clicks back into gear, and he got a still waiting on a score for that one, a 5.97. So again, just getting another solid back up to that high scoring 6.77. Kauli also has a 7.597. Some big numbers from these guys. Everyone's surfing really well. Everyone upping the ante. Everyone committing to the very, very end. And it means that we've got a pretty solid heat scores that have come in. And this is the recap, Philippe. But there's been some incredible surfing just across the board.
Yeah, Kauli just attacking those lips with a lot of spray. Look at that. Just every time he goes up and down, there's so much spray coming off those turns. He just tries to attack it really vertical, even though it's a flat wave and it's a high tide. Just it's impressing me a lot watching Kauli just attacking those lips and attacking those sections, because it's not easy at all, especially on your backhand, because you tend to go more vertical and there's not much of a steeper wall out there. As we see Crosby just connecting those dots and surfing really well as well, just pushing that back tail every time he hits the lip, as we see here. Look, wham, pushing that tail, going around the section, nice carving off the top, and he has been putting a lot of risk on those finishing turns, as we see here. That was the first one. It just landed right on the sand. He came out walking on that one, psyched. And this is Kauli's second best wave, a 5.97. Even though it's a whitewashy wave, it just managed really well. Again, it doesn't come all the way to the bottom of the wave, and that just allows him to maintain that speed and momentum to attack the lip, because sometimes you see the guys delaying it, the bottom turn, and just going up there very, very slow. And in Ribeiradilhas, you need speed. That's the most important part, to get the connection and to make sure you get the right turns on the right spot.
Yeah, and they're all connecting at the moment, and a 6.65 now needed for Edgard in white, and a big number needing for Ryan. And we could probably throw in, talk about the brother combination with Griffin and Crosby, but also the siblings, brother-sister combos.
Fast.
We've got, Kauli and Aliana, who's coming through the European rankings at the moment. So we'd put them on the boat, or get their own boat, the brother-sister combos.
They probably have one already.
Coco and Mason Ho.
Oh, yeah, we forgot about that one.
There's a good one.
We have Gabe and Sofia Medina as well.
Gabe and Sofia, let's put them on the boat. We've also got Craig and Philippa Anderson.
Oh, yeah, that's a good mate.
Not a bad combo.
That's a good...
Crikey, from the back stall, Flick Palmer gives us a helping hand. Tyler Wright
and Owen
and Mikey. They can go on both boats.
Yeah, they can have
on the brother boat and the sister. So again, as you know, we surf together. We're a family, and those families that push each other. And the Wright's a classic example where they've just grown up with so many siblings surfing so well, push each other. And Kauli is really helping along his younger sister, and she'll be watching, no doubt. Not quite sure what the time is in Tahiti, probably just coming up in the morning to around 6 o'clock in the morning, so they may be out early for the before the surf check. But and at the moment, here he goes again. There's that man there, a lot of spray, and there's another. The general, he's got such powerful trunk and bottom. And there's another turn. That's 4 or 5 already on the shot. And the sun is just catching that spray, so that actually helps him, I think, with the scores, because it's really showing how much he's absolutely just showering the cliffs. And I'll tell you what, he's looking great. And there's a little sharp S-turn from Ryan, and there's another one. So he's stepping up his game. He needs a big number, a 7.91, and there's another one. And he likes it. So the young Brazilian starting to fire up as well. Really, really impressive from that young man, and he's seen what's going on in this heat, and he's not thrown in the towel. He hasn't decided to play it safe, and he's gone big. So great surfing Kauli, also from Ryan. Still got Colapinto in the mix, so everyone's right in this. Some of the sort of, I think, if we look at the average heat scores across 4 surfers, probably one of the best of the day.
Oh, that's got to be nice first snap, straight into a drifting tail on that one, and the finishing turn just putting a lot of pressure on that finishing turn. So 3 huge turn combos. So yeah, it's got to be one of the best of the day. But we also had Kauli just. His flow is so amazing. His board looks really good. Strong attack, vertical attack in that section, and again attacking the lip. One more floater. It's non-stop. He's surfing, just top to bottom, pristine. Vertical when he needs to attack the lip, more horizontal when he needs to carve. But very well surfed by Kauli Vast.
Yeah, and then on the inside, Ryan again just backing up that score. He hasn't got hurt. He wouldn't have heard what he's got. He might try and go for an aerial here, potentially. He sees the section and just a little air reverse. I mean, not exactly easy. That's the end of his run. He's put it all into that wave before, to be honest. And we've still got scores for Ryan and Kauli. Kauli looks he's safe and home and hosed. It's Ryan, whether Ryan's wave is 7.91. It's a massive score.
What do you think? This Crosby life can be in danger. I don't know. That
I think it was a smaller wave, and it was only 3 or 4. It was really well surfed, but I just don't know if it had. That's a big number. One of the best waves of the day, and I don't know if it's in that top.
I know
top
that
5.
it's a small wave, but for me, it was 3 of the best turns I've seen. Well, this heat definitely. Look at that first carve. Straight into off the top with the drifting fins, a lot of power and huge finishing turn. You know what? For me, personally, obviously, I'll give it the score.
Right, you're giving the score.
Yeah,
okay, I like it.
It's 3 of the best turns I've seen the whole day. So
okay, I like it.
3-turn connection, fast speed, power flow, and why not? I would go for it. This is the little air reverse we just saw.
That's the next wave, so that won't count. But yeah, okay, so Jervis is thinking that it's going to be there or thereabouts.
For you, it's a small wave, right? And it's right there almost.
Yeah,
what are you thinking?
No, it was 3 very well executed, savage turns. There was flow, there was no downtime, which is a rare, at this, especially at this tide. And he gave it a solid nudge. Couldn't have done any more. Kauli got another 7, so he's well out in front. It's this Crosby, who surfed so well and has been really in control of the heat, and then suddenly, just with a couple of minutes to go, the boys are looking at the scores, listening to us and going, well, is it enough? It's 3 turns. They probably videoed it themselves. They've got a pretty good idea of what a score is themselves, and they'll be like, is it? A little bit biased, obviously, but still some incredible surfing brains checking that out and trying to see. Ryan, I tell you what, even if he doesn't get the score, he's done an incredible job to push it to the end.
Yeah, he might be right there, and it's going to be a really close call. I don't know. Everyone's super. Everyone is curious.
This is exciting when this happens on the beach, trying to see what the score is going to be. There's a lot of those guys, and all of a sudden, the vibe can change pretty quick from elation to despair. And they're all looking nervous because that's an indication of how good a wave that was. If they're worried.
It's a very important need for Crosby because he's right there. Yeah, it's a very important need for Crosby. That's why they are that nervous.
Yeah, he's right at the rankings. So we've lost a few today. We lost Kanoe Igarashi in that last round. He's not so much in the Challenge Series rankings, but we've lost, lost some big numbers. That real estate on that top 10 is changing rapidly, and this could be another potentially huge loss of one of the big seeds on the first day of the men's event. So the judges are taking their time. Head judge will be looking at those replays, seeing what's going on, and it's going to be interesting to see where it is. Look at Crosby, camera on him. I mean, he knows it's tight. If it's taken this long, he knows how tight it is. It's going to be, really, really close. Jervis has called it. I refuse to get involved. No, it's not my job.
I'm going to call it very close. I don't want to
Love me, don't judge me, mate. I'm just going to let this go. And we'll see.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's coming in. So, yeah, there's 3 turns. It was rapid. He had fins out. There was a bit of risk, a bit of, you know, a bit of flair.
Yeah, I look at the criteria and I see pretty much everything. Speed, power, flow. Yeah, the only thing is probably the size of the wave, but he have variety on the maneuvers, 3 different maneuvers, 3 different turns, speed, power, I don't know. Man.
Yeah, and so just to reiterate, you need 7.91.
It's a pretty high score, yeah.
It's a big number. We've had a few 8s and 8.5s today, so this will be one of the better waves of the day. But it's one of the hardest waves to judge, and those scores starting to drop.
I got it.
So we're seeing it's going to be so tight. It's going to be you know, they're all looking at it. We've got a few numbers dropping. It's there or thereabouts, but it's not a locked in. And Crosby is up. This is a bad place to be. Literally between a rock and a hard place, where he's been for most of the heat, to be honest. He's put his body on the line. He's put his rocks in line. But 1 up, 1 down. It's going to be really tight. It's 7.2 to an 8.5. So it's a big spread, which is always an issue. And we're going to wait just to see. They'll get the announcement over the screen, and the wave comes in as we see. Well, you can tell the reaction there. It's an 8-point ride, so a 0.1 of a point, and you can see Crosby just maintain his emotion, does well under pressure there, not to lose his rag. And that's Griffin saying, come on, mate, there's going to be more of these in your life. You're going to win some and you're going to lose some. But Ryan, that is an incredible performance under pressure. And Carnello, from nowhere, effectively has stolen that 2nd place. And Colapinto, who surfed incredibly well, but it wasn't enough. And that is incredible end to a day. He's still got 1 more heat left. And we're going to see. And there's the despair, because he's got, you know, he knows how much this is. The whole dream is being on the CT. That's the goal. He was within 0.01 of a point of getting a whole lot closer to it. And it's a brutal sport, this. Look at that scores there, 12.83 versus 12.74. But it's happened, and we move on. We're going on a short commercial break and come back with more live action and the post-show right after this. That stole the heat, a last gap win, or it moved up in 2nd place for Ryan Carnello. He was just absolutely ripping in an 8-point ride, needed a 7.9, and you can see the response to 2 sides of the competitive surfing coin, and that's Cosby Colapinto. I mean, he's dealt with it well, to be honest, but he'd be angry, he'd be upset, frustrated, so many emotions. Philippe Jervis, he watched it flick. Parmentiers come in to get us home, to push these 2 old guys up the hill and get us over the bottom of the hill and get us home. And that is pro surfing. It's, you know, it can be so much elation, so much despair.
Oh, make or break that last heat. And yeah, absolute. It's exactly what you don't want to see and what you do want to see, and that's why we love it and that's why we hate it. But it's those clutch moments that, yeah, just make it so exciting. So great wave that last one that was surfed, and super clutch performance.
Yeah, and someone who was above all that, out of the was well clear out in the lead was Kaylee Vast, and Kaylee is down there with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Mondi, that's right. Absolutely on fire. How was that for you? This is really important, right?
Yeah, this is really important for me. I'm stoked to make my heat today. It was a long day watching all those heats, and finally I had the chance to surf with hard condition too, like high tide. But yeah, it was fun, and this one is really important for me.
Are you expecting to surf tomorrow?
Yeah, whatever the schedule says, and I'm ready to surf anytime, and I have good boards. I'm feeling good, and yeah, let's keep going.
What kind of practice have you been putting specifically for Ericeira?
Recently, I've been moving a lot in Europe. I was in Paris, back in Brittany, and with Red Bull, and then I did one day with the Quicksilver Festival with Jeremy. Was the best day of the week so far, and then yeah, I came here early 4 days, and was really tired from those travels and stuff, and yeah, I've been surfing a little bit here, practice, get the good boards, and then yeah, I'm stoked. I made my hit.
Where have you been around surfing?
Here, and when it was small, late day, I just went for a run and I didn't surf.
For a little rest. You deserve it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna and Carly. He doesn't leave much to chance. I remember even, I think, the event here last year, came down for 3 weeks and worked with the coach, and he always puts in the time. He's totally committed to being a professional athlete. And he's had a big week. Been in Paris, got shacked off his brain in Hossega. Comes down and surfs really well. So, yeah, Kaylee, really, really want to watch. But I tell you what, I know it's a cliche, but these heats just keep on coming through. And we saw Tanaka this morning, who surfed incredibly well. Imai DeVault, who made a final here a couple of years ago. So he surfed, and basically the competition that got him onto the CT. Lucas Silveira, who's a Brazilian, but who's also spent a lot of time in this part of the world. And Mateus Hurdy, Philippe, he's electric, isn't he? He's one of those super exciting surfers to watch.
Oh yeah, definitely. And he has been on a bit of an injury role, but he got better and improved his situation, and he has been ripping in Brazil. His Instagram is it looks like, if you want to see someone free surfing, just go watch.
Yeah, well, here he goes in the heat. Hurdy, one turn. He's a real entertainer. He likes to pump it up. He likes to show his emotion. And it was only a one turn, but it was a solid hit. Might get Flick, you can talk us through this one turn. And the judges aren't afraid to reward a single manoeuvre, but it just lacked, obviously, a bit of flow.
Yeah, I guess for me, just noticing he was sitting so far up the point on this one. So obviously that wave only allowing the one turn. It was a great turn, but yeah, just taking off so deep up the point there. And then here we have a replay of Lucas Silveira. This is his opening ride, 4.0. Smaller ride, manages to get a little bit of work done, but a little bit sticky there at the end. So look, feet in the wax. And this is Daiki Tanaka, 5.33, best wave of the heat so far. So he's found a bit of open face here. Turns looking nice and clean, and a really strong finish. So he's sitting in second right now, actually, because Mateus Hurdy's wave has just come through. So for that one turn, a 6-point ride. So judges really rewarding that.
Yeah, and then Imai with a two-wave combo, or two-turn combo, I should say. And DeVault, really great style, incredible smooth surfer. And yeah, all four surfers getting off to a pretty strong start. That last set, Philippe, still solid. There's still swell pouring in, isn't there?
Yeah, it's just. Yeah.
Okay. I thought the tide might be. I thought the tide may, too high could affect it, but the fact that the swell's still coming through means we're good. And it's the last heat of the day, and the biggest swell of the event window we've got. So we've decided just to push on and do as much as we can in the best conditions, and yeah, we've still got waves.
Yeah, obviously it's always hard to deal with this high tide, but it feels like it's a little bit better now, because I went down there and watched canoas hit, and it felt like the tide was a little bit too high, but. Honestly, it looks like there's a bit more of an opportunity right now, because we've been seeing a lot of high scores throughout the last couple of heats.
Yeah, and here we see a big flick out there from Mateus. Yeah, I mean, the tide was half an hour ago, so it is actually on the drop. We see Silveira, former world junior champion, won in this very town, so he really knows this wave. One of those guys that spent a lot of time in this part of the world and just waiting for the downtime, trying to find a little section to hit, just grinding away. Not a whole lot of dynamic surfing, but still punching about that lip as much as he can, trying to just improve on that 4. So, yeah, the tide's going out. I mean, you wouldn't expect it to do too much now, as we see Tanaka, so the Japanese surfer, already surfed earlier on. Nice little smooth cut back, comes around the corner. It's got a big, nice green face. Another swooping sort of half turn, really hasn't opened up as yet. Now he starts to eye up the prize. Similar turn. That's a bit more, it's lacking a bit of variety, this wave, just a bit slopey. And there he goes, and just digs it. Somehow submerges the board and comes out. He's working hard in this in section. He decides to leave it alone. So a lot of hard work. Not sure how many points he's going to get. Mateus Hurdy. And now he goes, the young Brazilian. I think from memory, had a really good event in Mexico. Not this season, the season before. Made the semi-finals in the CT. So that's the caliber he's at. And here he goes, just on the inside. Nice little wrap around. And a nice little chop up.
It's almost a full rotation chop up. That's ridiculous. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, as you see people just waving. There's always someone waving the Brazilian flag.
There's always someone somewhere with the Brazilian
Somewhere
flag.
in the world, there's always one Brazilian flag, and that's pretty impressive, though.
Passionate supporters for their surfers, and yeah. A little chuckle there from Flick as he did that little chop up. I quite like that, but just he is I keep saying entertainer, but he's just got that little bit of variety in it. But you never know what he's going to do, basically.
Well, I'm interested to see what the start of that wave was like, because we kind of picked it up at the end there, and I'm wondering, you know, he wouldn't have stuck through that really fat section for that long if he didn't do something really great out the back. So I'm wondering what the start of that wave was like, and he's sitting out the back. He's as is now sitting out there with the lead. He's got a 6-point ride and a 4.67. So really like to see the start of that wave. But
we'll get the replay and I'll let you talk you through it. He's sort of paddling back out. They're going quite deep, and here it is. So out the back, Fleck, talk us through it.
Yeah, so this is the start of that opening ride of his last ride of Mateus.
This is the Japanese.
Oh, is it? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
This is Daiki. That's my mistake. This glare is pretty hard to see right now. So just cutting back here. Another series of cutbacks. This wave here was super lumpy and bumpy. He did so well to stay on his board and sort of muscle his way through that section there. You could really see it bucking him off his board there. But just, yeah, no match for Daiki, just looking so strong.
Okay, so this is Hurdy. Go again, Flick. That was
All
my
right,
fault.
let's take two. This is Mateus, and this is what was done out the back there. Like I thought, there must have been some damage done for him to stick through this section here. It was two really well-timed turns, one after another, super critical. So just working it through to the inside, and manages to get a couple of little carving maneuvers here, and brings a little bit of fun with this little chop hop that we're about to see as well. Ping!
Just a little pop, wasn't it? Just someone had on a puppet string, and yeah, good surfing. He got a 6-point ride for his a single turn, and that one had 2 out the back. This is MI Hawaiian. His nice style comes around the corner. Oh, nice little layback jab, and there's another one. Gets the fins out. He does it with so much control and with so much grace. He's a real classic Hawaiian stylist, and when he puts it all together, he can look really good. And he knows this wave. He's done well at this wave before. And Imai missed the cut, surfed in the CT this year and didn't make it, so trying desperately to get back on that all-important championship tour. He's not done yet. Coming all the way in, goes left, a last little slab, and then just goes down on those rocks. So wow. So Imai. Scores coming in for him as well. Mateus had a 6 and a 4.67 and then backed it up. And now MI just looking to improve on a couple of those scores. He checks his bones, checks his ankle, checks his board. Seems to be okay. and paddling back out. So, yeah, those rocks down there, it's caused some grief over the years, haven't they, Philippe? I mean, I think every competition you see some pretty dramatic action down there on that shore break.
It feels like every year we come here, there's always at least one dramatic scenery. Like everyone stays super tense to understand if someone actually got hurt or not. I remember, I think it was last year, was Zeke Lau. He got a huge air right on top of the rocks, and everyone was just like, easy, all right. But then it feels like all the surfers just pop up behind the wave and everything is fine. So
Teresa Bonvalo obviously got on those exact rocks. She got caught up there with some big swell, especially when the swell's big. Like it comes in there and you get pinned. So yeah, I mean it's kind of almost needs its own little competition. You should have like a qualifying series shore bait rock off or something. I don't know.
You know what? Back in the day, there was not that much sand on the end of the wave, and the closeout section was a bit farther out from the rocks. And because there's so much sand near the rocks, the closeout section just stays there. Right. And the last couple of years have been pretty sketchy. Because normally the finishing turn, even with the high tide, is a bit far away from the shore and the rocks. But for some reason, there's so much sand on the left part of the beach that it just closes out right on the rocks. It has been more dangerous than before.
I heard that the contest promoter, Spinola's been putting some sand down on there just so he can get a bit more added drama and excitement. And I'm not sure if that's a true story, but that's something I've heard. Out the back, Silveira, Brazilian, been smashing away on the QS for a good decade, and he's got such a powerful surf, good time. He's done 2 turns out the back, trying to find something on the inside where he can do well. He's had a few wins on the Brazilian qualifying series this year. Moved back with his partner and his new young child. He's a father this year, is Lucas, and back home in Brazil. And those 2 turns, he unfortunately didn't get the opportunity to sort of back it up with anything serious on the inside, but the 2 turns out the back was strong. So Lucas trying to claw his way back in. And we see here, Flick, just good time, bit of fin release.
Yeah, sort of similar manoeuvre to what we saw from Imai, actually. Just being able to have that variation in a carving manoeuvre is really, really cool. Someone that comes to mind when I think about that is Ethan Ewing. Just has that amazing control as well on those carving manoeuvres, and you know, they can kind of get a bit repetitive, but once you start getting variety in like the way that you spin the tail like that, it starts getting really exciting. Another angle there, just so quick, the way that he spins that board back around. So 2 turns, but I liked both of those turns. They were really nicely done.
Yeah, well, he needed a 6.18 at this stage, sort of just gone past the halfway mark, which is the last heat of the day, and his score comes in at a 4.67. So not enough, but does improve his total and also lowers the requirement. Now needing a 5.51. See more lines approaching out the back. Sort of solid period swell. Over here in Portugal, 12, 13, 14 seconds is pretty regular, you know, for a long period swell over here.
Yeah, for us, I would say 12-second periods. It's the normal between 10 and 12, and then as soon as it got up there, the swell, you just feel the energy of the Atlantic Ocean just coming right in. Every once in a while, we get those 18 to 20 seconds, and it's weird. It's almost kind of weird. It's really good to Nazaré, though. It's really, really good. The guys have fun up there.
Here we go. So Hurdy, the Brazilian, kicks out. He's gone deeper up the point there. Bit of a risky strategy almost, would you say, Flick? Just electing to go a little bit further, you know, north of the established sort of lineup, or he must have a plan.
Ooh, yeah, I think I agree with you. I think it is pretty risky. You know, you're sitting out there in the lead. He's got a 6.27 and a 6. So my thoughts are, you want to improve on that. If you're going to improve on that, well, where he's sitting deep on the point, you're probably only going to get 1 manoeuvre. It's got to be an air if you're going to improve on that, I'd say. So if it was me, I'd actually be sitting wider. I'd be sitting in the bowl where, you know, he could potentially get multiple manoeuvres and improve on that 6-point right, his backup. So, I mean, look, I'm saying all this right now, and I'll probably be eating my words in a second because he'll probably throw a massive air.
You know what? I was talking with Joaquim Chaves and Frederico and Tomás Fernandes, all the local boys, and we're saying something like, it's never good to be too deep here in Ribeiradilhas. It's better to be wide and need to paddle all the way to the wave instead of being too deep and had to run away from the wave. But I think I kind of understand the strategy, but the thing is the tide is getting lower, so it might be a little bit too deep.
Okay, Lucas sitting further on the inside bowl. Nice little first click turn. And again, just hasn't sort of had much of a steep face on these insiders. This wave looks a bit more bowly. And there's his little hack. He's got that bit of a trademark really from Lucas, and then just goes up again and finishes off. So we might get that. Solid surfing, but just lacking that bit of real flair and a bit of excitement that he has got in his locker. The wave hasn't allowed him to show that as yet. Needing a 5.51. Surfing consistently, but just not quite getting the fin release or that bit of flair. As he paddles back out and the judges assess that, we're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with more live action, and the last 10 minutes of this heat after an epic day of wave riding action. Wave. And we are back with live action. 9 minutes on the clock of what's been an epic day of wave riding action, as it's known in the books these days. Incredible 20 heats we've run today, from my memory. So, and it's been an incredibly consistent run of waves. Hasn't been too many wave-starved heats, lots of opportunity. And there's 4 surfers still left in the water, trying to get through the round of 32. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined, bring us home, Philippe Jervis and Felicity Parmentier. And right now, those scores all dropping in. Hurdy out in front, and then Imai with that 7-point ride for that sort of fin release where Flick went through just that variety of those carves, which the judges loved as well. That means Tanaka and Silveira are both chasing a 4.85 and a 5.51. And Hurdy out in front with that one-turn combo. It's been interesting to see so many different approaches today that have come through, Philippe. You know, we've seen not a whole lot of aerial action. Obviously, it's not really an air wave, this one, at all. But in terms of, you know, we've seen the big waves out the back that can score, turns out the back. Then we've seen some crazy shore break action. Right now, with 8 minutes on the clock, what do you think Lucas Silveira has to do? He's got a lot of similar waves. Does he need to mix it up, or?
I would say just, he's a big guy, he's a strong guy. Just get a bigger wave and try to find something with a more of a steeper wall and just attack, because we know that he's capable of doing all those types of surfing, but unfortunately he's just catching smaller waves, and that has been the difference between the 7s and the 4s, I think, and the 6s and the 4s is the size of the wave.
Yeah, big guy, big waves. He's obviously, you know, really very good big wave surfer too. Flick, he spent a lot of time in Hawaii. You know, he used to surf sort of Jaws back in the day, and he's a real, you know, he's so confident when there's some juice. Always actually, you know, I'd say his chances improve actually as the swell goes up. One of those kind of surfers. And right now, that's not going to happen. There's going to be no 40-foot wash-throughs coming through the next 7 minutes. He's got to get a 3-footer and really make it count. And 7 minutes on the clock, not needing a huge number, just needing a 5 to get up. Tanaka, the Japanese surfer who surfed well this morning, 4.85. And he's got priority as it stands, the surfer in green. And looking at this one, after this heat, we're going to go through the post-show. Paulie Evans, Felicity and Chico Elvers coming in for that to go through some highlights. A lot of highlights, 20 heats today. Flick, anything that jumps up to you? Something that really sparks that you remember is like, whoa, that was incredible that you go, no?
Incredible for the wrong reasons, yes. For me, it just is the Eli Hanneman getting knocked out with that interference. Incredible for all the wrong reasons for him, but and then Aton getting through. And I don't even think he thought he was... it was just such a weird, wow, awkward moment that I can't believe that happened. So, yeah, that sticks out for me.
Wow. Yeah,
so much at stake.
So much drama.
Yeah, so much at stake, and still did that little mistake.
And that's what pressure can do to you. Yeah. And he's only young, and he's going to learn, but you have to learn the harsh way. Anyway, it's a good point. We might sort of touch on that later on. One of another top seeds we've lost. But this is a recap from this heat. And it was Hurdy that got off to the best start, Jervis.
Yeah, Mateo's just absolutely ripping, doing everything we thought he would be doing. I don't think we've seen this 6-point ride. And this is actually this is a 6.27, a combination of 2 big turns on the outside, and then he just brought the wave all the way through the inside and did a little bit of a funny chop up. You enjoyed that one, Ben?
Yeah, we like this.
Yeah, I agree with Flick.
It tickled our fancy, didn't it, this one, for some reason? It's been a long day, guys, you know. You got to try and get your kicks where you can sometimes. But, yeah, great surfing from Mateos.
Yeah, because I actually agree with Flick, because we only saw this wave halfway through, and for him to be sticking to those, because he didn't look like the wave was going to offer that much, he had to be something special on the back. And this guy, 7 points, combination of 2 really strong turns. I really like his surfing, so stylish, so loose. Look at this. Oof. And he's going to put one more up there and drifting those styles, so much control, just fins first, and then he just glided all the way through the inside. Just look at the performance. Every time I see Michaelani surf Ribeiradilhas, I think he was made to this wave, because he actually absolutely rips, and he reads the wave really well. So very good surfing by both of Michaelani and Mateos, and the 2 surfers in 3rd and 4th place. They still have 4 minutes remaining to try and change the situation. So because there's not too much high scores out there.
No, it's been a relatively low-scoring heat. You're right. Mateus trying to back up that 6, and Tanaka now in the all-important 3rd place, trying to get up into the more important 2nd place, needing just a low score of 4.85. He's got priority, he's got 4 minutes on the clock, so he'll be happy in the fact that he can sort of control his own destiny, Flick, but he's got to make a pretty crucial decision in the next 4 minutes.
For sure. Time is ticking down. However, he has got priority, and knowing that if there is a set coming, you know, as we know, there's multiple wave sets here. We're talking 4 to 5 waves coming through in a set, so he's going to have the pick of the best wave. You've got to think that he's probably going to go the 2nd, maybe the 3rd one. It's going to be a little bit cleaner. So just wait and see what decision-making unfolds.
Yeah, it's a big call.
There are only small scores that are needed from both Daiki and Lucas.
Yeah, well, Daiki, as you said, got a 5.33 for a few of those those cutback waves. So, yeah, he's obviously well within his talents. He got some much bigger numbers than that in the round of 80, where he surfed earlier on this morning. So, completely doable, but and I don't want to overemphasize this. You need to be riding a wave to get the score. I mean, I'm no surf expert, but I do know that that's pretty important.
You need to be doing some surfboard riding.
You need to do some surfboard riding to get ahead in this game, Flick. You're absolutely right. Silvera, well, he's down in 4th priority. He's up against it. He won't go down. He'll go down swinging. Noah Lucas, really gnarly competitor, always puts in, but he needs a 5.51, and he's just trying to sit wide of his opponent so he can get a bit of breathing space. And we see some sets approaching, hoping for some fireworks to finish off what's been a pretty amazing day of surfing here in the Ribeira de El Ash. And here we go. And we see that is D-Volt. So he's just trying to back up 3.17. He's not going to do it with that. Just trying to maybe get a bit closer to his opponent and put a bit of heat on. Hurdy paddling ferociously. Might go left here. He'll go to the air if he gets a chance. There he goes. Just a little spin to win. Didn't make that. It's in the odd occasion over the years where a left-hander has come into play. I think Jago Dora about 4 years ago.
Brad Patashit almost 12 years ago.
Wow.
Did a huge. Yeah, I will never forget that. He got, because we got that little west swell, and sometimes it comes that west ball. It dropped in on the inside. It went left and went for 2 carves, 8.5. But that was two of the best carves ever done in a left in Ribeira de Ilhas, that's for sure.
There you go. Going back to the vault there, isn't he? You're really digging through the archives.
A bit of a surf nerd.
It's possible. And right now, though, those guys, Silvera's found so much. He's got away from his opponents, trying to get some space. A minute on the clock. Looks like he's paddling for that one. He's way up the point. Meanwhile, we've got Tanaka just paddling for that wave and not catching it. So that was a mistake, a big mistake. We talked about a crucial decision-making process in the last 4 minutes. Well, that was one, and then that meant that man there, D-Volt, can get this wave. And this should have been Tanaka's by all accounts if he'd played it right. Imai trying to back up 3.17, and we talk about those mistakes that can punish you at this level. And Tanaka, as inexperienced, sometimes can hold you back. And Imai gratefully receives this present and takes it all the way to the shore and finishes it off. No more time left in this heat for Imai, and he's just going to go in and just doesn't get out. We get out of there before the rocks chew him up. Hurdy, the other heat leader, looks like Tanaka and Silvera, haven't seen if they've caught a wave. If they haven't, it's all over. She cried. Looks like Tanaka and Silvera have missed out. 2 seated surfers through on this one, Hurdy and Imai. And that, my friends, is a wrap on what's been an incredible day of surfing. The Brazilian flag flying high. A lot of Brazilians surfing really, really well. Done a great job. And another one there, Mateus Hurdy. Surfed great and got through it all. So he will hopefully get a chat to Joanna, and we'll talk to him how he feels. It's a really tricky way surfing that last heat of the day, but he's done it and got through. Imai, as ever, cool as a cucumber. Never shows too much, just lets his surfing do the talking. And in that regard, he's happy with that second spot and through to the next round. The official results are through. So what we're going to do now is go through the Estrella Galicia post show, bring in the big guns, Evans, Alves, Palmatier, just talk you through the highlights, the drama points, and some incredible surfing action from good solid 10 hours of surfboard riding action. So those guys are going to bring us home. I wouldn't go anywhere just yet. There's so much highlights, so many great waves ridden, so much drama, elation and despair. So hold on, folks. Right now, though, while we get ready for that, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with the Estrella Galicia post show right after this.
Welcome into the Estrella Galicia post show, a massive day of competition here in Ericeira. 20 heats run, and whew, loads of entertainment, loads of action, loads of great talking points here at this famous wave in Portugal at such a crunch time in the season. Here to talk you through the post show, joining myself, Paul Evans, Flick Parmentier, Chico Alves. Guys, loads of talking points. Before we get to that, on an emotional level, how are we feeling? How are we bearing up?
Out of 10. I'm at an 8 out of 10. There was some incredible moments today, incredibly devastating for some surfers and incredibly happy for others.
Chico, your thoughts on a big day, mate? I know you like to do long days and hard work. You really get your back into it. Did you enjoy yourself today calling this?
I just love to call all the tides here. I love the low tide, the mid tide, and the high tide. We got it all, and it was great to watch surfers perform in all of the tides today.
Well, we've talked about it, and at this stage in competition, obviously you can't win the event in the opening rounds, but if you're a surfer in contention there or thereabouts, what you don't want to do is lose out today. And we did see some heartbreak from some surfers, and it just goes to show how high the stakes are here, Flick.
Oh, the stakes are so high, and you're only advancing if you're in that first or second position. And we sent home some big names today. So, yeah, massive day of competition and, yeah, some really, really big upsets.
All right, well, one of those came. Let's check out heat number 11 and see exactly what went down in that one. But one of our young surfers out of Brazil, Ryan Kainalo, a lot of heat on him for performances he's able to put down and coming up against some of the big dogs. And this was something of an upset here as we saw Cola Pinto eliminated in this one. Cowley Vast looked pretty solid.
Yeah, Cowley looked so solid on his backhand here. I just really liked his approach to surfing this wave. He never went too low on his bottom turns on the backhand, which really allowed him to get nice projection out of the lip there. And yeah, unfortunately we saw Crosby eliminated from this heat. So big upset there. He was sitting third on the rankings prior to this event starting, so that's going to be a big loss for him. I'm sure he would have wanted to consolidate on his results here and improve. But yeah, just no match for Cowley, just looking so strong. And yet all came down, I guess, to you know, that final exchange with Ryan Kainalo, just absolutely with a clutch performance.
Yeah, Kainalo with this wave, throwing buckets of water and surfing really aggressive, throwing the fins on every maneuver and finishing it off really strong to just perform on a clutch situation. Here we saw the Brazilians getting psyched around Kainalo, and what a moment.
Yeah, extra drama in that as well. The fact that we've seen surfers chasing down scores maybe in the 6s or the 5s. He needed to go in the excellent range. That's exactly what it did. Heartbreak there for Crosby Cola Pinto, who realizes various permutations mathematically what could have happened here. Well, he's going to have to go over to Saquarema, Brazil in our final challenge event of the season and try and get it across the line right there. But I tell you what, for the neutrals, it was very entertaining indeed. And you've got to love the charge from the young upstarts. There's so much talent in terms of the field out there. And any heat, really, you look and you think, okay, this surfer's going really well. This person's in form, but I tell you what, it's kind of anyone's out of these foursomes. Any two could go through.
Yeah, for sure. When I was in the booth today with Miguel, and we were kind of asking him a few questions, and he just said, you know what, you've got to bring your A game to every single heat because everyone just surfs so good. You can't be making those tiny mistakes because someone's there and someone's hungry and they're going to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I just feel like Ribeira is a wave that you can have a shocker, no matter who you are. If you don't find the good ones, you're out. So today was one of those days that Ribeira showed what the wave is up to, and you got to get the good ones, otherwise you're not making it.
Yeah, that's what we saw today, wasn't it? There's some brutal stuff going down, and in terms of big names in the draw here, people going well, even people with wins under their belt on the Challenger Series this year. And the drama in the heats, well, that was all of that is some of our talking points we've got in the post show. But before we get down to that, actually, let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat. He's with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, guys, sorry for interrupting, but what a way to end the day. You got a win, you got a beautiful sunset. Tell me all about it.
Yeah, it was a nice heat. It was really hard to see the wave coming, but other than that, the wave was just fun. And yeah, I was stoked to make that heat. It's really hard to make heats here.
Have you been watching the competition, or have you been just focusing on yourself?
No, I watch all day since this morning, because I knew this morning it was high tide, and I knew my heat is going to be the last heat of the day, and then it's like, all right, it's going to be similar than this. So just ended up watching the whole comp. Like, I watched all heats, and then, yeah, it's cool.
And how are you preparing for tomorrow?
Yeah, just taking day by day. I'm staying with Leandro and Lulu. We are having a good time here, and even in the worst day, it was the best day, I think, of waves in the other beaches around. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's something new that you're working with Leandro Dora. How's that been working out so far?
Yeah, I always competed just by myself, and then the end of the last year, I went to him and I convinced him to, guiding me, and he's been helping me since then. And yeah, he had some time off after tour, and then he's helping me and Lulu here in Portugal. It's awesome.
Well, looking really good. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Mateus early there. Not overcome with emotion, but pretty relieved mainly to get through that one.
Yeah, look, he didn't actually look that joyful to be making that heat.
Stoked heat winners.
Yeah. I've seen it too.
But maybe he's just trying to keep a lid on it. He knows that he's got a long journey ahead of him if he wants to be making that finals. So, maybe it's a cool, calm, collected approach.
Well, speaking of some of those upsets that we saw today, turn our attentions to Heat 5, and it was murder on the dance floor if your name's Eli Hanneman, because he looked to have this one sewn up. He surfed brilliantly. He was in control, and it all went wrong at the end here, Flick.
Yeah, this was one of my favourite moments in terms of drama today. It was just pretty crazy. We saw Reef Hazelwood get the win here. He had a 7.13. He backed it up with a 6.63, and it was surfing like this on his backhand, just so precise. I really feel like during this heat, I was calling, I just feel like his wave selection was on point. Kind of just to echo what you said, it really is wave selection out here on a day like today. Eli was looking really good all heat, super controlled, coming off the back of a win at the US Open. Looked like he had this thing signed, sealed, and delivered.
Wrong, right? It looked easy for him, Chico. He was cruising through this. He found the best waves. On the waves himself, he was making great decisions. He was in full flow here. What happened?
Yeah, I think it comes down to experience. All these mistakes you make throughout your career make you a better competitor. And if you want to make the tour, it's better to make mistakes now than on the tour. So he's going to learn from today, and I think he was looking really, really good. Last year, he had a bit of a shocker year too in terms of wave selection, but this year he was looking way better. So he improved a lot. He had the win on the US Open and a bit of a mistake to end that heat off.
Yeah, so this is him just racking up points and looking in complete control, along with Hazelwood, who looked really good in this one. Flick, Reef just showing us that he can come and perform. You mentioned what he can do in the big waves. We know all about him as an aerial, but just kind of power surfing using the rally looked great out here.
Yeah, he's looking super strong, just absolutely muscling his way through a couple of those bumpy sections on this wave. And yeah, getting the win, just looking very convincing. He seemed pretty stoked in his post-heat interview too. So just moving through the rounds, and yeah, with surfing like this, I'd be stoked with that too.
And it all looked pretty settled. Hanneman looked to be going through in second place, and it was just kind of all about bringing a wave in, and suddenly this happened. Just a reminder of the rule, after the horn, there is no priority. So closer to the peak there in reds, Eli Hanneman, who had priority before, but he stood up after the horn, in which case he loses it and he gets slapped with an interference. He loses a score and he is eliminated here. Drama.
It was an incredible moment. I actually didn't know myself until the judges started taking quite a long time to deliberate. I was like, ooh, okay, maybe there's something happened here that I didn't quite get. And sure enough, slapped with an interference and yeah, not advancing. It's just so upsetting coming off the back of a win at the US Open.
So all part of the drama here in Ericeira. Of course, surfers aren't able to make it through. They'll be kicking themselves. They can get a chance to go again in Saquarema. But meanwhile, of all the performances we saw today, let's turn our attention to EDP Wave of the Day. And Kai Paula isn't someone that we know loads about previously on the Challenger Series. I tell you what, he stepped right up here, Chico.
Yeah, he's training with Tomás Fernandes that lives here in Ericeira, one of the best over here. So maybe a bit of inside advice for Kai Paula. And this was a beautiful wave for Kai. Nice carve off the top, blowing the fins there. This was just 10 hours ago, so beautiful wave we had this morning, and beautiful surfing by Kai. Really well put together wave. This wave just kept building and building, and it was just plugging away big turns and throwing the biggest score of the day so far. So good for Kai, and he advanced his first seat on the Challenger in good fashion and with really good surfing. So this wave was at 8.5.
EDP wave of the day there for Kai Paula. Absolutely smashed that one in the excellent range. Very impressive indeed. And well, it's been a day of uncovering some impressive talents and showing us what they can do on the waves here at Ribeira del Oso. Of course, waves the key ingredient in any surf contest. Flick, should we have a look at the forecast?
Let's do it. Let's get into that
check it out,
forecast.
see what's going down.
Yeah, so we're having a look at the next 4 days here at Ericeira. Tomorrow we are looking at still quite a bit of swell, 3 to 4 foot. It's going to maintain 3 to 4 foot all the way through the day. We're going to have a little bit of side offshore. Got a 12-second period dropping down to 11 seconds. So I think, you know, another good day of competition. Then after that, further on in the week, it gets a little bit smaller, but Saturday there again, you can see later on in the waiting period, potentially maybe finals, we could be looking at a bit more swell. So lots on offer throughout the week, and yeah, tomorrow's looking really promising.
Yeah, we picked out today and tomorrow as the best looking days of the waiting period, and that looks set from what we can see on the forecast set to deliver. Let's hope that happens. Of course, still with today and sticking with all of that drama and that action that went down. Let's get into our top 5 moments of the day. And on the Challenger Series, all sorts of storylines and permutations and things going on, but one of them is the young up-and-comers, and particularly the Portuguese wildcards doing well. We'll turn our attention to Nunes and Chavez winning their round 80 heat. This is our first moment of the day. The Portuguese are Chico, and this must fill your heart with pride.
Yeah, they are both goofies. I saw them growing up, and it's great to see them perform, evolving, and getting into that point where they start to beat big names. So Joaquim, as I said today, he has won 2 nationals in a row in Portugal, so he's looking good in form, and he knows this wave really well. He lives here. Martin also, they train together actually, so they have similar styles in some ways, and they are both goofies. They know this wave, they have the pace of the wave, and they apply the pressure when they need to. So it's a pleasure to watch them surf, and of course I'm really proud of them, and hopefully Joaquim can perform more.
All right, let's check out our 4th moment, and the big man already qualified for Tour, Cole Hausman, just exerting his dominance here, Flick.
Yeah, and continuing the dominance. You know, he's already qualified for the Championship Tour, but thought what was interesting, I listened to his post-heat interview with Joanna, and he said, you know what, the job's not done. I've now reevaluated my goals, and I want to win the Challenger Series. You know, he's readjusted, reframed, and with surfing like this, he's going to continue to dominate. So looking very, very much on fire.
Yeah, looking ominous. He looks comfortable. He is fit and focused. Someone else who was impressive today, the defending champion, Leo Fioravanti. And he didn't have it all his own way in this heat, Chico, but just showing his class, really.
Yeah, Leo always shows class. He's a really good competitor. He's really fearless. He's got a huge belief in himself. He's never gonna lose easy. And in this case, he just made his comeback wave, and he made sure he makes this heat. I know he's surfing on different boards, a bit more volume on his boards, and he's trying them out here. So it was Jackson Bunch on a huge air.
The buzzer beater for Bunch, and he eliminated Kanoa Igarashi with this. We waited 7 or 8 minutes after the horn. He is absolutely delighted. Look how much it means to him on a right-hand reef point. Hey, the goofies are going left, and they're boosting.
Yeah, I think this wind is perfect for some big airs. And yep, local hero, Frederico Morais, not disappointing. Last year he had a shocker, and I'm so stoked that he got good waves on this heat, because I just feel like Fred is so good out here. The pace that he has on waves, the way he surfs, his carving, it's just like money. So he's got everything to do well here in Portugal, and especially on this wave. So Fred putting together a really good heat, and I'm really proud of Frederico. I know he needs this result, and it's so good to do well at home, needing a result, as we see him with a happy smile.
Frederico Morais, the pride of Portugal, looking really good so far. And this event is just one of loads of storylines, just on the simmer, just bubbling over here. It's been a really fun day of competition. key thoughts, takeaway thoughts from a huge day here in Ericeira, Flick?
Should we just go to sleep here and then wake up for tomorrow morning?
Exactly.
It was, in all seriousness, it was a massive day of competition, but just some really dramatic moments. And yeah, I was blown away with the waves too. The wave itself just being so consistent throughout the whole day. And I'm excited. I'm actually turning my turning my sights to the potential first heat of tomorrow morning. Jacob Willcox is sitting in that heat, so I'm excited to watch that.
Western Australia.
Yeah, represent.
Chico, thoughts from a big day, mate?
Yeah, overall, a lot of good surfing. I think it's always great to have the best surfers in the world in town. Not in my town, but in my country. But it's great to watch them surf, and to be here commentating was really good.
All right, we'll keep the drama going. We're going to be back down here tomorrow morning, 7:45 call for an 8:05 start. Of course, WorldSurfLeague.com. We're going to send you out with some highlights. We'll see you tomorrow. Good morning and welcome to beautiful Portugal as we look set to kick off the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia. Some of the world's very finest contenders from all across the surf world showing up here in Portugal.
Yeah, once he finds his groove, like on this one, he's really dangerous here in Ribaradilhas.
It's this style. It's fast, it's furious, it's stylish, and a massive 14 points in his locker, so
8.5. So beautiful opening carving maneuver there. He sort of put it all on the line and talk about something called flow, you know.
Because we have the Portuguese surfer on a nice looking wave. Look at this.
Right, here we go. Beautiful looking section, and he goes super vertical.
Whoa.
Again, really nice releases the tail and hangs on. And he's dialed in here. He's got really good rhythm.
Surfing. This is more traditional surfing, Chavez.
Again, just opening up with a snap, but it's set up stuff.
There's a nice carve. That's one of the more real estate turns we've seen today.
Definitely he's trained his backhand. Look at this. Every time he puts the board on the lip, he's just around the section, straight into a nice. Look at the fins on the back. Wow.
Entertaining surfer right now. A bit more stock stuff for him as he just goes down the line. And he'll look for some steeper action here. Really, that is great surfing flick. Look, and Miguel, that's a goofy. How do you like this action from Reef Hazelwood?
I really like it. Like, it looks really strong.
Quite sharp and fast there. Here at Fred's 7.83, just some nice big turns, looking so strong. I really love this wave. He's had so much spray in the air there.
We're wondering why Leo was on that one, but I saw something. He was definitely right. So he's off.
From home of Ericeira. Another one.
I think it's a really good air.
stepping up his game. He needs a big number, 791, and there's another one.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.
Just a